Chapter 1. The Boy with the Stolen Bag. S. A new book has been uploaded. Please lend your support. A town is akin to a woman. Its architectural visage encapsulates its identity, while its history, economy, and culture represent its dimensions. Whether it be a woman or a town, possessing an appealing exterior and an admirable figure is invariably met with admiration. If one must choose, having either attribute is still a stroke of fortune. Those with good looks can shine in the light, while those with splendid physiques can flourish in the shadows. There is always a solution. However, just as rare beauties are not commonplace, not every town is endowed with an enchanting appearance or an impressive stature. The city of Og in the Tian-Do Empire is one such third-rate town, lacking both beauty and substance. Its architectural landscape is unremarkable, the most grandiose structure being the Great Do Seoul Arena at the center, surrounded predominantly by humble, single-story homes. 3 centuries prior, Og was merely a barren wilderness, and thus, it lacks any significant historical narrative. With few local specialties, merchants seldom visit, resulting in an economy that is rather lackluster. The brief history has not yielded many cultural stories. There are hardly any notable soul masters, the most powerful being merely a soul sect, and even he is not a native but an imperial appointee. Yet, this does not render Og entirely devoid of value. The affluent and powerful disdain this third-rate town, while petty thieves flock to it like moths to a flame. Cities like Tian-Do, Xingluo, or Wuhan are akin to celestial beings, perpetually surrounded by gallant protectors. On the streets, one might encounter either nobles or soul masters. Without some skill, one would find it exceedingly difficult to thrive in such grand locales. In contrast, Og is a different story. Those with ambition have long since ventured out, leaving behind only the aimless, the elderly, the infirm, and the disreputable. Coupled with its lax and chaotic security, it has become a veritable paradise for the idle and the unscrupulous. Xiao Gao is one such rogue, traversing various small towns. He may not dare engage in grand crimes, nor possesses the wherewithal for it, but petty thievery is his forte. As Xiao Gao himself would say, working is out of the question, could never endure it in this lifetime. He must rely on trickery and deceit for his sustenance. Working is exhausting, and one must endure exploitation in this line of work. However, as different money comes swiftly, the effort is minimal, and one is spared the ire of others. The only drawback is its illegality. Should he be caught, a mild reprimand, or, in a more explosive situation, a fatal beating could ensue. Yet, Xiao Gao is unperturbed after all. As long as he is fed, his family goes hungry, and if he dies, the birds will simply fly to the heavens. He has no ties to bind him. Most importantly, Xiao Gao believes he is destined for this life. In this realm, everyone awakens their martial soul by the age of 6. Martial souls are categorized into beast souls and weapon souls. Those fortunate enough to be born with innate soul power can rise to become soul masters, enjoying a life free from worries, able to traverse the heavens and earth, revered by all. Xiao Gao, however, was not so fortunate. His innate soul power is 0, which, put plainly, means he has none. Innate soul power is a rare gift. Xiao Gao does not wallow in self-pity. Moreover, while not everyone possesses innate soul power, everyone has a martial soul. At the age of 6, Xiao Gao awakened his martial soul boots. Although he lacks soul power, every time he summons his martial soul, he runs with extraordinary speed, earning him the nickname Little Flying Hero from a young age, which has served him well in his chosen profession. To be a thief, one must be swift. Only those with agility can hope to thrive and prosper. Robust figures who resort to holding knives to others' throats are mere bandits, whom Xiao Gao genuinely despises. Being a bandit is too crude, not befitting his little flying hero persona. Xiao Gao believes that one must love their craft. If one is to be a thief, then be a thief, but never resort to the brutishness of banditry. Yet today, Xiao Gao might be tempted to break his own code. At this moment, Xiao Gao is leisurely trailing a small child. This boy is exceptionally cute, resembling a porcelain doll. His features are exquisite, with bright eyes and a radiant smile. Upon first glance, Xiao Gao is uncertain of the child's gender in his experience. Boys of that age should be smudged with dirt, perhaps with snot running from their noses, not like this impeccably groomed child who radiates innocence and evokes sympathy. Of course, none of this matters to Xiao Gao. He is intently focused on the leather pouch clutched in the boy's hand. Just moments ago, he witnessed the boy deposit 3 silver soul coins into that pouch. 3 silver soul coins. That is enough for Xiao Gao to indulge himself for 2 or 3 months. Moreover, judging by the bulging pouch, there could be countless more soul coins within. Wealth can work wonders lured by such immense temptation. Xiao Gao suddenly contemplates that occasionally donning the guise of a bandit may not be so reprehensible. After all, his target is merely a child who appears to be 4 or 5 years old. Even if Xiao Gao is not particularly strong, how could he possibly lose to a mere toddler? All he needs to do is wait for the right moment, swiftly snatch the pouch from the boy's grasp, and then, using the power of his martial soul, make a hasty escape. By the time the boy realizes what has happened, Xiao Gao would be long gone from Og. However, Xiao Gao is not foolish. This boy clearly does not come from an ordinary household. He is likely the young master of some affluent family in the city. Otherwise, how could a child possess such wealth? Exercising caution, Xiao Gao refrains from taking immediate action, instead trailing him for several blocks, observing carefully for a full quarter of an hour before making his decision. From what Xiao Gao has gathered, this young master appears to have sneaked out to play, unaccompanied by servants or any adult guardians. Though the townsfolk are amiable towards the boy, as long as no one is closely protecting him, Xiao Gao is confident he can evade them. After a quarter of an hour, Xiao Gao knows it is time to act. Should he delay any longer and allow the boy's family to find him, he would lose this golden opportunity. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Gao acknowledges that this is his first foray into such a venture. To claim he feels no psychological burden would be a lie. For a fleeting moment, when he glimpsed the boy's beaming smile, he even entertained the thought of abandoning his plan. But the temptation is simply too great. A defenseless child flaunting such wealth before him is an opportunity bestowed by the heavens. To ignore it would be a grave sin. He who does not seize the day invites calamity upon himself. Bah! With that thought, Xiao Gao spits vehemently, his gaze sharpening as the white light emanates from his feet, signaling the summoning of his martial soul. He fixes his eyes on the leather pouch the boy holds. The boy appears to be in high spirits, playfully swinging the pouch in his hand. The pouch has a handle, which the boy grips, whimsically twirling it around, completely unconcerned about the soul coins spilling out. The quality of the leather pouch is excellent, and the boy seems entirely at ease. Now is the moment. Seeing this, Xiao Gao springs into action, dashing towards the boy like a whirlwind. Before anyone can react, Xiao Gao has seized the leather pouch. Instinctively, he grasps it, feeling the weight of the soul coins within, and he is filled with elation. At this weight, even if every coin were merely copper, this endeavor would still be worthwhile. Fortunately, Xiao Gao does not allow the sudden rush of joy to cloud his judgment. Without pausing, he heads straight for the city gate. Once he is beyond the city gates, he would never return to Og. But in the next moment, Xiao Gao feels a powerful force tugging at the leather pouch's handle. His mind goes blank. His feet have already carried him forward, but the opposing forces pulling him in both directions cause him to lose his footing and crash to the ground. Only when the sharp pain registers does Xiao Gao come to his senses, rubbing his aching head as he stares dazedly at the boy. He instinctively tugs at the leather pouch, but the boy remains as immovable as a boulder. Xiao Gao is bewildered. How can a mere child possess such strength? If the child were 6 years old, it might be understandable, as there are always prodigies who awaken their martial souls and gain innate soul power, capable of extraordinary feats at such a young age. But the boy before him appears to be only 4 or 5, with no evident martial soul awakening, let alone any soul power. This is pure physical strength. The boy, too, looks perplexed. The sudden appearance of Xiao Gao has left him momentarily stunned. He merely sensed someone tugging at his pouch and instinctively pulled back, resulting in this person sprawled on the ground. The gazes of the boy and Xiao Gao meet in midair, creating an awkward moment. After a few breaths, The boy seems to comprehend the situation, a playful smirk appearing on his small face, while Xiao Gao presents a smile more tragic than tears. There is no escaping now in the brief moment that has passed. A crowd has gathered to watch, and unless Xiao Gao can fly, he is doomed. Xiao Gao realizes that today, his little flying hero persona has met its match. Simultaneously, the boy regards Xiao Gao, his expression far from that of an innocent child, filled with mockery and amusement as he asks, "You're from out of town, aren't you?" Gulu Xiao Gao swallowed hard, nodding hurriedly. For reasons unknown, he was struck by an unsettling premonition that the young boy before him was on the verge of committing an act of extreme cruelty. As it turned out, Xiao Gao's intuition was indeed accurate. The boy reached out with his delicate little hand, seizing Xiao Gao's hair, and cheerfully exclaimed, "I knew it." Without hesitation, the boy forcefully slammed Xiao Gao's head against the ground, resulting in a dull thud that echoed with a gruesome finality. Xiao Gao did not perish. The boy merely knocked out a row of his teeth. After this heinous act, the boy nonchalantly turned away, leaving behind a wailing thief who clutched his mouth in despair, while the onlookers instinctively parted to grant the boy passage, leaving only the miserable figure of Xiao Gao behind. Chapter 2. Yunzheng. As the boy walked away, he paid no heed to the thief who had attempted to rob him. The fate of that petty criminal was of no concern to him. In summary, the thief sought to snatch his bag, and in return, the boy had obliterated the thief's dental Rowan understanding of their enmity established. A mere ordinary individual, devoid of any soul power, was hardly worth the boy's remembrance. To the boy, that thief was merely a transient figure in the tapestry of his life. After their parting today, they would never meet again. This was true for 99% of the inhabitants within the city of Ogu as well. Each would simply remain a fleeting visitor in the boy's existence. He would not make an effort to befriend them, nor would he extend goodwill to anyone. He would merely drift along until the day he departed from Ogu, and that was all there was to it. In the boy's eyes, the people of Ogu were far too ordinary, destined to lag behind his strides. This was not merely a case of youthful arrogance. It stemmed from the boy's awareness that he and the vast majority of Ogu's populace did not inhabit the same realm. He might even assert that this applied to everyone within Ogu, yet prior to this, he had forged a connection with one individual within the city, hence the term vast majority. But it was precisely because of that person that the boy developed this almost pathological mindset. The boy's name was Yunzheng, a well-known time traveler. Unlike many of his predecessors, Yunzheng found himself in a peculiar predicament in this land. He had neither family nor identity, rendering him a complete outsider. Before his transition, Yunzheng was a mere 20-year-old university student. Strangely enough, upon his arrival in this realm, he assumed the form of an infant. Yunzheng was unaware of the exact circumstances that transpired, but it is noteworthy that, despite being transformed into an infant, his strength remained unchanged, still on par with that of a 20-year-old from his previous life. This could be considered a fortunate boon of his traversal. It is essential to understand that there exists a staggering disparity in strength between infants and adults, often measured in hundreds of times. The fact that Yunzheng retained the vigor of his past self during his transition meant that as his body gradually matured, his strength would amplify exponentially, rendering him a figure of innate power. This was also the reason Yunzheng could intimidate the thief despite his youthful form. However, despite this strength, self-preservation was not guaranteed. Though Yunzheng bore the strength of his former self, his body had undeniably reverted to that of an infant. With diminutive arms and legs, even walking was a challenge, and the infantile constitution could not withstand the exertion of excessive force. The bones of an infant were still developing, and should Yunzheng dare to engage in any reckless behavior at that time, he risked becoming the first time traveler to be undone by his own power. During that period, Yunzheng was indeed quite fearful, having traversed to a foreign realm. Grappling with a language barrier and physical limitations, survival itself became a daunting endeavor. The Douluo Continent was no paradise compared to Yunzheng's former life, particularly in a backward town like Ogu, where few benevolent souls would consider raising a discarded child. Ordinary people were barely scraping by, let alone the prospect of nurturing an additional child. Even if they could, there was no guarantee that this abandoned child did not carry some malady. Soul masters could theoretically care for Yunzheng, but they were accustomed to the harsh realities of life and death. Furthermore, those endowed with innate soul power were often driven by self-interest. Only children possessing innate soul power held any value for cultivation. A child like Yunzheng, casually discarded, was likely born to ordinary parents, and thus, the chances of possessing any talent were slim. Soul masters had no inclination to undertake such a thankless task. Reality often unfolds in such a manner in shallow waters. One finds an abundance of turtles. Soul masters in larger cities like Tiando City or Xinglua City may not possess such lofty standards, but in a small town like Ogu, they typically regarded all ordinary folk with disdain, even viewing them as mere monkeys. In retrospect, Yunzheng could understand their perspective. In an era of inadequate productivity, the struggles of the lower classes were frequently rife with tragedy, and this tragedy was steeped in darkness. This darkness-laden tragedy represented despair for Yunzheng at that time. Fortunately, fortune smiled upon him, and he was eventually rescued by someone. The one who rescued Yunzheng was an old beggar who, without much thought, simply felt pity for the child. The old beggar was untroubled by the possibility of any disease. He himself harbored a multitude of ailments. As for whether he could sustain Yunzheng, the old beggar had not contemplated this either. As long as he had a morsel to eat, Yunzheng would share the same. Whether they survived depended solely on Yunzheng's fate. Superfluous, even the old beggar could not achieve that. However, had it not been for the old beggar, Yunzheng would have long succumbed to starvation. The old beggar was not a benevolent figure, nor did he offer Yunzheng any special care. At most, he sheltered Yunzheng from the elements and occasionally procured scraps of food, which he would share only sparingly. He showed little concern for whether Yunzheng was adequately nourished or not. After all, it was merely fate that had led an old beggar to take him in. Nonetheless, Yunzheng felt a familial warmth emanating from the old beggar. In moments of utter despair, one is often most susceptible to sentiment. However, in the 4th year since Yunzheng's arrival in this realm, the old beggar passed away. His death was unremarkable. There were no deep-seated enemies, nor were there any poignant last words that would stir the heavens. The old beggar, having wandered throughout his life, had accumulated numerous ailments, which, with the inexorable march of time, erupted all at once during a bout of harsh weather, leading to his demise on the streets in the early hours of the morning. On the day of the old beggar's death, Yunzheng felt a profound sorrow. He was not surprised by the old beggar's passing. Even the old man had long anticipated it. Both Yunzheng and the old beggar had prepared for this eventuality. Yunzheng merely felt a twinge of regret, wishing he had studied traditional Chinese medicine in his previous life, not to become a renowned physician, but simply to be able to treat common ailments, at least to alleviate the old beggar's suffering in his final moments. Yunzheng meticulously cremated the remains of the old beggar, gathering the ashes and placing them into a small box. The beggar had once confided in Yunzheng that he was born in a frigid, desolate land, and it was the unbearable cold and poverty that had driven him to wander. However, he expressed a longing to return to his roots, requesting that upon his death, if Yunzheng truly cared, he would carry his ashes back to the extreme north. Yunzheng had committed this wish to memory. Fortunately, at the tender age of 4, he had begun to cultivate a sense of self-reliance. No longer the helpless infant he once was, he was capable of sustaining himself. In the world of Douluo Continent, there exists no law to protect minors. Children like Yunzheng, endowed with considerable strength, were often sought after by merchants who preferred to hire them for less remuneration, assigning them tasks that exceeded those typically given to adults. Moreover, the innocence of youth rendered them more deceptive, enticing greater patronage to their establishments, a mutually beneficial arrangement. However, not all merchants were devoid of compassion. Some treated Yunzheng with genuine kindness, yet he had already fortified the walls around his heart. The old beggar's demise intensified Yunzheng's fear of loss, leading him to the flawed conclusion that the best way to avoid losing someone was never to possess them in the first place. This notion, though unreliable, stemmed from the mediocrity he observed in the people of Ogu City. Even if he were to open his heart and engage sincerely with others, as he gradually grew stronger, they would inevitably become a burden to him, and he, in turn, would become an unattainable cloud on the horizon for them. It was a lamentable yet stark reality, akin to the age-old adage of matching social standings from his past life. Yunzheng is reluctant to invest too much emotion in a future that is destined to end in separation. Rather than adding to the sorrow of the inevitable, he prefers to remain somewhat reclusive. As for the source of Yunzheng's confidence in his future success, it is not mere blind faith. Rather, it stems from the universally acknowledged advantage that nearly every traveler possesses: a golden finger. Yunzheng's golden finger is a singular bead, which also serves as the root cause of his transference. If Yunzheng were to reflect on it, he would admit that his initial curiosity in wandering through the antique market was ill-fated. Not only did he lose a substantial sum of money, but he also unwittingly found himself transported to the Douluo Continent. Yunzheng was completely unaware of the origins of the mysterious orb, having never even begun his cultivation journey. It was inconceivable for him to refine this gem. Much like a sovereign, the orb lay dormant in Yunzheng's consciousness after transporting him to this world. And for a considerable duration, he remained oblivious to its existence. It wasn't until Yunzheng turned 3 that the orb unexpectedly released a wave of ethereal energy, permeating his being, and a voice whispered to him in the void, revealing that he possessed an extraordinary martial soul. An extraordinary martial soul, irrespective of its inherent attributes, is undeniably a pinnacle of power. The orb unleashed its might once more just a few days ago, coinciding with Yunzheng's 6th birthday. This time, it bestowed upon him a divine ring, a gift from the heavens, awaiting his martial soul awakening to be claimed. The concept of a divine ring was utterly incomprehensible to Yunzheng. However, the orb's 2 manifestations allowed him to discern a pattern. In essence, this orb was his golden key, likely granting him an extraordinary advantage every 3 years. It was this extraordinary boon that instilled such confidence in Yunzheng. Although Yunzheng remained unaware of the specifics of the divine ring, the emergence of an extraordinary martial soul at the outset left him feeling no lesser than the so-called prodigies of this world. It is worth mentioning that Yunzheng harbored a considerable grievance regarding the physical prowess of the native inhabitants of Douluo Continent. He simply could not fathom how, despite being of the same species, such vast disparities could exist. Why were the children of Douluo Continent towering, with 5 or 6-year-olds matching the height of 8 or 9-year-olds from his previous life? By the age of 12 or 13, many reached heights of 1.60 meters or 70, leaving him, a visitor from Earth, feeling remarkably diminutive among his peers. To be fair, at 6 years old, Yunzheng stood at approximately 1.10 meters, which was quite typical on Earth. However, in Douluo Continent, 6-year-olds were soaring to heights of 1.30 meters or 40. In stark comparison, Yunzheng appeared as a little dwarf, often mistaken for a child of 4 or 5. Contemplating this, a deep sense of resentment welled within him. This was undoubtedly a bias from another realm against the Earthlings. With a deep sigh, Yunzheng reassured himself, "Do not be vexed. In my past life, I was a handsome lad standing at 1.80 meters. The new generation shall surpass the old. I need not fear my stature." The priority now is to awaken his martial soul, for the spirit hall only facilitated awakenings every 6 months. Should he miss today, he would have to wait another half a year. Yet, he pondered what attributes this so-called extraordinary martial soul might possess. Personally, he had a penchant for the lightning attribute. It exuded a certain grandeur. Chapter 3, The Awakening of the Martial Soul. Upon his initial arrival in this world, Yunzheng was utterly oblivious to the nature of his surroundings. To be candid, had it merely been an ancient realm devoid of extraordinary powers, he would have had no desire to traverse dimensions. Imagine entering a society where productivity could barely meet basic needs. What benefits could he hope to gain in such a place? It was an impossibility. Yunzheng was acutely aware that had he been thrust into a Ming or Qing era, he would likely meet his demise within a month. Not to mention his utter ignorance of agrarian tasks, he would likely be deemed incompetent by the farmers. The rigid constraints of the feudal system alone would drive him to madness. Should misfortune strike and he encounter a literary inquisition, a mere few spoken words could lead to his execution, unless he were to become a noble. However, as a transmigrant, that was equally out of the question. Fortunately, the orb that accompanied Yunzheng on his journey, while dubious, was not entirely outrageous. The moment he witnessed the martial spirits and soul rings, he realized the nature of the world he had entered. Should it indeed be Douluo Continent, he could accept it, as he possessed at least some understanding, preventing him from being utterly lost. Yunzheng had perused the original work of Douluo Dalu and once dreamed of this enchanting world, possessing at least a general understanding of its vast cosmology. Soul masters, soul beasts, soul power, martial souls, and soul rings. These are the eternal themes of this realm. At the tender age of 3, he was bestowed with an ultimate martial soul by a peculiar orb. During that time, Yunzheng pondered whether he had inadvertently traversed into the era of Do Air, for the ultimate martial soul emerged only after that period. Yet, the nearly unobtainable soul-guiding devices in his life, and the sporadic mentions of the martial soul hall from others served as constant reminders that he still resided in the age of Do-E. At least, the martial soul hall had not yet transformed into the martial soul empire. As for the precise timeline, Yunzheng remained oblivious. Such elevated matters were beyond his current reach. Nonetheless, being in Douluo Continent, it was inevitable that he would undergo martial soul awakening at the age of 6. It could be said that in Douluo Continent, nearly everyone would be categorized into ranks at this age. The higher the innate soul power, the superior the martial soul quality, and the more boundless the future prospects. The use of the term nearly rather than all was purely to account for that exceptional individual who, a millennium later, began with a mere first-level innate soul power and transcended to become a deity, truly a paradigm of defying fate. Fortunately, Yunzheng's beginnings were not so arduous. Thanks to the unreliable orb granting him an ultimate martial soul, otherwise, as a denizen of Earth, he would have been left wondering whether he possessed a martial soul at all. Arriving in Douluo Continent without a martial soul would have been a grand jest. With a sense of relief, Yunzheng made his way to the Martial Soul Hall's branch in the city of Ogu. Regardless of the role the Martial Soul Hall played in Douluo Continent, it must be acknowledged that, in terms of deeds rather than intentions, the hall had indeed contributed to tangible outcomes. Although their true aim was to gather the talents of the world, they had exerted considerable effort in assisting countless commoner soul masters in awakening their martial souls. Though they courted soul masters from below the two great empires with their funds, they had not embezzled a single soul coin. What belonged to whom remained untouched. Despite the Martial Soul Hall's ambitious nature, its existence undeniably propelled the continent's development. Regrettably, with the increasing power, the higher echelons of the hall began to breed corruption, gradually eroding the public support they had painstakingly garnered. That female pope was also a madwoman, acting with undue haste, and the Martial Soul Hall's domineering conduct incited righteous indignation among soul masters across the land, ultimately leading to an uprising against them, albeit in vain. After a moment of distraction, Yunzheng shook his head vigorously, casting aside these concerns that were not meant for his current contemplation. He then strode confidently into the Martial Soul branch before him. Each year, there were a couple of days when entry to the Oga branch was unrestricted, allowing him to pass without obstruction, although Yunzheng appeared to be just shy of 6 years old. The innate curiosity of children warranted no disdain for his eagerness to witness the martial soul awakening process firsthand. The personnel of the Martial Soul Hall would hardly quibble with a child over such matters. Before Yunzheng, 9 other children had already gathered, each accompanied by their parents. While he stood there alone, an island of solitude amidst a sea of companionship, Yunzheng harbored no particular thoughts on the matter. Yet the parents in front of him were keenly aware of his presence. Some were discussing his appearance, finding him charming and endearing, his youthful visage imbued with an unexpected gravitas that rendered him even more likable. Others speculated that he must have sneaked in, for he hardly resembled a typical 6-year-old. A few recognized him and quietly pondered what kind of martial soul he might awaken and the extent of his innate soul power. The city of Ogu was neither large nor small. It was improbable that everyone would know Yunzheng. However, a child as extraordinary as he was bound to attract attention, independent, precocious, and possessing a delicate countenance complemented by innate strength, he could be easily remembered after just a fleeting glance. Those acquainted with Yunzheng believed that he was destined to become a soul master, after all. It would be exceedingly unjust for such a prodigy to lack innate soul power. Regrettably, Yunzheng had been taken in by an old beggar, and many in Ogu had often mused that had they been the ones to adopt him, they would have enjoyed a life of ease in their later years. The surrounding discussions reached Yunzheng's ears in their entirety, yet he did not even lift his eyelids. As previously stated, he had closed himself off from these mundane individuals, unaffected by their opinions, whether they were flattering or infuriating. Of course, this was contingent upon their not crossing a line. Should they behave like the little thief from earlier, he would eagerly relish the opportunity to teach them a lesson. Returning to the matter at hand, as time gradually passed, the 9 children ahead of him completed their martial soul awakenings one by one. Among them, 7 possessed 0 innate soul power, thus lacking the qualifications to become soul masters. 1 had an innate level 1 soul power, and another had level 3, both belonging to the category of limited future potential. Aside from the disappointment evident on the faces of a few parents and children, the members of the Martial Soul Hall regarded this outcome with indifference, as if it were an everyday occurrence. Their expressions remained numb, showing no signs of disappointment whatsoever. After all, coming up empty-handed was the norm. Those assigned to the martial soul hall in Ogu were either those who had offended their superiors or individuals seeking to retire, having little expectation of unearthing any extraordinary talents to aid in their advancement. Following the 9, it was Yunzheng's turn. Yunzheng approached the soul master who was awakening her martial soul with a gentle demeanor, sweetly greeting, "Hello, sister." The individual responsible for awakening the martial souls of this generation was a middle-aged woman. From the process of the martial soul awakening, Yunzheng discerned that this woman was a soul master of unknown rank, her martial soul manifesting as a vibrant red flower. The reason for addressing her as sister instead of aunt was purely a matter of strategic choice. Yunzheng had closed off her heart, not her mind. Sometimes, a little sweetness in speech could indeed avert numerous troubles and even yield unexpected rewards. This was not the first time Yunzheng had employed such tactics. In previous endeavors, while working for others, she would often charm older sisters into providing a larger tip, a strategy that, combined with her innate advantages, proved unfailingly effective. In essence, Yunzheng had become quite the habitual offender. The outcome further validated her approach. Upon witnessing Yunzheng's innocent and healing smile, the woman broke into a genuine smile for the first time, crouching down to pinch Yunzheng's cheek and, in a voice akin to that of a caregiver, asked, "Little brother, tell sister, how did you manage to sneak in here?" Once again, Yunzheng was mistaken for someone under the age of 6. Upon hearing this, Yunzheng could not help but let out a sigh, breaking free from the woman's grasp with a sense of indignation. He retorted vehemently, "I did not sneak in. I have come to awaken my martial soul." However, Yunzheng's demeanor failed to intimidate the woman before him. She gently ruffled his hair and replied, "Very well, my dear. But alas, it seems this year, I cannot assist you in awakening your martial soul. Perhaps we could try again next year? I would be delighted to help you awaken your martial soul then." Yunzheng felt a surge of anxiety. If indeed his height and appearance were to hinder him for an entire year, he would weep bitterly. With this thought in mind, he hastily exclaimed, "Sister, please do not regard me as a mere child. I am truly 6 years old. If you doubt me, you may ascertain my bone age." However, this time, Yunzheng had miscalculated. The woman was merely a soul venerable and could not discern any bone age. Yet, she would not admit her ignorance before a child. After a moment's hesitation, she could only respond with a beaming smile, "Very well, sister understands." It was an obvious display of insincerity. Upon witnessing the scene, Yunzheng could only muster a bitter smile, pondering whether this was the malice of the worlds while directed at those of diminutive stature. Fortunately, at that moment, a father who had been waiting behind Yunzheng could no longer bear to watch. This father was familiar with Yunzheng and was well aware of his true age. Unable to restrain himself, he spoke up, "Esteemed soulmaster, this child, he is indeed only 6 years old. He simply did not have the best nutrition in his early years, which has rendered him slightly shorter and more delicate than his peers." The father did not intend to assist Yunzheng. Rather, he wished to prolong the interaction between Yunzheng and the soul master woman, as he had no idea when it would be his own child's turn. "Who are you calling delicate? Your entire family is diminutive. So what if I'm shorter? Am I eating your family's rice?" Yunzheng seethed inwardly at this remark, glaring at the father, leaving the latter somewhat perplexed. Meanwhile, the woman, upon hearing the father's words, glanced at the nearby disciples. Among them, one recognized Yunzheng and nodded at the woman. The woman suddenly enlightened. Noticing the indignant expression on Yunzheng's small face, mistakenly assumed he was sulking over her earlier comments. She promptly apologized, saying, "It was my mistake. Come, I shall awaken your martial soul right now." It must be said that in any realm, for those blessed with beauty, the challenges often seem to diminish in magnitude. In this instance, had Yunzheng not possessed such exquisite and charming features, as well as an innocent demeanor, would a dignified soul master truly deign to apologize to him? Upon hearing the phrase martial soul awakening, Yunzheng instantly cast aside his previous displeasure. He decided it was best not to dwell on trivial matters. The awakening of his martial soul was of utmost importance. Chapter 4, Bow and Arrow, Frost Sky Feather. In truth, the awakening of a martial soul is not an overwhelmingly mystical or arduous task. Any soul master possessing a soul power exceeding level 20 can, with the aid of a soul power crystal, generally assist a 6-year-old child in awakening their martial soul. The most precious item in this process is undoubtedly the soul power crystal. Although not exceedingly common, with a little effort, one can acquire it. It is not a rare commodity. This implies that the awakening of a martial soul does not necessarily require the intervention of the martial soul hall. As long as a trustworthy soul master is available, the process can be accomplished at home. However, such actions are not permitted by the martial soul hall. Why does the martial soul hall exert such effort to assist countless commoners across the continent in awakening their martial souls? Surely, it cannot be purely for charitable reasons. Initially, the martial soul hall may have genuinely aimed to foster the continent's development, but as time has passed, that original intention has long since been abandoned. The reason the martial soul hall continues to aid the awakening of martial souls for the common populace year after year is merely to identify promising talents to recruit into their ranks, thereby enriching their foundation. If the martial soul hall were truly to exist solely as a church, relying on a diverse array of followers, how could they possibly unearth so many prodigies? Are not all these talents drawn from among the common folk? It is precisely for this reason that the martial soul hall firmly retains the power to awaken martial souls for the masses within its grasp. Of course, not everyone would acquiesce to this. For instance, the three great sects and the royal bloodlines of the two empires. Should the three great sects and the imperial families of the two empires express their willingness, the martial soul hall would gladly assist them in awakening the martial souls of their descendants. Admittedly, the martial soul hall cannot siphon away the offspring of these noble families, but they can gather information and identify the talents within these clans, ensuring their own advantage. However, the three great sects and the two empires are not naive. They easily discern the martial soul hall's ulterior motives. The martial soul hall cannot lay claim to any portion of the martial soul awakening ceremonies for the younger generation. The martial soul hall, not wishing to corner itself, understands that such information is merely ancillary. If they are determined, they can acquire it through alternative means. Returning to the topic at hand, regardless of the intricate schemes surrounding the martial soul awakening ceremony in the Douluo Continent, it bears no relevance to Yunzheng at present. He does not know any soul masters willing to assist him in awakening his martial soul, and apart from the martial soul hall, what other recourse does he have? At least the martial soul hall maintains a high level of credibility in this regard. Under the guidance of the female soul master, Yunzheng approached the soul power crystal. To be honest, he felt a twinge of anxiety at that moment. Although Yunzheng possessed an exceptional martial soul, he was uncertain whether he possessed innate soul power. Aware of his own circumstances, he realized that just because he had traversed realms, it did not guarantee he bore that gift. Even if it were not a concern for Yunzheng, the pearl in his sea of consciousness instilled him with ample confidence. If that pearl could grant him a martial soul, it surely could endow him with soul power. Moreover, his subconscious assured him that he indeed possessed innate soul power. Yet, despite this inner assurance, the nerves would still manifest in moments of tension. The female soul master discerned Yunzheng's unease, offering a gentle smile as she patiently said, "Little brother, please extend your hand to me." Yunzheng, heeding her words, extended his right hand, placing it gently in the palm of the woman spirit master. Subsequently, he heard her softly speak, "Do not be afraid, dear. I will soon enter your body. This process is quite pleasant, and I shall assist you in harnessing the power within you." Upon hearing this, Yunzheng's clear eyes widened in silent inquiry, as if to say, "Aunt, what are you uttering such outrageous words for?" However, at that moment, the woman spirit master's soul power had already flowed through Yunzheng's palm into his body. A refreshing sensation permeating his being, indeed quite comfortable. Soon after, the soul power emanating from the woman spirit master began to stir the energy reservoir in Yunzheng's dantian. As the essence of her soul power cascaded down, unleashing an aura of extreme cold that gradually spread outward from him. Meanwhile, the woman spirit master could not help but furrow her brow. Clearly, Yunzheng had only just awakened his martial soul, and even that was not yet fully manifested. Yet the chilling aura emanating from him had already sent shivers through her. Yunzheng's martial soul is undoubtedly formidable. With this thought, the female soul master felt a stir in her heart, realizing she might be encountering a so-called civilian genius. She exerted herself even more to channel her soul power, stimulating the gradually awakening martial soul within Yunzheng. Under her diligent efforts, a shimmering icy blue light began to rise gently from Yunzheng's petite frame. In that moment, Yunzheng thought of nothing but instinctively extending his hands, and the light gracefully descended into his grasp. At that moment, the female soul master exhaled deeply, retracting her soul power. A hint of fatigue crossed her face. Awakening a martial soul for Yunzheng was far more exhausting than for the previous 9 combined. Merely contending with the invasive chill had left her flustered, and she had to ensure the successful awakening without harming Yunzheng, an endeavor that left her utterly spent. Yet, The outcome was rewarding. She had personally awakened a powerful ice-type martial soul, marking a significant milestone in her life. Once Yunzheng's martial soul manifested, a delicate layer of white frost began to form beneath their feet. It was a beautifully crafted ice bow, resplendent yet understated, its translucent icy blue hue sparkling like crystal. The bow resembled a pair of unfurled frost-laden wings, with the faint shape of feathers discernible at the ends, fluid and natural. The slender, resilient bow body and the snow-white bowstring resembled a masterpiece of art. This bow deserved to be enshrined in the Royal Museum of the Tiando Empire rather than merely existing as a martial soul. As Yunzheng held the bow, it seemed to enhance his ethereal aura, rendering him akin to a spirit from a dream. Frost Sky Feather. While everyone else stood in a daze, Yunzheng quietly gazed at the ice bow in his hands, softly murmuring, "Is this your name? The ultimate ice. How wonderful. The ultimate ice." Bow and arrow. Frost Sky Feather. This was Yunzheng's martial soul. While it was not the ideal ultimate thunder he had envisioned, the ultimate ice was still a powerful attribute. And he felt no discontent. There were no dual martial souls, nor accompanying martial souls. Only a singular martial soul, the bow and arrow as one. With the ice bow manifesting externally, and the ice arrows concealed within. What shall this ice bow be named? After a few breaths, the bystanders regained their composure. And the female soul master turned to Yunzheng, inquiring, "Frost Sky Feather." "Its name is Frost Sky Feather," Yunzheng revealed without hesitation, regarding it as merely a name. Nothing of great significance. Upon hearing this name, the female soul master furrowed her brow, thoughtfully repeating it several times before murmuring, "A martial soul not recorded? A mutated martial soul?" It was understandable for her to react this way. Mutated martial souls were notoriously unstable, with outcomes unpredictable. While some could mutate positively, many leaned towards adverse transformations, with bizarre manifestations, even instances of a true dragon turning into a swine. Similarly, although Yunzheng's martial soul exhibited immense power during its awakening, its capabilities might not necessarily live up to its appearance. What if it merely resembled a work of art, a superficial beauty, or lacked innate soul power altogether? As a mutated martial soul, all these possibilities existed. "Sister, may I test my innate soul power?" Yunzheng, oblivious to the female soul master's thoughts, was solely focused on discovering the extent of his cultivation talent. Only after Yunzheng's prompt did the female soul master awaken from her reverie. Nodding in a daze, she handed the soul power crystal to Yunzheng, advising him, "Place both hands upon it and strive to connect with your martial soul. It will reveal your innate soul power to you." Yunzheng nodded obediently, eagerly placing his hands upon the soul power crystal. In the next instant, a brilliant light erupted. The onlookers were taken aback, their eyes wide with astonishment as they beheld Yunzheng, as if witnessing a miracle. This display was far beyond what an ordinary innate soul power of levels 3 or 4 could sustain. It must be at least level 7, an astounding 8.5. It was on the verge of reaching level 9 innate soul power. Such formidable talent. The female soul master was the first to react, exclaiming in surprise, her eyes reflecting unrestrained shock. This level of aptitude, should fate allow it to flourish, could undoubtedly lead to the title of a Douluo in the future. However, her initial astonishment soon transformed into hesitation, which then shifted to a blend of regret and resignation. With a bitter smile, she mused, "Such heavy soul power, though merely at level 8, has already surpassed my own quality as a support-type soul sage. Truly a double-edged sword." The arduousness of cultivating such a weighty soul power would undoubtedly pose significant challenges, drastically impeding the training speed. Perhaps this innate soul power, close to level 9, would not be cultivated as swiftly as that of an innate soul power of levels 4 or 5, burdened as it is by its own heft. Alas, is it any wonder that it is a variant martial soul? Little did the female soul master anticipate that Yunzheng's anomalous martial soul would ultimately manifest its own drawbacks. Yunzheng's martial soul possesses a remarkably high quality, a fact that the female soul master can readily perceive. Should that chilling aura fully erupt, even she, a soul respect, would have to yield. Yunzheng also boasts innate soul power, reaching an impressive level of 8.5, indicating that the ice bow known as Frost Sky Feather is not merely ornamental. His talent is exceptional, with innate soul power surpassing 99% of soul masters on the continent. However, the female soul master did not anticipate that Yunzheng would be unexpectedly hindered by the very quality of his soul power. Having a slightly elevated quality of soul power is not inherently detrimental. In fact, in certain respects, it is something that many battle soul masters covet. Typically, Battle soul masters possess soul power of a higher quality compared to their auxiliary counterparts, enabling them to unleash a more formidable force during combat. Yet, as with all things, moderation is key. While a marginally higher quality of soul power is advantageous, it becomes problematic when the disparity is excessive. In Yunzheng's case, his soul power quality exceeds his cultivation level to a concerning degree, rendering it a calamity that all soul masters would prefer to avoid. In short, it is an insurmountable obstacle. As the radiant light gradually dissipated, Yunzheng emerged from his daze, a visible expression of delight blossoming on his youthful face. Though his innate soul power of 8.5 is not at its maximum potential, Yunzheng finds contentment. The original narrative from his past life stipulated that a twin martial soul would inevitably have full innate soul power, yet left the specifics regarding the ultimate martial soul somewhat ambiguous. After all, the ultimate martial soul made its appearance only in the second season, where the story commenced with 12-year-old Hua, bypassing the awakening phase entirely. Nonetheless, Yunzheng remains convinced that the ultimate martial soul ought to be accompanied by full innate soul power. He speculates that the reason he does not possess full innate soul power is due to that particular orb. The orb granted him the ultimate martial soul but failed to bestow the accompanying innate soul power, leaving him with this 8.5 level of innate soul power, which is entirely his own. Contemplating this, a bittersweet smile crosses Yunzheng's face. In this era, others may not fully comprehend the ultimate martial soul, but Yunzheng possesses profound understanding. Cultivating the ultimate martial soul with innate soul power at 8.5 is akin to attempting to stir a vast vat with a mere toothpick, an arduous endeavor. At that moment, the female soul master approached him and gently inquired, "Little brother, would you be willing to join the spirit hall?" Indeed, from her perspective, Yunzheng's anomalous martial soul carries certain drawbacks, yet it is undeniable that both the quality of his martial soul and his cultivation talent are of the highest caliber. The Spirit Hall, with its mission to awaken martial souls among the common folk, seeks to gather talented individuals from all corners. How could they possibly overlook a prodigy like Yunzheng? Upon hearing these words, a flicker of hesitation shimmered in Yunzheng's eyes. The allure of the Spirit Hall was something Yunzheng had anticipated. However, to be candid, he harbored little desire to join it. Though he had perused numerous tales of predecessors who traversed into this realm and eagerly sought affiliation with the Spirit Hall, citing a myriad of reasons, the crux of their motivations invariably revolved around the captivating figures of Qianrenxue, Hulaina, and Bibi Dong. Indeed, beauty is universally admired, and Yunzheng was no exception. Yet, he must delineate the distinction between fiction and reality. He had genuinely crossed over to this world, and every experience preceding this moment served as a stark reminder that reality seldom unfolds as effortlessly or splendidly as depicted in novels. He was compelled to ponder more pragmatic concerns. Foremost among these was the question of whether he would find acceptance within the Spirit Hall. In any gathering of individuals, conflict is inevitable, and the internal competition among the mid to senior ranks of the Spirit Hall was particularly fierce. Should Yunzheng truly venture into the Spirit Hall, it was highly probable that he would not encounter those three women for an extended period. The harsh truth was that even Hulaina had undergone rigorous selection before being accepted as Bibi Dong's disciple. With his mere innate spirit power level of 8.5, the notion that he could enter the Spirit Hall and be taken under Bibi Dong's wing, embarking on a series of blush-inducing minor-student escapades, was utterly fanciful. Even if Yunzheng were to entertain such thoughts, he would deem it an impossibility. Thus, even if he were to indulge in baser instincts, he needed to contemplate his decision carefully. Next, there were the inherent issues with the Spirit Hall itself. To speak candidly, apart from the three women, what else could the Spirit Hall offer? Was it the allure of its villainous role in the original narrative, its domineering conduct, or the enmity it would face in the future? The only aspect that could genuinely stir Yunzheng's interest was the vast ocean of knowledge pertaining to spirit masters. Yet the question remained, what right did he, a mere novice lacking both status and strength, have to access such knowledge? To take a step back, Yunzheng was still uncertain of the present temporal context. What if he found himself in a time period distinct from that depicted in the original narrative? Upon entering the Spirit Hall, he might not recognize a single familiar face, rendering all prior knowledge utterly futile. Would he not be left utterly bewildered? To expect someone with no experience in the professional realm to navigate the intricacies of the Spirit Hall was sheer folly. Unwilling? Noticing the indecision in Yunzheng's eyes, the female spirit master smiled gently and inquired, "Are you hesitant?" Though he indeed felt reluctant, Yunzheng was disinclined to refuse outright. Instead, he decided to leverage his advantage. feigning a pitiful expression and softly murmuring, "Sister, where is the spirit hall? I've heard it's located very far away," implicitly suggesting that it was too distant for his liking. Unexpectedly, in response to Yunzheng's tactful refusal, the female spirit master merely nodded lightly and remarked, "Very well. It is true that Spirit City is quite far from Aogu City, so your reluctance is entirely understandable. Nonetheless, the doors of the Spirit Hall shall always remain open for you." After saying this, she seemed to recall something, gently pinching Yunzheng's cheek with affection and adding, "By the way, little brother, should you ever encounter any insurmountable problems, do not hesitate to seek me out." This was what one might call an unforeseen windfall. In the intangible realm, Yunzheng has inadvertently acquired a formidable ally in the form of a soul Douluo from the Spirit Hall. Although Yunzheng remains largely indifferent to this newfound support, perhaps it will never be utilized. The cost he incurred was minimal, merely sweetly addressing her as sister a few times. However, at this moment, Yunzheng is not inclined to ponder the implications of camaraderie expressed in the words of a female spirit master. He gazes blankly at her, seemingly in disbelief that she would relinquish her position so readily. After a moment's contemplation, he finds solace in understanding the situation. The Spirit Hall has established guidelines. By recommending a prodigy, one can attain a promotion or monetary reward. A prodigy is defined as a child possessing innate soul power exceeding level 6, and Yunzheng, with an innate soul power of 8.5, evidently qualifies. Yet, for the female spirit master before him, neither the prospect of promotion nor financial gain appears to hold any allure for the soul masters in Aogu City. Most either seek a quiet retirement or have offended higher authorities and been relegated here. Yunzheng remains unaware of which category the female spirit master belongs to, yet it is evident that she possesses a clear understanding of her circumstances. The female spirit master is acutely aware of her limitations. As a support-type soul Douluo, her ascent to the position of branch master in Aogu City marks the pinnacle of her aspirations. Further advancement would serve no purpose, as the disparity between virtue and position can be dreadfully daunting. Given her slight stature, any elevation would likely render her vulnerable to being consumed by others. While financial rewards might bear some significance, the distance from Aogu City to Spirit City is a staggering one, and by the time such rewards are disseminated, they would have likely undergone numerous exploitative processes. Ultimately, what little might reach the female spirit master could barely amount to a meager fraction, a stroke of fortune in itself. For the sake of such paltry rewards, it is exceedingly difficult to expect the female spirit master to dedicate herself wholeheartedly to the affairs of the Spirit Hall. Reflecting on this, Yunzheng exhales in relief. Yet, in this instance, he has overlooked a crucial detail. He knows but one aspect, remaining oblivious to the other. Indeed, the thoughts of Yunzheng are one of the reasons why female soul masters choose to abandon their pursuits. However, in reality, female soul masters have also considered Yunzheng's situation. As a soul master who has languished in the Spirit Hall for half a lifetime, she is acutely aware of the treacherous nature of the Spirit Hall, fraught with intrigue and deception. Even among fresh blood like Yunzheng, competition and rivalry abound. If Yunzheng were an unequivocal genius, it might be a different story. With innate soul power at the 8th level and a top-tier frost martial spirit, he would undoubtedly stand out within the Spirit Hall. Yet, from the perspective of female soul masters, the quality of Yunzheng's innate soul power would inevitably hinder his cultivation speed. The Spirit Hall is a ruthless arena if one fails to demonstrate sufficient value. They face merciless elimination. Resources are not simply bestowed. For a soul master like Yunzheng, whose cultivation progresses at a glacial pace, even formidable combat prowess among peers will fail to attract the hall's attention. Consider this, given the same time, resources, and innate soul power. While others ascend to the ranks of soul kings and emperors, Yunzheng remains stagnant at the levels of soul master and soul scholar. How would the Spirit Hall respond? The answer is evident. Furthermore, as an orphan with no support, it would be exceedingly pitiful to send Yunzheng into such a fiercely competitive environment. Should he rely on a support-type soul master whose potential has already waned? It is precisely due to this confluence of factors that female soul masters relinquish their intentions of recruiting Yunzheng into the Spirit Hall. Were a more arrogant character in his place, brimming with disdain and provocation, the female soul master would hardly concern herself with such matters. After all, even the smallest morsel can satisfy a craving. She would feel compelled to drag him into the Spirit Hall regardless of his opinions. Could a child with a nascent martial spirit, devoid of any soul rings, truly resist the indoctrination of the Spirit Hall's disciples? Ultimately, for the female soul master, the question of loss was irrelevant. What Yunzheng would endure in the future was of no concern to her. Human interactions are reciprocal, and those who are self-centered are seldom liked. In their brief encounter, Yunzheng indeed managed to garner the female soul master's affection, eliciting a sense of pity towards him. One might say that while playing the innocent can be shameful, it is undeniably effective. When Yunzheng departed from the Ogu martial spirit branch, the female soul master even wished to gift him several soul coins, a gesture he graciously declined. As previously stated, when Yunzheng referred to her as sister, it was not an act of flattery or a desire to form a connection, it was a rational choice. It is permissible to leverage innate advantages for mutual benefit. But accepting favors carries the weight of indebtedness. The soul coins offered by the female soul master were not merely tips. She genuinely wished to regard Yunzheng as a younger brother. Yunzheng had no desire for such a life. Chapter 6. Planning. Upon returning to his humble abode, he collapsed onto his bed, exhausted. While he referred to it as his home, it was merely a small earthen dwelling. Before the age of 4, Yunzheng had wandered the streets with an old beggar, living a life of destitution, with the sky as his blanket and the ground as his mattress. Though it sounded romantic in words, the reality was a stark reminder of poverty. After turning 4, Yunzheng managed to scrape together some money through sheer strength and charming antics, supplemented by the remnants of architectural knowledge from his past life, enabling him to construct a modest earthen house. The sturdiness of the structure mattered little. As long as it sheltered him from the elements, he felt a sense of contentment. Lying on the bed, he aimlessly tossed a leather pouch into the air, catching it repeatedly in a monotonous rhythm. In the Douluo Continent, devoid of mobile phones and computers, the impoverished had few sources of entertainment. Meanwhile, his mind was preoccupied with future plans. One must heed long-term concerns to avoid immediate troubles. Preparation for unforeseen circumstances is a commendable habit. Since his arrival in the Douluo Continent, Yunzheng had diligently maintained this practice. In his previous life, he had the protection of parents and teachers, allowing him to live carefree, but here, with his only support gone, he had to rely solely on himself. At least for the time being. The foremost issue confronting Yunzheng was the knowledge of soul masters. Knowledge is power, an absolute truth in any world. Although he had perused the original narrative, he was not so presumptuous as to believe that merely reading a lengthy novel would grant him comprehensive insight into the world of soul masters. For instance, regarding soul beasts, he could recall only 2 types of 100-year soul beasts, the mandala snake and the ghost vine, and 2 types of 1,000-year soul beasts, the man-faced demon spider and the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. As for others, he had long forgotten. When it came to 10,000-year soul beasts, he was well informed, possessing knowledge of nearly all of them in the Douluo Continent. Yet, what use was that? Until he broke through to the rank of soul sage, he had no desire to confront any 10,000-year soul beast. Moreover, he had a scant understanding of the compatibility between martial souls and soul rings, the suitable developmental directions for martial souls, and the coordination among various types of soul masters. Thus, learning was imperative. A mind devoid of knowledge could never become strong. No matter how talented one might be, a muddled mind would only serve to undermine one's foundation. But where could he acquire this knowledge? Rejecting the spirit hall, Yunzheng felt that he would likely choose Shrek Academy in the future. The Star Luo Empire was too distant. He had no desire to traverse mountains and waters. As for the Heaven Do Royal Academy, not only was he uncertain of his eligibility to enroll, but the portrayal of the aristocracy in the original text disgusted him. Anyone raised under the red flag and nurtured by gentle breezes would likely harbor no fondness for those who considered themselves superior. Among the 4 elemental academies, the Thunder, Wind, and Fire Academies did not align with his attributes, leaving only the Heavenly Water Academy as a match. However, being a female institution, it was filled with delicate blossoms and the melodious sounds of birds, which he wished to attend, yet they would not accept him. The remaining academies left little impression on him. In contrast, Shrek Academy indeed presented itself as an excellent option. Firstly, it was renowned for its small student body, which meant fewer disputes and intrigues, allowing Yunzheng to avoid unnecessary complications. Secondly, the faculty at Shrek Academy was exceptionally formidable, boasting 3 soul sages, rivaling many other institutions, with only the 2 royal academies being able to surpass them in terms of faculty strength. Such faculty strength represented profound knowledge of soul masters, and at Shrek Academy, Yunzheng would undoubtedly learn a great deal. This sufficed. For while the knowledge acquired from Shrek Academy would not compare to that of the 2 royal academies and the Spirit Hall, by the time he graduated, he would have attained the rank of Soul Zone, equipped with a powerful martial soul and Soul Zone cultivation. making it feasible to acquire higher-level soul master knowledge. Furthermore, if fortune smiled upon him and he coincidentally encountered Tang Sect during his time, there would be a chance to obtain a coveted celestial herb, a truly remarkable treasure. Yunzheng does not aspire to cling to any particular benefactor. Although it is true that all the protagonists ultimately ascend to divinity, he does not believe that he must rely on Tang Sect to achieve such heights. After all, the pearl within his sea of consciousness has already facilitated his traversal through realms and has the potential to evolve his martial soul into its ultimate form. Thus, it stands to reason that it may eventually aid him in attaining divinity. However, during his readings, Yunzheng was enchanted by the allure of Shrek Academy. He feels no need to deny his youthful aspirations. Having this opportunity presents a chance to fulfill a dream from his adolescence. In truth, Yunzheng is not devoid of alternative options, such as the sect's influence. The Elephant Armor Academy is affiliated with the Elephant Armor Sect, and the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect is equally eager for talent. If Yunzheng were inclined, the embrace of a sect would surely welcome him, for his innate abilities would make him a coveted asset. Yet, he has not even entertained such thoughts. In Yunzheng's perspective, aligning with a sect is less appealing than joining the Spirit Hall. At least the Spirit Hall has prospects for ascension. Ever since the treacherous assassination of Qian Xuanji by Bibi Dong, the Spirit Hall is no longer solely the domain of the Angel Clan. As long as commoners exhibit exceptional merit, they too have the opportunity to rise to prominence and occupy the papal throne, as exemplified by Hulaina, who may very well seize her destiny in the future. In stark contrast, the sects possess a different allure. No matter how extraordinary Yunzheng's performance may be, can those sects truly allow him to occupy the position of their leader? The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School is surnamed Ning. The Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon School is surnamed Yu, and the Haotian School is surnamed Tang. It is as simple as that. To put it bluntly, joining a sect means becoming a mere servant, where the sect invests in cultivating soul masters, and in return, the soul masters exert their efforts to protect the sect. Over the past few years, Yunzheng has already toiled enough for others. Now that he has finally grasped an opportunity to seize control of his own destiny, he is unwilling to relinquish the hard-won freedom that lies ahead. Having determined his future path, Yunzheng abruptly caught the pouch he had thrown into the air, seated himself in meditation, and murmured, "Since I am to attend Shrek Academy, I must devote myself to rigorous training." The admission criteria for Shrek Academy stipulate that a soul master must surpass level 20 in soul power before the age of 12. With an innate soul power of 8.5, Yunzheng is merely a step away from breaking through to level 9, and only 11 levels shy of 20. Moreover, he can absorb 2 soul rings in the interim. Logically, this should not be overly arduous. Yet, the reality is that Yunzheng's frost sky feather is the epitome of ice. While an ultimate martial soul is indeed powerful, the difficulty in cultivation is equally undeniable. Before breaking through to the soul sage level, those who possess an ultimate martial soul often find their training to be even slower than that of auxiliary soul masters. Thus, in order to achieve the rank of Great Soul Master within 6 years, Yunzheng must exert far greater effort than others. Yunzheng relished the gradual process of gaining strength. It was far more comfortable than the previous days of hardship and earning tips through forced smiles. Fortunately, in the Douluo Continent, the cultivation of soul masters does not exclusively rely on techniques. While these techniques enhance a soul master's training, they serve merely as catalysts rather than necessities. For Yunzheng, he merely needed to circulate the soul power within his body to cultivate effectively. Had he been in the neighboring realm of Dopa, he would have encountered insurmountable obstacles at this very first step. For a full 3 months, Yunzheng dedicated himself to rigorous training within his modest earthen abode. Before awakening his martial soul, he had settled all his debts, and with the savings he had accumulated, he had enough to live comfortably for a year. Indeed, with the soul coins he possessed, even a family of 3 could enjoy a modestly prosperous living for an entire year. However, when it came to food and drink, Yunzheng never deprived himself. He would never admit that his lavish nourishment was an attempt to salvage his rather underwhelming height. After 3 months of diligent effort, Yunzheng had merely advanced to the 9th level, still a considerable distance from the first milestone of becoming a soul master. He estimated that breaking through to level 10 would require an additional 6 to 7 months. This was the source of his confidence. Once he reached level 10, he could collect a monthly stipend from the Martial Soul Hall, 1 gold soul coin per month, thus alleviating his previous financial struggles. However, the time had come for Yunzheng to leave the comfort of his little nest. The primary Soul Master Academy in Aogu City was holding enrollment today, and he had to attend. Although he had already set his sights on Shrek Academy for 6 years hence, it would be prudent to solidify his foundational knowledge at the primary Soul Master Academy in the interim. While the Soul Master knowledge imparted at the academy could be acquired through published texts, learning under an instructor was an entirely different experience. Yunzheng was not inclined to waste precious time on self-study. With proof from the Martial Soul Hall, Yunzheng smoothly enrolled as a first-year student. His reputation preceded him. Many in Aogu City recognized his composure and striking appearance, leading them to believe he was destined to become a Soul Master. This notion, while subjective and lacking concrete evidence, stemmed from his embodiment of society's fantasies of a young prodigy. Moreover, as a self-funded student, the academy welcomed him with open arms. For a small institution like the Aogu Primary Soul Master Academy, the innate talent of their students was of little consequence. They merely served as a resource for higher academies. If among this group of Phoenix were to rise, the academy would reap no benefits, as they dared not compete with the more prestigious institutions. However, students who paid their tuition were regarded as valuable assets, who wouldn't appreciate the allure of money. Even instructors needed to eat. Yunzheng was utterly indifferent to the matter. He could certainly afford the modest tuition fees of the academy. Although he indeed qualified for a scholarship, he was reluctant to accept it, as it would entail a disparity in treatment between scholarship and self-funded students. Yunzheng did not wish to deprive himself of any privileges. Furthermore, he had little desire to share a living space with a group of noisy children. Of course, if a charming and soft-spoken young lady were willing to share a blanket with him, he would gladly reconsider his stance. Yet, where in this world could one find such a delightful girl? The prospect of encountering a sweet, innocent girl in a third-rate town's modest academy, who happened to be of the same age, orphan, destitute, and lacking even the means to afford a blanket, was a fantasy. Moreover, this girl would need to be naive enough to sleep beside someone she had known for less than a day, someone who was none other than himself. Rather than entertain such an improbable scenario, Yunzheng might as well join the Spirit Hall, hoping to be adopted by Bibi Dong, and subsequently betroth both Qian Rinxue and Hu Liena to himself. The odds were not vastly different, were they? Perhaps the latter scenario even held a greater chance of success, for at least it allowed some degree of maneuvering, while the former was nothing more than a whimsical daydream. Returning to the main point, the Aogu Primary Soul Master Academy could not possibly have only Yunzheng as its sole student. In his cohort, there were over 90 others, divided into 3 classes. Yunzheng belonged to Class 1, the distinguished class among the 3. This distinction merely indicated that the homeroom teacher had advanced from Grand Soul Master to Soul Sovereign. It was implausible for a town like Aogu to gather more than 96-year-old children with innate soul power. However, nearby villages provided a solution. Among these 90-plus students, only about 40 were local to Aogu City, while the remainder hailed from the surrounding villages. Yet, Yunzheng paid little heed to any of this. The inhabitants of Aogu City struck him as exceedingly mundane, to the point where he felt no interest in them. However, the moment Yunzheng stepped into the classroom, he realized that his judgment had been overly hasty. Some individuals are born to be the protagonists, even seated quietly at their desks. They inadvertently draw the gaze of those around them. At that moment, Yunzheng sensed that he had encountered one such person. She was an enchanting little girl, with bright eyes and a delicate, rosy complexion that was utterly captivating. Gazing quietly out the window, she exuded a serene aura, yet her presence illuminated the entire classroom, altering its very atmosphere. Where previously Yunzheng had perceived chaos, he now felt a refreshing sense of youthful exuberance permeating the air. Without a moment's hesitation, Yunzheng chose a seat beside the girl. Upon hearing the movement, she turned her head, and upon seeing Yunzheng, was momentarily taken aback. It was the first time she had laid eyes on such a handsome boy. Upon gazing upon the girl's visage, Yunzheng discerned her undeniable charm. Her lustrous hair was playfully fashioned into 2 mischievous buns, and her deep, ebony eyes sparkled with vitality and beauty. The delicate, porcelain-like skin seemed to radiate a luminous glow under the sun's embrace. "Hello, my name is Yunzheng," he declared, extending his hand in a natural gesture of introduction. The girl, momentarily taken aback, hesitated before reaching out her petite hand and softly replied, "Hello, my name is Qinger." In the moment of self-introduction, she faltered briefly before revealing her name. Yunzheng thought little of it, and their small hands touched only to part instantly, exchanging a simple greeting before the moment faded into silence. Yunzheng has never suppressed his yearning for the exquisite and beautiful. To speak candidly, the reason he finds himself seated beside Qing'er is solely due to her striking beauty, a delight to the eyes, with no ulterior motives whatsoever. Fairly speaking, for a mentally sound man, the choice between a charming and delicate young girl and a raucous little brat is rather obvious. One would invariably opt for the former, if only for the sheer tranquility it brings. However, that is the extent of it. Regarding Qing'er, Yunzheng harbors nothing but pure admiration, devoid of any inappropriate thoughts. And he lacks even the desire for deeper interaction. The concept of second-dimensional bronze may be interpreted as an innate affection for adorable things. After all, who could possibly resist a soft, cuddly child who coos charmingly? In such cases, one can only smile indulgently at a screen or a piece of paper, indulging in personal fantasies that are universally understood. Yet, third-dimensional bronze is an entirely different matter. It borders on the perverse and warrants condemnation, even for merely entertaining such thoughts. Returning to Yunzheng, after meeting Qing'er, his life became monotonous and dreary. His routine revolved around the academy and his cozy little nook, oscillating between study and cultivation without fail. It is noteworthy that the public-funded students and self-funded students appeared to be inherently incompatible, even within the city of Ogu. Conflicts arose between the two factions. Nevertheless, Yunzheng chose to remain uninvolved. Amidst the childish skirmishes, he preferred to dedicate his time to his cultivation. Between Yunzheng and Qing'er, there were no delightful little stories to share, not even the most mundane coincidences. Their interactions were as bland as when they first met, resembling clear water. Both Qing'er and Yunzheng felt out of place among their peers. They were always among the first to leave the academy after school. And while they did not make a habit of arriving early the following day, they were never late. They refrained from initiating conversations with others. Although they had never deliberately distanced themselves from anyone, they certainly existed on the periphery of their class. To them, each other was perhaps the closest person in the academy. Yet even so, they could not be considered friends in the conventional sense. They merely knew one another, exchanged a few words, and their communication consisted of only a handful of sentences. There were no farewells at the end of the school day, nor greetings at the beginning. Their relationship was strikingly simple. This routine continued for 6 months. On this particular day, the homeroom teacher called Yunzheng and Qing'er aside and said, "Yunzheng, Qing'er, tomorrow marks the beginning of the holiday. The academy is organizing an outdoor training session during the break, led by the dean and 3 soul masters, to the nearby soul-hunting forest. Will you be joining? Rest assured, it is merely a soul-hunting forest enclosed by the Empire, and with the dean leading, there will be no danger. This is a splendid opportunity for you to broaden your horizons and witness genuine soul beasts." Turning to Yunzheng, the teacher continued, "I recommend you take part. The training begins in 7 days, and you are nearing the 10th level. Use this time to strive for a breakthrough. It would be a perfect occasion to capture your first soul ring. With the dean and 3 soul masters accompanying you, you could not only obtain a 100-year soul ring, but also have the chance to make a careful selection. This is an extraordinary opportunity." Upon hearing this, Yunzheng obediently nodded and said, "All right, I shall endeavor." Seeing Yunzheng's agreement, the homeroom teacher smiled and turned to Qing'er, her eyes reflecting a sense of inquiry. "I want to go too." Qing'er also nodded and declared, "Very well. You both should prepare and gather at the academy in 7 days. Is that clear?" The homeroom teacher smiled kindly, offering her final reminder before allowing the two to return home. Having been retained by the homeroom teacher, the two were the last to depart from the academy, with few people around them. They walked side by side in silence. Once outside, Yunzheng encountered Qing'er's mother for the first time. Qing'er had always returned home alone. It was only fitting for a parent to come on the last day of the term. The woman was a striking beauty, who, upon seeing Yunzheng and Qing'er, smiled warmly and waved, approaching them. She picked up Qing'er, who, though slightly embarrassed, yielded to her mother's affectionate embrace. Subsequently, the beautiful woman turned her gaze to Yunzheng and, with a gentle smile, remarked, "You must be Yunzheng. How adorable. Qing'er has spoken fondly of you. Thank you for being her friend." "Mother." Hearing this, Qing'er immediately protested, playfully pouting as she leapt down from her mother's arms and tugged at her to leave. The mother, helpless but amused, offered Yunzheng an apologetic smile before following Qing'er away. In the distance, Yunzheng could discern the woman telling Qing'er, "In a few days, your father will be returning home." The mother appeared quite joyful, chattering animatedly with Qing'er, however. Qing'er's expression seemed less than cheerful, her little lips pursed, perhaps reflecting her feelings of longing for a father who had been away for far too long. Yunzheng stood in a daze, gazing at the departing figures of the beautiful woman and Qing'er. After a prolonged moment, he finally broke into a knowing smile, murmuring softly, "Has father returned home? How wonderful!" Chapter 8. The divine ring bestowed by heaven. Upon returning home, Yunzheng did not even bother to remove his shoes. He simply collapsed onto the bed, clutching the fluffy pillow to his chest, his small face a portrait of turmoil. Yunzheng tossed and turned restlessly on his bed, only to suddenly lie still, burying his head in the pillow and murmuring to himself, "Is this what friends are? Is it? Or isn't it? It should be, right?" At times, Yunzheng found himself feeling rather sentimental. After all, humans are social creatures, incapable of traversing life in solitude. No matter how much he endeavored to shield his heart, he could not deny his yearning to discover companionship in this world. However, prior to this, the fear of loss stemming from the old beggar's passing had led him to don a mask and retreat into himself, especially considering the mediocrity of the people within the city of Ogu. Yet, Qing'er was anything but ordinary. Even Yunzheng had to concede to her remarkable talent. Previously, the homeroom teacher had advised Yunzheng to strive diligently, aiming to break through to level 10 before the outdoor training, seizing the opportunity to capture his first spirit ring. However, there was no need for Qing'er to do so, as she had already obtained her first spirit ring. At just 6.5 years old, she had become a level 13 spirit master. Yunzheng was perplexed as to why Qing'er still wished to participate in the outdoor training, perhaps merely to broaden her horizons. Regardless, she was undeniably a prodigy. Furthermore, Qing'er possessed the rare and powerful attack type Beast Martial Spirit, the giant spirit Golden Dragon. With innate spirit power at level 9, her gifts surpassing 99% of spirit masters on the Douluo Continent. Even the proudest of Yunzheng could not help but acknowledge her extraordinary talent. Unlike others in Oga City, both Qing'er and Yunzheng belonged to the same realm, each bearing the potential to reach the pinnacle of the continent. Thus, the two conditions under which Yunzheng had resolved to withhold his heart from others became irrelevant in the presence of Qing'er. Yunzheng yearned to forge a friendship with Qing'er. After all, he was but a human being, weary from 6 long years of isolation and seclusion. The dilemma lay in the fact that, after such a prolonged period of solitude, he had almost forgotten how to truly connect with others, particularly when the person in question was a young girl. Had she been a teenager of 16 or 17, his apprehensions would have been considerably diminished. However, throughout his past and present, no one had ever imparted to him the art of befriending a little girl, nor did he possess any relevant experience in this regard. What should he say to avoid appearing awkward? What actions could he take to seem natural? Though he appeared to others as a paragon of virtue, a charming, composed, precocious youth endowed with innate strength and an appealing visage, capable of self-sustenance, he was acutely aware that this facade was far from reality. His sweetness was a mere pretense, his composure a product of necessity. No one is without flaws, and Yunzheng was no exception. Confronted with Qing'er, he was hesitant to reveal his true self, fearing that he might frighten her away. After all, she exuded an aura of gentle wisdom and tranquility during their time at the academy, leading him to believe that she might find his exuberance unsettling. Indeed, with Yunzheng's shrewdness, he could effortlessly feign the persona that would endear him to a little girl. Yet he found himself unwilling to resort to such duplicity. To masquerade as someone he was not in order to gain Qing'er's affection felt disingenuous. In Yunzheng's eyes, a true friendship should be built upon the foundation of authenticity and ease, where both parties could present their genuine selves without pretense. Yunzheng pondered that if he were to act as he contemplated, then Qing'er's friend would indeed be the persona he had fabricated, rather than the true Yunzheng himself. It was this intricate web of entanglement and uncertainty that rendered him so anxious and apprehensive. Thus, when he heard the elegant lady remark that he and Qing'er were friends, his composure faltered dramatically. After a prolonged moment of introspection, Yunzheng let out a resigned sigh, exclaiming, "Forget it. No more thoughts. Let it unfold naturally. First, I shall focus on my cultivation." With that declaration, he settled down into a meditative posture and commenced his training. There was no alternative. Even if a brilliant strategy came to his mind, he could hardly conceive one. Thus he resolved to let fate take its course. Whether he gained a friend or not was a matter of destiny, and he certainly did not wish for Qing'er to harbor any dislike towards him. Notably, in strict terms, Yunzheng did not necessarily need to obtain his first spirit ring through the upcoming field training in 7 days. He possessed a divine ring bestowed upon him that remained unutilized. This would serve as his inaugural spirit ring. 3 months prior, Upon awakening his martial spirit, he eagerly reached out to the orb that existed within his consciousness. The orb, as per usual, acted aloof, ignoring Yunzheng's attempts at communication. However, he discovered that this orb seemed to function similarly to a storage soul guide, containing within it a space where the divine ring, given to him at the age of 6, was preserved. The divine ring was indeed a spirit ring, and upon realizing this arrangement, Yunzheng felt a twinge of conflict. He worried that the divine ring might resemble the god-bestowed spirit rings, which correspondingly allowed absorption based on the current level limits of the absorber, capping at a 100-year spirit ring before reaching level 20 and escalating to a 10,000-year spirit ring post-level 40. If one were sufficiently powerful, it could even manifest as a 100,000-year spirit ring. Such considerations compelled Yunzheng to deliberate carefully. The disparity between a 100-year spirit ring and a 10,000-year spirit ring was significant. Absorbing a divine ring solely for the purpose of acquiring his first or second spirit abilities seemed a tragic waste. Yet, his apprehensions soon dissipated. The divine ring was more profound than the god-bestowed spirit rings, possessing all their attributes while also adapting to the absorber's current level limitations and endowing the most suitable spirit abilities. Moreover, the divine ring possessed an unparalleled capability to evolve alongside the host's cultivation, automatically aligning with the maximum absorption limits of the time. This implied that even if Yunzheng absorbed the divine ring as his first spirit ring, once he transcended to the title of Douluo, it could transform into a 100,000-year spirit ring, or even more. This extraordinary ability not only enhanced the spirit abilities associated with the ring, but also bestowed numerous invisible advantages. Two significant benefits immediately came to Yunzheng's mind. First, he would no longer need to worry about the age limits of spirit rings he could absorb. Whenever he required a new spirit ring, he could simply summon his martial spirit, check the age of his first spirit rings, and as long as it did not exceed that age, he could absorb it. Second, each time his cultivation advanced and propelled the divine ring's evolution, there would be a reciprocal force from the spirit ring. While perhaps modest in quantity, the accumulation would become substantial. Each level he ascended could yield a notable amount of reciprocal energy, particularly for someone possessing an ultimate martial spirit like Yunzheng. The reciprocity gained from each spirit ring's advancement could significantly accelerate his training pace. What was there to hesitate about? Of course, he should absorb the divine ring as soon as he reached level 10. However, prior to that, he needed to elevate his cultivation to level 10. Fortunately, after 6 months of arduous training, he was now merely a step away from that threshold, with 7 days remaining until the field training, ample time to prepare. As for why he still intended to participate in the field training, Yunzheng had his own considerations. Firstly, it would serve to obscure his true circumstances. By engaging in this field training, he could deftly obscure the origins of his first spirit ring, were he to act otherwise. The sudden possession of a 100-year spirit ring as an orphan would undoubtedly raise suspicions. Secondly, he was genuinely curious. Yunzheng has traversed this continent for 6 years and 3 months, yet he has yet to encounter a genuine soul beast, which naturally piques his curiosity. As his homeroom teacher previously mentioned, this expedition is led by the esteemed Dean of the Soul Academy, accompanied by 3 soul masters for protection. Venturing into the relatively safe hunting soul forest, a locale devoid of perilous soul beasts. Thus, Yunzheng seizes this opportunity to witness the living essence of soul beasts. It is not an act of recklessness. Rather, it is imperative to familiarize oneself with soul beasts, and the sooner, the better. Almost everyone harbors an innate fear of soul beasts, which is no exaggeration. Many soul beasts are far more ferocious than wild creatures, such as tigers or leopards. Even their mere roar can instill terror in the hearts of men. Ordinary individuals often find themselves paralyzed with fear in the presence of tigers and leopards, their limbs turning cold, so one can only imagine the dread that more savage soul beasts would invoke, should one fail to conquer the instinctive fear of soul beasts. When the time comes for Yunzheng to confront them alone, a fleeting moment of trepidation could lead to his untimely demise at their jaws. This is not mere fiction. It serves as a cautionary tale. Many gifted young soul masters have met their downfall for this very reason. Yunzheng harbored no desire to become one of them. Chapter 9. The First Soul Skill, Armed Transformation. The heavens do not forsake the diligent. On the 6th day of his holiday, Yunzheng achieved a remarkable breakthrough to level 10. With a full day remaining, he had ample time to absorb the celestial spirit ring. Exhaling a long breath, Yunzheng opened his eyes slowly. Rather than immediately opting to absorb the soul ring, he rose from his bed, seeking to adjust his state of mind. Although he had never absorbed a soul ring before, he believed it prudent to be in optimal condition during the process, with his focus and spirit fully concentrated. as this would enhance the likelihood of successful absorption. Even if these were merely Yunzheng's conjectures, he still had a day left. A meal or a bath would not take much time. Half an hour later, feeling adequately prepared, Yunzheng settled into a cross-legged position once more, connecting his consciousness to the peril in his sea of awareness. In the next moment, the so-called celestial spirit ring materialized before him. The celestial spirit ring bore little distinction from the ordinary soul rings Yunzheng had encountered. It was merely a circular band, approximately 50 to 60 centimeters in diameter, lacking in ornate patterns and appearing rather dull and grayish at first glance. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern a myriad of profound mysteries flickering beneath the gray mist. After gazing intently for several breaths, Yunzheng felt a peculiar pressure in his head, even experiencing a slight dizziness. Perhaps this is what they refer to as the obscurity of divine artifacts? Yunzheng did not dwell on it for long, regardless of what divine artifact it was. The heavenly bestowed divine ring now rightfully belonged to him. In the next moment, a meticulously crafted ice bow, resembling a work of art, materialized. The gray heavenly bestowed divine ring, without requiring Yunzheng's strength to guide it, effortlessly encircled the frost sky feather, much like a fledgling returning to its nest. The fluctuations of soul power rippled forth, and Yunzheng was instantly drawn into the process of absorbing the soul ring. Yunzheng was unaware of the sensations others experience when absorbing soul rings, perhaps due to the unique nature of the heavenly gifted soul ring. His own experience was entirely unlike what he had envisioned. There was no rampant, violent surge of soul power, no searing heat, and certainly no lingering will of the soul beasts to contend with. Yunzheng felt a gradual accumulation of pressure, subtle yet undeniably present. The bestowed divine ring seemed intent on employing a method akin to boiling a frog in warm water. However, it did not take long for Yunzheng to realize that the gray mist enveloping the divine ring began to recede as the pressure subtly intensified. After the passage of a single incense stick, the gray light vanished entirely, replaced by a simple and unadorned white radiance, indistinguishable from an ordinary decade-old soul ring. Upon witnessing this, Yunzheng finally comprehended that the gradually intensifying pressure was a test of his capacity to absorb the soul ring's age limit. In other words, the longer Yunzheng could endure, the higher the age of his first soul ring would become. With this realization, he cast aside all distractions and resolutely focused on resisting the mounting pressure. Before long, an hour had elapsed, and the color of the divine ring transformed from white to yellow, signifying that the foundation of Yunzheng's first soul ring commenced at a century. However, he showed no intention of ceasing. He vaguely recalled that at the 10th level, a soul master's age limit for absorbing a soul ring was approximately 400 years. Even if he could not surpass this threshold, he aspired to come as close to that figure as possible. Furthermore, the mere pressure of a soul ring just exceeding 100 years was insignificant to him. Thus, Yunzheng persevered for an additional 3 hours. By this time, the age of the divine ring had reached 400 years, which represented the upper limit for many soul masters when absorbing their first soul ring. Even Yunzheng, at this moment, could not help but grit his teeth, his youthful visage contorted in a grimace of pain. Indeed, although Yunzheng possessed an exceptional martial soul, and even at the 10th level, the soul power cultivated by Frost Sky Feather was comparable to that of some soul venerables, his physique could hardly be deemed outstanding. Yunzheng possesses immense strength, so formidable that even he himself has yet to fully unleash it, fearing the potential harm it could inflict upon him. However, great power does not necessarily equate to robust physical constitution. Yunzheng's strength and physique exist on two distinct levels. In comparison to his peers, his constitution is relatively frail. This unfortunate circumstance stems from the fact that for the first 4 years of his life, he was under the tutelage of an old beggar, whose own emaciated form left little to the imagination regarding their sustenance. At times, even the most modest fare of pickled vegetables and steamed buns was a luxury beyond their reach, with the norm being 3 days of hunger for every 9 meals. It is evident that such deprivation provided insufficient nourishment for growth, even in the past 2 years. When Yunzheng managed to earn a modest income and improve his diet slightly, it was nowhere near the lavish banquets enjoyed by affluent families. A mere span of 2 years was insufficient to rectify the nutritional deficiencies of his formative years. Furthermore, when it came to absorbing spirit rings, his exaggerated strength became merely ornamental. The formidable physical power he possessed could not influence the realm of spirit energy, at least not for Yunzheng at this juncture. During the absorption of the spirit ring, he had to rely predominantly on his body's inherent capacity for endurance, which regrettably was far from satisfactory. Consequently, despite being the wielder of an extraordinary martial spirit and possessing spirit power that greatly exceeded his contemporaries, Yunzheng found the extension of the bestowed divine ring to approximately 400 years to be nearly his limit. It is fair to assert that had it not been for his exceptional martial spirit, the evolution of the divine ring might have ceased around the 300-year mark. Nevertheless, Yunzheng was not inclined to surrender just yet. He felt an innate desire to push the limits of the divine ring's longevity further, even if only marginally, as he yearned to discover the extent of his capabilities. Thus, he gritted his teeth and persevered for over half an hour. At that moment, Yunzheng felt a profound sense of numbness enveloping him. He could sense the fatigue coursing through his entire being and even hear the lamentations of his flesh and bones. Cold sweat poured down like rain, yet he continued to endure, driven solely by sheer willpower. He believed he could sustain this state for approximately another half hour. While the disparity between a 500-year spirit ring and a 400-year spirit ring was not as vast as one might imagine, every step forward mattered significantly at the outset. However, to his surprise, the divine ring seemed unable to witness his struggle any longer. It promptly ceased the accumulation of pressure. In its place, a wave of refreshing comfort washed over Yunzheng, akin to the turning of misfortune into fortune. A cooling energy surged within him, cleansing away all fatigue and pressure, leaving behind a sense of ethereal tranquility and liberation akin to the serene stillness following a gentle rain in a quiet mountain. Yunzheng's first spirit ring ultimately crystallized at 473 years. Simultaneously, the breath he had been desperately holding on to dissipated. Yunzheng exhaled deeply, supporting his body with his arms, gasping for air. It seems he must engage in more physical training in the future. After successfully absorbing the first spirit ring, Yunzheng let out a bitter smile, mumbling to himself in self-mockery. The feeling of being eager yet powerless was indeed stifling. However, he soon cast aside these unpleasant thoughts and turned his gaze toward Frost Sky Feather, as exquisite and resplendent as ever. The chilling aura emanating from Frost Sky Feather felt to Yunzheng more like a refreshing summer drink. Yet, beside Frost Sky Feather, there now resided a yellow spirit ring, the divine ring he had painstakingly absorbed. Upon witnessing this, Yunzheng could not help but feel a surge of joy within him. Eagerly, he grasped the body of Shuang Tianyu's Bao and closed his eyes to perceive the soul skill associated with the first soul ring. In a short while, Yunzheng opened his eyes, and they sparkled with an uncontainable ecstasy. Indeed, Yunzheng's first soul ring is undeniably a century old, yet the celestial gift ring, true to its name, has bestowed upon him a remarkable trio of soul skills, truly a template of a million-year soul ring. Among these three skills, two are passive while one is active. The passive skills include an enhancement of ice attribute damage and an armor-piercing effect. The increase in ice attribute damage is quite straightforward. It amplifies the frosty effects, making it a skill seemingly designed specifically for Yunzheng, a soul master wielding the ultimate ice martial spirit. The armor-piercing effect, as the name suggests, allows one to bypass defenses, or more simply put, it inflicts true damage. Naturally, a mere century-old soul ring cannot entirely disregard defenses. For Yunzheng, it can only ignore up to 10% of an opponent's defense. However, the remarkable aspect lies in its universal applicability. Regardless of the enemy's level, this effect can be activated. Moreover, this disregard for defense does not equate to a diminution of damage. To illustrate, if Yunzheng were to engage in combat with the title Douluo, and the latter stood motionless, allowing Yunzheng to unleash an arrow, it would normally fail to breach the defense, even if the title Douluo's defenses were minimized. To Yunzheng, such a foe remains an unyielding giant. Yet, with the armor-piercing effect in play, should Yunzheng shoot an arrow inflicting 10 points of damage, even an opponent with absolute defense must receive at least 1 point of damage. The enhancement of ice attribute damage operates on similar principles, also providing a 10% increase. Whenever Yunzheng's attack pertains to ice attribute damage, it receives an absolute amplification. Inflicting 10 points of ice damage would then escalate to 11, while 100 points would rise to 110. Although battles for Soul Masters are not governed by the precise data characteristic of Yunzheng's previous life in online games, the underlying principle remains intact. While 10% may seem modest, it is not the limit. Akin to the Celestial Gift Ring, these two skills can also evolve alongside Yunzheng's cultivation. With each level Yunzheng ascends, the ice attribute damage enhancement and armor-piercing effect will each increase by 1%, culminating in 100% when Yunzheng reaches the pinnacle of level 100. This implies that upon attaining level 100, Every strike will be a critical hit with true damage. The third active skill is particularly intriguing, named Armed Modification. This skill allows the transformation of the frost sky feather from a bow into a great halberd. While Yunzheng has yet to uncover the full extent of this skill, it does have a cooldown period. Presently, he can utilize this skill for a maximum of 20 seconds, after which it will enter a cooldown phase of 180 seconds, rendering it unusable. Of course, like the previous two passive skills, this active skill can also be upgraded. With each level Yunzheng's soul power increases, the cooldown time decreases by 2 seconds, while the activation time extends by the same duration, until he reaches level 100, at which point he could effectively achieve a state of no cooldown. Upon grasping this information, Yunzheng blinked in mild astonishment. Has he become a cooldown warrior? Chapter 10. The Soul Hunting Forest. The following day, Yunzheng arrived at the academy as promised. Yunzheng did not make a deliberate effort to arrive early. Prior to his arrival, other students were already present, waiting. Aside from Yunzheng and Qing 7 additional students participated in this training session, all of whom were among the elite at the Aogu Junior Soul Master Academy, albeit only in the context of that institution. Judging by their ages, it was evident that, apart from the first-year students Yunzheng and Qing, the remaining participants were all above the 4th grade. Their soul power typically hovered around level 15. Among them, there was a 4th grade student who, like Yunzheng, had just broken through level 10 and aimed to seize the opportunity to procure their first soul ring. In Yunzheng's estimation, among the 9 individuals present, aside from himself and Qing, only one 6th grade student exhibited remarkable talent. At the age of 11, possessing a soul power of level 17. This student could be deemed exceptional among ordinary individuals. However, to Yunzheng, they were merely mediocre. It is worth noting that after absorbing the bestowed divine ring the previous day, Yunzheng's cultivation had already surpassed level 12. The combination of innate divine strength and an extraordinary martial soul rendered the typical level 17 soul master no longer a threat to him. Qing stood quietly among the 4 students, and upon noticing Yunzheng's arrival, she seemed to recall the awkward scene from 7 days prior. Her delicate face flushed with color, and with a haughty snort, she turned her gaze away. Upon witnessing the scene, Yunzheng let out a wry chuckle. Initially intending to step forward and greet the girl, it seemed prudent to forego that notion. He could understand her shyness. Soon, 9 students gathered, forming small clusters, while 2 senior girls lingered beside Yunzheng. Unlike the standoffish Qing, Yunzheng was far more affable. With his charming appearance and smooth demeanor, he effortlessly attracted the attention of the girls, and he welcomed their interest with a smile. As the saying goes, being endearing is a low-cost endeavor. The rewards are delightful. But even in their absence, Yunzheng faced no loss. Once all the students had arrived, the dean and 3 esteemed mentors appeared. The trio, consisting of 2 men and 1 woman, specialized in agility, strength, and control, respectively. The dean bore a resemblance to the scholarly figures of Yunzheng's former life, sporting round spectacles and a receding hairline, exuding a commanding presence. After 6 months at the academy, Yunzheng had yet to witness the dean in action. Though he knew him to be a defensive soul master, the specifics of his martial spirit and spirit ring configuration remaining a mystery. After the entire assembly was gathered, a lengthy motivational speech ensued. It appeared that in any realm, leaders shared a common trait. Prior to undertaking any task, their speeches seemed essential, as if nothing could commence without them. After enduring the dean's tiresome oration, the group of 13 finally boarded the carriage. Naturally, they were responsible for the fare. The small town of Aogu City lacked its own soul-hunting forest, necessitating travel to a neighboring town for this outdoor training, rendering the costs of transportation and meals rather steep. Aside from the dean, the other 3 mentors carried large bundles. In this era, soul-guiding devices were rare treasures. Only the dean had fortuitously acquired one, while the other 3 esteemed mentors had not been so fortunate. To Yunzheng's surprise, among the 9 students, Qing also appeared without a backpack, opting for a light load. She could not possibly be foolish enough to venture into the soul-hunting forest unprepared. The only plausible explanation for her ease was that she possessed her own soul-guiding device. Other students seemed to regard this with curiosity, yet the mentors appeared unfazed, displaying neither greed nor astonishment. After some contemplation, Yunzheng found himself at ease. Yunzheng had encountered Qing's mother before. Although Yunzheng was uncertain about the true depth of that beautiful woman's abilities, he was assured that Qing's mother possessed considerable cultivation, surpassing even that of Yunzheng as soul master instructor, coupled with the prowess of Qing's capable father. It was hardly surprising that Qing could possess her own soul-guiding device without fearing the covetous eyes of others. In truth, Yunzheng could also approach matters with ease. Despite lacking a soul-guiding device, the pearl within his sea of consciousness bore functions akin to a storage soul-guiding device. Indeed, he had stored numerous emergency supplies within the space of that pearl. However, Yunzheng was not foolish enough to reveal this capability. Setting aside whether he could adequately explain the origin of the pearl, he had no intention of disclosing this matter to anyone for a considerable time. This was Yunzheng's most profound secret. Until he attained absolute strength, he wished to keep his identity as a time traveler concealed. Moreover, with such a miraculous object at his disposal, who could tell whether someone might scheme to harm him for wealth? Yunzheng, a solitary orphan, found himself vulnerable. Even a mere ordinary soul-guiding device might not ensure his safety, let alone a remarkable orb capable of merging with a soul master as consciousness. In an effort to remain inconspicuous, Yunzheng obediently shouldered his pack, casting a sidelong glance filled with a hint of envy toward the effortlessly carefree Qing. Much like the other students, noticing the gaze directed at her, Qing furrowed her brow, her lips parting slightly as if to speak. Yet she quickly shook her head in frustration and turned her attention to the scenery. Yunzheng remained oblivious to Qing's subtle gestures. Being the youngest and of petite stature, he was assigned to share a carriage with the girls. Beside him sat an older female student from a higher grade. Yunzheng was managing the company of the 13 individuals, 4 girls and 9 boys. Although sharing a carriage with the boys was feasible, a rather plump male instructor's presence forced the youngest Yunzheng into a somewhat compromising position. Subsequently, everything proceeded smoothly. Upon arriving in the neighboring town, they deposited some of their luggage and ventured into the soul-hunting forest. Once they entered the forest, the instructors began their lessons. Children, do you understand how to compare the strength between soul beasts and soul masters? One instructor inquired of the 9 children surrounding him. I know. Before the instructor could finish his question, a boy with a top knot eagerly raised his hand and answered. A level 10 soul master corresponds to soul beasts of approximately 200 to 300 years. A level 20 soul master corresponds to soul beasts of 700 to 800 years. A level 30 soul master corresponds to soul beasts aged 1 to 2,000 years. And a level 40 soul master corresponds to 5,000-year-old soul beasts. Am I correct, instructor? That's all I know. The junior academy only teaches up to this point. The instructor smiled gently and nodded, acknowledging the boy's answer. Upon hearing this affirmation, a proud smile spread across the boy's face. However, the instructor soon cautioned. While your comparison of pure strength is indeed accurate, one must also factor in the size, species, and habits of the soul beasts. Typically, soul beasts of the same level are stronger than soul masters in the wild. Thus, to ensure safety, soul masters generally adopt a strategy of overwhelming numbers when confronting soul beasts. Any negligence or carelessness in dealing with them can lead to dire consequences, especially for you. You inexperienced children who fail to recognize the gravity of the situation must not underestimate soul beasts merely because you believe you've surpassed a certain level of cultivation. This is utterly inadvisable. Do you understand? As previously mentioned, the purpose of this field training is to expose the students to soul beasts and dispel their inherent fears of these formidable creatures. However, there must be a balance. Soul masters should not fear soul beasts, yet they must not underestimate them either. An overly cautious individual and a reckless one will meet the same fate when facing an evenly matched soul beast. To prevent the students from becoming self-destructive brutes, the instructors must instill a sense of caution, and this instructor was diligently doing just that. After this, there were several more exchanges between the instructor and the students, from which Yunzheng greatly benefited. One female student posed a particularly intriguing question. Instructor, soul beasts cultivate so slowly. It takes them hundreds of years to produce a century-old soul ring, yet we can achieve a century-old soul ring after just 2 or 3 years of training. My brother Yunzheng even needs to absorb soul rings at the tender age of 6, and he will undoubtedly require even more powerful soul rings in the future. Won't this lead to the extinction of soul beasts? This question transcended the scope of the Junior Soul Master Academy, and ordinarily, the instructors would not be obligated to respond. However, being a girl, she enjoyed a certain privilege. Upon hearing her inquiry, the dean's face broke into a kind smile, and he replied cheerfully, "My dear child, your concern is unwarranted. Most ordinary people, unfamiliar with the world of soul masters, harbor a misconception that the age of a soul beast corresponds directly to its cultivation years. This is not the case. Age and years are distinct. The years reflect a soul beast's cultivation level, and a higher cultivation level does not necessarily indicate an older age. Conversely, a soul beast with lower cultivation years may very well be nearing its end. Just like me, I currently possess a soul power level of 43. Does that mean I am only 43 years old? Haha, I am, in fact, over 50. With a humorous analogy, the dean alleviated the female students' concerns, making the explanation more accessible for the group of students, all of whom were under 12 years of age. It is often said that wisdom comes with age. Yunzheng could not help but smile, yet he understood that the director's words were somewhat biased. Indeed, for thousands of years, the number of soul beasts had remained abundant. However, the situation would drastically change after 10,000 years. In another 20,000 years, soul beasts would indeed be on the brink of extinction. Meanwhile, at the heart of the soul-hunting forest, a massive bear, resembling a small hill, was snoring. This beast was the king of the forest. For decades, no soul beast had been able to challenge its reign. Here, it held the power to do as it pleased. It was worth noting that the silverback wolf clan seemed to have 3 alpha wolves with 800 years of cultivation. The bear mused that it would need to find a time to take them down, for a mountain cannot accommodate 2 tigers. The small soul-hunting forest clearly could not support a second 1,000-year soul beast, let alone 3. Yet the bear was not in a hurry. It was currently basking in the afternoon sun. A king must carry himself with regal composure. What need is there for haste? Unbeknownst to the bear, however, 3 pairs of bloodthirsty beastly eyes lurked in the nearby shadows, fixated upon it, waiting for the night to fall. The silverback wolves, bathed in moonlight, could enhance their strength further. Chapter 11. A Sudden Change. Yunzheng, what do you think of this soul beast? In the soul-hunting forest, the only female among the 3 mentors pointed to a 200-year-old frost moon toad not far away, patiently squatting before Yunzheng, gently inquiring. To be frank, Yunzheng was not immune to the allure of women. Among the 13, aside from Qing'er, he had maintained decent relations with the other 3 females. Upon learning that Yunzheng needed his first spirit ring, the soul female mentor had enthusiastically assisted him in locating numerous suitable soul beasts for his first spirit ring. That being said, as Yunzheng followed the female mentor's finger to the frost moon toad, he chuckled awkwardly and instinctively took a couple of steps back, saying, "No. Thank you, mentor, but I don't particularly like toads." This statement was not feigned, whether in his past life or this one. He harbored an instinctive aversion to toads. Even when faced with wolves, tigers, or leopards, Yunzheng merely felt fear, not repulsion. If confined in a zoo, he would gladly observe them, but toads were a different matter altogether. Any time this creature entered his line of sight, he felt an overwhelming sense of rejection. They were slimy, sticky, and quite unappealing. The mere thought of slaying that frost moon toad made Yunzheng shudder. Of course, if necessity dictated, he would grit his teeth and comply. But was this really necessary? Moreover, his first spirit ring was 470 years old. While both the 470-year and the 200-year spirit rings fell under the category of 100-year rings, there remained subtle distinctions. If possible, Yunzheng hoped to avoid any flaws. Seeing Yunzheng's uneasy demeanor, the female mentor offered a kind smile and said nothing more, simply stating, "Very well then. Let us continue searching." It was only natural for children to have fickle preferences. The group meandered around the outskirts of the soul-hunting forest. Although they were led by the academy's director and, according to local authorities, the strongest soul beast in this area was merely a 2,000-year-old earth bear. The director's prowess allowed him to traverse the forest with ease. Nonetheless, with 9 children in tow, it was prudent to exercise caution. The other hunting teams avoided them, choosing to take alternate routes, thus sparing themselves considerable trouble. However, this meant that they encountered almost no notable soul beasts, as even the strongest among them was merely 2,000 years old. The creatures they did encounter were commonly only 100 or 200 years old. With many being 10-year-old beasts, those over 400 years were virtually unseen. Nonetheless, the primary purpose of this expedition was not solely for Yunzheng to find a spirit ring, but rather to allow the students to witness soul beasts, which was sufficient. It was merely unfortunate that they had yet to locate a suitable soul beast for Yunzheng. Another 4th-year student, however, had been fortunate enough to absorb a 200-year-old patterned wolf spirit ring. For a soul master of average talent and background, acquiring a 100-year spirit ring was indeed a stroke of good fortune, and that student appeared quite elated. This was also due to the fact that the student's martial spirit was a dagger, lacking specialization. Yunzheng, in contrast, was more selective. Frost attribute soul beasts were relatively rare, and after searching for 2 hours, only the earlier 200-year-old frost moon toad seemed appropriate for him. while the others were less than satisfactory. In truth, Yunzheng was not overly picky. He had already secured his first spirit ring. As long as he found a soul beast with a cultivation level exceeding 370 years, he could feign absorption, even if it were a plant-type soul beast. After all, it was merely a ruse, not a genuine absorption. However, it seemed that Yunzheng inadvertently raised the female mentor's affinity for him to unprecedented heights. She insisted on finding a soul beast that matched both the age and attributes suitable for him. In her words, with such remarkable talent. If he failed to lay a solid foundation with his first spirit ring, it would be tantamount to squandering his potential. The others had no objections, as the primary intention of this field training was to lead the students on a circuit around the outskirts. The soul hunting forest was quite vast, and the mentors deliberately slowed their pace to allow the students to observe the soul beasts better. After 2 hours, they had barely covered a quarter of the distance, leaving ample time, and no one was in a rush. However, as the 2 hours passed, the sky gradually darkened. The group had convened at the academy in the morning, and after enduring the director's lengthy discourse, they arrived in another town by midday. After resting and adjusting for over an hour, they finally entered the soul hunting forest. After wandering for 2 hours, it was nearly the hour of the dog. Venturing out at night in the soul hunting forest was perilous, and the director decided against proceeding further. While he possessed absolute confidence in avoiding danger, this field training simulated the scenario of a soul hunting team on a mission. To ensure there were no risks, everything must resemble the reality of a soul hunting squad. Thus, the director refrained from leading the team back to the town. For soul masters, spending the night in the wilderness was an inevitable trial. Much like encountering soul beasts, the sooner one faced it, the better. Similarly, lighting a fire was not an option, nor was washing up. The only sustenance available was simple dry rations. A single blanket spread on the ground, topped with another, served as their makeshift bed. For Yunzheng, this was hardly a concern. He had endured far worse. Having a blanket was a luxury he once dared not imagine, and the current situation seemed hardly a trial at all. What surprised Yunzheng, however, was that although Qing'er found the environment somewhat uncomfortable, she did not complain like students from other academies. Instead, she quickly accepted the reality, which left Yunzheng somewhat astonished. This little girl seemed quite different from what he had envisioned. As for keeping watch at night, that responsibility did not fall to Yunzheng and his companions. The director and 3 mentors took on that duty. Yunzheng was unable to fully relax in his surroundings, still haunted by the remnants of his dreams. Suddenly, he sensed a tremor in the earth, jolting him awake. At that moment, the control system soul master instructor spoke gravely. "Dean, it's the earth violent bear." The name sent a shock through Yunzheng, who quickly sprang to his feet, his heart racing. Could he truly be so unfortunate as to encounter such a calamity? In contrast, the dean remained remarkably composed, pondering aloud. How could the earth-violent bear appear on the outskirts of the hunting soul forest? After a moment's contemplation, he furrowed his brow and sternly instructed the other 3 instructors, "Protect the children. I shall confront it." Hearing this, Yunzheng felt a slight relief, trusting in the dean's formidable strength to drive off a 2,000-year-old earth-violent bear. Yet, the next words from the control system soul master instructor sent Yunzheng's heart racing once more. With a strained swallow, the instructor nervously added, "Dean, following the earth-violent bear, there are 3,000-year-level silverback wolves." What? The revelation stunned everyone present. In that instant, countless questions flooded their minds. Why had 3,000-year-level silverback wolves suddenly appeared in the hunting soul forest? Why had these 4,000-year soul beasts gathered together? Why were they so cursed with misfortune? Roar. Reality offered no time for contemplation as the earth-violent bear charged forward. The dean, recognizing the urgency, bellowed, 8 treasures pot. Control. A pot adorned with 8 gemstones appeared before the earth-violent bear, accompanied by 4 soul rings of yellow and purple. A resounding crash echoed as the pot collided with the bear. While the pot remained unscathed, the earth-violent bear staggered back a few steps. Meanwhile, the 3,000-year silverback wolves were hot on its heels. Upon spotting the earth-violent bear, the wolves' eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty intent. But soon their focus shifted to Yunzheng and the others, their murderous intent redirected. These 3 silverback wolves had recently risen to the rank of 1,000-year soul beasts and sought to vanquish the earth-violent bear, aiming to establish themselves as the rulers of the mountain. Thus, the 4,000-year soul beasts had converged. However, even these feeble-minded wolves understood, after living in the hunting soul forest for an extended period, that humans were their greatest adversaries. The hunting soul forest had long been a hunting ground for human soul masters, with countless soul beasts falling victim to their hands each year. The surviving soul beasts were acutely aware of this reality. At that moment, the three silverback wolves exchanged glances with the earth-violent bear, quickly reaching a consensus. First, they would drive away these humans before considering their next move. It may not have been the best option, but for 4,000-year soul beasts, what more could they hope for? Unbeknownst to them, a unified front had emerged among the four soul beasts, yet they hesitated to act. Instinctively aware that the larger humans before them posed a significant danger, particularly the elderly man radiating soul power. Chapter 12. The relentless golden light. Neither the four soul beasts nor the four instructors dared to make a rash move. In terms of raw power, the dean and his companions undoubtedly surpassed the four soul beasts. However, with 9 children behind them, their foremost duty was to ensure Yunzheng and the others' safety. Rather than engage in a reckless confrontation, the four parties regarded one another with caution. And the experienced dean understood that dealing with these soul beasts did not necessitate direct conflict. By demonstrating sufficient power to threaten them, they could likely retreat without being pursued. After all, they were merely beasts. The unifying force among them was not racial animosity, but rather fear. Humans feared soul beasts, and soul beasts, too, harbored their own dread of humanity. However, the dean had evidently forgotten that they were not the only ones present. At that moment, several other students, who had been blissfully asleep, began to awaken, unable to remain oblivious to the commotion. Qing'er and Yunzheng were among the first to rouse, witnessing the unfolding chaos. To say they were unperturbed would be a falsehood. Even with Yunzheng's 20-year-old wisdom from a past life, his heart raced wildly. Yet, reason dictated that they must not draw the attention of the soul beasts. Qing'er, equally alarmed, clamped her mouth shut, her eyes wide with terror, managing to suppress any sound. The other students, however, were not as restrained. One female student awoke to the sight of a bear resembling a small mountain, followed closely by 3 ferocious wolves, their gazes piercing her like daggers. The acrid scent of blood filled the air, and a paralyzing fear gripped her heart. No, Yunzheng, noticing her distress, shook his head vigorously to dissuade her, but at that moment, the girl could not see him. The next instant, a piercing scream shattered the night. The scream awakened a primal fear that spread like a contagion, igniting panic among the remaining 7 students, who began to shriek in terror. This was dire. The dean recognized the gravity of the situation, but it was too late. The cacophony of screams had drawn the attention of other soul beasts within the hunting soul forest, as well as the 3 silverback wolves. The 1,000-year soul beasts, incapable of empathizing with humans, could not discern the fear within the cries. In their simplistic understanding, the screams signified a declaration of war. Since the humans had declared war, the silverback wolves would not shy away from battle, for in the realm of soul beasts, retreating equated to death. Dean, they are summoning their companions. One instructor shouted anxiously. I know. The dean's brow furrowed deeply as he barked. Qinshi, protect the children. Understood. The control system soul master instructor nodded in acknowledgement, abandoning the dean and the others to return to Yunzheng and the rest. Simultaneously, the 4 soul beasts launched their assault, converging upon the dean and his companions. Logically, even in a 3 versus 4 scenario, the dean, as a soul master, along with 2 other soul masters, should have held the advantage. However, under the cover of night, the silverback wolves thrived in the moonlight, their strength enhanced, while the 3 worked in perfect synchrony, rendering the earth-violent bear, the most powerful among them, into the least threatening. Go. On the other side, the instructor named Chun, she swiftly scooped up 2 students and dashed toward the outskirts of the hunting soul forest. It was evident to any observer that the dean and his companions were merely being delayed, not outmatched. Yet, Qinshi now faced an even graver situation. The companions of the silverback wolves were closing in, and with 9 students in tow, Qinshi's predicament was truly precarious. Leading the charge, Qinshi sprinted ahead, closely followed by Yunzheng and the others. Meanwhile, the chilling howls of wolves echoed from behind, and shadows flickered through the dense trees, amplifying the terror within the group. One male student, unable to withstand the overwhelming fear, erupted into a stream of screams. This was akin to providing a beacon for the soul beasts. A sentiment known as resentment fermented within Yunzheng's heart, catalyzed by tension and fear, until it ultimately erupted when the male student screamed once more. In Yunzheng's eyes, a fierce glimmer flickered as he seized the collar of the male student beside him with formidable strength, rendering the young man utterly defenseless. In a low, menacing growl, Yunzheng warned, if you utter another sound like that, I shall cast you out to feed the wolves. Under the weight of Yunzheng's intimidation, the male student promptly silenced himself. However, due to Yunzheng's abrupt action, their pace noticeably slowed, and from the depths of the night, a shadow surged forth, racing toward Yunzheng and the male student. It was a silverback jackal with 5 centuries of cultivation. The male student screamed once more, and Yunzheng was momentarily taken aback. Yunzheng was not rendered speechless by fear. Rather, he found himself in a state of hesitation, with numerous eyes upon him. He pondered whether to reveal the dubious origins of his first soul ring. If he wished to remain concealed, it was not beyond Yunzheng's capabilities to escape peril. Provided he cast the male student in his grasp aside. At this moment, Yunzheng's rationality was engaged in a fierce internal struggle with his values. For someone who has long been educated in the principles of truth, goodness, and beauty, such a choice is indeed not trivial. Meanwhile, Chunxi noticed the commotion behind him. Casting a fleeting glance over his shoulder, a flicker of conflict appeared in his eyes, but it was merely a momentary hesitation. After gritting his teeth, Chunxi departed without a backward glance. Self-preservation is an inherent instinct of humanity. Surrounding Chunxi were at least 7 or 8 formidable silverbacked wolves, each a century old. If he were to remain, even as a soul master, he might not withstand the onslaught of so many silverbacked beasts. Chunxi could only reassure himself that he was acting for the safety of the other students. It is only natural. The other students were similarly affected. Some did not even turn their heads, either oblivious or aware yet indifferent, as they were merely classmates from the same academy, strangers to one another. Their mentor showed no intention of rescuing Yunzheng or the male student. Why should they sacrifice themselves for a cause? On the other hand, Yunzheng's mind wrestled with many thoughts, yet in reality, a mere instant had passed. Ultimately, he was but a mortal, and he made a rather selfish decision. The first soul skill, Giant Spirit's Breath. Just as the situation reached a critical point, an unexpected sharp shout pierced the air, immediately followed by a streak of blinding golden light. The golden beam sliced through the left eye of the silver-backed wolf, sending forth a spray of blood as the creature howled in agony, collapsing to the side in a whimper. In that moment, Yunzheng was truly taken aback. Simultaneously, Qing Er appeared before him, her anxious voice breaking through his stupor. "What are you waiting for? Run." Saying this, she grasped Yunzheng's hand, attempting to catch up with the fleeing group. However, when she turned back, there was no sign of Qinshi or the others. The frantic flight was indeed swift. Upon realizing this, a look of helplessness crossed Qing Er's youthful face. To make matters worse, the silver-backed wolf she had injured was now rising once more. Its wounds had only intensified its ferocity, and under the moonlight, its menacing fangs gleamed with a chilling glint. The remaining eye was filled with a savage crimson glare. There was no time for Qing Er to think. She seized Yunzheng and began to run, determined only to avoid the direction of the principal and the others. Yunzheng instinctively released the boy student, a 10-year-old child paralyzed with fear, surrounded by a pack of wolves. His fate was all too predictable. In the aftermath, Yunzheng might feel a pang of guilt, yet at this moment, his thoughts were far from the boy. Similarly, Qing Er, who was solely focused on rescuing Yunzheng, had barely even noticed the boy's presence just moments ago. At this juncture, Yunzheng's mind was filled with an unwavering golden light of righteousness. While Qing Er contemplated how to escape the jaws of the wolves with her only 2 friends since childhood. Chapter 13, The Liberation of True Names. The Frost Language Spear. The injured silver-backed wolf relentlessly pursued them, clearly intent on avenging itself. As they ran ahead, Qing Er, concerned that Yunzheng might lag behind, firmly held his hand. It must be noted that despite her seemingly delicate appearance, Qing Er possessed considerable strength. "Let us stop," Yunzheng suddenly declared after running for a minute. "What?" Qing Er, who was leading, blinked in disbelief, breathless as she questioned him. "I said let us halt. Continuing to run will only waste our energy." After a moment of distraction, perhaps finding a certain conviction, Yunzheng appeared remarkably calm. He turned to face the silver-backed wolf and explained in a somber tone. "Our strides are too small, and we are too slow to outrun a 4-legged silver-backed wolf. This soul beast is cunning. Your previous attack has instilled caution in it, making it reluctant to strike recklessly. Instead, it is deliberately trailing us, draining our stamina, and when we are exhausted, it will pounce." Indeed. While Qing Er was physically strong and Yunzheng possessed great strength, their youthful bodies were still limited. A 6-year-old child, no matter how fervently they flailed their little legs, could only move so fast. Qing Er, being astute, grasped the gravity of the situation after hearing Yunzheng's explanation and instinctively asked, "What should we do now?" "Counterattack." Yunzheng replied without hesitation, uttering those two words decisively. Then, sensing Qing'er's wavering confidence, he reassured her, "This silver-backed wolf has merely 500 years of cultivation. Even with the moonlight's enhancement, its strength is only 600 years. Your martial soul has a deterrent effect on beasts. United, we can prevail." "Can we really?" Qing'er still hesitated, uncertainty lingering in her voice. Yunzheng, unwavering in his resolve, articulated with deliberate clarity, "If we continue to procrastinate, our chances of success will diminish further. Competing in stamina with a soul beast that thrives in the wild is inherently foolish." Thus, under Yunzheng's persuasive guidance, Qing'er resolved firmly, nodding her head with conviction, a flicker of determination illuminating her brow. "Your martial soul is the icebow, adept at ranged attacks. I will throw you to a safe position while I divert the attention of the silverback wolf. Seize the opportunity to strike." It was evident that Qing'er viewed Yunzheng as a vulnerable being in need of protection. This was not a matter of disdain, after all, in her eyes. Yunzheng had yet to acquire even his first soul ring. Without further ado, Qing'er cast Yunzheng aside. Though he intended to offer an explanation, he found that she had already summoned her giant spirit golden dragon martial soul. The resounding roar of the dragon echoed, and the faint breath of the dragon immobilized the century-old silverback wolf, causing it to forget its predatory instincts. Dragon martial souls, particularly the elite ones, possess an innate ability to instill fear in soul beasts. Although Qing'er's giant spirit golden dragon was a mutated martial soul, it was still among the most formidable of dragon martial souls, rendering the silverback wolf hesitant to act aggressively in its presence. However, this intimidation was fleeting. The silverback wolf soon recognized it had been deceived and its ferocity intensified. For Qing'er, this escalation bore no consequence. Having completed her martial soul manifestation, golden dragon scales enveloped her arms like armor, transforming her previously dark eyes into a radiant golden hue. Despite her petite stature of just over 1 meter, she exuded an aura reminiscent of a valiant warrior goddess. With no hesitation, she unleashed her first soul skill, Giant Spirit Breath. Qing'er replicated her earlier technique. Her mouth agape as a golden beam of light erupted forth like a razor-sharp blade. Yet, at just level 10 with only one soul ring, this was her soul ability, and she placed all her hopes upon it. Regrettably, the silverback wolf was not without intelligence. Having previously suffered from this skill, it was determined not to fall prey again. Under the moonlight, the wolf leaped nimbly, evading the attack, seemingly aware that Qing'er had exhausted her options. It soared high, launching itself directly at her. As the silverback wolf's claw descended, Qing'er raised her arms in defense. The collision of the wolf's paw against her dragon scales sparked in the darkness. Fortunately, in that critical moment, she kicked back, dissipating much of the force. Though propelled backward, she sustained no grave injuries. However, the silverback wolf, discontent with its failed strike, aimed to pursue. The resilience of Qing'er's dragon scale arms compelled the beast to abandon its claws in favor of attempting to crush her neck with its jaws. Faced with the relentless advance of the silverback wolf, despair began to creep into Qing'er's heart. The gaping maw of the beast loomed ever closer, and she had never before felt death so imminent. Suddenly, a cerulean line cleaved through the darkened night. A crystalline arrow, forged entirely of ice, struck the wolf's foul mouth with unerring precision. Almost all living beings possess two vulnerabilities, their eyes and their throats. Yunzheng had only awakened his martial soul for 6 months, dedicating that brief period solely to honing his archery skills. No matter how extraordinary a prodigy one might be, it is implausible to achieve the precision required to strike the swiftly moving eyes of a beast in the darkness after merely 6 months of practice. While it is conceivable that such a talent could exist, it is evident that Yunzheng does not possess it. Yunzheng could only aim for the throat of the silverbacked wolf. However, this arrow did not bring about the demise of the creature. It let out another mournful howl and collapsed to the ground, whimpering. Yunzheng had anticipated this outcome. As always, he had not exerted his full strength with the arrow. It was within his expectations that it would not be a fatal blow. After all, there was still the opportunity to deliver a finishing strike. Yunzheng leaped directly from the crown of a tree, lunging towards the silverbacked wolf with fervor. His hand seized the arrow and, with a swift thrust, he pierced it deep within. The silverbacked wolf scarcely had time to emit another mournful howl before the arrow had penetrated through its throat and into its skull, gushing forth a torrent of crimson blood. A radiant yellow soul ring ascended, and the wolf was left with nothing but the final convulsions of its muscles and nerves. Upon witnessing the emergence of the soul ring, Qing'er and Yunzheng sighed in relief, though Qing'er, utterly exhausted, collapsed onto the ground without a care for her appearance. However, just as they believed the ordeal had concluded, a low, menacing growl from the depths of the darkness sent shivers down their spines. Before they could recover, another silver-backed wolf emerged, a creature of 400 years, empowered by the moonlight to possess the strength of 500 years, surpassing the might of most soul masters of a dozen levels. The silhouette of the wolf stepped forth from the shadows, glancing at its fallen kin, its eyes glinting with a mixture of hatred and caution. Clearly, having witnessed the fate of the previous wolf, this one was not inclined to expose its vulnerabilities so easily. Yunzheng Qing'o called out softly, her voice trembling. The exertion from their recent sprint, coupled with the repeated use of her primary soul skill, had drained much of her stamina and soul power. Additionally, the prior assault from the wolf had left her arms numb, leaving her with little strength left to continue the fight. Yunzheng was undoubtedly aware of this, yet he did not succumb to despair. Instead, he displayed a resigned smile. As night enveloped the surroundings, Yunzheng suddenly murmured, "First soul skill, armament, modification." With a series of cracking sounds, the exquisite frost sky feather bow materialized once more, its stunning icy form captivating Qing'er anew. However, this time, her gaze lingered more on the yellow soul ring adorning the frost sky. As the soul ring illuminated, the frost sky feather bow in Yunzheng's hand shattered into glistening ice shards, which, imbued with life, danced around him like butterflies. Concurrently, Yunzheng turned to Qing'er and gently remarked, "Let me clarify. I am not a monster. I simply possess an innate strength. In the presence of a beast, turning away is a grave mistake, and the same holds true for soul beasts." As the silver-backed wolf lunged at Yunzheng in that fleeting moment of distraction, it sought to bring him to his demise. Yet Yunzheng appeared oblivious, murmuring in a melodic tone, "True name liberation, frost tongue." As his words echoed, the swirling ice particles around him reformed in an instant, materializing into a resplendent halberd that graced Yunzheng's hand. Yunzheng possesses no mastery of spear techniques, staff techniques, or any form of weaponry. He is solely endowed with raw strength. Yunzheng abruptly turned, his great halberd descending like a thunderous meteor, crashing down upon the head of the silver-backed wolf with a resounding thud. The wolf's eyes instantly rolled back, its skull shattering upon impact. A golden soul ring emerged, marking the demise of the century-old silver-backed wolf at Yunzheng's hand. This moment marked the first time since his arrival in this world that Yunzheng had exerted himself to the fullest. Witnessing the spectacle, Qing'er stood entranced. The youthful, delicate visage of the boy bore a seriousness and ferocity that belied his appearance. Illuminated by the moonlight, he appeared as pure as jade. Though the halberd was a weapon of destruction, it emanated an ethereal beauty, akin to a celestial artifact, as strands of hair and icy fragments danced in the air, crafting a breathtaking tableau. The exquisite fusion of power and beauty etched this scene deeply into Qing'er's memory. Chapter 14. The charming boy. Time rewinds to half a day earlier, within the confines of Qing'er's home in the city of Ago. Upon awakening early in the morning, Qing'er's mother, the beautiful woman Yunzheng had previously encountered, discovered her daughter was missing. A moment of shock overcame her until she noticed a note left beside her pillow, the uneven scrawl unmistakably Qing'er's handwriting. After reading the note, a bittersweet smile graced the mother's lips as her gaze drifted toward the window, her eyes reflecting a mix of longing and reproach, though it was unclear to whom it was directed. In her daily routine, the mother was accustomed to caring for Qing'er, but now, with her daughter having run away, she found herself at a loss for what to do. After an indeterminate span of time, a pair of strong arms enveloped her from behind. Startled, she instinctively summoned her soul power, only to have it gently quelled by the figure behind her, who spoke in a deep, yearning voice, "Yun'er, it is I." Upon hearing that longed-for voice, the mother shivered, turning to behold a mature, resolute, and strikingly handsome face. Tears welled in her eyes as she melted into her beloved's embrace, her gaze glistening with affection as she softly murmured, "Yulong." The unexpected arrival was none other than Qing'er's father. Their reunion, though Qing'er was now 6 years old, was filled with the warmth of enduring love, and they could not help but kiss tenderly as their eyes met. After a brief moment of intimacy, the man inquired, "Where is Qing'er? Is she not home?" At the mention of Qing'er, the mother rolled her eyes playfully, chiding, "This is all your fault." The man looked puzzled. "Knowing you were returning, Qing'er deliberately enrolled in the academy's field training, even keeping it a secret from me, and slipped out early this morning." Her eyes narrowed at him, yet sensing his concern for their daughter's safety, she added, "Do not worry. It is merely a hunting ground for soul beasts that are only 2,000 years old, led by the Academy's principal along with 3 soul elders. There is no danger. I see, he mused. As a soul master, he understood the significance of field training, yet he could not shake off a sense of guilt and melancholy. Guilt for being a father who should be present for such milestones but was unable to accompany his daughter's growth due to various circumstances. Melancholy because Qing'er chose to conceal her participation from her mother, opting to evade him instead. Sensing his inner turmoil, the mother tenderly caressed his cheek, reassuring him, "Do not overthink it. Qing'er is merely being stubborn. She still cares deeply for you as her father." He nodded absently, resolutely. He vowed to wait for Qing'er's return and to spend quality time with her. As for the sect and its affairs, he could disregard them. Once merely a soul sage of level 79, he had to yield to the greater powers for the sake of Qing'er and her mother. But now, having ascended to level 84 as a soul Douluo, the doors of titles were wide open to him. Within the sect, aside from the elder, who could compel him to do anything? Returning to Yunzheng and Qing'er, under the awestruck gaze of Qing'er, Yunzheng extinguished the silver-backed wolf beneath the moonlit sky. Perhaps to her, time seemed to slow, as if frozen in that moment, yet in reality, the entire event transpired in an instant. How formidable is Yunzheng's strength? How powerful can an infant be upon birth? 1 pound? 2 pounds? What about an ordinarily 6-year-old child? 30 pounds? 40 pounds? The disparity is staggering. For Yunzheng, the day he entered this world, he possessed the strength he had carried from his previous 20 years. He is not a mere brute, yet at the age of 20, he wielded a strength of over 100 pounds. Now, after 6 additional years of growth, that power has multiplied exponentially. When he strikes with all his might, it is akin to wielding a force of 1,000 pounds. Consequently, even though the wolf beasts are often described as having iron bones and a soft underbelly, Yunzheng's strike is potent enough to shatter the skull of a silver-backed jackal. However, it is equally true that Yunzheng must also endure the corresponding recoil from such a tremendous effort. Yunzheng's constitution was not particularly robust. His 6-year-old frame was evidently insufficient to withstand such immense force. Following that strike, the frost spear transformed into specks of light, leaving only glimmering ice crystals, formed by the chilling aura, refracting a radiant glow around Yunzheng. He suddenly retched, expelling a mouthful of blood, his countenance turning ashen, and wisps of white smoke began to emanate from his arms, which swelled visibly in a matter of moments. Witnessing this scene, Qing'er rushed over, tears welling in her eyes, and anxiously inquired, "Yunzheng, are you all right? Please don't frighten me. We must leave this place at once." Yunzheng, though pale and weakened, maintained his composure, gazing intently at Qing'er and firmly advising, "The bloodlust here is overwhelming. The commotion we just caused may deter the surrounding soul beasts for a moment, but soon their insatiable hunger for flesh will draw more of them here. We cannot linger." Barely finishing his words, Yunzheng's body swayed and collapsed into Qing'er's embrace. This was a reflex of self-preservation. He had previously overexerted himself, and his body could no longer tolerate his recklessness. Fortunately, Qing'er took Yunzheng's admonitions to heart. Despite her own exhaustion, she carried him away from that perilous locale. When Yunzheng awoke again, it was already the afternoon of the following day. As he slowly opened his eyes, he instinctively wished to rub his still dizzy head. However, before he could raise his arm, a sharp, tearing pain shot through his arm, causing him to gasp in agony. Hiss. Hearing Yunzheng's voice, Qing'er turned her head in delight, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she exclaimed, "You're awake." Yunzheng initially disregarded Qing'er, instead directing his gaze towards his own arms. His arms were tightly wrapped in white bandages, through which the rough texture allowed a faint glimpse of the crimson skin beneath. Yunzheng knew that this was undoubtedly the handiwork of Qing'er. Yunzheng had a vague understanding of the condition of his arm. While Qing'er's simple bandaging with a cloth was of little significance, he bore no resentment towards her. For a 6-year-old child to accomplish this much was commendable. Moreover, the bandage she used had been imbued with medicinal properties. Although it could not mend the torn muscles or misaligned bones, it could at least alleviate some pain and superficial injuries. However, no matter how one looked at it, the cerulean princess dress and the pristine white tights were rather conspicuous. Certainly, the dress was exquisite and the tights charming, yet he was a boy. As he envisioned his current appearance, a wave of embarrassment washed over Yunzheng. Upon noticing his gaze, Qing'er's cheeks flushed crimson. Yet she boldly defended her choice. "Your previous clothes were drenched in the blood of the silver-backed jackal, and the stench was overpowering, attracting soul beasts. Thus, I took the liberty of changing your outfit. This is my favorite dress, you know. Upon hearing this, Yunzheng's expression grew increasingly peculiar. Yet he found himself at a loss for a retort. As Qing'e had articulated, under such circumstances, unless he wished to run about in the nude, he had no choice but to don Qing'e's garments. Wait a moment. Suddenly, an unsettling thought struck Yunzheng's mind. According to Qing'e's assertion, had he not been completely exposed? Contemplating this, he glanced at Qing'e, hesitated for a moment, but ultimately refrained from voicing his inquiry. Why are you staring at me? Under Yunzheng's gaze, Qing'e felt a twinge of guilt and, with a mixture of bravado and vulnerability, retorted playfully. Yunzheng chuckled lightly, glancing at the pristine white tights adorning his legs, and inquired, I understand the reasoning, but why must I wear this? To which Qing'e promptly responded with an air of wisdom, it is what mother said. When wearing a skirt, one must don these. Upon hearing this, Yunzheng felt a momentary pang of silence, his thoughts entangled. Unable to articulate the multitude of responses swirling within him, culminating in a resigned smile. The rationale was compelling, and he found himself powerless to contest it. What about my previous attire? Yunzheng resolved to shift his focus away from the conundrum of feminine clothing, instead broaching the topic of his former garments. In truth, he had not neglected to bring alternative clothing. However, he was reluctant to unveil the treasures hidden within his consciousness, prompting his tentative inquiry regarding his previous outfits. Yet, upon hearing his question, Qing'e became flustered, her enchanting eyes darting about, her petite feet fidgeting restlessly, as if she struggled to voice her thoughts. Upon witnessing the scene, Yunzheng chuckled lightly and remarked, have you disposed of them? It matters not. After all, they are not of great significance. Let it be women's attire. They are merely children. What Yunzheng did not anticipate, however, was that Qing'e would shake her head and reply, no, I did not throw away your clothes. At that moment, Yunzheng noticed that Qing'e had been concealing her hands behind her back. She then continued, I thought that when you awoke, you would wish to change your attire, so I stored them in the soul guide device. However, they carried a rather strong scent of blood, and I intended to wash them for you, but, alas, they became torn in the process. As she spoke, Qing'e finally revealed the item she had been hiding. Recognizing the familiar color scheme, Yunzheng was certain that these were indeed his garments from the previous day, now reduced to mere tattered rags, utterly unwearable, having been thoroughly shredded. Yunzheng blinked in astonishment, momentarily at a loss for words. All he could express was, you possess remarkable strength, my lady. Chapter 15. A fresh acquaintance. With a sigh of resignation, Yunzheng shook his head and remarked, it's futile, let us discard it. Upon hearing this, Qing'e timidly nodded, her injured expression evoking a desire in Yunzheng to ruffle her hair. Unfortunately, his arms were incapacitated, making such a gesture impossible. At that moment, Yunzheng seized the opportunity to observe their surroundings. It was certain that they remained within the soul-hunting forest. No other locale could boast such a cave. The cavern was narrow and confining, and due to the inability to ignite a fire, it possessed a damp ambience. Aside from her impressive strength, Qing'e was well-versed in the fundamental knowledge of soul masters. She understood that igniting a fire in the wilderness was perilous. Although many soul beasts harbored an innate fear of flames, others were irresistibly drawn to the light and heat, and these creatures were typically quite ferocious. Yet, despite this caution, Yunzheng found that the area where he lay was dry, indicating that Qing'e had taken great care of him. This seemingly insignificant detail warmed his heart. Moreover, the entrance of the cave was obscured by branches, lending an air of dimness to the interior. To the untrained eye, this might appear as an attempt to hide something, akin to the saying a thief's guilt betrays him. However, in the soul-hunting forest, Yunzheng and Qing'e were not primarily evading human soul masters, but rather the soul beasts. These creatures had no concept of something amiss when it came to their surroundings. In truth, the cave was not an ideal refuge. It possessed both advantages and disadvantages. Its seclusion offered shelter from the elements and, under certain conditions, could even serve as a home. Conversely, it had but one exit, and should they be discovered or blocked by a soul beast, escape would become impossible. Yet, one must remember that Qing'e was merely a 6-year-old child. Already burdened with Yunzheng's weight, could one realistically expect her to excavate a fortress overnight? Furthermore, in the perilous soul-hunting forest, absolute safety was a mere illusion. What surprised Yunzheng, however, was that Qing'e had not chosen to lead him away from the soul-hunting forest directly. Yunzheng recalled that their current location was not far from the exit of the soul-hunting forest, as they had merely lingered around its periphery. In just a quarter of an hour, they could have departed from the forest. With this thought, A flicker of anxiety surged within Yunzheng. What unforeseen events might have transpired after he had fainted last night? Qing'er, you didn't encounter any danger while I was unconscious, did you? He inquired, his concern for her safety evident. To his surprise, Qing'er gazed at him with a look of bewilderment before responding, no, not at all. I simply carried you as I ran, and later, I found this cave to take refuge. Upon hearing this, Yunzheng blinked in confusion. What is the matter? Qing'er, equally perplexed, inquired. It's nothing. Yunzheng shook his head and continued. I noticed we haven't yet departed from the soul-hunting forest and thought perhaps you encountered some threat afterwards, which is why I asked. However, as soon as Yunzheng finished speaking, he noticed Qing'er's delicate face flushing crimson once more. After a moment of hesitation, she softly murmured, because we're lost. Yunzheng was taken aback, gazing at Qing'er in disbelief, instinctively voicing his surprise. You can get lost on the outskirts of the soul-hunting forest? I thought we were supposed to be wise beyond appearances. Yet, you seem more like a charmingly clueless little girl now. The entire soul-hunting forest seemingly offered only two directions, either to delve deeper or to exit. Could one truly wander in circles? In reality, it was indeed possible. Observing the unusual expression on Yunzheng's face, Qing'er understood his thoughts and felt a pang of embarrassment. With a mix of anxiety and helplessness, she said, I know I'm foolish. Please don't dislike me. At this, Yunzheng was even more bewildered. When had he ever expressed disdain for Qing'er? No. When did I ever say I disliked you? Aren't we friends? Yunzheng was aware that a misunderstanding was at play, and he quickly shook his head, his expression growing increasingly anxious. To utter a rather unflattering truth, Yunzheng had already come to regard Qing'er as his first and only friend in this world, indeed, the most significant person in his life. Since the passing of the old beggar, no one had ever breached the walls of Yunzheng's heart. Qing'er was the first to do so after the beggar's demise, especially after last night. When Qing'er selflessly turned to block the silver-backed wolf for him, Yunzheng valued her even more. Otherwise, with Yunzheng's self-serving nature, how could he possibly expose his mysterious first soul ring before her, disregarding all consequences, even risking injury to slay the second silver-backed wolf? Really? Upon hearing Yunzheng's denial, Qing'er blinked her enchanting eyes, her face lighting up with joy, only to quickly dim again as she murmured softly, but when you were at the academy, you laughed and conversed with other classmates. While with me, we hardly spoke. It was often just a few words, even though I wanted to share so much with you. As she spoke, a look of grievance crossed her delicate features. Yunzheng was taken aback. Upon careful reflection, it was evident that during his time at the academy, Yunzheng was quite the social butterfly. His suave demeanor allowed him to converse effortlessly with everyone, charming both elder brothers and sisters alike. This charisma afforded him numerous conveniences, such as cutting in line for meals. Yet all of it was merely a facade he projected. In the presence of Qing'er, perhaps due to her remarkable talent or her endearing appearance, he instinctively suppressed his theatricality. From Qing'er's perspective, it indeed seemed as though Yunzheng harbored disdain for her, especially given his deliberate attempts to distance himself. After all, it is quite challenging for a 6-year-old to grasp the intricacies of human relationships. Thus, Qing'er's previous behavior can be understood. Her outward display of confidence masked an inner trepidation, a reluctance to reveal her true self before Yunzheng. The urgency with which she sought to pull her mother away that day likely stemmed from this very apprehension. Realizing this, Yunzheng couldn't help but smile wryly, silently acknowledging the magnitude of this misunderstanding. Meanwhile, observing Yunzheng's silence, Qing'er was on the verge of tears, her misty eyes evoking a deep sense of compassion in him. In a flurry of emotion, he hastily reassured her, "That's not true. How could I ever dislike you?" Yunzheng felt as though he was navigating a pivotal moment in his life, asserting, "I like you the most. Otherwise, why would I choose to sit beside you on the very first day of school?" When conversing with children, one must adopt a childlike approach. Lengthy discourses are futile, and a straightforward manner is far more effective for their understanding. In a child's world, the word like can easily be transformed into a myriad of positive connotations, such as affection, esteem, and care. Thus, the simple declaration of liking successfully quelled the tears at the corners of Qing'er's eyes, yet she remained deeply concerned about Yunzheng's previous conduct at the academy. Yunzheng, feeling helpless, explained, "It is because they are all rather dim-witted, and I am compelled to deal with them one by one. However, Qing'er is not foolish in the slightest. She is quite astute. Therefore, I do not need to manage her." I simply wish to interact with her in the most genuine manner. Oh, you think they are exceedingly foolish as well, don't you? As soon as Yunzheng finished his explanation, Qing'er, as if she had found a kindred spirit, exclaimed excitedly, I think they are incredibly foolish too. Some of them are already 10 years old and have yet to acquire even their first soul ring, yet they still act as if they are impressive. It is utterly irksome. But why must we bother with them? Why not simply ignore them? Afterward, Qing'er furrowed her delicate brows in confusion and murmured to herself. Yunzheng was taken aback. He had not anticipated that he and Qing'er could reach a consensus on this matter. Perhaps this is the solitude of geniuses? The phrase dragons do not nest with snakes and rats might encapsulate this sentiment. However, Yunzheng chose not to explain to Qing'er the reasons behind his need to cope with the situation. He did not wish to appear pitiful before her, nor did he desire for her to feel pity for him. Yunzheng merely stated, now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, allow me to introduce myself. I am Yunzheng. I am Qing'er. From this moment forth, we shall be good friends. Qing'er, unperturbed by Yunzheng's unanswered question, blossomed into a radiant smile. Exuding a sense of joy, Yunzheng smiled knowingly. Hey, Yunzheng, as a friend, may I make a request? After Yunzheng and Qing'er established their friendship, Qing'er, of course, no longer maintained her previous reticence. With her sparkling eyes fixed on Yunzheng, she sweetly inquired, is that all right? Without much thought, Yunzheng nodded. Can I hug you? Upon receiving his affirmation, Qing'er's face lit up with joy, her cheeks flushed with excitement, and Yunzheng even detected hearts in her eyes. What? You are simply too adorable, and that dress seems as if it was tailored just for you. No, I still have injuries. I will be careful not to touch your arms. No, don't come over. Don't act recklessly. Hey, patting my head will hinder my growth. Chapter 16. A father's wife is not a mother's. After a full quarter of an hour, Qing'er finally released Yunzheng, satisfaction evident on her face. Meanwhile, Yunzheng glanced at the wrinkled princess dress, a look of despair crossing his features. If he were a girl, he would surely be ineligible for marriage by now. If only his arms were capable of movement, he would not have suffered such indignity. Alas, with his arms injured and his rather modest height, Yunzheng appeared diminutive in comparison to Qing'er, who stood over 1 meter and 30 centimeters tall. At 1 meter and 1 centimeter, he seemed a mere child before her, prompting Qing'er to dote on him, which resulted in his being thoroughly besieged for a quarter of an hour. However, Qing'er was quite cautious, ensuring she did not touch Yunzheng's injured arms and refraining from any excessive actions. Her affections were limited to gently pinching his cheeks, stroking his hair, and brief embraces. This was the outcome of Yunzheng's firm refusal of Qing'er's request to change outfits. Otherwise, she might have concocted even more mischief for him. Yunzheng perceived that Qing'er likely regarded him as a mere toy akin to a doll. Devoid of any malicious intent, however, this affection was somewhat burdensome for him. Indeed, had Yunzheng wished to, with the chilling aura of utmost frost and his inherent strength, he could have easily prevented Qing'er from approaching him, even without the use of his arms. Yet, he refrained from such actions. Firstly, it could harm Qing'er. And secondly, after all, they were good friends. Ultimately, Yunzheng felt he had nothing to lose, considering it merely a playful indulgence for a child. Yunzheng silently vowed to himself that this would be the last time. Henceforth, he would never allow Qing'er to have her way again. Beside him, Qing'er chuckled, as if her long-held wish had finally been fulfilled. She even stole a lingering glance at Yunzheng, but upon encountering his silent exasperation, she stuck out her tongue and suppressed her impulses. Young girls possess an innate inability to resist charming things, a fact that left Qing'er feeling somewhat helpless. After a moment, Qing'er turned her gaze back to Yunzheng and inquired, Yunzheng, may I ask you a question? No way. Yunzheng rolled his eyes, refusing without a second thought. Oh, it's not that kind of question. Qing'er, seeing his reaction, stamped her foot in frustration and declared, are you perhaps the reincarnation of a 100,000-year soul beast? What nonsense is that? Yunzheng exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief. Qing'er, with her adorable eyes narrowed, earnestly stated, look, before the holiday, you didn't even possess a first soul ring, and in just 7 short days, excluding last night and today, you not only acquired your first soul ring, but it's also of the century level, comparable in quality to mine. Furthermore, your strength is astonishing. I have never encountered anyone with such immense power. The books say that the reincarnation of a 100,000-year soul beast not only possesses the ability to condense soul rings, but also exhibits extraordinary characteristics and exceptional cultivation talent, just as the text described. As she spoke, Qing'er extended her delicate, jade-like hand to count off her points. After finishing, she leaned closer to Yunzheng, almost pressing against him, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she asked, "Is that true?" It was evident that Qing'e was entirely oblivious to the true implications of being a reincarnated 100,000-year soul beast. Her curiosity and admiration were purely innocent. After all, the notion of a 100,000-year soul beast certainly sounded impressive. Unbeknownst to her, her words revealed many hidden truths. For instance, in the Douluo Continent, ordinary families do not possess records of soul beasts, and books detailing the reincarnation of a 100,000-year soul beast are considered treasures. Not even ordinary folks or those of noble rank, soul kings or soul emperors, can access such knowledge. At merely 6 years of age, Qing'e not only owned a soul guide but also had access to such literature, hinting at her extraordinary background. However, Yunzheng merely squinted, choosing not to delve deeper into the matter. Yunzheng paid no heed to Qing'e's background. She was his friend, and that sufficed. With this thought in mind, Yunzheng playfully bumped his forehead against Qing'e's. She let out a small gasp of surprise and, feeling somewhat aggrieved, asked him, "What was that for?" Yunzheng paid no heed to Qing'e's inquiries. Instead, he rolled his eyes and retorted, "Is this knowledge you gleaned from your books?" "Indeed." Qing'e replied with unwavering confidence, even placing her hands on her hips, asserting her stance. After all, this information was derived directly from her readings. How could there be any doubt? "Then, it stands to reason that you were not particularly attentive while reading," Yunzheng persisted, gazing intently into Qing'e's eyes. Speaking with conviction, "How could you possibly know that?" Qing'e exclaimed, her small face expressing surprise as she instinctively questioned him. Yunzheng was not surprised, but rather sighed helplessly and said, "If it were a 100,000-year soul beast undergoing reformation, its martial soul would undoubtedly reflect its original beast form." "This is mentioned in the books, isn't it?" "I believe it is," Qing'e replied, somewhat uncertainly, her voice trailing off in confusion. "Then what is my martial soul?" "The frost sky featherbow." Yunzheng rolled his eyes and continued, "Even if it were a 100,000-year soul beast reformed, it must possess something capable of cultivation, right? A soul beast should at least be a living entity. Wouldn't you agree? Do you think an icebow resembles a being that could cultivate for 100,000 years? Do you think I am merely an icebow transformed?" In the face of Yunzheng's series of inquiries, the confidence that Qing'e once held began to fade, replaced by a profound sense of self-doubt. "What about your first soul ring?" At this moment, Qing'e had already come to believe that Yunzheng was not merely the reformed essence of a 100,000-year soul beast. Yet her curiosity about the origin of his first soul ring remained. This question posed a challenge for Yunzheng to answer. Ultimately, he could only muster the courage to say, "If I were to tell you that I encountered a severely weakened 400-year soul beast during one of my outings and defeated it to obtain this, would you believe me?" Upon uttering these words, even Yunzheng himself found it hard to believe. However, it seemed that Qing'e sensed the predicament he was in, after a moment of contemplation. She nodded and sweetly remarked, "All right then, I shall choose to believe you for now." Qing'e's mother had once advised her that everyone harbors their own secrets, and that probing into matters others are reluctant to disclose could potentially provoke hostility. Not wishing to make Yunzheng dislike her, Qing'e found her curiosity to be of lesser importance in light of their budding friendship. Upon hearing this, Yunzheng gazed at Qing'e in astonishment. After a moment of contemplation, he sincerely expressed his gratitude. "Thank you." "You're welcome," Qing'e replied with a sweet smile, her happiness evident. She then inquired, "Since you have already obtained your first soul ring, why do you still wish to participate in the field training?" "To gain experience." Yunzheng shook his head ambiguously, a wry smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "I simply did not anticipate that our luck would be so unfortunate, encountering such misfortunes. I do not perceive this as misfortune at all." Upon hearing Yunzheng's lament, Qing'e blinked her eyes and replied earnestly, Yunzheng was somewhat perplexed. Just last night, had it not been for his sudden outburst, they might have lost their lives. How could this not be considered unfortunate? Observing the confusion on Yunzheng's face, Qing'e revealed a delightful smile and said, "It is precisely because of yesterday's events that we have become good friends." Yunzheng was momentarily taken aback, finding the sentiment rather unfathomable. He had, astonishingly, been warmed repeatedly by a mere 6-year-old girl. Shaking his head, he realized he could no longer allow Qing'e to dominate the conversation. If this continued, he might very well be moved to tears by her innocence. "What about you? Do you not already possess your first spirit ring? Why then do you wish to partake in the field training?" Yunzheng retorted logically. It was implausible that Qing'e sought merely to broaden her horizons. Her background was anything but ordinary. Yunzheng suspected that if she desired She could venture even into the Star-Doe forest, rendering a visit to the modest, soul-hunting forest unnecessary. Perhaps the total number of soul beasts within this forest paled in comparison to those chronicled in a single book she had perused. However, Yunzheng's inquiry seemed to strike a nerve with Qing'er. The sweet smile she wore just moments ago vanished, replaced by a melancholic expression as she responded with a complexity that should not have adorned her youthful face. Because my father has returned. Your father has returned? Upon hearing this, Yunzheng raised an eyebrow, utterly perplexed. While he was aware of Qing'er's father's homecoming, it seemed one ought to feel joy in such news. Was it possible that she harbored disdain for her own father? Perhaps sensing Yunzheng's astonishment, Qing'er sighed heavily, her silver teeth barely clenched, and spoke in a tone laced with sorrow. Because my father's wife is not my mother. What? A scoundrel, indeed. In an instant, Yunzheng comprehended the situation. So this was the nature of Qing'er's father. If that were the case, it was entirely understandable that she held a grudge against him. Chapter 17. Yu Qing'er. While Yunzheng and Qing'er remained hidden in a cave within the soul-hunting forest, the others from the Aogu Junior Soul Master Academy had already returned to Aogu City. Although the field training had not yet concluded, the recent events had extinguished any remaining spirits for further exploration. The group that had set out for the training comprised 13 members, yet only 10 returned. The dean and 3 instructors had come back unscathed, but 3 students were now missing, namely Yunzheng, Qing'er, and the male student whom Yunzheng had abandoned. The atmosphere throughout the journey was heavy. The sole female instructor cast a frigid glare at Qinshi, as if attributing all blame to him. Neither the dean nor the portly instructor intervened to restore any semblance of justice. Someone had to be held accountable, and now that fingers were being pointed at Qinshi, they could conveniently let him take the fall, alleviating some of their own culpability. Qinshi endured this tension until they reached the outskirts of Aogu City. After escorting the 6 children into the city, he could no longer contain himself. He was acutely aware of the schemes brewing in the minds of the dean and the others, yet if he were to shoulder the blame, he could forget about living a peaceful life in Aogu City. With this realization, Qinshi erupted, directing his ire at the female instructor. Why do you look at me like that? Are you implying that this entire incident is my fault? Do not forget, if I had not sensed the approach of the earthquake bear and silverback wolf in advance, you all might have perished in your slumber. Huh? In response to Qinshi's outburst, the female instructor merely scoffed coldly. If it were not for you, how could Yunzheng, Qing, and that 4th-grade child have met such a grim fate at the jaws of wolves? Indeed, none believed that Yunzheng and the others could still be alive. 2 6-year-olds and a 10-year-old, with 2 of them having only just acquired their first spirit rings, and Yunzheng having yet to attain even that. How could they possibly survive in the perilous soul-hunting forest, surrounded by ravenous wolves? The female instructor was indifferent to whose fault it was. She merely believed Qinshi had caused Yunzheng's demise. Once a woman has made up her mind about something, reason often falls by the wayside. Can you blame me? Not to mention, just bringing it up infuriates me. Qinshi shouted in a frenzy. You 3 went off to deal with the 1,000-year soul beasts, leaving the wolf pack to me alone, along with 9 children. How was I to fend off the wolves while ensuring the children's safety? At that moment, those 3 children were already targeted by a silverback wolf. If I had turned back to save them, the 6 children standing here would have perished too. I am but a spirit master, not a spirit king or spirit emperor. What could I possibly do against a pack of century-old silverback wolves pursuing me? What choice did I have? You, the female instructor, realizing her own shortcomings, snapped back, her face contorting in anger, ready to lash out. But at that moment, the dean interjected. Enough. The incident has transpired. Our focus now should be on how to remedy it. The dean could not allow the female instructor to drive Qinshi away. He still needed him to shoulder the blame. What remedy is there? Qinshi sneered, fully aware of the dean's intentions. In any case, we had them sign a liability waiver before the training. We did our utmost to protect them. Any mishap that occurred is their own responsibility. They can only blame their own misfortune. To be fair, this incident could indeed be attributed to bad luck. First, the existence of those 3 silverback wolves was unknown even to the management of the soul-hunting forest. Clearly a recent occurrence that had led to their sudden evolution into 1,000-year soul beasts. Second, it just so happened to be nighttime, with the silverback wolf strength enhanced by the moonlight. Third, those 3,000-year silverback wolves were preparing to assault the reigning king of the soul-hunting forest, the earthquake bear, in an attempt to usurp its throne. Fourth, the 4,000-year soul beasts fortuitously crossed paths with the group from the Aogu Junior Soul Master Academy. Fifth, It was essential for the silverback wolves, being pack hunters, to have sufficient numbers to pursue Qinshi. Each of these 5 points was crucial. Had even one condition been unmet, the events of the previous night would not have unfolded as they did. The convergence of these 5 elements could hardly be viewed as anything other than misfortune. In truth, the Dean shared this sentiment. The whims of fate often outweigh human calculations. Being a soul master is inherently perilous, with no absolute safety to be found. Accidents can occur at any time. And many soul masters have met their end due to missteps in their cultivation, let alone falling prey to soul beasts. However, despite these considerations, 3 children had perished. And their parents would not view the matter in the same light. The parents' fury needed an outlet, and they could not turn their ire toward the soul beasts. Thus, the teachers overseeing the field training, as well as the entire Albu Junior Soul Master Academy, became convenient targets for their grievances. Yet, the parents of the children demanded an explanation. Contemplating this, the dean cast a subtle glance at Qinshi and remarked somberly, "What explanation can there be? Is there anything to explain?" Qinshi retorted with a sarcastic smile. "Yunzheng is merely an orphan raised by an old beggar. He has no parents, no family, and his death would elicit no concern. To whom would we need to provide an explanation? The 4th-grade child hails from an ordinary family, with parents who are just common folk. What right do they have to demand accountability from us?" Upon hearing this, a glimmer of insight flickered in the dean's aged eyes. Indeed, that seemed to be the case. However, Qing'er's mother was a soul sect, and her father was a formidable soul master. The female mentor, observing Qinshi speaking with great confidence, particularly noting his disdainful demeanor towards Yunzheng, found herself overwhelmed with revulsion. Unable to contain her disdain any longer, she spoke out in rebuttal. Qinshi, upon hearing her words, shot her a disdainful glance, muttering a curse under his breath. A fierce expression settled on his face as he articulated slowly, "What of the soul sect? Our dean is also from the soul sect. Qing'er's mother is merely an auxiliary system soul master. How powerful can she really be? Are we, a prestigious junior soul master academy, to fear a single soul master?" As he continued, Qinshi scoffed. "As for Qing'er's father, who among you has ever seen him? Qing'er is so ashamed that she won't even let anyone know her surname. I wonder if she even has a father." Just as he was about to utter something disrespectful, an unexpected silence fell upon him. The word father lodged painfully in his throat, rendering him unable to speak further. In that moment, the very atmosphere seemed to thicken, as if the heavens themselves were about to descend upon him. Dark clouds swirled ominously, streaks of blue lightning flickering across the sky, and a formidable aura surged forth, carrying an intense fury. From the heavens descended a figure resembling a deity, 8 soul rings shimmering ominously behind him, yellow, purple, and black. This figure was none other than a soul master with a perfect soul ring configuration. The blue dragon shadow coiled around him, and a terrifying thunder rumbled silently, overwhelming the group from the Albu Junior Soul Master Academy, leaving them utterly speechless. "You just claim my daughter has no father?" The piercing gaze of that figure locked onto Qinshi, his gravelly voice imbued with an almost tangible scent of blood, shrouding Qinshi in an overwhelming aura of murderous intent. In that instant, Qinshi found himself drenched in fear. "I, Senior, I." He could hardly form a coherent sentence, trembling as he knelt, imploring for mercy. The figure, utterly uninterested in Qinshi's explanations, summoned a lightning dragon composed entirely of thunder from the stormy clouds above, which struck down upon Qinshi with unerring precision. In an instant, all that remained was a charred patch of earth, no blood, no trace of life. Truly, he had been obliterated. The figure turned its furious eyes toward the others, its voice resonating with palpable rage. "If anything were to happen to my daughter, all of you shall pay with your lives." With that, the figure soared towards the direction of the soul-hunting forest. Fearless of any potential escape from the others, he knew that, with his power, eliminating a few unprotected soul masters on Douluo Continent would be a mere trifle. The dean, witnessing the retreating figure, collapsed to the ground in despair, muttering, "Blue electric Tyrannosaurus. So Qing'er's surname is you?" Chapter 18. A crisis reemerges. Within the soul-hunting forest, Yunzheng noticed that Qing'er appeared troubled. Recognizing his own missteps, he endeavored to cheer her up. Fortunately, the emotional swings of children are often straightforward, and he managed to lift her spirits without much effort. After a light-hearted exchange, Yunzheng suggested, "Qing'er, we should depart from here. The cave is not safe, and waiting idly is not a viable strategy. I will lead the way. The soul-hunting forest is not vast, and powerful soul beasts are scarce. Given the disturbances from last night, they are likely in disarray, providing us the perfect opportunity to escape this perilous place. Remaining in the cave offered no advantages for Yunzheng. He had no desire to embark on an otherworldly survival adventure with a young girl. Moreover, his arms were in dire need of treatment, which could only be found in a town, as the forest lacked the necessary conditions. This matter could not be postponed. Once his dislocated bones healed improperly, recovery would become exceedingly difficult. Qing'er had stumbled into the cave out of necessity, but Yunzheng was well aware of how to navigate. He felt no inclination to linger there. Acknowledging the gravity of their situation, Qing'er, having witnessed Yunzheng's strength, did not underestimate him despite his injuries. She nodded earnestly, stating, "Rest assured, there are no formidable soul beasts nearby. The strongest one is merely a century old. However, beyond this area, I cannot guarantee safety." Yunzheng anticipated such revelations and nodded in understanding. Though they intended to leave the soul-hunting forest, they could not act recklessly. They needed to be in optimal condition. Fortunately, Qing'er had sufficiently restored her stamina and soul power, while Yunzheng found himself fatigued and mentally foggy upon awakening, clearly not an ideal condition for travel. Approximately half an hour later, after consuming some provisions, Yunzheng felt revitalized. With everything in readiness, there was no reason to delay further. He and Qing'er cautiously exited the cave. Although his arms were incapacitated, his legs remained functional, albeit somewhat uncoordinated. Whether one should consider Qing'er lucky or unfortunate was debatable. The girl had somehow led Yunzheng from the periphery into the mixed zone during the tumultuous night. Yet they had remarkably avoided any vicious soul beasts. Yunzheng deemed it sheer luck. Thanks to the residual chaos from the previous night's battle, most soul beasts within the soul-hunting forest had hidden away, allowing Yunzheng and Qing'er to navigate through the mixed zone with relative ease. Upon reaching the outskirts of the forest, both Yunzheng and Qing'er exhaled deeply, instinctively relaxing as they neared safety. Their excitement grew with proximity to the exit. They felt as though they had narrowly escaped calamity. Two 6-year-old children had traversed the tumultuous soul-hunting forest unscathed for an entire day and night, successfully evading danger, a feat that would be hard for others to believe. Their survival was attributed not only to luck, but also to their innate strength. Had they not possessed sufficient power, they would have surely fallen prey to the 200-year-old silver-backed wolves. Yet, just as they believed success was at hand, a grotesque and colossal figure materialized before them, the earth-shattering bear. The once mighty king of the soul-hunting forest now appeared battered and broken. Its left eye had been gouged out. Deep claw marks marred its face, extending from its brow to its chin. Its lip was torn, fangs broken, and crimson blood flowed unabated from its wounds. Patches of fur were missing, revealing a tapestry of injuries, some from sharp weapons, others from vicious bites, and severe contusions. It was evident that yesterday had been anything but kind to the earth-shattering bear. Though a 2,000-year-old soul beast, its power was still outmatched by the 3 silver-backed wolves, which, while 1,000 years old, could fight at the level of a soul master. Perhaps the earth-shattering bear could unleash soul master-level strength due to its racial advantages. But the outcome of 3 coordinated soul masters attacking a single soul master was all too predictable. Not to mention, the silver-backed wolves had gained strength under the moonlight's influence. The battles among soul beasts, particularly in territorial conflicts, are typically characterized by a relentless struggle to the death. However, last night, the earth-shattering bear, having previously fought alongside the 3 silver-backed wolves against human soul masters, found itself in a precarious situation. Although the silver-backed wolves are notoriously bloodthirsty, they ultimately refrained from total annihilation. After inflicting severe injuries upon the earth-shattering bear, they chose to expel it instead. This hunting forest no longer offers refuge for the earth-shattering bear, compelling it to seek a new place to survive. If all goes as anticipated, it is likely to perish during its migration. It may even fall prey to the forest's guardians the moment it steps beyond the hunting grounds. Even if fortune smiles upon it, allowing it to traverse safely to another gathering of soul beasts, it will likely encounter its own sovereign there. Soul beasts possess a profound sense of territoriality and are merciless towards intruders. Driven to the forest's exit, the earth-shattering bear, weakened by its injuries, cannot endure the rigors of a long journey and must pause to recuperate. To prevent chaos among the soul beasts, hunting forests overseen by the Empire typically feature a singular exit, which has led to the current predicament. Coincidentally, Qing'er and Yunzheng, seeking to leave the hunting forest, unexpectedly encounter the expelled earth-shattering bear. The sight of old adversaries ignites intense animosity. The earth-shattering bear remembers Qing'er and Yunzheng well, however. Its plight cannot be solely attributed to them. The challenge posed by the silver-backed wolves was inevitable. And it was the presence of the group from the Academy of the Ancient Soul Masters that allowed the earth-shattering bear to cling to life. Yet, the reality remains. The bear's fury demands an outlet. Not known for its cunning, the earth-shattering bear believes that eliminating these two humans would bring it immense relief. With a roar of fury, the earth-shattering bear lunges without hesitation, its massive paw descending like a meteor. Qing'er and Yunzheng leap into action, erecting a barrier of soul power just in time to deflect the barrage of flying debris, both letting out muffled groans. Even in its wounded state, a 2,000-year-old earth-shattering bear is not to be trifled with by two mere 10th-level soul masters. It is not an exaggeration to assert that had the silver-backed wolves not resorted to cunning tactics and attacked under the cover of night, the outcome of a 1-on-3 confrontation would remain uncertain. Fortunately, the bear's injuries hindered its follow-up strike, granting Qing'er and Yunzheng precious moments to react. Summoning the giant spirit golden dragon and the frost sky feather bow, the two wielded their yellow soul rings with determination, despite their apparent lack of intimidation. Neither Qing'er nor Yunzheng exhibited a trace of cowardice. To engage in battle is to embrace life. Having faced life and death challenges the previous night, they both emerged significantly stronger. Yunzheng's arms were incapacitated, yet this did not hinder his ability to draw the bow. Balancing on one leg, he pressed the other firmly against the body of the frost sky feather bow, biting down on the bowstring and the ice arrow with his teeth. The bow resembled a full moon, and with a resounding bang, the ice arrow shot forth with great velocity. Every individual possesses their own reasons for survival, and Yunzheng was no exception. He yearned to ensure the old beggar's spirit could return home. He wished to witness the myriad wonders of the Douluo Continent. He desired to protect the friends he had painstakingly made in this foreign realm. Above all, he longed to return home. No one could obstruct his will to live. Not even the 2,000-year-old earth-violent bear could deter him. He would show no mercy. The ice arrow emerged from the blind spot of the earth-violent bear's vision. Alas, despite its blindness, the beast's primal instinct for danger remained intact. Almost instantaneously upon hearing the sound, it raised its massive paw to shield itself, and the ice arrow struck true at the center of its palm. The armor-breaking effect activated at that moment, bypassing 12% of its defenses. Although the ice arrow did not draw blood, the frigid essence of the extreme ice successfully infiltrated the earth-violent bear's body, with a 12% damage amplification from the ice attribute. A stunning blood-red ice flower erupted within the bear's palm. How could mere flesh withstand the chill of such extreme ice? The earth-violent bear let out a pained howl, yet simultaneously, the excruciating agony jolted its nerves, and the terrifying brute force it possessed began to rampage against the ground, causing tremors and fissures to spread across the earth. Yunzheng, who stood on one leg, found himself unable to maintain his balance, but fortunately, Qing'er was quick-witted enough to catch him. During this tumultuous exchange, it was inevitable that their arms would collide, yet Yunzheng did not cry out in pain. Instead, he gritted his teeth and urged, "You take the bow. If you can hit its gouged left eye, we shall prevail." The eye is the closest organ to the brain. If Yunzheng could strike the earth-violent bear's eye, the 12% armor-breaking effect would allow the cold to penetrate the bear's brain. The power of the extreme ice could instantly freeze the bear's underutilized mind. However, this demanded that the ice arrow be fired by Yunzheng himself, for only then could the first soul skill be activated. "All right," Qing'er responded, fully convinced by Yunzheng's words. With a determined shout, she hoisted him onto her shoulder, drawing the bow with both arms and aiming for the bear's eye. Though the girl displayed a hint of wildness, Yunzheng had no time to dwell on it. With his teeth once more gripping the string, the ice arrow coalesced and shot forth with ferocity. It missed. Qing'er had never wielded a bow before, and it was a challenge for her to hold it steady. Anxiousness crept into her thoughts, and Yunzheng, gritting his teeth, realized that 2 consecutive attacks had already alerted the earth-violent bear, whose remaining eye was now fixated on him and Qing'er. Chapter 19. The scoundrel has been found. "I'm sorry." Qing'er expressed her remorse, hurriedly offering her apologies. Yunzheng bore no ill will towards Qing'er. He calmly stated, "It is not your fault. Depart from here and take shelter to the left of the earth-bursting bear, for its left eye is blind." He acknowledged his own share of responsibility for the previous arrow, as he had allowed another to wield the bow. At times, 1 + 1 does not necessarily equate to 2. The division of the bow and arrow, akin to a sword without a sharp edge or a blade devoid of a ring, greatly diminishes their potency. Had Qing and Yunzheng possessed a deeper synergy, it would not have been impossible for them to jointly wield the bow and shoot arrows. However, as it stood, their connection was yet to reach that profound level of understanding. Very well. Qing acquiesced without hesitation, swiftly retreating into the blind spot of the earth-bursting bear. The creature's gaze failed to catch up instantaneously, granting Yunzheng and Qing a fleeting moment to prepare. Yunzheng leaped from Qing shoulder, employing the same tactic once more. He placed his foot against the bow's body, biting down tightly on the bowstring and the ice arrow, drawing it back to its full moon shape. His eyes glinted like lightning as he aimed for the bear's eye socket. Yet at that moment, the earth-bursting bear had also located the vanished Qing and Yunzheng. Upon sighting the ice bow, its beastly eyes narrowed in alarm. Though these two humans appeared weak, that ice bow possessed a power that posed a genuine threat to it. Under the sun's radiant light, the ice arrow shimmered with a cold brilliance, causing the bear to shudder. Instinctively, it raised its massive paw high, preparing to strike the ground with tremendous force. Witnessing this, Yunzheng felt a jolt of alarm and managed to squeeze out a few words through clenched teeth. "Hold on tight. Steady yourself." Qing understood immediately. Without a moment's hesitation, she tightly embraced Yunzheng. The immense strength of the giant spirit golden dragon surged forth, causing her seemingly delicate feet to sink into the ground. Yunzheng felt himself being pressed into the earth, but fortunately, he had been holding his breath and focusing, thus remained unaffected. Boom. At that moment, the bear's paw descended with ferocious intent. This strike, laden with soul power, differed from the previous earth-shattering blow. Although the ground trembled once more, this time it cracked open, resembling a great serpent as it surged towards Yunzheng and Qing. Countless earth spikes erupted from the fissure. Were they to strike true, survival would be impossible. The earth-bursting bear, with its very name tied to the earth, could not afford to be devoid of its elemental might, lest it be a mere figurehead. Bang! A beam of ice-blue light streaked through the air, its speed so swift that it left only an afterimage in its wake. Yunzheng found himself devoid of any opportunity for hesitation. His only glimmer of hope lay in delivering a lethal strike to the vital point of the earth-shattering bear before it could unleash its assault. Yet, this arrow was destined to miss its mark. Almost instantaneously upon the release of the arrow, a terrifying force descended from the heavens. Dark clouds gathered ominously at the horizon, while fearsome thunder illuminated the overcast sky, devoid of the warmth of sunlight, instead exuding a chilling aura imbued with murderous intent. In the following moments, an ethereal figure emerged, enveloped in crackling lightning, resembling a divine deity of thunder, proclaiming with an authoritative voice that resonated in all directions, "You wretched beast, how dare you!" The swiftness of the lightning was beyond the comprehension of either Yunzheng or the 2,000-year-old earth-shattering bear. Before either could react, a blue bolt of lightning coalesced into a dragon, bearing an overwhelming force, hurtling down upon the earth-shattering bear with tremendous might. From a distance, the lightning dragon appeared majestic. Yet as it approached, Yunzheng was struck by the realization that this dragon was several meters in girth. In an instant, the thunder erupted, unleashing a multitude of electric arcs that scattered in all directions, a blinding white light engulfing Yunzheng's vision, simultaneously consuming the ice arrow he had released. The earth-shattering bear's ground spike attack too could not evade this calamity. Everything within sight vanished into oblivion. Following a tremendous explosion, Yunzheng instinctively squinted his eyes. When the thunder receded and the blinding light faded, he cautiously reopened his eyes. At this moment, all that remained was a deep pit, devoid of any remnants. The earth-shattering bear had left not even a trace of its existence. Only a bright purple soul ring hovered uncertainly at the edge of the pit. Witnessing this scene, Yunzheng couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath, overwhelmed by the sheer terror of such formidable control. The distance between Yunzheng and Qing and the earth-breaking bear could not be considered close, yet it was certainly not too far either. The might of the Thunder Dragon was witnessed firsthand by Yunzheng. To say he was overwhelmed would be an understatement. In that fleeting moment when the Thunder Dragon descended, he genuinely believed his end was nigh. However, upon the Thunder Dragon's actual arrival, neither Yunzheng nor Qing felt even a hint of an electric arc. To be candid, Yunzheng felt a twinge of envy. If only he possessed such mastery, how could he have rendered his own arms inoperative? Although now Yunzheng boasted considerable strength, he was akin to a child wielding a heavy hammer, lacking the grace and composure that comes with true ease. Simultaneously, a sudden figure approached. The tempest surrounding him having dissipated, yet his martial soul and soul rings remained unretracted. It was then that Yunzheng discerned the identity and prowess of the newcomer, a blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex martial soul, boasting a full 8 rings. The arrival was none other than a soul Douluo from the esteemed Blue Electric Overlord sect of the upper three sects. Indeed, Yunzheng had never encountered the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex martial soul, but it was well known across the continent that the dragon-type martial soul capable of wielding lightning could only belong to the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex, right? Regaining his composure, Yunzheng did not hesitate to express his gratitude, respectfully saying, Junior Yunzheng sincerely thanks you, esteemed elder, for your assistance. After all, one should extend thanks when one's life is spared. However, Yunzheng did not anticipate that before he could bend in reverence, Qing'er, standing nearby, swiftly grasped his arm. Letting out a haughty snort as she remarked in a peculiar tone, No need to acknowledge him. Yunzheng was momentarily taken aback, staring blankly at Qing'er, at a loss for words. My dear lady, your origins are extraordinary, while I, little Yun, am undeniably of humble beginnings. The esteemed figure before me is the sole Douluo of the Blue Electric Tyrant Sect, and I am but a fragile being, unequipped to withstand such formidable tempests, nor to endure a beating. However, the subsequent scene rendered Yunzheng utterly speechless. Upon hearing Qing'er's deliberately detached words, this sole Douluo of the Blue Electric Tyrant Sect not only refrained from anger, but also displayed a flattering smile upon his handsome and dignified visage. He cautiously approached Qing'er, both anxious and relieved, inquiring, Qing'er, are you unhurt? At last, I have found you. You truly frightened me. If anything were to happen to you, what would your mother and I do? Such a demeanor was in stark contrast to the magnificent figure who once commanded lightning. Yunzheng stood dumbfounded. It turned out that Qing'er's father was indeed the sole Douluo of the Blue Electric Tyrant Sect. No wonder Qing'er spoke with such audacity. The scoundrel had been located. As she sensed her father's concern, a fleeting glimmer of grievance and guilt crossed Qing'er's eyes, only to be swiftly concealed, replaced by a facade of coldness. The changes in her gaze were exceedingly evident. Even Yunzheng took note, let alone the ever-watchful sole Douluo. Upon reflection, it is only natural, whether male or female. A father often emerges as the first superhero in a child's life, the initial object of their admiration. And it is only fitting that the yearning for paternal love is universal, with Qing'er being no exception. However, Qing'er's familial situation was rather intricate. This Aquaman seemed to have resolved matters in his own backyard, yet failed to earn his daughter's acceptance. Thus, despite sensing the deep-seated dependence Qing'er harbored towards him, her father's expression remained shrouded in gloom. Nevertheless, he did not succumb to despair, as such a reaction was anticipated. Qing'er exhibited an unmistakable disregard for him. And understanding her well, he knew better than to provoke her at this moment. Instead, he altered his approach, turning to Yunzheng with a gentle smile, and kindly inquiring, Young lady, are you unharmed? Upon hearing these words, Yunzheng's delicate face suddenly froze. At this moment, a curse lingered on the tip of Yunzheng's tongue, leaving her uncertain whether to utter it. Chapter 20. Finally, the journey home. Who says that donning a princess dress must signify one is a girl? Who claims that possessing a refined appearance inevitably classifies one as female? Such notions are evidently rooted in societal prejudice. It is surprising that this dignified soul fighter before me has also fallen into such a trap, how the integrity of humanity has waned, and the morals of society have declined. Yunzheng harbored a myriad of words within, yet upon contemplating the strength and stature of the individual before him, he ultimately refrained from expressing them. After all, Yunzheng was no mere girl. Fortunately, at that moment, Qing'er intervened on Yunzheng's behalf, prompting the individual to realize his misstep. Upon hearing Qing'er's voice, he instinctively raised an eyebrow, blinking in confusion as he scrutinized Yunzheng. His disbelief lingered, perhaps due to Yunzheng's deceptively enchanting appearance, coupled with a modest height and the fact that he donned one of Qing'er's dresses. Moreover, the remnants of their recent battle had left Yunzheng with a smattering of dust, making it challenging for anyone unfamiliar with him to discern his gender upon closer inspection. Nonetheless, since it was Qing'er who spoke, the man was inclined to believe her. Noticing the displeasure etched on Qing'er's face and the peculiar gaze from Yunzheng, he hastily apologized, exclaiming, My sincerest apologies. It seems my eyes have deceived me. Humph. Observing this, Qing'er let out a soft huff, her expression transforming into one of playful indignation. After soothing Qing'er, the man's gaze shifted back to Yunzheng, his demeanor turning solemn as he earnestly requested, Young one, may I have a look at your arms? On Yunzheng's arms were intricately wrapped special bandages belonging to the Blue Electric Overlord sect, evidently applied by Qing'er. Coupled with the previous sight of Qing'er tending to Yunzheng, it was clear that the man, eager to please his daughter, was quite willing to assist Yunzheng. Upon hearing the words, Yunzheng pondered for a moment before nodding slightly. Although Yunzheng harbored secrets, particularly the mysterious orb within his sea of consciousness, he firmly believed that such an extraordinary object would not be detected by his soul Douluo. Once he conveyed his agreement, the man gently grasped Yunzheng's hands, and a sensation of muscle tearing and swelling surged through him, causing him to furrow his brow. Seeing this, Qing'er did not intervene with her father. Despite her overt disdain for him, she nonetheless acknowledged his capabilities. In truth, even if he had not spoken, she would have sought his assistance in treating Yunzheng's arm injuries. Soft soul power flowed into Yunzheng's arms, and almost instantly, the man discerned the general condition of Yunzheng, pondering in astonishment. Is this innate divine strength? The Blue Lightning Tyrant clan could not have risen to be one of the top 3 sects solely based on the might of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Martial Soul. Their prowess and body refinement was equally remarkable, akin to the Haotian sect's chaotic wind hammer technique and the 7 treasure glazed tile sect's wealth. Members of the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan possessed an inherent advantage in martial souls, making even the Haotian sect no match for them in sheer physical strength. As a soul Douluo of the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan, the man was well versed in body refinement. He could instantly perceive the nature of Yunzheng's arm injuries. The explosive force had outstripped his physical constitution, resulting in dislocated and fractured bones. Such occurrences had been documented numerous times in the history of the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan. What astonished him was that Yunzheng possessed such immense strength while exhibiting a lamentably frail physique. In the terms of their clan, it was akin to being unable to lift a shoulder or raise a hand. However, this astonishment was fleeting. As a soul Douluo of the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan, who had traversed many lands, he had encountered numerous individuals with innate divine strength. Though Yunzheng was somewhat unique, he was not entirely beyond comprehension. Yet, the thought of Yunzheng maintaining composure while contending with a 2,000-year-old earth-shaking bear was indeed commendable. With this in mind, the man instinctively deepened the infusion of soul power. At that moment, a chill emanated. Though it could not disrupt the man's soul power, it did impart a sense of coldness. This revelation piqued the man's interest. The chill exceeded even the natural ice and snow of the northernmost regions, underscoring the power of Yunzheng's martial soul. However, the man's expression soon shifted to one of intrigue and acceptance. It was evident to the soul master who had awakened Yunzheng's martial soul. So there was no reason for a distinguished soul Douluo like himself to be oblivious. He was not surprised. In the Douluo Continent, genius was predominantly monopolized by sects and noble families. If one's parents lacked talent, it was unlikely for the offspring to defy fate. Occasionally, a few powerful mutated martial souls would appear, but they often came with adverse side effects, which was the norm on the continent. Moreover, speaking of mutated martial souls, was not the man S subordinate the most typical example? A true dragon reduced to a mere pig, unable to wield thunder and retaining none of the dragon's semblance, becoming a laughingstock of the entire sect. Remembering his subordinate, the man instantly lost his enthusiasm, withdrawing his soul power and suppressing the negative emotions that had arisen. He turned his gaze back to Yunzheng and asked, "Little one, are you afraid of pain?" Upon hearing this, Yunzheng understood the man's intent. Taking a deep breath, he nodded earnestly and replied with a solemn expression, "Thank you for your concern, senior." The man, both surprised by Yunzheng's perceptiveness and impressed by his decisiveness, nodded in approval before seizing Yunzheng's hands and exerting tremendous force. Blue arcs of electricity enveloped Yunzheng's arms, bending them at an exaggerated angle, ultimately resulting in a complete fracture of both humeri. Yunzheng was oblivious to how Lord Guan maintained his composure during his self-inflicted surgery in the past. It had merely been a tale to him until now, and he found himself genuinely admiring the man. The sudden and excruciating pain contorted Yunzheng's face into a grimace, a piercing scream escaping his lips as torrents of cold sweat cascaded down his brow. Even as a bystander, one could palpably feel the anguish emanating from him. Upon witnessing this harrowing scene, Qing'er gasped in shock, exclaiming, "Father, what are you doing?" Her desperate cry struck a chord within the man, yet he remained focused. Responding in a low voice, "Qing'er, your friend has injured himself with his own power. The muscles in his arm are torn, and the bone is severely damaged, particularly the upper arm bone, which is fractured and misaligned. I must proceed in this manner to aid in his recovery. Surely, you do not wish for your friend to suffer with deformed arms in the future?" Having spent some time within the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon Sect, Qing'er understood the gravity of the situation. Upon grasping the reason behind her father's actions, she promptly stepped aside to avoid disturbing Yunzheng and the man. "Yunzheng, you must endure," she urged, her heart heavy with concern as she prayed for him, for this was all she could do. To Yunzheng, this process felt interminable. Yet the man, A formidable soul Douluo and a master of body refinement, skillfully manipulated Yunzheng's dislocated bones back into place in mere moments. However, this was just the beginning. The man retrieved a jade box from his soul guide, extracting a bomb that resembled congealed fat, applying it evenly to Yunzheng's arms. He then wrapped them with specially crafted bandages from the blue electric tyrant Tang Sect. A cooling sensation enveloped Yunzheng's arms, and the searing agony that had overwhelmed him was immediately tempered. Though the pain lingered still, it was now more bearable. After completing this procedure, the man withdrew, imparting sage advice to Yunzheng. For the next month, avoid straining your arms and ensure your diet is rich, particularly in meat and bone broth, as it will greatly aid your recovery. Thank you, esteemed elder. Yunzheng, despite the cold sweat on his brow, expressed his heartfelt gratitude. The value of the bomb alone was surely considerable, and he resolved to remember this act of kindness. There's no need for such formality, the man waved dismissively, indicating that Yunzheng need not concern himself with gratitude. Indeed, the man had no familial ties to Yunzheng and could have easily chosen not to offer such dedicated assistance. He could have merely feigned concern. However, Yunzheng was a cherished friend of his daughter, and to ensure her happiness, a simple box of bomb was hardly a burden for him. Having resolved Yunzheng's arm predicament, the man inquired about the events of the past few days. Qing'er, in her pride, refrained from speaking to her father, prompting Yunzheng to serve as the narrator, recounting the happenings of the last couple of days. Naturally, in his retelling, he omitted any mention of danger faced by himself and Qing'er, ensuring the tale remained plausible and not overly alarming. Yet, Yunzheng underestimated the heart of a protective father. Upon learning that the silverback wolves had endangered Qing'er, the man swiftly set off to the depths of the soul-hunting forest. From a distance, Yunzheng and Qing'er watched in awe as the lush greenery transformed into a tempest of thunder and lightning, blue lightning dragons roaring in fury, threatening to obliterate the entire forest. Unsurprisingly, the silverback wolves within the forest would likely face annihilation. In their lair, the man discovered a spiritual plant. Though its fruits had been devoured by the wolves, it was evident that they had relied on this plant to achieve their millennium of cultivation. Regrettably, the wolves had failed to recognize the importance of sustainable practices, ultimately exhausting the plant's vitality. Otherwise, the man would have been more than willing to cultivate a spiritual plant for Qing'er. Once all matters were resolved, the man prepared to escort Qing'er and Yunzheng back to the ancient city. Initially, Qing'er hesitated, but when her father mentioned her mother's worry in the ancient city, she reluctantly acquiesced. Yunzheng also seized the opportunity and, in less than a quarter of an hour, returned to the entrance of the ancient city. At that moment, the dean of the ancient Junior Soul Master Academy and 2 Soul Master mentors were still in a state of shock, waiting at the spot. Upon seeing the 3 individuals, the man inwardly cursed his misfortune. Not wishing for Qing'er to witness his fierce demeanor, he decided to set her and Yunzheng aside and first address the 3 individuals. If anything were to happen to Qing'er, these 3 would undoubtedly meet their demise, and the entire ancient Junior Soul Master Academy would suffer the consequences. However, seeing that Qing'er was unharmed, the man's desire for bloodshed diminished. He no longer intended to kill these 3, for if Qing'er were to learn of it, it would have a detrimental effect on her. The man wished to shield Qing'er from the dark and primal aspects of the Soul Master world for as long as possible. Chapter 21. Do not depart. Qing'er expressed her grievances over her father's sudden departure once more, huffing in discontent. Should the man choose to leave without notice again, it is likely that the fragile image he had painstakingly built in Qing'er's eyes would come crashing down. Yunzheng was indeed aware of the man's intentions. When he caught sight of the dean and others from a distance, he had already surmised the situation. However, since the man was reluctant to allow Qing'er to be involved, Yunzheng felt it prudent to remain silent. He concocted an excuse to take his leave, reasoning that the upcoming moments would be reserved for family time with Qing'er, and thus he would refrain from intruding. Yet, when Qing'er realized that Yunzheng intended to depart, she unexpectedly grasped his hand. Yunzheng blinked, gazing at Qing'er with a puzzled expression. Under Yunzheng's watchful eyes, a bashful crimson hue spread rapidly across Qing'er's delicate face, as she avoided his gaze and murmured shyly, the skirt. Upon hearing this, Yunzheng was momentarily taken aback, but soon understood. Although there was an instinctive feeling of oddity, he nodded and replied, "Once I have washed up, I shall give it to you." Only then did Qing'er let out a soft whimper, releasing her hold on Yunzheng. Yunzheng departed ahead of others, and this experience in the soul-hunting forest made him acutely aware of the frailty of his physical constitution. Just as the man had jested, turning bones into broth could somehow transform him into light. However, After several setbacks due to his physical limitations, Yunzheng realized that strengthening his constitution must be prioritized without delay. After Yunzheng departed, the man returned. Upon seeing her father come back, Qing'er could not help but show a flicker of joy on her face, though it quickly vanished as she turned away, striding off with her delicate little legs held high. The man, observing this, had no choice but to follow behind. The father and daughter maintained this standoff until, ultimately, Qing'er could no longer contain herself and feigned indifference, asking in a rather obvious manner, "How long do you plan to stay this time?" How long does Qing'er wish for her father to remain? This time, for her father's sake, he would heed her wishes. The man smiled gently as he replied, "Really?" Upon hearing this, Qing'er's face brightened with delight, momentarily forgetting her pretense. She turned to look at the man with surprise but quickly realized her lapse in composure, her cheeks flushing crimson. After shooting him an annoyed glance, she feigned disdain and remarked with a hint of grievance, "In any case, it can only be around 10 days. You will ultimately return to accompany that woman." Hearing this, the man could only chuckle helplessly and responded, "That is my legally wedded wife and your stepmother. She deserves respect." Humph. In response, Qing'er merely huffed in a non-committal manner, neither affirming nor denying his statement. Noticing her slight displeasure, the man inwardly sighed and proposed, "How about I accompany you two for 20 days this time?" Humph. Who cares? Qing'er shot him a glare and coldly laughed as she continued walking away. Although she outwardly appeared indifferent, her lively steps betrayed her inner thoughts. The man exhaled in relief. Even his father, the illustrious title Douluo of the Blue Electric Tyrant Sect, could not compel him to bow so low. Indeed, only Qing'er could elicit such willing forbearance from him. After this brief exchange, silence enveloped the father and daughter once more. The man had assumed this silence would persist until they returned home and encountered Qing'er's mother. However, to his surprise, Qing'er initiated conversation again. She suddenly extended her fair little hand towards him, leaving the man somewhat bewildered. What does this mean? Holding hands? That didn't seem quite right. The body refinement technique of the Blue Electric Tyrant Sect, please. Qing'er boldly demanded, looking at the man with determination. Last night, before the eruption, Yunzheng had explained to Qing'er that he was not a monster but merely possessed greater strength by nature. She felt that Yunzheng must be quite concerned about his unusual power. Qing'er understood well the feeling of being seen as an outlier. After all, she had only just made a friend and wished for Yunzheng not to feel like an oddity. Thus, even though she disliked the Blue Electric Tyrant Sect, she desired to enhance her strength. She reassured herself that this request was for her father and had nothing to do with the sect. The man, an experienced soul Douluo, could almost instantly see through her thoughts. To be honest, he felt a sense of gratification that she was willing to practice body refinement. Although her martial spirit, the giant spirit golden dragon, lacked the frenzied thunder of the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon, it possessed advantages in pure strength. Therefore, should she engage in body refinement, the benefits would be substantial and efficient. However, until now, Qing'er had been reluctant to engage with anything related to the Blue Electric Tyrant Sect. Even the bandages, spiritual herbs, or soul-guiding devices in her possession had been secretly obtained by the man through her mother. It could be said that he had gone to great lengths as a father. Now, with Qing'er willingly proposing body refinement, how could he not be moved? Yet, as her father, he was all too aware that her willingness stemmed from her feelings for Yunzheng. Honestly, it stung a bit to realize that his daughter valued another man more than her own father, even if that man was merely a 6-year-old child. Nevertheless, since this was something Qing'er had painstakingly requested, he could hardly refuse. Not to mention body refinement techniques, anything she desired and he possessed would be given without hesitation. The man readily agreed to her request. Of course, he could not merely provide her the technique and allow her to experiment on her own. Such body refinement practices involving the manipulation of vital energy were not like cultivating soul power. Any misstep could lead to unimaginable consequences, particularly in the early stages without someone to safeguard her. Fortunately, he was prepared to accompany her for 20 days, which would be ample time for her to get on the right track with the body refinement technique. Upon returning home, Qing'er's mother naturally scolded her, and Qing'er could only endure it. Ultimately, it was only when the man intervened, unable to bear seeing her aggrieved expression, that her mother relented. In their household, the hierarchy of authority was unmistakably clear. Later, during dinner, as the family gathered around the table, the man noticed Qing'er's distracted demeanor. After a moment of contemplation, he addressed her mother, saying, "Yun'er, let us leave this place tomorrow. This Aogu city is rather too remote for my comfort in looking after you both. He felt a twinge of fear. This time, Qing Er had merely been fortunate, and he had fortuitously arrived in time. Had it not been for that, the consequences would have been dire. Moreover, he harbored no fondness for the Aogu Junior Soul Master Academy, especially after the incident with the now-destroyed Qin Shi, who had dared to malign Qing Er. The principal was no better, a cunning opportunist who would only approach when there was a benefit to gain, hardly a responsible leader. Deep down, the man intended to bring Qing Er and her mother back to the Blue Electric Tyrant sect. But he knew that was impossible and had to settle for a compromise. If they could not return to the sect, at the very least, he wanted them within his line of sight. While Aogu City was distant from the Blue Electric Tyrant sect, it still placed them out of his reach. Qing Er's mother understood her lover's intentions and gently nodded. She too believed that Aogu City offered little benefit to Qing Er's growth, and given the shadow cast by recent events, leaving was inevitable. However, they did not anticipate that Qing Er would suddenly exclaim, "No, I don't want to leave Aogu City." "Nonsense." Her mother scolded immediately, about to say more when the man interrupted. "Is it because of Yunzheng?" he asked. His gaze fixed on Qing Er, affirming his suspicion. Qing Er's willingness to practice body refinement for Yunzheng revealed the significance he held in her heart. Thus, her reluctance to leave Aogu City for his sake came as no surprise to the man. "I don't care. I simply won't go." Qing Er pouted defiantly, showing no signs of yielding. Seeing this, the man smiled slightly and said, "What if Yunzheng also leaves Aogu City?" At this, Qing Er froze. Experience prevailed. Although she often managed to sway her father, if he truly wished to assert his influence, it was not difficult. Chapter 22. Seeking a master later that evening. Yunzheng was home alone. The ointment applied by Qing Er's father proved remarkably effective, even bordering on miraculous, as within just half a day's time, Yunzheng's arm was already able to bear weight, although it is no longer possible to move with the same ease as before. And even slight exertion brings about a sharp pang of pain. Yunzheng is nevertheless capable of managing his daily affairs, such as retrieving a cup of water or having a meal. Thus, he is not reduced to a state of complete dependence. However, the dress and stockings that Qing Er has donned on him are beyond his ability to manage. Although Qing Er's father has not explicitly warned Yunzheng against contact with water, based on the memories of his past life, he deduces that it is prudent to keep his injured hand away from moisture to prevent any risk of infection or inflammation. Yunzheng had no choice but to remove them, meticulously tidying them up and setting them aside, pondering when he might wash them clean and return them to Qing Er. After all, he could not present such a dirty appearance. To return to the main topic, these past 2 days had left Yunzheng quite weary. Although he had slumbered for over 10 hours from last night until noon today, the fatigue of body and mind could not be remedied by mere forced unconsciousness. Now, back in his cozy nook, he felt a sense of relief. After a simple dinner, Yunzheng collapsed into sleep. In a hazy state, Yunzheng seemed to hear some noise. Blinking his eyes in a daze, a shadow flickered across his vision. Suddenly alert in his half-asleep state, he felt a jolt, as if electrified, instinctively leaping from the bed and retreating a few steps. Only then, aided by the moonlight, could he discern the identity of the visitor. "Senior?" Yunzheng tilted his head in confusion. The figure was none other than Qing Er's father, whom Yunzheng recognized. Yet he was utterly perplexed as to why this formidable man would seek him out at such an hour. In an instant, scenes from a film he had previously watched flashed through his mind. A rustic girl falling for the scion of a grand corporation, only to be confronted by the young man's parents, who offered a substantial sum to persuade her to leave their son, uttering the classic line, "Name your price. As long as you depart from my son." The thought brought forth a sense of déjà vu, if it were not for the gender difference. This scenario could easily be the script for a melodramatic ethical drama. However, this notion merely flitted across Yunzheng's mind. He must not forget that this man was an old sea king, maintaining one woman at home and another outside. How could such a figure be tethered by a single woman? Even if he truly intended to break them apart, Yunzheng was indifferent. After all, the higher authority had policies, and the lower ranks had countermeasures. Once the man departed, far removed from the emperor's reach, Yunzheng and Qing Er could still frolic together joyfully. On the other side, upon realizing that Yunzheng had noticed him, the man was not taken aback. He had not made any effort to conceal his presence as he had walked in confidently. If it were not for his evident strength, Yunzheng would hardly have perceived him at all. Observing Yunzheng's bewildered expression, the man offered a kind smile, surveying the surroundings, a glimmer of compassion flickering in his eyes. When he first encountered Yunzheng, the man had only sensed the boy's exceptional nature. Aside from knowing that Yunzheng possessed innate strength and a formidable, mutated martial soul, he had little understanding of him. The man presumed that a child of such remarkable demeanor must have been raised in a distinguished manner and thus did not dwell on it further. However, after an entire afternoon and evening of conversation, he learned much about Yunzheng from Qing'er. She willingly shared details about her friend, and the man seized the opportunity to learn more about this admirable boy, resulting in a discussion largely centered around Yunzheng. Upon discovering Yunzheng's background, the man's initial incredulity soon transformed into pity. A young child, with no family to rely on, living alone in the city of Agu, had spent the first 4 years of his life dependent on an old beggar. The subsequent 2 years were entirely his own struggle for survival, the hardships of which were unimaginable. Moreover, the man gleaned even more from Qing'er. She revealed that Yunzheng was exceptionally astute, almost to the point of being alarming, leaving little room for criticism. Yet, he was merely a 6-year-old child, at an age when one should be frolicking under parental protection. He comprehended the complexities of human relationships that many adults fail to grasp. This was not luck, but a profound tragedy. Furthermore, the man learned that Yunzheng maintained a distant demeanor towards all the inhabitants of August City. On the surface, he appeared to engage in light-hearted banter with everyone, garnering affection from many older sisters due to his outward charm. In reality, however, he remained an outsider, never truly integrating into the community. In Qing'er's words, apart from her, Yunzheng merely entertained everyone else. While the man was not overly sentimental, Qing'er's mother could not help but feel a pang of sorrow for Yunzheng after hearing her daughter's account. To her, the hardships he faced as a child were exceedingly cruel. Nevertheless, this revelation did ease the man's concerns. At least he need not worry that Yunzheng was drawing near to his daughter for some ulterior motive. Sighing at this thought, the man suddenly spoke in a grave tone. Let us speak plainly. Yunzheng, do you wish to take me as your master? The man's sudden inquiry struck Yunzheng like thunder on a clear day, leaving him in a state of bewilderment, utterly unprepared for such a turn in events. A midnight visit to take on a disciple? Perhaps aware that his approach was somewhat abrupt, the man patiently awaited Yunzheng's reaction. After a considerable pause, Yunzheng finally regained his composure, though he did not immediately kneel in submission. Instead, he regarded the man with a mix of hesitation and intrigue, cautiously asking, Senior wishes to accept me as a disciple? It was not that Yunzheng was ungrateful or dismissive of the man's esteemed status. Rather, he felt a weighty reverence for the hierarchical relationships of heaven and earth, sovereign and kin. He considered himself unworthy of divine respect. The notion of a sovereign was nonsensical to him, yet the respect owed to a teacher was undeniable, though perhaps somewhat antiquated. Yunzheng firmly believed that to take a master was akin to recognizing a father, and the title of master was not one to be uttered lightly. Yunzheng's hesitation was entirely anticipated by the man. In response to Yunzheng's inquiry, the man neither evaded nor concealed his intentions. He stated candidly, indeed. Firstly, your exceptional talent qualifies you to become my disciple. Secondly, your close relationship with Qing'er is noteworthy, and she has chosen to remain in the city of Agu for your sake. Therefore, I intend to take you with me, providing companionship for her. To be frank, the man's sincerity greatly pleased Yunzheng. At least he approached the prospect of apprenticeship with genuine intent, rather than seeking to exploit him for ulterior motives. However, despite this, Yunzheng subtly declined the man's offer, saying, I apologize, senior, but I currently have no intention of joining the Blue Electric Tyrant Sect. As previously stated, Yunzheng had no desire to serve others. In the original narrative, Oscar, one of the 7 monsters, had once joined the 7 Treasure Glaze Tile Sect for Ning Rongrong. But what happened afterward? Did he not eventually leave? A sect is hardly a benevolent place. The man, taken aback by Yunzheng's rejection, had never anticipated such a response. It is worth noting that on the continent, there are thousands, if not tens of thousands, who wish to become his disciple. Yet here he was, specifically seeking Yunzheng, only to be rebuffed. The man gazed at Yunzheng in astonishment, suddenly feeling a headache coming on. To be honest, his desire to take Yunzheng as a disciple was indeed driven by the intention of bringing him into the Blue Electric Tyrant Sect, a common inclination among the direct descendants of various families and sections. Whenever they catch wind of a genius wandering about, they think of incorporating him into their ranks to bolster their own families and sect's power. However, it should be noted that the man was resolute in his purpose. Before setting out, he had guaranteed his wife and daughter that he would secure Yunzheng as his disciple. The thought of returning home to face 2 disappointed faces after Yunzheng's refusal sent a shiver down his spine. With this in mind, the man gritted his teeth and thought, very well. Since Qing'er already harbors no fondness for the blue electric tyrant sect, let Yunzheng accompany her in her growth. Having reconciled this notion, the man felt an overwhelming sense of relief wash over him. No matter. Taking you as my disciple is merely a personal matter and has no bearing on the sect. The man's eyes gleamed with determination as he released a spirited roar. With this turn of events, what reason could Yunzheng possibly have to refuse? Yunzheng took a deep breath and sincerely inquired, "May I ask for your esteemed name?" "Senior?" "Yuzhong Bai," came the reply. Yunzheng respectfully greeted his master. Chapter 23, Princess by Shui, Yu Qing'er. After Yunzheng encountered Yuzhong Bai, Qing'er could no longer conceal her true lineage and thus transformed into Yu Qing'er, having already become a disciple of Yuzhong Bai. Yunzheng naturally departed from Aogu City alongside Yu Qing'er. For Yunzheng, this transition held little significance. After all, he was destined to leave sooner or later. It was precisely because he was aware of this inevitability that he exhibited such reclusive behavior prior to meeting Yu Qing'er. In Yunzheng's eyes, the only possession of any value he had left was the ashes left behind by the old beggar, which he could carry with him. For they were not tied to any real estate. As for the modest earthen dwelling he had inhabited for 2 years, Yunzheng was not one to cling to nostalgia in this regard. Yunzheng followed the Yu family to the more prosperous Tianding city. Of course, this prosperity was merely relative to the city of Aogu. When compared to the imperial cities of Tiandou and Xingluo, it still fell considerably short. In Tianding city, Yunzheng experienced the most carefree and delightful 3 years of his life on the Douluo Continent. Here, he was no longer obliged to accommodate anyone. He could express his feelings freely, without the need for pretense or worldly wisdom, and bask in the warmth of home. Yuzhong Bai remained as he always was, spending most of his time at the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. However, he made noticeably more frequent visits to Tianding City, as it was a city he had deliberately chosen, conveniently not far from the sect's headquarters. As a sole Douluo, he could easily travel back and forth. Moreover, having taken Yunzheng as his esteemed disciple, likely his only disciple, he felt compelled to invest time and effort into his training. In the realm of Douluo, a master who accepts a disciple must shoulder the responsibility of their education. Neglecting this duty not only betrays the trust of the disciple but also tarnishes the master's reputation. This was no trivial matter. That said, Yuzhong Bai was quite pleased with his disciple, Yunzheng. Although Yunzheng's martial spirit hindered his cultivation speed, the quality of his martial spirit and innate soul power, coupled with his diligent training, meant that his soul power was not significantly lagging behind that of his peers. What brought Yuzhong Bai even greater satisfaction was that Yunzheng's dedication also inspired Yu Qing'er, propelling her cultivation speed to surpass that of all her contemporaries at the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. Furthermore, both Yu Qing'er and Yunzheng practiced body refinement. Their unique talents in this regard were noteworthy. One possessed innate divine strength, with vigor surging forth like a flood when complemented by a suitable physique, while the other had a domineering constitution, as if the giant spirit golden dragon were born for body refinement, achieving astonishing progress in vitality cultivation. At times, even Yuzhong Bai could not help but marvel at the body refinement talents of Yunzheng and Yu Qing'er. However, such innate gifts were not easily envied. It is worth mentioning that since Yunzheng had no relatives in the Douluo Continent, the Yu family was the closest thing he had to family. Thus, at the invitation of Yu Qing'er and her mother, it was only natural for Yunzheng to reside under the same roof as Yu Qing'er. He led a simple life together with her, devoid of any peculiar inclinations. To Yunzheng, Yu Qing'er was not only a dear friend but also akin to a younger sister. Although Yu Qing'er was technically 3 months older than Yunzheng, the latter's emotional maturity far surpassed hers. On this particular day, Yunzheng and Yu Qing'er were at home. Yu Qing'er leaned against Yunzheng, shaking his arm with her hands, and pleaded sweetly, "Good Yunzheng, kind Yunzheng, will you teach me, please?" Her voice was as soft as silk, capable of melting even the hardest steel. One could hardly hesitate to grant her any request. However, Yunzheng was no ordinary individual. After 3 years of living together, he had long since discerned Yu Qing'er's true nature and would not easily fall for her charms. He frowned, unperturbed, and huffed. "I've already taught you 13 times, yet you still haven't memorized it. I seriously suspect you are just toying with me." "Absolutely not," Yu Qing'er protested, her big, watery eyes filled with grievance as she pleaded. "I swear, I really was listening intently, but this knowledge just one tea stick in my head." Upon hearing these words, Yunzheng turned his gaze towards Yu Qing'er, and after a few breaths, he let out a helpless and weary sigh. Yunzheng believed in what Yu Qing'er had said. After all, in his previous life, he too had been a diligent student. Throughout his years of education, he encountered several classmates who were earnest in their studies, taking copious notes and maintaining pristine textbooks, embodying the very essence of exemplary students. Yet, despite their efforts, their exam results were consistently disappointing. He generally referred to such students as princesses or princes of wasted knowledge. Unfortunately, Yunzheng was precisely this type of scholarly princess. It was only in the past 2 years that Yunzheng had discovered this aspect of her character. Indeed, under the personal tutelage of Yunzheng, there was little need for Yunzheng and Yunzheng to attend a Soul Master Academy. However, Yunzheng's mother believed that such an unconventional upbringing would not benefit their growth. To ensure they enjoyed a more complete childhood, they enrolled in a Junior Soul Master Academy at her behest. After 2 years, there was a written examination, and although personal strength was paramount for Soul Masters, not every Soul Master could ascend to greatness. This was when various forms of knowledge would reveal their value. Furthermore, for many noble heirs, written exam results became a means of comparison. While Yunzheng had no desire to compete with others, she wished to conceal her lack of understanding from them. Thus, prior to each written exam, she would seek Yunzheng's assistance for tutoring, which proved to be a burden for him. Throughout this tutoring experience, Yunzheng discovered that Yunzheng was not incapable of retaining information. Rather, a host of common knowledge simply did not exist in her mind. A straightforward example was her belief that sheer strength could overcome all obstacles. In the realm of Soul Masters, the strong attack type often found themselves in a rather awkward position. When faced with the other 4 types of Soul Masters, the agile attack and defensive types each had their own merits, making it difficult to distinguish superiority based solely on personal capability. In contrast to the cyclical dominance of agile attack over control, control over defense, and defense over agile attack, the strong attack type was predominantly countered by the control type, often left powerless and frustrated. As for the support type, they could hardly stand against a strong attack type, barring exceptional cases of fools and monsters, unless one was a high-ranking Soul Master above the Soul Sage level, capable of overpowering opponents. Most strong attack type Soul Masters needed to collaborate with allies of various types to maximize their potential. However, Yunzheng held a different view, dismissing the complexities surrounding strong attack Soul Masters as unnecessary. In her own words, she would exclaim, "What control type? Let them crawl." It was perilous for a strong attack Soul Master to underestimate control types. Yet remarkably, none of her peers in the control category could ever best her. Yunzheng's second soul skill, Konglong Lin, derived from a rare soul beast, the golden armored dragon lizard, aged 670 years. This skill did not enhance her attributes nor provide any offensive or defensive capabilities. Its sole effect was immunity to control effects. When Yunzheng activated this skill, a golden dragon manifestation would appear, safeguarding her from any control techniques, unless someone could deplete her entire soul power in a single blow. It was virtually impossible to restrain her. This implied that, before her soul power ran out, she could disregard all control skills from her peers. This left Yunzheng pondering how to reason with such an illogical circumstance. If he were a control-type Soul Master, the mere thought of facing Yunzheng would likely extinguish his fighting spirit. The primary advantage of control Soul Masters against strong attack types lay in their myriad of control techniques, rendering the latter's strength ineffective and ultimately leading to their demise. Yet, what of Yunzheng? Upon activating her second soul skill, she would charge recklessly into battle, relying on her overwhelming vitality to deliver a crushing blow, thereby concluding the fight. Certainly, Yunzheng, who believed in the supremacy of strength, could not accept the knowledge imparted by the Junior Soul Master Academy, which catered primarily to the average Soul Masters. The instructors at Tianding Junior Soul Master Academy did not tailor their teachings. They merely replicated standard lectures, which contributed to Yunzheng's status as a proud scholarly princess. Unfortunately, she was unwilling to let others, especially Yunzheng, discover this shortcoming. Thus, the daunting task of tutoring Yunzheng naturally fell upon Yunzheng's shoulders. Seeing the glimmer of tears welling in Yunzheng's enchanting eyes, Yunzheng's heart softened, and he feigned sternness as he proclaimed, "This is the final time." I knew Yunzheng was the best. Yunzheng rejoiced, nuzzling her cheek against his, whether in anticipation of the upcoming exam or from gratitude for his indulgence. It was unclear. 2 hours later, Yunzheng finally elucidated the content for the written examination to Yunzheng. It was no small feat. As for why Yunzheng and Yunzheng had access to the exam questions for the following day, it was, of course, provided by their instructor. Had it not been for this, Yunzheng's identity as a scholarly princess would have been exposed long ago. Each time, it was Yunzheng who requested the questions. The instructor would not refuse, considering that both Yunzheng and Yunzheng were the top students of the academy, intelligent and gifted. Tianding Junior Soul Master Academy hoped to gain further rewards from the advanced academies through their talents. Similar to the system of the Martial Spirit Hall. As long as lower-tier institutions could cultivate and transport geniuses to higher-tier academies, they would receive substantial rewards. This arrangement resembled a contract. Provide me with talented students, and I shall grant you resources, leaving any subsequent achievements of the student detached from your institution. Moreover, the instructor believed that given Yunzheng and Yunzheng's usual dedication to their studies, they would excel regardless of whether they had the exam questions. Rather than allowing these two prodigies to squander time on revision, it would be more beneficial for them to focus on their cultivation. A perfect misunderstanding. Yunzheng let out a long sigh of relief. He felt that each written examination was not a test of Yunzheng's comprehension and memory, but rather an evaluation of his own teaching abilities. Thanks to Yunzheng could undoubtedly be regarded as an exemplary educator now. Yunzheng mused that if he were to take on the role of a mentor at the academy now, he would undoubtedly be quite popular, particularly among the junior spirit master students. Yunzheng lay sprawled on the bed, utterly exhausted. Previously, he had not realized it. But now he comprehended that teaching was indeed far more taxing than studying. Gratefulness to teachers. Yunzheng, observing Yunzheng's weary state, understood that he was completely worn out. Embarrassed, she playfully stuck out her tongue, nudged him gently, and with a charming tone said, all right. I know Yunzheng is the best." Yunzheng remained unfazed. Lazily sprawled on the bed, stretching his limbs without uttering a word. Yunzheng, fully aware of Yunzheng's intentions, understood that he merely desired a shoulder massage. She had no intention of declining, whether out of gratitude towards Yunzheng, playful banter, or her own inclination. She would not refuse. However, just as Yunzheng was about to take action, a sudden thought crossed her mind, and a mischievous smile graced her delicate face. She retracted her outstretched hands and instead perched herself upon Yunzheng's waist, her petite feet pressing lightly against his back, applying just the right amount of pressure. Sensing the unusual sensation against his back, Yunzheng quickly comprehended Yunzheng's intentions, his body tensing up. It seemed he wanted to say something, yet ultimately, he remained silent, folding his arms behind his head and burying his face in the crook of his elbow. After cautiously stepping a few times and realizing that Yunzheng did not resist, Yunzheng felt a surge of delight in her heart. After a quiet chuckle, she grew bolder. Truth be told, Yunzheng felt a touch of shyness herself. But who could blame her? After all, Yunzheng was fond of such antics. Over the past 3 years, not only had Yunzheng gotten to know Yunzheng, but she had also taken the time to understand him. Through her observations, Yunzheng concluded that Yunzheng was a repressed and peculiar individual. He was not only captivated by beautiful faces but also had a penchant for long, shapely legs and delicate feet. What could Yunzheng do but indulge him? In summary, even if Yunzheng was somewhat peculiar, he only directed that peculiarity towards her. One should not underestimate the children of Douluo Continent, perhaps due to developmental factors. Children here matured significantly faster than Yunzheng did in his previous life. Consequently, the youth of Douluo Continent exhibited a remarkable precocity. Without delving into specifics, consider a few well-known figures. Oscar's parents had long since begun their family, while Ma Hongjuan's martial spirit was inherently fiery, marking him as a notable figure since his early training. Thus, Yunzheng's advanced thoughts at this moment were not particularly surprising within the context of Douluo Continent. It was merely that Yunzheng had yet to realize this, mistakenly believing that Yunzheng's behavior was merely a fleeting whim. A quarter of an hour later, as Yunzheng indulged in her thoughts, she suddenly recalled something and gently patted Yunzheng's concealed head, exclaiming, "To celebrate your birthday, my mother has prepared a special gift for you." Yunzheng paused, momentarily taken aback. He then recollected that Yunzheng had inquired about his birthday long ago, choosing not to disclose the date from his previous life. He had instead adopted the day he arrived in Douluo Continent as his birthday. Today marked the 9th anniversary of that day. This meant that tonight, he would finally receive his third extraordinary gift. The thought thrilled him. Meanwhile, noticing Yunzheng's inattentiveness, Yunzheng huffed playfully, placing a foot on his head, and playfully chided, "Open your mouth." Startled by the gentle touch of her foot, Yunzheng's expression faltered, and he obediently turned his head, complying by opening his mouth. Pouting slightly, Yunzheng, in a moment of playful retaliation, stuffed a pill into Yunzheng's mouth. Unconsciously, Yunzheng bit into the elixir in his mouth, the sweetness unfurling like candied fruit on his palate. Blinking in bewilderment, he cast a perplexed glance at Yunzheng. To be candid, the flavor was indeed delightful. Yet wasn't it somewhat childish for his master's wife, a soul master, to gift him a mere candy on his birthday? Noticing the glint in Yunzheng's eyes, Yunzheng proudly exclaimed, "Tasty, isn't it? This is the dragon yang pill specially concocted for you by my mother. You are aware that your constitution is rather frail. So she prepared a dragon yang herb to bolster your physique. However, my mother mentioned that the herb's taste is rather bitter. So she refined it into this dragon yang pill. What do you think? It's quite sweet. Isn't it? I've never had such a privilege myself." Upon hearing this, Yunzheng initially felt a warmth in his heart, a gentle smile gracing his lips, realizing that his master still cherished him. However, in the next moment, his eyes widened with urgency as he questioned Yunzheng, dragon yang grass. Indeed, Yunzheng nodded in affirmation, retorting, "What else could it be?" In an instant, the medicinal properties of dragon yang grass flashed through Yunzheng's mind. Dragon yang grass, possessing a warm nature, is known for its internal fortifying effects, capable of enhancing the physique of the user and nourishing the essence of the dragon. To put it simply, it is an aphrodisiac. As the knowledge of dragon yang grass coursed through his thoughts, Yunzheng felt a rising heat enveloping his body, his breath quickening as if a flame ignited in his lower abdomen. Suddenly, Yunzheng before him emanated an irresistible allure, her charming visage stirring a tempest of emotions within him. Coupled with the deliberately created atmosphere of intimacy, Yunzheng found himself overwhelmed by primal instincts, losing all semblance of reason in an instant. In a swift motion, he flipped over, pinning Yunzheng beneath him, his hands gripping her wrists tightly. His gaze fixated upon her. To be fair, while Yunzheng possessed considerable strength, even in a state of irrationality, his body could not unleash its full potential. Yunzheng, with her own training in body refinement and robust vitality, had the means to resist. Moreover, the innate advantages of the giant spirit golden dragon could empower her. Yet, in the chaos of the moment, she momentarily forgot to struggle, her cheeks flushing a delightful crimson, while Yunzheng's penetrating gaze rendered her powerless. Yunzheng's labored breaths brushed against Yunzheng's face, and she seemed to sense what was about to transpire. Whether it was fear or anticipation, she shyly closed her eyes. In that fleeting moment, however, Yunzheng suddenly leaped up as if jolted by electricity, awkwardly stammering, I must cultivate." With that, he dashed out the door, as if fearing he might be unable to escape. Meanwhile, Yunzheng caught a glimpse of Yunzheng's flustered retreat, a flicker of disappointment passing through her enchanting gaze, quickly followed by a sense of bewilderment. After a while, she finally revealed a knowing smile, playfully murmuring, "So? It seems that consuming the Longyang pill can lead one to be more candid." Yunzheng was evidently unaware that the events of today seemed to have activated some peculiar switch within Yunzheng. Chapter 25. The External Soul Bone. The Malevolent Spirit Bone Tale. As the hour approached, the pig, Yunzheng, still haunted by unease, finally returned to his chamber. After considerable effort in cultivation to expend his excess energy, he found himself utterly exhausted. Yet, he felt a profound sense of relief that, at the last moment, the chains of reason had firmly restrained the beast known as desire. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unthinkable, not to mention whether Yu Zhongbai would have devoured him alive. Even Yunzheng himself would not have been able to forgive his own actions. Yunzheng has always held the belief that, as a man, a certain degree of lasciviousness is entirely natural. To speak candidly, it is evident that at least 90% of men possess a carnal nature. The remaining 10% are either eunuchs residing in royal courts or individuals with questionable inclinations. Undoubtedly, Yunzheng belongs to the former group, unabashedly acknowledging his own lascivious heart. What is amiss with a man being a bit lustful? However, Yunzheng maintains his principles. He firmly believes that lechery and debauchery are two entirely distinct matters. Lechery is innate, while debauchery is beyond the pale. To take a step back, the sentiments men harbor towards women are mutually understood. It is merely a matter of affection and admiration. Each man possesses his own predilections. For instance, Yunzheng unabashedly identifies as a connoisseur of legs and feet, drawn to sheer black stockings, delicate white silk, voluptuous figures, and graceful forms. He even finds allure in the attributes of others. Regarding these personal preferences, Yunzheng refrains from casting judgments, as long as consent is present. He only remarks on those who lack discretion or fidelity. After all, it is unreasonable to expect unwavering loyalty from everyone. Matters of mutual desire are not ones he wishes to overly involve himself in. Nevertheless, it is universally acknowledged that one should not develop affections for a minor. Such an act is reprehensible and deserving of condemnation. As a person, he must not, and indeed should not, venture into such perilous territory. It is this steadfast rationality that has spared Yunzheng from committing actions he would regret for a lifetime. However, as he reflects on this, he finds himself somewhat exasperated, lamenting, "But this girl, Qing is utterly unguarded with me." Yet, upon further contemplation, he reassures himself, fortunate that he is the one in question. Were it someone else, he would be inclined to break their legs. At this moment, Yunzheng was evidently unaware of the roots of his double standards. He merely thought that in the future, whenever Yuqing offered him something to eat, he must inquire thoroughly before consuming it. He did not wish to find himself unwittingly fed something inappropriate, leaving him in a state of despair. Never mind. He dismissed the thought. That girl was always so carefree, she likely wasn't even aware of her own actions. With a shake of his head and a bemused smile, Yunzheng settled by the bedside, contemplating quietly. I wonder if this third external enhancement will elevate my cultivation. This year marked the 9th since Yunzheng arrived in this realm, and according to the frequency of the pearl delivering enhancements every 3 years, tonight, his third enhancement should indeed arrive. Currently, Yunzheng lacked nothing in terms of talent, resources, support, or a comfortable environment. What he truly yearned for was the cultivation of soul power. Setting aside his previous life, Yunzheng was now 9 years old. Yet he had barely reached the 18th level, not even having acquired a second soul ring. Admittedly, achieving the 18th level at this age could be considered a mark of genius in this realm, even among the prestigious clans of the upper 3 sects. Few could attain such prowess at 9 years old. The individual who most acutely perceived this was undoubtedly Yuzhongbai. Traversing between the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect and Tianding City, Yuzhongbai had witnessed both Yunzheng's diligence and innate talent. Even the current twin stars of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, Yu Tianxin and Yu Tianheng, were merely at the 18th or 19th level at 9 years of age. The fact that Yunzheng could stand shoulder to shoulder with the twin stars, bearing the weight of the formidable soul power associated with ultimate ice, was a testament to his innate capability and hard work. However, when compared to the truly exceptional prodigies of the continent, Yunzheng still fell short. Take Yuqing for example. Her talent was already extraordinary, and with Yunzheng's encouragement, she had surpassed him, despite being merely 3 months older, now standing as a 22nd level soul master, just a step away from the 23rd. In terms of soul power cultivation, Yunzheng maintained a stringent standard for himself, focusing on quality over quantity. His ambition was to enroll in Shrek Academy. And with only 3 years remaining until he turned 12, reaching the minimum admission requirements was certainly within his grasp. Nevertheless, Yunzheng aspired for more than mere entry. Yunzheng recalled that within Shrek Academy, there exists a notion that applicants who attain level 25 by the age of 12 are exempt from the assessments of the second and third trials. In the original narrative, Tang Sect and his companions all possessed cultivation levels exceeding 25, and Yunzheng had no desire to be relegated to a lesser status. However, while this notion holds true, reality does not bend to Yunzheng's desires. The truth is, he is still a full 7 levels away from the coveted 25. Even if he could leverage the second soul ring to elevate his level by 1 or 2, it remains a considerable challenge for one who possesses an extraordinary martial soul. Thus, Yunzheng contemplated whether the third external aid could directly enhance his cultivation. Yunzheng believed that the esteemed Master Pearl within his sea of consciousness undoubtedly possessed such remarkable capabilities. After all, he was able to procure divine artifacts like the heavenly gift divine ring and the ultimate ice. Enhancing soul power should merely be a trifling matter, wouldn't it? It all hinged on whether Yunzheng possessed the requisite fortune. With an exhilarating heart, he quietly settled at the head of his bed, practicing diligently while awaiting the arrival of his external boon. Master Pearl did not keep Yunzheng waiting for long. By the time he returned, it was already close to midnight. In less than a few moments, a gentle wave of ethereal energy surged within his sea of consciousness. The familiar sensation enveloped him, prompting Yunzheng to open his eyes instantly. As usual, Master Pearl exuded an air of aloofness after a brief moment of disturbance. He reverted to his tranquil state as though nothing had transpired. Yet, in the depths of his mind, Yunzheng discerned a voice, revealing to him that his third external boon was an attachment known as the bone tail of malevolent spirits. Yunzheng was filled with immense joy. The external spirit bone, a treasure ranked second on the spirit master's wish list, only surpassed by the 100,000-year spirit ring. The external spirit bone exists entirely independently of the 6 fundamental spirit bones, and it can potentially become the 7th or even 8th spirit bone for a spirit master. While the significance of the external spirit bone may not be as pronounced for ordinary spirit masters, given that most possess few spirit bones, rendering an additional external spirit bone akin to merely acquiring another arm or leg bone. This is not the case for 2 titled Douluo with complete spirit bones. For them, an external spirit bone could serve as the pivotal factor that tips the scales of victory. Moreover, the most enchanting aspect of the external spirit bone lies in its ability to evolve alongside the spirit master's growth. Initially, when the external spirit bone is acquired, it may only possess a lifespan of a millennium or even a century. However, upon the spirit master's ascension to the title of Douluo, the quality of the external spirit bone could potentially surpass that of a 100,000-year spirit bone. This explains why the external spirit bone ranks above the 100,000-year spirit bone, securing its place as the second on the spirit master's wish list. Nevertheless, all of this still feels somewhat distant for Yunzheng at this moment. Yunzheng possesses no soul bones, and his cultivation level is a meager 18. Contemplating further is futile. He cannot immediately harness the utmost potential of the external soul bones. For Yunzheng at this moment, the most alluring aspect of the external soul bones undeniably lies in their restorative power. Yunzheng surmised that this external soul bone bore a resemblance in nature to the divine ring bestowed by the heavens. Initially, it undoubtedly possessed no limitations in terms of time. Everything depended on Yunzheng's own deductions, and subsequently, it would elevate in accordance with his gradual growth. Yunzheng possesses a profound self-awareness. Although the difficulty of absorbing a soul bone is considerably less than that of a soul ring, the notion of directly assimilating a 10,000-year grade external soul bone is but a naive fantasy. It is likely that a few thousand years would represent his utmost limit. Setting aside the precise age of the external soul bone, even a mere 1,000-year bone would possess sufficient restorative power to facilitate Yunzheng's breakthrough. If he could attain a cultivation level of over 3,000 years, the restorative force could potentially elevate him directly to the 20th level. The mere thought of this ignited an uncontrollable excitement within Yunzheng. How could he possibly sleep now? Yunzheng directly extracted the external soul bone known as the evil spirit bone tail from the realm of Old Man Zhu. True to its name, this soul bone resembles a bovine tail, yet it is entirely pitch black, with the tip sharpened like an arrowhead, instantly evoking the image of a demon from his previous life. Just before the tip, there are several layers of a jade-like exoskeleton, its surface smooth and lustrous like inked jade, adorned with enigmatic patterns. Much like the previously acquired heavenly gift divine ring, it is shrouded in a veil of gray mist, concealing its divine essence and rendering it seemingly mundane. Yunzheng took a deep breath, cautiously infusing his spiritual energy into the process. A resonant hum filled the air, and a tingling sensation surged through his entire being, akin to the shock of electricity. In the next moment, an excruciating pain radiated from his tailbone. The sensation was reminiscent of his very bones being melted away. Yunzheng did not howl. Instead, he calmed himself, closing his eyes to redirect his soul power, exerting his utmost to suppress the external soul bone. However, this time, Yunzheng miscalculated. He believed that the external soul bone would exert pressure in a manner akin to the heavenly gifted divine ring, gradually accumulating stress. The reality, however, was starkly different. In contrast to the heavenly gifted divine ring, the trial posed by the external soul bone was far more brutal and utterly unexpected. Chapter 26. The past of Yunzheng. At the break of dawn the following day, Yunzheng returned. It had been nearly 6 months since Yunzheng last visited Tianding City, yet even Yunzheng bore little resentment towards his prolonged absence. Had Yunzheng been lost in the gentle embrace of the blue electric tyrant sect, neglecting the mother-daughter duo in Tianding City, it would be likely that he would not even gain entry today. However, this time, Yunzheng was indeed preoccupied with serious matters. As early as 6 months prior, Yunzheng had already attained the rank of 89 level Soul Douluo, and during this interval, he had been striving to break through to the 90 level. His return now signified his ascension to the esteemed title Douluo. It must be said that cultivation is a profoundly subjective endeavor, particularly with the elevation of one's rank. The requirements for a cultivator's mental state become increasingly stringent. For soul masters above the rank of soul sage, if their thoughts are not clear, even the most exceptional talents may find their efforts yield little in return. It is not uncommon to stagnate for a year or two without progress. Conversely, when one's thoughts are uncluttered, progress can be rapid and remarkable. Take Yunzheng as an example. 3 years ago, he was merely an 84 level Soul Douluo. Yet, in that span, he managed to break through 6 minor realms. Beyond Yu Zhongbai's innate talent, both Yuqing and Yunzheng played significant roles in his progress. It is noteworthy that the youngest title Douluo recognized on the continent is Tang Hao, who vanished 9 years ago, having achieved this title at the age of 44, a feat unparalleled in history. Yu Zhongbai, now 50, is only 6 years behind Tang Hao's milestone, marking him as one of the few prodigies of this era, with only a handful of individuals like Bibi Dong and Tang Hao to compare. The breakthrough in his cultivation naturally elevated Yu Zhongbai's standing within the Blue Electric Tyrant Sect. A few years prior, Yu Zhongbai's influence within the clan was not particularly strong. After all, within a clan structure, even a sole Douluo holds little sway against the elders, who exploit the principles of filial piety in their advanced age to justify numerous actions that provoke public ire, all under the guise of serving the clan's interests. Yu Zhongbai himself was once subject to this dynamic. Yu Zhongbai seldom spoke of the Blue Electric Tyrant Sect with Yunzheng, and Yuqing remained tight-lipped about their past within the sect. Yet, over the course of 3 years, Yunzheng gleaned fragments of information regarding their history. Contrary to initial assumptions, Yu Zhongbai was not a callous philanderer. Rather, he was a deeply devoted individual. Approximately a decade ago, Yu Zhongbai fell in love with Yuqing's mother, and 9 years prior, Yuqing was born, a tale that could have blossomed into a beautiful narrative. However, Yu Zhongbai was the son of the sect leader, a prominent figure within the Blue Electric Tyrant Sect. While Yuqing's mother was merely an ordinary auxiliary soul master, devoid of notable strength or status, such a mismatched union was destined for tragedy. Following Yuqing's birth, Yu Zhongbai naturally introduced her and her mother to his father, marking the beginning of their misfortunes. The inherent arrogance of the Blue Electric Tyrant Sect rendered them incapable of accepting a woman of little merit as their daughter-in-law. This disdain trickled down. The sect's members imitated their leaders, fostering a general aversion towards Yuqing and her mother, especially among the children of the Blue Electric Tyrant Sect. Their behavior often mirrored that of their elders, manifesting in exaggerated forms. These Navi children, unaware of the reasons behind their disdain for Yuqing, simply followed their parents' lead, deliberately isolating her, even referring to her in derogatory terms. Yet, during this period, Yu Zhongbai was still the most renowned prodigy of the Blue Electric Tyrant Sect, nearing the rank of sole Douluo. Consequently, while the clan members may have vented their frustrations verbally, few dared to act against him. However, when Yuqing turned 4, calamity struck. The machinations of the Spirit Hall, coupled with the retreat of the Haotian sect, instilled a sense of unusual danger in both the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect and the Blue Electric Tyrant sect. Faced with this threat, both sects instinctively sought to ally with one another through marriage, exchanging the happiness of 2 individuals for the benefit of their clans, a transaction so enticing that few could resist. As the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect sought to marry off a daughter, the Blue Electric Tyrant sect was obliged to present a worthy groom. The prospective bride was none other than the sister of the current sect leader, a legitimate member of the Ning clan, whose status was beyond reproach. Consequently, the Blue Electric Tyrant sect needed to provide an equally commendable figure for the union. That figure was Yu Zhongbai. While the sect leader had 3 sons, Yu Zhongbai's older brother served as the acting sect leader, a sensitive position. The Blue Electric Tyrant sect sought an alliance with the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect, but did not wish for the latter to influence the core of their clan. As for Yu Zhongbai's younger brother, he had been ousted from the Blue Electric Tyrant sect, known only as Yunzheng. To bring him back for such a union would be deemed disrespectful. Thus, Yu Zhongbai was left as the only viable groom. Who would heed the matter of Yu Zhongbai's love for Yuqing's mother? To them, she was akin to a servant, barely worthy of being a concubine. Of course, Yu Zhongbai did resist, and his father wished to spare his son's happiness. Yet, the vast expanse of the Blue Electric Tyrant sect was not subject to their whims. There were several elders older than Yu Zhongbai's father who were resolute in their decisions. The outcome of these circumstances was all but inevitable. Fortunately, Yu Zhongbai's legitimate wife from the Ning clan was gentle and virtuous, harboring no ill will towards Yuqing and her mother. In fact, due to her own inability to bear children, she showered Yuqing with affection. Thus, while the mother and daughter faced disdain from the outside world, they managed to find warmth within their home. However, after Yuqing awakened her martial soul at the age of 6, the emergence of the giant spirit golden dragon martial soul became the final straw that solidified her status as an outsider within the Blue Electric Tyrant sect. It must be stated that the giant spirit golden dragon is by no means inferior to the Blue Lightning Tyrant dragon. In fact, it subtly surpasses it. Yu Qing'er possesses formidable talent, with innate soul power at the 9th level, a potential that even Yu Tianxin and Yu Tianheng cannot match. Yet, it is precisely because of Yu Qing'er's extraordinary gifts that the Blue Lightning Tyrant Sect cannot accommodate her. Those with guilty consciences are well aware of how the sect treats Yu Qing'er. Their hearts are clear. Out of fear, envy, and even jealousy, they have intensified their exclusion of her. The darker side of human nature is truly repugnant. Yu Qing'er harbors a deep disdain for the arrogant, self-satisfied, and sinister Blue Lightning Tyrant Sect. Following the awakening of the giant spirit Golden Dragon, 6 years of pent-up negative emotions erupted, leading her to take her mother to Aogu City in a fit of anger. Yu Zhongbai could not stop her and understood that the Blue Lightning Tyrant Sect was unsuitable for Yu Qing'er. Perhaps a change of environment would foster her growth. At times, Yunzheng reflects on whether Yu Zhongbai's choice at that moment was indeed the correct one. There was a time when he pondered why figures like Yu Zhongbai were scarcely mentioned in the original narrative. Eventually, he realized that had it not been for his arrival, Yu Qing'er might have perished during her wilderness training at the tender age of 6. One must remember that, at that time, had Yunzheng not intervened, the nearest threat of the silverback wolf would have been Yu Qing'er and a fellow male student who was incessantly shouting. The young Yu Qing'er, with her short legs, clearly could not outrun a silverback wolf. Facing a single silverback wolf was already a challenge for her, let alone a pack. As previously stated, cultivation is deeply subjective. Were Yu Qing'er to perish, Yu Zhongbai would likely remain at the 84th level for the rest of his life. A soul Douluo, born of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Sect and the son of the sect leader, would probably have met his demise during the soul-hunting expedition orchestrated by the Spirit Hall before he even had a chance to make his entrance in the original story. Of course, all of this is merely conjecture. The current reality is that Yunzheng's presence allowed Yu Qing'er to survive, freeing her from the cold remarks within the Blue Lightning Tyrant Sect and allowing her to grow up happily in Tianding City. Everything is progressing positively. Yu Zhongbai has successfully broken through to the title Douluo rank, becoming the second title Douluo of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Sect. After attaining this rank, Yu Zhongbai's influence within the sect has significantly increased. Coupled with his father's endorsement, the two titled Douluos can certainly intimidate the parasitic elders within the sect. It is not an exaggeration to say that now, should Yu Zhongbai wish, he could bring Yu Qing'er and her mother back to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Sect. Even those who once conspired to drive them away would have no choice but to acquiesce. However, Yu Zhongbai did not take such action. He understands that the time is not yet right. It is no longer a matter of whether the Blue Lightning Tyrant Sect can accept Yu Qing'er, but rather whether she can forgive it. The choice lies with Yu Qing'er, yet it is evident that she harbors no fondness for the Blue Lightning Tyrant Sect. Chapter 27. Yu Qing'er, I want to change Yunzheng's clothes. This time, Yu Zhongbai did not come alone. He also brought along his lawful wife, the sister of Ning Fengji, the sect leader of the 7 Treasures, Glazed Tile Sect. Ning Fengji's sister, Ning Fengqian, though presented for the purpose of a union, possesses commendable talent. However, due to the inherent limitations of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Martial Soul, she ceased her cultivation after breaking through to Soul King. This is a common choice among the members of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Sect. After all, the pinnacle level is merely 79, and with ample family wealth. Why burden oneself? In terms of her marriage to Yu Zhongbai, Ning Fengqian is quite content. Such is the fate of the aristocracy. Few can dictate their own destinies. Ning Fengqian realized long ago that the clan provided her with boundless resources, a life of luxury, and an extraordinary status, making it only natural to contribute to the clan. At the very least, her husband is a man of exceptional merit, a genius of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Sect, strikingly handsome, leaving Ning Fengqian with little room for complaint. Perhaps it is this very quality of humility and gentleness that has led Yu Zhongbai to gradually fall in love with her. Yu Zhongbai is indeed a romantic at heart. However, he is also a normal man. With a captivating wife at home, how many could remain indifferent? Yu Qing'er's mother, Lu Yun, understands this well. Lu Yun comes from humble beginnings and possesses only ordinary talent, currently holding the rank of an auxiliary soul master. The one aspect that sets her apart is her identity as a pill master. Pill masters are not uncommon in the Douluo Continent, as many sects have their own. Among the most renowned pill masters on the continent are Yang Wudi, the leader of the Pa family, and Du Gabo, a revered elder of the Tiando Empire. It is also possible that the Spirit Hall and the top 3 sects harbor even more skilled pill masters. Lu Yun is merely an ordinary pill master. The longing pill that Yunzheng consumed yesterday was crafted by her. Clearly, an ordinary pill master cannot gain the recognition of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Sect. Consequently, Lu Yun has always harbored a sense of inferiority, feeling unworthy of Yu Zhongbai's affection, despite never doubting his love for her. She believes that Yu Zhongbai should be with Ning Fengqian, as they are a perfect match, and she ought to withdraw. However, this notion exists solely in Lu Yun's mind. Neither Yu Zhongbai, Ning Fengqian, nor Yu Qing'er has ever entertained such thoughts. It must be said that Yu Zhongbai is indeed fortunate. He has a gentle and virtuous wife at home and a loving partner outside. His only daughter, though she outwardly seems to disdain him, is merely exhibiting the innocent pride of a young girl. Having taken on a disciple who is a dragon among men, and now having broken through to the tidal Douluo realm himself, he finds himself riding the crest of success. Returning to the main topic, upon arriving in Tianding City, Yu Qing'er intended to reproach Yu Zhongbai for missing Yunzheng's birthday. However, upon seeing Ning Fengqian, she could only retreat behind her mother, feeling somewhat at a loss. Yu Qing'er's feelings towards Ning Fengqian are quite complex. On one hand, she resents Ning Fengqian for taking her mother's husband and refuses to address her as mother. On the other hand, Ning Fengqian has genuinely treated them well, and Lu Yun and Ning Fengqian appear to share a sisterly bond, leaving Yu Qing'er unsure of how to face her. As previously mentioned, due to her own circumstances, Ning Fengqian is unable to bear children. Therefore, she is exceedingly tolerant towards Yu Zhongbai and regards Yu Qing'er as her own, even during their time at the Blue Lightning Tyrant Sect. Whenever Yu Qing'er was bullied by other children of the same age in Yu Zhongbai's absence, it was Ning Fengqian who came to her defense. This pure concern and affection are the most difficult to reject, making it hard for Yu Qing'er to treat Ning Fengqian with coldness. Seeing Yu Qing'er so hesitant, Lu Yun shot her an annoyed glance. Yu Qing'er pouted her small face and, after some reluctance, finally stepped forward, calling out softly, "Mother, Father." When Yu Qing'er addresses Lu Yun, she affectionately uses mother, while referring to Ning Fengqian as mother as well, which allows for a clear distinction. As for her address to Yu Zhongbai, it is far more whimsical. On joyful days she calls him father, but during less pleasant moods, she opts for dad. If Yu Zhongbai has angered her, there have been instances where she has simply called out hey. Interestingly, within the family of Yu Zhongbai, he, feeling a deep sense of indebtedness to Yu Qing'er, readily acquiesces to her every request. Ning Fengqian's concern for Yu Qing'er borders on indulgence, and to prevent her from developing a spoiled princess demeanor, Lu Yun, the gentle mother, must don a mask of sternness, taking on the role of the strict disciplinarian. Consequently, there are times when even Yunzheng cannot persuade Yu Qing'er, yet a mere glance from Lu Yun is sufficient to make her comply. Qing'er is truly obedient. Upon hearing this endearing call of mother, Ning Fengqian smiled knowingly and retrieved a delicate bracelet from her bosom, personally adorning Yu Qing'er's wrist. The bracelet was adorned with exquisite emerald stones, resplendent yet understated, exuding a subtle fragrance that was utterly enchanting. It is said that the 7 treasures glazed sect is indeed extravagant, and this gesture is a testament to their opulence. While others may not perceive its significance, Yu Zhongbai recognized it immediately. The gems embedded in the bracelet were rare jadeite, invaluable treasures that not only nourish the meridians but also reduce the likelihood of succumbing to demonic influence. For soul masters focused on body refinement, such a treasure is a rare find. When an elder from their clan sought a couple of these gems for his grandson, Ning Fengqian had declined. Yet now she presented a bracelet to Yu Qing'er without hesitation. Ning Fengqian certainly exhibits a double standard. Of course, Yu Zhongbai was well aware of this, but chose to feign ignorance, glancing around and inquiring, "Where is Zheng?" Upon hearing Yu Zhongbai's question regarding Yunzheng, a flicker of uncertainty crossed Yu Qing'er's delicate features, and in a soft voice, she replied, "He practiced quite late last night. He might still be resting." Lu Yun, standing beside them, smiled silently. Yu Zhongbai, trusting her words, merely chuckled and said, "I had prepared a surprise for him, yet this lad is asleep?" With that, he strode towards Yunzheng's room. Ning Fengqian followed closely behind, her curiosity piqued about her husband's disciple, whom she had heard so much praise for. Today was the day she would finally meet him, and she was eager to do so. Yu Qing'er and Lu Yun also trailed after them. Yu Zhongbai did not care for formalities regarding Yunzheng. Upon reaching his door, he pushed it open with a swift motion. As Yu Qing'er had indicated, Yunzheng was still resting. The previous night had taken a toll on him. First, he had been drugged by Yu Qing'er. Then he had trained from afternoon until midnight before beginning to absorb an external soul bone, exhausting himself until the early hours of the morning. Ultimately, he collapsed in sheer fatigue, falling asleep without even removing his garments. Yunzheng slept peacefully. lying on his side with a pillow clutched in his arms and the blanket nestled between his legs, exuding a charmingly innocent demeanor. However, at this moment, Yunzheng and the others were clearly oblivious to Yunzheng's slumbering form. Their attention was captivated by the pitch-black tail that had sprouted from his back. Unbeknownst to him, a tail over a meter long had emerged, entirely obsidian in hue, adorned only with a few layers of jade-like shells for embellishment. Its exterior was unpretentious and almost inconspicuous, yet it emanated an elusive magnetic allure. The tail languidly swayed in the air, unconsciously assisting Yunzheng by wiping away the drool that threatened to escape from the corner of his mouth, as if it had seamlessly fused with him. Witnessing this scene left Yunzheng momentarily astonished. His disciple had undergone a mutation? Not only Yunzheng, but the three young women also stared blankly, clearly unprepared for the existence of an external soul bone. Meanwhile, Yunzheng was roused from his slumber by the commotion, rubbing his eyes and, in a daze, catching sight of Yunzheng. The remnants of sleep dissipated as he hurriedly sat up and bowed, exclaiming, "Master." At that moment, Yunzheng also noticed the beautiful woman beside Yunzheng, whom he did not recognize, leaving him somewhat bewildered. Observing Yunzheng's expression, Yunzheng introduced her, saying, "This is your Master-S wife. Master-S wife is Lu Yun, and Master-S mother is Ningfeng. Like Yuqing'er, they are distinguished by titles." Yunzheng, taken aback, respectfully bowed and said, "I have come to pay my respects, esteemed mother." Before Ningfeng could respond, she heard Yunzheng inquire, "There is no need for haste in your greetings, Yunzheng. Could you elucidate what it is that lies behind you?" Upon hearing this, Yunzheng was momentarily taken aback, only to soon realize that his external soul bone had been revealed. Yunzheng suddenly stiffened, and the sinister bony tail behind him twitched nervously. After a few breaths, he managed to force a sheepish smile and awkwardly explained, "Master, if I were to say that this is a recently acquired external spirit bone, would you believe me?" External spirit bone? Upon hearing this term, Yunzheng's brows furrowed. Realizing that the tail behind Yunzheng indeed conformed to the concept of an external spirit bone. However, Yunzheng was puzzled as to where Yunzheng had obtained such a bone. Just as Yunzheng was lost in thought, a sharp voice broke through. It was Yuqing'er, who boldly stepped forward and declared, "It is indeed an external spirit bone. Yunzheng and I found it together." Yunzheng, witnessing Yuqing'er's defense of him, felt a mix of amusement and exasperation, while her support touched him. The numerous flaws in her fabricated tale made it impossible for him to accept. Sensing Yunzheng's skepticism, Yuqing'er grew anxious. She understood that it was best to have Yunzheng and the others leave, allowing her to strategize with Yunzheng. It is said that individuals often tap into hidden potential in times of crisis, and Yuqing'er was no exception. Her previously muddled thoughts suddenly sparked with inspiration, and she exclaimed with enthusiasm, "You all go out first. I need to help Yunzheng change his clothes." In the past, whenever Yunzheng visited Tianding City, Lu Yun would often say this very phrase, subsequently ushering Yuqing'er out of the room without hesitation. Yuqing'er believed that this phrase possessed a peculiar charm, compelling people to leave willingly. Yet, as soon as she uttered those words, everyone present fell into a stunned silence. Yunzheng, with his hand resting on his forehead, wore a countenance that was utterly difficult to behold. Ningfeng displayed an alluringly teasing expression, her gaze flitting mockingly between Yunzheng and Lu Yun. Yunzheng, feeling quite embarrassed, coughed discreetly to mask his discomfort, while Lu Yun, equally flustered, blushed a vivid crimson and shot an indignant glare at Yuqing'er, leaving her somewhat at a loss. Chapter 28. Are you still claiming you are not a soul beast in disguise? The excuses proffered by Yuqing'er evidently failed to convince Yunzheng and the others. This girl simply did not grasp the profound implications of her words and was merely mimicking what she had seen. This left Yunzheng in an awkward predicament, while Lu Yun, vexed and humiliated, contemplated a reprimand, only to be restrained by Ningfeng. "All right," Ningfeng chuckled, pulling Yunzheng and Lu Yun aside. "They are childhood friends with secrets to share. Let us not obstruct Qing'er's view." In truth, Ningfeng also had matters to discuss with the two of them. After all, certain topics should be approached with discretion, particularly around children. Yunzheng and Lu Yun, being rather hasty in this regard, had evidently not considered that Yuqing'er and Yunzheng might comprehend such intricate matters. Ningfeng felt it necessary, as the matron of the group, to impart some wisdom to Yunzheng and Lu Yun. One should not underestimate a 9-year-old child. Ningfeng's own niece was also 9 and was as spirited as a little sorceress. Upon hearing Ningfeng's words, Yunzheng pondered for a moment before following her lead. Indeed, He was quite curious about the origin of the external soul bone that Yunzheng possessed. But as a soul master, one must inevitably harbor secrets. Among all soul masters, those cloaked in mystery are not necessarily the strongest, however. Every soul master worthy of the title possesses undisclosed secrets. Reflecting inwardly, Yunzheng acknowledged that he too bore many secrets that he could not divulge, even to his father, or to Ningfeng and Lu Yun, who might be unaware of them. A soul master who could be easily seen through was synonymous with mediocrity. Yunzheng certainly did not wish for his soul disciple to become mundane. Rather, he was eager to discover what conclusions Yunzheng and Yuqing, these two young sprouts, might arrive at. Lying is an art form. At times, if a falsehood is convincing enough, it can transform into reality. Yunzheng held little expectation for Yuqing, as she had been overly sheltered, lacking any guile. His anticipation lay with Yunzheng. He wished to see if this astute and precocious child, so well versed in the ways of the world, could provide him with a satisfactory explanation. It need not be the truth, but it must be self-consistent. Contemplating this, Yunzheng smiled faintly, taking Lu Yun's hand as they departed with Ningfeng. As Yunzheng and Yuqing watched Yunzheng and the others depart, it was only after observing Yunzheng close the door that Yuqing pounced towards Yunzheng, seizing his tail as if it were irrefutable evidence. Suppressing her exhilaration, she softly exclaimed, "Naughty Yunzheng, how can you claim not to be transformed from a soul beast? A typical soul master would never possess a tail." Upon hearing this, Yunzheng's expression instantly darkened. This girl still remembers that matter. Yunzheng, with a slight headache, yearned to reclaim his tail. However, this was irrefutable evidence in the hands of Yuqing, who would not easily permit Yunzheng to take it back. Yuqing clutched the bony tail tightly, even cradling it in her bosom, leading one to mistakenly believe it was her external soul bone. Upon witnessing the scene, Yunzheng could only manage a wry smile, surrendering himself to Yuqing's embrace. In truth, much like the ears of a rabbit or the whiskers of a cat, Yunzheng's tail was exceptionally sensitive, not to be casually touched by others. Otherwise, he would experience an unusual sensation akin to being tickled. Yet, observing Yuqing's current demeanor, one could surmise that if she were aware of this peculiarity, she would not only refuse to release him but would likely become even more exhilarated. Contemplating this, Yunzheng let out a resigned sigh and remarked, "If I were to transform into a spirit beast, you would be the first to be consumed." "Humph, I am not afraid." In response to Yunzheng's seemingly harmless threat, Yuqing exhibited no fear whatsoever. Instead, she triumphantly declared, "Mother said that with father around, you wouldn't dare to eat me. What nonsense is this? What did the teacher's wife say?" At first glance, her words seemed innocuous, yet upon further reflection, they evoked a sense of whimsical intrigue. However, gazing into Yuqing's innocent eyes, Yunzheng felt that perhaps he was overthinking the matter. It was likely that, unbeknownst to himself, Lu Yun perceived him as a spirit beast in the process of reincarnation. Yet, this realization only compounded Yunzheng's headache. The crux of the matter was that he truly could not articulate his predicament. "Fear not. I shall protect you." Observing Yunzheng's troubled expression, Yuqing promptly patted her chest and assured him with unwavering confidence. Clearly, this girl had firmly convinced herself that Yunzheng was indeed a spirit beast undergoing reincarnation. Having grown up within the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect, despite not being well regarded by those around her, Yuqing possessed formidable backing. Her grandfather was the sect master, the sole titled Douluo of the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect. Her uncle served as the acting sect master, and her father was a prodigy of the sect. Even though she struggled to find playmates among her peers, she had unrestricted access to the sect's vast library. Within the archives of the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect, there were detailed records regarding the reincarnation of spirit beasts. Although Yuqing had perused the material superficially, she understood that a spirit beast seeking reincarnation would require at least 100,000 years of cultivation, a treasure trove for any soul master. The allure of 100,000-year spirit ring, the most coveted among soul masters, and the inevitable emergence of 100,000-year soul bone were temptations that few could resist. Thus, Yuqing was acutely aware of Yunzheng's desire to conceal his identity and understood the perilous situation he currently faced, which prompted her to utter such words. In that moment, Yunzheng found himself at a loss, unsure whether to feel touched or to smile wryly. He was certainly not a soul beast undergoing recultivation. However, what was required now was a plan, an intricate and meticulous plan. After speaking, Yuqing donned a serious expression, deeply contemplating, while simultaneously musing to herself, "It is not easy to deceive my father and the others. Upon witnessing this, Yunzheng could not help but let out a sigh, inwardly lamenting, "So be it. Let it be a misunderstanding. This girl is utterly befuddled. In any case, I cannot elucidate matters clearly. So I shall simply accept the error as it stands." Yunzheng harbored no fear that Yunqing would harm him, for, after all, this young lady had spent the past 3 years doubting her own transformation into a soul beast. Yet, despite such suspicions, she displayed neither distance nor greed towards him, which sufficiently attested to Yunzheng's significance in her heart. Reflecting on this, Yunzheng found himself enlightened. "Qing'er, listen to me. I shall provide an explanation to our master. And when the time comes, remember to act judiciously," Yunzheng said earnestly as he gazed at Qing'er. She blinked in surprise, staring at him blankly before breaking into a smile. "I knew you were full of mischief." Yunzheng felt a mix of amusement and exasperation, as her words hardly seemed like a compliment. In any case, after reviewing their script, Yunzheng and Qing'er exited the room. Upon seeing them emerge, Yu Zhongbai offered a non-committal smile and inquired, "Have you thought about how to explain it?" Under the weight of Yu Zhongbai's profound gaze, Yunzheng felt somewhat lacking in confidence, yet he mustered the courage to reveal his true intentions, stating, "As Master observed, this is my external soul bone, acquired 3 years ago during the hunt for my first soul ring in the soul hunting forest. At that time, I was unable to tame it, and it lay dormant within me, inaccessible until recently when I finally gained the capacity to control it." Yunzheng took Yu Zhongbai as his master only 3 years ago in the soul hunting forest, a detail unknown to Yu Zhongbai. Furthermore, Yunzheng possessed the unique ability to absorb external soul bones, thus he could only assert that he obtained them 3 years prior. As for other matters, Yunzheng chose to remain silent, encapsulating his response in 3 words: "I do not know." After all, he was merely 9 years old, hardly capable of comprehending such complexities. "Indeed, I can attest to that." At this moment, Qing'er stepped forward, speaking with resolute conviction. Yu Zhongbai and his companions regarded Yunzheng and Qing'er with keen interest, nodding in tacit approval. After a prolonged pause, Yu Zhongbai finally spoke in a deep, resonant voice, somewhat satisfactory. He found Yunzheng's explanation acceptable. It contained minor flaws yet was coherent enough for a 9-year-old, which was quite commendable. As for the truth, Yu Zhongbai was indifferent. After all, it was advantageous that his disciple possessed external soul bones. Why delve deeper into the matter? However, as a mentor, Yu Zhongbai subtly remarked, "Yet, Zhong'er, your cultivation has progressed rather rapidly of late. The last time I saw you, you had barely reached level 17, and now you are already at level 20. The surprise I prepared for your birthday has become unnecessary." This statement carried dual implications. On one hand, it was a literal acknowledgement that the birthday gift Yu Zhongbai had prepared for Yunzheng was now irrelevant. On the other, it served as a reminder that there were inconsistencies in Yunzheng's fabricated tale. If the external soul bones were indeed acquired 3 years ago, why had Yunzheng's cultivation seen little growth at that time, only to surge dramatically now? Chapter 29. A soul master must only trust their own martial soul. Yunzheng undoubtedly detected the subtle undertones in Yu Zhongbai's words, and he immediately felt somewhat embarrassed. In Yunzheng's subconscious, he harbored the belief that deceiving his master was inherently wrong. However, the secret of Uncle Zhuzi must not be disclosed. At that moment, Yunzheng found himself in a quandary. Observing the troubled expression on Yunzheng's face, Yu Zhongbai let out a hearty laugh, clapping Yunzheng on the shoulder, and declared, "Fear not, since you have other fortuitous opportunities. It is indeed your blessing. However, do not underestimate this external soul bone. To a soul master, it serves not only as a means of combat, but also as a safeguard against fatal harm. Henceforth, you must not conceal it as you have in the past." Yu Zhongbai's words unveiled the origins of the external soul bone. Moreover, Yu Zhongbai implied that Yunzheng need not hide the possession of such a precious artifact. The value of the external soul bone is indisputable, although it cannot be stripped away like ordinary soul bones for those with dark hearts. The mentality is clear: if I lack it, you shall not possess it either. If I do not have the external soul bone and you do, I shall eliminate you. In summary, it is said that a common man may suffer for possessing a treasure, but Yunzheng is no ordinary man. Yunzheng, the esteemed direct disciple of Yu Zhongbai, an illustrious title de law of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, surely ought to safeguard even a single external soul bone belonging to his disciple. If one possesses an external soul bone, it is imperative to utilize it wisely. Otherwise, should one find themselves in dire straits, lacking the knowledge of its usage would be an unjust fate. Imagine a soul master devoid of wings, tails, or spider legs. Suddenly acquiring an additional limb, struggling to master it would be entirely reasonable. Only by cultivating the external soul bone into one's own fifth limb can one truly reveal its utmost potential. At this moment, Yunzheng had not yet contemplated such matters. The fact that Yuzhongbai did not pursue the origins of the external soul bone brought him relief. Just as he was about to acquiesce, Yu Qing'er interjected with a sudden, charming reprimand, declaring, "No, why should it be withheld simply because it is deemed unnecessary? Father, you promised a surprise, how can you go back on your word? If there are benefits to be had, Yu Qing'er will not forget Yunzheng." Although Yuzhongbai had celebrated Yunzheng's birthday on 2 previous occasions, this time was markedly different, as it also coincided with Yuzhongbai's own triumph in breaking through to title Douluo. Such an occasion could not be treated lightly. Yunzheng had initially intended to take advantage of the situation, but Yu Qing'er's intervention left him at a loss for how to proceed. Yuzhongbai, with a wry smile, explained, "However, what I have prepared for you, dear Zheng'er, is a Dragon Roar Ascension pill. Now that you have surpassed level 20, it would indeed be of no use." The Dragon Roar Ascension pill is a unique elixir of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, designed solely to elevate the cultivation of soul masters below the rank of Great Soul Master by as much as 2 levels at most, or at least 1. Furthermore, it is exclusively applicable to those below the rank of Great Soul Master, and each Soul Master may consume only one throughout their lifetime. Given the current inadequacies within the Douluo Continent's alchemist system, most concocted elixirs consist of toxic pills, detoxifying pills, explosive pills, or healing pills. Rarely does one encounter a pill that can directly enhance a soul master's cultivation, and even when such pills exist, they come with stringent restrictions. Moreover, there are no effective elixirs for high-ranking soul masters. For these reasons, despite its limited efficacy for soul masters below the Great Soul Master rank, the Dragon Roar Ascension pill is considered quite a precious item within the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. Among the younger generation of the sect, only Yu Tianheng, Yu Tianxin, and a handful of exceptionally talented juniors are deemed worthy of its consumption. Thus, as a gift, it would certainly be regarded as a delightful surprise. Alas, due to a fortuitous turn of events, Yunzheng had just yesterday merged with the external soul bone, causing his soul power to surpass level 20. Consuming the Dragon Roar Ascension pill at this juncture would be detrimental rather than beneficial. Yuzhongbai would never allow Yunzheng to engage in such self-destructive behavior. Upon hearing the name of the Dragon Roar Ascension pill, Yu Qing'er recognized that Yuzhongbai had not acted with ill intent, yet she feigned displeasure, huffing lightly and asserting, "That does not matter. It is still your fault, and you must make amends." Yu Qing'er was indeed being somewhat unreasonable, yet Yuzhongbai found joy in her insistence. Such a splendid opportunity to foster a bond with his daughter was not something he would foolishly reject. Very well, very well. Yuzhongbai quickly responded with a smile, eager to appease her. "How about this? Since I do not possess any suitable gifts at the moment, let Zheng'er choose for himself. Whatever he desires, I shall grant him. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Yu Qing'er's clever eyes sparkled with satisfaction, yet she turned to Yunzheng, seeking his opinion. Yunzheng, of course, would not dare to offend Yuzhongbai's dignity. He nodded and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, master." At that moment, Yu Qing'er rushed to Yunzheng's side, whispering in his ear, "Don't be too polite with my father. He is quite wealthy." Upon hearing this, Yunzheng's face stiffened. "Dear lady, if we cannot communicate privately, it would be best to refrain from whispering, don't you think? Your father is a distinguished title Douluo. Do you truly believe he cannot hear us?" With this thought, Yunzheng surreptitiously glanced towards Yuzhongbai, and indeed, he noticed that Yuzhongbai's expression had become somewhat awkward. Yuzhongbai could not shake the feeling that his precious daughter, still so tender and innocent, was about to be whisked away by his own disciple, and it seemed she was eager to run away on her own accord. As this thought emerged, a pang of paternal concern gripped Yuzhongbai's heart, and his gaze towards Yunzheng grew increasingly profound, perhaps sensing the weight of Yuzhongbai's stare. Yunzheng involuntarily shivered and quickly spoke, "Master, I wish to learn the spear." "The spear?" Upon hearing Yunzheng's request, Yuzhongbai furrowed his brow, instinctively inclined to decline. He was well aware of Yunzheng's first soul skill, and he understood precisely why Yunzheng desired to learn the spear. If it were not for this, should Yunzheng dare to seek the spear, Yuzhongbai would not hesitate to discipline him to uphold the integrity of a master. Yuzhongbai held a firm belief that as a soul master, one must trust solely in their own martial soul. Any external forces beyond that were not worthy of the aspirations of a true seeker of strength. For instance, within the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon Sect, Any junior possessing the blue electric tyrant dragon martial soul could seek to cultivate their body, learn the dragon transformation secret art, or master the art of controlling thunder. And the elders of the clan would be more than willing to impart their knowledge. However, if anyone dared to express a desire to learn the chaotic wind hammer technique of the Haotian clan or the distraction technique of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile clan, they would swiftly receive a slap and a scolding. Is this truly what you should be learning? Indeed, if conditions permitted. It was not impossible for other soul masters wielding hammers to execute the chaotic wind hammer technique. In their early stages, they might achieve unexpected victories. But as their cultivation progressed, without the Haotian hammer martial soul, the technique's potency could never reach its zenith, ultimately rendering it inferior to their own martial soul's casual strike. Would it not be more prudent to dedicate that time and energy to refining the power of their own martial soul? Moreover, once one mastered powers beyond their own martial soul, they would inadvertently believe they had an alternative path. With more techniques at their disposal, they could become complacent in their development of their own martial soul. Take Tang Sect from the original narrative, for instance. He possessed the Tang Sect's hidden weapons, the Xiantian skill, the ability to control cranes and capture dragons, and a series of other extraordinary skills. Yet, it was precisely these myriad skills that prevented him from fully developing his martial soul. Since ancient times, it has been said that fallen leaves and blossoms can serve as hidden weapons. Tang Sect, with his blue-silver grass martial soul alongside the myriad throwing techniques of hidden weapons, could have easily pursued the route of an agile attack-type soul master. Should he attain mastery, he could unleash a rain of lethal projectiles with devastating power. However, Tang Sect did not choose this path, partly because his master had directed him toward the control-type soul master route, and partly because he had already discovered a superior option. He was already adept at crafting numerous powerful hidden weapons. Why would he need to transform his own martial soul into one? It is for this reason that while Yunzheng could understand Yunzheng's desire to learn the spear or archery, should Yunzheng wish to study swordplay, knife techniques, or hammer techniques, Yunzheng would not hesitate to ensure he experienced the gravity of a master's authority. Returning to the matter at hand, Yunzheng's desire to learn the spear was something Yunzheng had anticipated. 3 years prior, Yunzheng had expressed this wish, but at that time, Yunzheng felt Yunzheng's active usage of his first soul skill was still too brief, and his conventional means remained the frost sky feather bow. Moreover, the spear was a heavy weapon. Without adequate strength to support it, one could not wield it in battle. Considering these two factors, Yunzheng had rejected Yunzheng's desire to learn the spear 3 years ago, urging him to strengthen his physique, and once his first soul skill's active usage time had increased, and his body could endure the flow of energy, to reconsider the spear. Yunzheng had intended to use the same reasoning to decline Yunzheng now, but upon reflection, he realized that Yunzheng had already reached the 20th level, and the active usage time of his first soul skill had extended to 40 seconds. Furthermore, he had made notable progress in body refinement, making it entirely feasible for him to use the frost speech spear as a means of explosive power. Thus, learning the spear now seemed imperative, yet this left Yunzheng feeling somewhat perplexed. The crux of the matter was that he himself did not know how to wield a spear. As a titled Douluo of the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon Martial Soul, he had always taken pride in his mastery of lightning techniques. Since he began his cultivation, he had never employed any weapon. He was a true spellcaster and had never learned the spear. Although Yunzheng, as Yunzheng's master, had prepared himself to learn in advance to better guide Yunzheng, he never anticipated Yunzheng's rapid progress. When Yunzheng was merely at the 15th or 16th level, Yunzheng had not felt rushed. Even 6 months ago, when he was preparing to enter seclusion for advancement, Yunzheng had only just reached 17 levels. Who could have predicted that Yunzheng would acquire an external soul bone from some unknown source and, within a mere 6 months, break through to the 20th level? Even the Dragon Roar Ascension pill Yunzheng had prepared became redundant. Such a turn of events was utterly unforeseen. It was said that soul power was to condense and become heavy, leading to a slow cultivation pace. Clearing his throat to mask his embarrassment, Yunzheng pretended to cough a couple of times, adopting a contemplative expression, as if weighing the pros and cons of Yunzheng learning the spear at this juncture. Yunzheng felt a twinge of anxiety, despite his belief that he was ready to learn the art of the spear. He held great respect for Yunzheng's opinion, and did not presume to possess a broader perspective than that of a formidable title Douluo. If Yunzheng deemed it premature, Yunzheng would not abandon his aspirations outright, but would reconsider his approach. After a few breaths, a spark of enlightenment flickered within Yunzheng. who nodded with conviction and firmly addressed Yunzheng. There is no rush in this matter. He proceeded to explain, Zhenger. While it is indeed time for you to learn some spear techniques, you have yet to acquire your second spirit ring. Without a clear direction for your soul skills, diving into studies haphazardly may yield unfavorable outcomes. It would be far wiser to wait until you have obtained your second soul skill, allowing you to integrate its effects into a more systematic approach to learning. Initially, Yu Zhangbai's refusal caused a pang in Yunzheng's heart. But upon hearing the entirety of his mentor's reasoning, he found merit in the argument and nodded thoughtfully. As Yu Zhangbai pointed out, Yunzheng only possessed a single soul skill, and the nature of his first soul skill did not definitively indicate his future path. Unlike Yuqinger, whose first soul skill, Giant Spirit Breath, unleashed a devastating golden light, clearly signifying a focus on offense, Yunzheng's first soul ring, while endowing him with 3 soul skills, did not clarify his direction. Considering the 2 passive soul skills, he surmised that he might gravitate towards either a strong attack or agile attack path, which aligned with the route Yu Zhongbai had envisioned for him. However, the distinction between a strong attack and agile attack would ultimately hinge on the nature of the second soul ring and the soul skills it would bestow. The differences between the agile and strong attack styles were substantial, and the learning trajectories diverged accordingly. Yu Zhangbai's explanation was indeed both rational and reasonable. Deep within Yunzheng's heart lay a yearning. He desired to channel the frost feather bow towards the agile attack path while steering the frost language spear towards the strong attack path. Yet, this remained a mere aspiration, for he was uncertain of the transformations that the celestial ring would bring to his martial soul. Although the frost feather bow and frost language spear originated from the same martial soul, they now existed as 2 distinct entities. Yunzheng pondered whether the second soul ring would grant each form its own unique soul skill, or if only the true form, the frost feather bow, would receive a skill. Should the former scenario occur, it would be a cause for celebration. However, if it were the latter, it would be less than favorable. Regardless, the pursuit of the second soul ring was undoubtedly the correct course of action. Whether he pursued agility or strength, it was imperative to establish a definitive path. If he were to embrace the strong attack style, he would deliver powerful blows from a distance. If he were to embrace agility, he would strike swiftly and with precision. With that thought in mind, Yunzheng declared, I shall rely entirely on my master's guidance. Yu Zhangbai nodded, visibly pleased. Just as both were basking in a moment of mutual satisfaction, Yuqinger suddenly emitted an unhappy huff, clearly dissatisfied with the outcome. The Dragon Roar Ascension Pill was rendered useless, and the time for spear techniques had not yet arrived. Ultimately, Yunzheng had yet to gain any tangible benefits, prompting Yuqinger to defend him. However, this time, Yu Zhongbai did not display any discomfort. Instead, he calmly reassured her. Who says so? Yuqinger's complaint was precisely what Yu Zhongbai had anticipated, for he had been waiting for her to voice such sentiments. He continued, Since I have stated that we shall wait for Zhenger to acquire his second soul ring before imparting the spear techniques, I shall ensure he is bestowed with the most suitable soul ring. Zhenger's martial soul is extraordinary, and his first soul ring is uniquely remarkable. Therefore, I must carefully select the best for him. The ice attribute must be prominent. Speed must be swift. The attack must be formidable. And the age of the ring must be sufficient. Regardless of whether Zhenger ultimately becomes an agile attack soul master or a strong attack soul master, the second soul ring is of utmost importance and must not be taken lightly. The exceptional nature of Yunzheng's first soul ring is undeniably apparent. As Yunzheng's cultivation gradually progresses, the age of his soul ring also incrementally enhances. Regrettably, even though he has surpassed the 20th level, the limit of the age of the soul ring he can absorb has not breached the threshold of a millennium, seemingly stagnating around 900 years. Should Yunzheng choose to endure, it would merely be a matter of time before the limit could be pushed beyond 1,000 years through the enhancement of his physique. Yet, Yunzheng feels that since he is able to absorb a soul ring, there is no pressing need to pursue a millennium soul ring. The disparity between a 900-year and 1,000-year soul ring is not as significant as one might imagine. Nevertheless, the distinction between a 400-year and a 900-year soul ring is still noticeable. Currently, although Yunzheng's first soul ring remains yellow, it emits a faint hint of purple, which is certainly not lost on Yu Zhongbai's keen eyes. In response to this, Yunzheng's explanation remains deliberately vague. He merely ambiguously states that he is unclear about the changes, coupled with Yuqinger's steadfast assertion that she witnessed him absorb the first soul ring. Yu Zhongbai did not pursue the matter further. After all, if it is indeed a positive development, why delve into the depths of inquiry? Of course, Yu Zhongbai still took note of the peculiarities of Yunzheng's first soul ring. He made a point to consult with the master, albeit without revealing much. The master is undoubtedly the foremost authority on martial souls in the continent, and if even he were unaware, it might truly remain an enigma. To Yunzhengbai's surprise, the master indeed provided an explanation. Throughout the annals of Douluo Continent's history, there have been instances akin to Yunzheng's case, where the martial soul, during its mutation process, failed to convert all its potential into innate soul power. Consequently, the excess potential was infused into the first soul ring, facilitating its gradual enhancement alongside the soul master's growth. As for how far it can progress, that hinges on the residual potential of the martial soul during its mutation. A historical soul master merely managed to elevate their first soul ring to the millennium level before it abruptly ceased. Nonetheless, the divine ring has now acquired a definitive authoritative explanation. It appears to be a completely opposite mutation phenomenon compared to the master's situation. The master's talent could not sustain the martial soul's mutation, causing it to falter and regress, reducing his innate soul power to merely half a level. In contrast, according to the master's elucidation, Yunzheng's overwhelming talent allows the martial soul's mutation to remain inexhaustible, thereby converting the surplus potential into an increase in the age of the first soul ring. Returning to the matter at hand, upon hearing Yunzhengbai's response, Yunzheng could not help but feel a surge of emotion. This illustrates the advantage of having connections. Had Yunzheng not befriended Yuqing'er and taken Yunzhengbei as his mentor, he might still be attending a junior soul master academy, unable to reveal his external soul bone easily, and there would be no one to meticulously select his second soul ring. It is highly probable that he would have settled for a mere 600- or 700-year-old soul beast. Noticing the reverence in Yunzheng's gaze, Yunzhengbei felt a twinge of embarrassment. Those within one's circle are often aware of their own affairs. In truth, he simply wished to seize this so-called opportunity to search for soul beasts to earnestly study the techniques of spear combat. There is no need to master them, but one must not be utterly ignorant. Regardless, Yunzhengbei is aware that this journey to seek soul beasts will not yield results in less than 3 or 4 months. However, under Yunzheng's watchful gaze, Yunzhengbei is resolute in his commitment to find the most suitable soul beast for him. Yunzheng and Yuqing'er, 2 young ones, remained oblivious to the peculiar glimmer in Yunzhengbai's eyes. However, Lu Yun and Ning Fengqian, with their keen perception, swiftly detected the subtle dissatisfaction in the gaze of their beloved, instantly realizing what thoughts occupied Yunzhengbai's mind. They promptly cast in disapproving glances. Yunzhengbei offered an awkward smile, beseeching his 2 wives not to expose his shortcomings. Naturally, Lu Yun and Ning Fengqian would not allow Yunzhengbei to save face in front of Yunzheng and Yuqing'er. Ning Fengqian approached Yunzheng, affectionately ruffling his hair, and presented him with a delicate bracelet, personally adorning his wrist. In our first meeting, I have no other gifts prepared, so let this soul guide device serve as both a greeting and a birthday present from your master, she proclaimed. The 7 Treasures glazed tile school was renowned for its generosity, while Ning Fengqian merely described it as a soul guide device. The true value of the gift was undoubtedly significant. Receiving such a grand token of goodwill upon their initial encounter left Yunzheng somewhat flustered, prompting him to glance towards Yunzhengbei for guidance. Yunzhengbei chuckled. A gift from an elder should not be declined, since it is from your master. Accept it with gratitude. He was well aware of the lengths Ning Fengqian had gone to ensure Yunzheng would not refuse. Though this soul guide device might not seem extraordinary to the average person, within the context of the 7 Treasures glazed tile school, it was merely a token gesture. The true gift lay within the device itself. Once Yunzhengbei's approval was granted, Yunzheng accepted the soul guide device, bowing respectfully. Thank you, master. No need for such formality, my child. Ning Fengqian feigned annoyance, shooting a playful glare at Yunzheng. It must be said, Yunzheng's charming demeanor, coupled with his status as Yunzhengbai's disciple, endeared him to Ning Fengqian almost instantly. Fortunately, Yunzheng proved to be much easier to interact with than she had anticipated, alleviating her efforts. All right. Today is a celebration for Yulang's title, so standing around here serves no purpose. Follow me. At this moment, Lu Yun interjected, taking Yunzheng's left hand while grasping Yuqing'er's right, leading them towards the living room. Yunzhengbei and Ning Fengqian's visit to Tianding City was not solely to commemorate Yunzheng's birthday. They were also there to celebrate Yunzhengbai's ascension to the rank of title de law. Lu Yun had been diligently preparing for this occasion for several days, showing great dedication. Indeed, while the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect would undoubtedly host a more extravagant celebration to showcase their strength following Yunzhengbai's breakthrough, he was rather indifferent to such affairs. having casually attended to them before directly bringing Ning Fengqian to Tianding City. In comparison, he found greater solace in Tianding City. Yet, as Yunzheng reveled in joyous laughter with his family, the upper echelons of the continent's leading powers convened simultaneously, deliberating on various matters, but all converging upon one subject: the newly minted title Douluo of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, Yunzheng, the title of Thunder Prison. Chapter 31. 3 years later, 3 years hence, outside Suodo City, a young boy and girl strolled along the path, resembling a pair of celestial beings. The boy was handsome and refined, while the girl exuded an enchanting charm. As they walked, the pair unwittingly attracted the attention of passers-by, yet remained unfazed, seemingly accustomed to the allure they generated. Referring to them as a boy and girl may be somewhat misleading. The boy, standing at a mere 1.45 meters, appeared hardly older than 8 or 9, while the girl was strikingly tall, her long, slender legs clad in black stockings, captivating the gaze of many youthful admirers. However, any individual daring to gaze upon them for more than a fleeting moment would be met with an icy chill, a silent reminder that this pair was beyond their reach. This realization dissuaded many who might have harbored inappropriate intentions toward the siblings. It was evident that they were formidable soul masters, their attire suggesting lineage from a prestigious clan, and only those desperate for trouble would dare to approach them. Curiously, the girl, who bore a more mature appearance, exhibited a tender attachment, tightly clasping her brother's hand, occasionally even neglecting to watch where they were going, playfully requesting him to carry her. Meanwhile, her shorter brother displayed an expression of resigned indulgence, occasionally glancing around to gauge their surroundings, wary of any audacious onlookers. This boy and girl were, of course, Yunzheng and Yuqing. As for why 12-year-old Yunzheng was mistaken for an 8 or 9-year-old, one might ponder, is a height of 1.45 meters considered short on Earth at that age. Yunzheng is of average stature. However, it is unfortunate that his peers in the Douluo Continent seem to grow at an astonishing rate. At the tender age of 12, many stand at heights of 1.70 meters or even 1.80 meters, while Yunzheng's modest height of 1.45 meters places him at the level of an 8 or 9-year-old child in this realm. Fortunately, he has observed that the indigenous inhabitants of Douluo Continent merely develop earlier, and their maximum height is not excessively remarkable. The average commoner measures around 1.70 meters to 1.80 meters, while the offspring of nobility and clans may be slightly taller, yet still within the bounds of normalcy. Most natives cease to grow by the ages of 14 or 15, leaving little room for further development, allowing Yunzheng ample opportunity to surpass them in time. In summary, the future holds promise. For now, however, Yunzheng must content himself with the title of a young boy. Returning to the matter at hand. As they stroll along the path, Yunzheng leads the way, and Yuqing follows behind, carefree and cheerful, entirely untroubled by their surroundings. Why not allow Yuqing to take the lead, given that she could easily lose her way even at the outskirts of the soul-hunting forest? Having wandered all the way to the mixed zone, Yunzheng cannot place his trust in her navigational skills. Yunzheng, why do you insist on attending Shrek Academy? She inquired, her curiosity piqued. Although her father mentioned that the academy possesses some uniqueness, it lacks even the qualification to participate in the Continental Soul Master competition. Why go all the way just to register? Perhaps it was mere boredom that prompted Yuqing to cling to Yunzheng's arm, idly seeking conversation. Upon hearing this, Yunzheng smiled faintly and said, "Let me ask you, if one day you awaken and find yourself in the realm of Snow White, what would you wish to do?" Over the past 6 years, whenever he felt exasperated by the incessant nagging of Yuqing, Yunzheng would recount tales from his previous life. However, as Tang Sect was also a traveler, Yunzheng could not ascertain whether he was indeed from Earth or from which era he hailed. To avoid disclosing his identity, the stories he narrated to Yuqing were predominantly foreign fairy tales or similar anecdotes, deliberately omitting any mention of Journey to the West or other familiar tales. The story of Snow White was the first tale Yunzheng shared with Yuqing, and it quickly became her favorite. In truth, there was a misunderstanding. Yunzheng had not intended to tell such stories initially. One day, while tutoring Yuqing, he inadvertently uttered the words by Shui Gongzhu, Snow White. Although Yuqing did not comprehend the meaning of these words, her intuition informed her that they were certainly not flattering. In her quest to uncover the meaning behind by Shui Gongzhu, Yuqing resorted to various means of persuasion, including threats and temptations, even attempting to drug him. Eventually, Yunzheng had no choice but to explain using the story of Snow White, which led to Yuqing's misunderstanding. Having been referred to as by Shui Gongzhu, she naturally envisioned herself as the embodiment of Snow White, and the thought that she was the most beautiful girl in Yunzheng's eyes filled her heart with sweetness. This was why she cherished the tale of Snow White above all others. At that moment, upon realizing Yu Qing'er's misunderstanding, Yunzheng found himself both amused and exasperated. However, he would not foolishly reveal the truth. The reality of the situation would remain his secret. Ever since Yu Qing'er had misconstrued his words, in Yunzheng's heart, she had become Snow White. I won't. Unexpectedly, Yu Qing'er not only refrained from answering his question, but also shook her head resolutely. Why not? Aren't you fond of Snow White? Yunzheng blinked, perplexed. Yu Qing'er gazed intently into Yunzheng's eyes and earnestly replied, because you are not there. I do not wish to be apart from you. If you are not with me, then there is no joy in going anywhere. As soon as she finished speaking, Yunzheng was taken aback. Yu Qing'er had this uncanny ability to touch the tender parts of his heart without realizing it, foolishly infusing her warmth into his life. After a few breaths, Yunzheng regained his composure, a smile unconsciously curling his lips. He gently continued, then what if I accompany you? What would you want to do? Isn't it obvious? Of course, I would defeat the wicked queen, shatter the magic mirror, and ensure that Snow White lives a life of happiness and joy. This time, Yu Qing'er responded without a hint of hesitation, her voice filled with excitement. But the world of Snow White is vast. It comprises more than just one kingdom. There are dwarfs in the mountains and many others in need of help elsewhere. Why must we focus solely on Snow White? Yunzheng countered thoughtfully. This question seemed to stump Yu Qing'er as her brows furrowed in contemplation. She hesitantly replied, but if we venture into Snow White's world and do not encounter her, then why go at all? Exactly. Yunzheng chuckled heartily, teasingly remarking. Yunzheng's laughter left Yu Qing'er even more bewildered. Her enchanting eyes flickered as she puzzledly inquired. But what does this have to do with our arrival at Shrek Academy? Just as Yunzheng was about to elaborate, a sudden chill washed over his gaze, followed by a disdainful snort. Without any discernible movement, 2 soul rings, one yellow and one purple, flashed behind him. A beam of icy blue light sliced through the air, only to vanish moments later. The next instant, a piercing scream echoed through the streets. Passers-by turned towards the sound, only to witness a man with a blue ice arrow lodged in his right leg, blood gushing profusely. The onlookers were struck with horror. Among them were not only ordinary citizens but also numerous soul masters. Yet, even they could not comprehend what had transpired. They recognized that Yunzheng had unleashed a soul skill, but all they beheld was the fleeting icy blue light before the man was struck. What occurred in between was a mystery to them. The ice arrow seemed to transcend space itself, directly impaling the man's leg. In that moment, everyone instinctively averted their gaze. They clearly recalled that the same man had previously cast a lewd glance at Yu Qing'er, only to be wounded by Yunzheng's arrow. They had no desire to share his fate. Yu Qing'er also heard the anguished cry and instinctively turned her head. But Yunzheng suddenly grasped her hand and urged her forward, determined to shield her from the unfolding scene. The arrow shot by Yunzheng was indeed ruthless. It not only inflicted injury upon the man's right leg, but also allowed a chilling energy to invade, ensuring that even if the leg were to avoid permanent disability, considerable funds would be required to engage the services of a healing spirit master. For an ordinary individual, this could undoubtedly be deemed a severe punishment. Yet, this is Yunzheng, someone who focuses on results rather than the underlying causes. When one's methods are unscrupulous, one must be prepared to face the consequences. The Yunzheng of today is not the same as the one from 6 years ago. He is no longer required to be worldly or cunning, especially when dealing with mere commoners, who are not worthy of his deliberation. This is reminiscent of the petty thief who once attempted to steal Yunzheng's leather wallet. Nevertheless, Yunzheng did not eliminate the threat entirely. He had not descended to such a level of malevolence. As for revenge, he harbored no fear in this land of Douluo, where everyone's status is determined by the age of 6, leaving ordinary individuals with no chance for resurgence. It is often said that the king of hell is easy to provoke, yet the little ghosts are troublesome. However, in Douluo Continent, those without innate soul power are denied even the opportunity to become little ghosts. Yunzheng was not particularly concerned about Yu Qing'er witnessing his actions. After all, she was a soul master, and such trivial matters would hardly intimidate her. His intention in drawing Yu Qing'er away was merely to conceal the peculiar stirrings within his heart. However, contrary to his desires, Yu Qing'er possessed keen observational skills, and the ice arrow that belonged to Yunzheng was strikingly conspicuous, coupled with Yunzheng's awkward demeanor. Yu Qing'er felt a surge of delight within her and eagerly approached him, leaning close to his ear and teasingly whispering, "Are you feeling jealous?" "I am not." Yunzheng retorted, his face flushing crimson, refusing to turn around as he stubbornly denied it. Upon hearing his response, Yunzheng erupted into a cascade of melodic laughter, playfully exclaiming, "But your tail is showing." At her words, Yunzheng's entire body stiffened, and he quickly turned around, searching for any sign of a sinister bone tail. Upon witnessing this, Yunzheng could hardly deny that he had been played by Yunzheng. He shot her an irritated glare, but Yunzheng remained unfazed, giggling playfully, appearing even more delighted. Chapter 32. How dare he? Amidst Yunzheng's half-gleeful, half-teasing laughter, an embarrassed Yunzheng finally escorted her into the city. The soul coins required for entering the city were provided by Yunzheng. In truth, throughout their journey, Yunzheng had not used a single soul coin. It was all financed by Yunzheng. 3 years ago, he had only received a single gold soul coin from the spirit hall each month. While this was ample for an ordinary person, it hardly constituted wealth for a soul master. However, after Yunzheng celebrated his 9th birthday, he found himself devoid of any monetary concerns. At that time, Ning Fengqian gifted Yunzheng a soul guide device as a token of their meeting. Initially, Yunzheng believed it to be merely a soul guide, and although he already possessed the storage space of Lord Juzi, he was nonetheless thrilled to have a soul guide of his own to conceal Lord Juzi's existence. Little did he know that Ning Fengqian's so-called gift was not merely a soul guide, but rather a veritable treasure trove within the soul guide itself, literal mountains of gold and silver. It was no surprise, given her origins from the 7 treasures glazed tile school, that Ning Fengqian bestowed upon Yunzheng not only an expansive storage space but also countless gold soul coins and a black gold card from the 7 treasures glazed tile school. With such wealth, Yunzheng could easily establish a small sect. Furthermore, there were numerous vials of elixirs, some for detoxification, others for healing, energy replenishment, and blood coagulation. A diverse array of resources was at his disposal. Ning Fengqian had also prepared a plethora of clothing, suitable for ages 9 to 20. Even spiritual herbs were plentiful, with substantial quantities of refining herbs like dragon yang grass, effectively equipping Yunzheng with the foundational resources necessary for his cultivation journey. To put it simply, after acquiring this soul guide, one could argue that even the impoverished Min clan, exerting all their might, would struggle to rival Yunzheng's newfound wealth. It was only upon opening the soul guide that Yunzheng truly grasped the depth of the phrase wealth that could rival nations. Naturally, receiving such a grand gift left Yunzheng somewhat flustered. He had considered returning it to Ning Fengqian, but was dissuaded by Yu Zhongbai. Since she had given it to Yunzheng, it was evident that she had no intention of reclaiming it. Moreover, these items were not solely intended for Yunzheng. They were shared between him and Yunzheng. Yu Zhongbai simply believed Yunzheng to be rather impulsive, prone to wastefulness, and thus entrusted the stewardship of their finances to the more prudent Yunzheng. After this explanation, Yunzheng felt justified in accepting Ning Fengqian's soul guide. Otherwise, it would indeed have felt burdensome. Upon entering Suatua City, both Yunzheng and Yunzheng maintained a calm demeanor. Suatua City was not particularly renowned, certainly more developed than the ancient city, yet comparable to Tianding City. Having witnessed grander spectacles, Yunzheng felt no sense of novelty, while Yunzheng, with memories from his past life, remained equally unperturbed. "Are we not headed to Shrek Academy? Why are we entering the city?" Yunzheng inquired, holding Yunzheng's hand, her confusion evident as she surveyed the surrounding architecture. Yunzheng cast a glance at the evening glow on the horizon and, with a hint of resignation, explained, "Shrek Academy is still at least an hour's journey from Soto City. With the night fast approaching, if we do not enter the city, we shall have no choice but to sleep outdoors." Upon hearing this, Yunzheng nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, as Yunzheng had pointed out, it was not uncommon for soul masters to spend the night in the wilderness. They had experienced such an adventure together when they were merely 6 years old. However, this occasion was neither for the purpose of hunting soul rings nor was there any pressing matter urging them to travel. Why should they subject themselves to discomfort? "Then where shall we spend the night?" Yunzheng inquired, gazing around with a look of confusion. Yunzheng shrugged nonchalantly and remarked, "I suppose we can only find an inn or hotel to spend the night, as we are set to depart for Shrek Academy tomorrow." Upon hearing the terms inn and hotel, Yunzheng blinked in bewilderment, seemingly struggling to comprehend the notion. After several moments of contemplation, her expression transformed into one of playful intrigue, and she suddenly embraced Yunzheng, exclaiming sweetly, "Yunzheng, you finally come to your senses." At first, Yunzheng was taken aback, but upon noticing the flush on Yunzheng's charming face, he instantly comprehended that the girl had misconstrued the situation. Realizing this, Yunzheng's expression darkened, and he doused Yunzheng with a metaphorical bucket of cold water, declaring 2 separate rooms. Absolutely not. Upon hearing this, Yunzheng furrowed her brows and insisted, 1 room. We must economize. You said so. In response to her words, Yunzheng couldn't help but roll his eyes and instinctively retorted, why not share a bath in the future as well? It would be a splendid way to conserve water. Sounds good. Yunzheng's thoughtless words evidently struck a chord with Yunzheng as a glimmer of brilliance flickered in her enchanting eyes, revealing a demeanor that was decidedly intrigued. Seeing the situation, Yunzheng helplessly tugged at the corners of his mouth, awkwardly uttering, forget I said anything, as he hesitated once more. The smile on Yunzheng's face was replaced by a look of sorrow, and she reproachfully questioned, do you not like me? How could that be? Confronted with such a perilous question, Yunzheng instinctively provided his answer, yet he soon offered a wry smile, explaining, if my master were to find out, he would surely have my head. Would he dare? The mention of Yunzheng caused Yunzheng to widen her beautiful eyes, exuding an air of fearlessness. After all, they were in Suata City, far removed from the Emperor's reach. Yunzheng felt unafraid. Once the die was cast, Yunzheng would have no choice but to accept the reality. Would he dare? Yet, Yunzheng lacked such audacity. He nodded earnestly, giving an affirmative response. Over the past 6 years, the barrier between Yunzheng and Yunzheng had long since been shattered. Yunzheng had fallen for Yunzheng, and he, in turn, had developed feelings for the girl who constantly occupied his thoughts. Logically, their mutual affection should have ignited a passionate romance. Yunzheng, bold and determined, had set her sights on claiming Yunzheng as her own. She had even resorted to certain measures before. However, Yunzheng remained hesitant, unwilling to step beyond the bounds of propriety. Yunzheng was one reason for his reluctance. A doting father, he could somewhat accept his daughter's affection for Yunzheng. Considering that the young man had been raised under his watchful eye and was his disciple, possessing a character he trusted, Yunzheng believed Yunzheng would make a suitable partner for Yunzheng. Yet, the thought of his daughter being only 12 years old caused his paternal heart to ache. This was a hurdle that Yunzheng found insurmountable. In his mind, any girl under the age of 14 could only be viewed as a child. It was a matter of principle. To take it a step further, as a native of Douluo Continent, Yunzheng had indeed matured more rapidly than Yunzheng at 12. She nearly resembled a 17 or 18-year-old girl from his past life. However, Yunzheng was undeniably an authentic earthling, experiencing the normal development of a 12-year-old boy. A mere toothpick cannot stir a large vat, nor can a single drop alter the course of a river. Yunzheng simply could not afford to bear such a burden. Yunzheng would rather wait several more years. It is quite peculiar. While Yunzheng is hesitant and coy, Yunzheng displays remarkable enthusiasm. Had it not been for Yunzheng's steadfast resolve, he would have long been thoroughly consumed. The 3 elders at home are similarly inclined. Even Yunzheng's attitude is not overly resolute, while Lu Yun and Ning Fengqian covertly support Yunzheng, particularly Lu Yun, when reflecting back. It is evident that the dragon yang herb that Yunzheng administered to Yunzheng at the tender age of 9 was no ordinary matter. Yunzheng may be unaware of the herb's properties, but as a skilled alchemist, how could Lu Yun be oblivious? Yet, despite this, Lu Yun refrained from disclosing anything to Yunzheng, merely passing the dragon yang pill to Yunzheng through her. The implications are chilling. As Lu Yun and Ning Fengqian would put it, with such a striking appearance and exceptional talent, especially being a childhood companion that one adores, if one does not seize the opportunity early on, it is all too easy for someone else to whisk them away. Whether Yunzheng will be abducted remains a topic worthy of discussion. However, it is undeniably true that Yunzheng has indeed been led astray by them. It is noteworthy that it was that dragon yang pill that activated a peculiar switch within Yunzheng. Ever since that moment, she has developed an unusual enthusiasm for administering drugs to Yunzheng, seemingly believing that this would render him more candid. Between the ages of 9 and 12, Yunzheng is aware of at least 11 instances, 8 of which he managed to uncover, while 3 times he unfortunately fell victim to her schemes. Fortunately, the potency of the drugs Yunzheng employed was not exceedingly strong, and with the chilling essence of extreme ice and his own willpower, Yunzheng was able to suppress the malevolent fire within him. Yunzheng has also come to recognize this. She is no longer content with just the dragon yang herb. Recently, Yunzheng witnessed Lu Yun handing a packet of potent aphrodisiac to Yunzheng. Yunzheng now refrains from consuming anything offered by Yunzheng, fearing that he might encounter misfortune at any moment. Chapter 33, Rest. Yunzheng harbors his own concerns, yet Yunzheng remains undeterred. Regardless of Yunzheng's rejection, her unhappiness is palpable. Observing her pitiful demeanor, reminiscent of a teary-eyed child, Yunzheng, despite knowing it to be a fraught, finds his resolve wavering. With a soft sigh, he concedes, "Very well. Aside from matters unsuitable for children, I shall grant you whatever you desire." This was precisely the affirmation Yunzheng had been waiting for. In an instant, her previous expression of grievance vanished, replaced by uncontainable joy. Witnessing this transformation, Yunzheng sighed again, resigned to the realization that he was utterly at her mercy. "Where shall we stay tonight?" "Allow me to decide," Yunzheng stated. Her gaze fixed intently on him. It was as if she were prepared to weep should he refuse her. After 6 years, how could she not understand him? Had Yunzheng been the type to rush into matters, she would have succeeded long ago, rather than waiting until now. In truth, Yunzheng respects Yunzheng's sentiments, and her decision to administer a little inducement stems more from playful provocation than anything else. And what if it succeeds? Her entire performance is orchestrated to ensure that she determines their resting place for the night. The specifics of the hotel or inn are inconsequential. What matters are 2 key points. There must be only one available room, and the soundproofing must be exceptional, even if she knows that nothing untoward will transpire. Yunzheng intends to leave Yunzheng blushing furiously. She has long since deciphered his modest quirks, aiming to stir his passions while compelling him to suppress them. In truth, she relishes this process, indulging in flirtatious games, basking in the ambience of affection, while eagerly anticipating the moment Yunzheng might push past his own boundaries, relishing the thrill of forbidden fruit. Thus, she finds endless amusement in this dynamic. As for the notions of propriety and restraint, Yunzheng does not perceive the act of enticing her boyfriend as a lapse in decorum. Indeed, Yunzheng and Yunzheng have long since made silent vows to one another. They have been childhood friends, deeply connected in spirit. Yunzheng is straightforward, while Yunzheng is no naive boy, no longer possessing that innocence and immaturity. Naturally, their relationship flows seamlessly. Yunzheng harbored no fondness for sibling games. In truth, he was 3 months younger than Yunzheng. All in all, although Yu Zhongbai and the others were unaware, Yunzheng and Yunzheng had long been destined for one another. Consequently, Yunzheng bore no psychological burden regarding this matter. After all, who said one couldn't fall in love at the tender age of 12? Returning to the matter at hand, upon hearing Yunzheng's words, Yunzheng instantly discerned her subtle intentions. A warmth surged in his nostrils as his gaze involuntarily drifted towards her slender black stockings. Though he quickly averted his eyes and noncommittally replied, "I shall agree to your request." Yunzheng, upon hearing this, felt her cheeks flush, letting out a delicate huff while silently thinking, "Your tale reveals far more than your eyes ever could." Unbeknownst to her, Yunzheng's evil spirit bone tail had already made its appearance, far more candid than his feigned seriousness, coiling around Yunzheng's thigh several times, as if yearning to merge with her. However, this time, Yunzheng refrained from teasing Yunzheng and instead leaned into the evil spirit bone tail, delighting in the sensation. She relished the way Yunzheng seemed utterly captivated by her. It is worth noting that since acquiring the evil spirit bone tail, the window to Yunzheng's soul had shifted from his eyes to this tail. The tail manifested Yunzheng's innermost thoughts in various forms. For instance, when he felt anxious, the tail would twitch hesitantly. When he pondered deeply, it would spin rhythmically, and when he felt despondent, it would droop listlessly. Such occurrences were countless. Initially, Yunzheng aspired to be a person whose emotions remained inscrutable, yet the emergence of the evil spirit bone tail rendered that ambition quite challenging. There was a time when he even speculated whether an independent soul resided within the tail, deliberately opposing him. However, he later realized that such was not the case. It was merely a manifestation of his subconscious movements. After all, if there truly were an independent spirit, it would not be tucking him in or wiping his drool at night. The situation arose primarily from Yunzheng's insufficient mastery over the evil spirit bone tail, as even one's limbs sometimes acted under subconscious influence, resulting in unintentional movements, let alone an external soul bone. In essence, his body had yet to adapt to the presence of the external soul bone, hence these occurrences. Perhaps, once Yunzheng achieved complete control over the evil spirit bone tail, he might wield it as effortlessly as his own limbs. Fortunately, only Yunzheng, Yunzheng, Yu Zhongbai, Lu Yun, and Ning Fengqian were privy to this matter. If it were to become known to others, he would truly find himself in a dilemma. For he did not wish to be perceived as someone whose thoughts were easily discerned. Having resolved to let Yunzheng choose the hotel for their evening stay, neither Yunzheng nor Yunzheng rushed, for there remained ample time before sunset. Besides familiarizing themselves with the local customs of Soto City, They also needed to address their hunger. Having subsisted on dry rations throughout their journey, both Yunzheng and Yunqing had grown weary of them. They eventually stumbled upon a reasonably appealing restaurant to enjoy a meal, which, while not comparable to Lu Yun's culinary skills, was certainly preferable to their previous provisions. As they exited the restaurant, the sun had already begun its descent, casting a warm golden hue over Soto City, compelling one to stretch. Nevertheless, the city showed no signs of a curfew. Rather, it seemed as though Soto City was awakening at this hour. The grand Sol Arena at its center shimmered with vibrant colors, dazzling and alluring, igniting curiosity. Numerous vendors began to emerge, as ordinary folk typically toiled from dawn to dusk, while the world of soul masters commenced thereafter. Regrettably, both Yunqing and Yunzheng were not particularly combative souls, showing little interest in the so-called Grand Soul Arena. The arenas across various cities bore striking similarities, offering little of intrigue. In contrast, they were in greater need of a place to rest. After a long day of travel, even Yunzheng and Yunqing, both in peak physical condition, felt a twinge of fatigue. Moreover, with their own unspoken thoughts swirling in their minds, they naturally understood one another without uttering a word. Among the multitude of hotels and inns in Soto City, Yunqing swiftly set her sights on the Rose Inn. It was no surprise, for the Rose Inn was essentially a couple's retreat, designed for those youthful hearts stirred by romantic desires. Its unique pink rose decor was nearly irresistible to any young woman. Furthermore, such establishments typically boasted comprehensive amenities and a touch of whimsy. Alas, they arrived too late, as the last room had been booked half an hour prior. This outcome was anticipated by Yunzheng, for the narrative had explicitly detailed this segment. He was aware that the individuals who had reserved the final room were Tang San and Xiao Wu. However, Yunzheng had no intention of forging connections. Thus, he departed the Rose Inn alongside Yunqing, who left with a hint of disappointment. Having exited the Rose Inn, Yunzheng and Yunqing had no choice but to seek alternative accommodations. Yunzheng and Yunqing effortlessly located a suitable residence. It is well known that when a man and a woman seek accommodation together, they are typically left with but a single room. It is merely a matter of exchanging glances. After all, those who work at hotel receptions are undoubtedly astute individuals. Moreover, due to Yunzheng's deceptively charming appearance, he and Yunqing appeared more like siblings than a couple, which further aroused no suspicion from the front desk, who didn't even request a tip. Chapter 34. Shrek. The following day, on a rare occasion, Yunzheng overslept. And it was only when the sun had risen high in the sky that he departed with Yunqing from their abode. Shrek Academy is not located within the city of Soto, but rather in a village situated on the opposite side, a considerable distance from Soto City. Given the pace of Yunzheng and Yunqing, it would take approximately another hour to reach their destination. Yunzheng held the map with both hands, while Yunqing clutched his sinister bone tail, occasionally breaking into a silly giggle, lost in her own thoughts. Yunzheng, indifferent to the girl lost in her own world, gazed at the lush fields of yellow flowers flanking the road. The air was filled with a rich yet gentle floral fragrance, which elicited a faint smile from him. He could not ascertain the name of this plant in Douluo, but it bore a striking resemblance to daylilies from his previous life. He decided to refer to it as such for the time being. Human nature often oscillates between desires. Those who linger in the countryside long for the vibrancy and bustle of the city, while city dwellers yearn for the tranquility and freshness of rural life. Perhaps sensing Yunzheng's serene demeanor, Yunqing remained quiet throughout their journey, trailing behind him and savoring the peaceful atmosphere surrounding them. Once one becomes ensnared in a particular emotion, time tends to slip away swiftly. By the time Yunzheng and Yunqing regained their awareness, they found themselves gazing upon the village where Shrek Academy was situated. Yunzheng, are you certain that a place like this could possibly house an academy? Yunqing playfully tugged at Yunzheng's tail, her eyes fixed on the distant village, her expression a blend of innocence and curiosity. Yunzheng followed Yunqing's gaze and could not help but chuckle softly. It was no wonder that Yunqing reacted this way. The village housing Shrek Academy was indeed in a state of disrepair, lacking any semblance of a conducive educational environment. Truth be told, it was Yunqing's first encounter with such a place. The dilapidation of Shrek Academy was, in fact, to be expected. The faculty was formidable. Aside from the esteemed Flanders, Zhao Wujia, and Xiao Xine, who were all soul saints, the remaining instructors were also soul emperors. With such a distinguished group, they could easily earn a fortune anywhere in the Douluo Continent, often attracting wealth with merely a word, especially Xiao Xine. It is noteworthy that he is the only food-type soul saint on the continent thus far, Rarity commands value, and should he desire, a position among the elders of the Spirit Hall would be readily offered to him. This is no exaggeration in comparison to the ambitious Pope Bibidon. The contributions of a food-type soul saint during times of war are unparalleled. If Shao Xin pledged his loyalty, Bibidon would undoubtedly grant him a status not inferior to that of the elusive, ghostly moon. Yet, Flanders and his companions were of a noble disposition. They shunned the corrupt ways of the Spirit Hall while holding disdain for the inept nobility, accustomed to a life of freedom. They resisted the constraints of lineage and would not stoop to exploiting the weak. Thus, they found themselves in a state of impoverishment, such as the nature of the world. One who cannot endure the ugliness of the mundane must also accept the austerity of the unworldly. In summary, this is why Shrek Academy has fallen to such depths. Nevertheless, Yunzheng was not at all surprised. Rather, he chuckled lightly and remarked, "It is slightly better than I imagined." Huh? Upon hearing this, Yuqing'o cast a surprised glance at Yunzheng, her delicate brows furrowing as she inquired, "Did you know this all along?" Yunzheng feigned mystery as he shrugged and jested, "I merely happened to know." This marked Yunzheng's inaugural visit to Shrek Academy, and no one had ever taken the time to elaborate on the Academy's circumstances. In the original narrative, it was repeatedly emphasized that Shrek Academy had begun in a state of disarray. Yunzheng had long since prepared himself mentally. Having anticipated the worst, everything appeared less daunting. Without hope, there can be no disappointment. Without expectation, there is no disparity, such is the essence of it. Humph, what a pretentious act. Yuqing'o playfully stuck out her tongue at Yunzheng, chiding him with feigned annoyance. Yunzheng offered a non-committal chuckle, observing the lingering hesitation on Yuqing'o's face. He gently inquired, "What is the matter? Do you not wish to go? Now that we are here, who knows what delightful surprises may await us?" Yuqing'o scrunched her delicate nose and playfully pinched Yunzheng's tail, retorting, "Didn't you say that one should not be deceived by superficial appearances? You might need to brace yourself for disappointment." Yunzheng unceremoniously shattered Yuqing'o's fanciful hopes, his mischievous expression bordering on the mischievous. "Hey," Yuqing'o protested with a playful pout, exclaiming, "I've finally given myself a reason. Must you be so cruel? If you could treat my tail kindly." "I certainly wouldn't say such things." "I refuse. You've already made your statement." Amid their playful banter, Yunzheng and Yuqing'o soon located Shrek Academy. It must be noted that Shrek Academy holds a certain degree of renown in the surrounding regions. Not to mention, the mere fact that graduates can attain the rank of Viscount within the Empire is enough to attract many aspirants. Consequently, despite Shrek Academy often struggling to enroll students, sometimes even yielding no applicants at all, each year, numerous individuals flocked to the registration, creating a bustling crowd that enabled Yunzheng and Yuqing'o to swiftly find their way to the academy. "Fraught, return my money." As Yunzheng and Yuqing'o were nearing the crowd, a coarse and furious voice erupted amidst the throng. Upon hearing this, Yunzheng's lips curled into a smile, pleasantly surprised that he could witness such a remarkable scene. It had been previously stated that the registration fee was 10 gold soul coins, non-refundable once paid. Following this, a voice, laced with indifference and laziness, resonated, utterly dismissing the furious man's presence. Indeed, those who could teach at Shrek Academy were, at the very least, soul emperors, elevated beings on the Douluo Continent, akin to nobles in the two great empires. For a common low-ranked soul master to boast in front of such a figure without inciting his wrath was already a testament to the latter's remarkable temperament. Was it expected that a dignified soul emperor should provide a smile service? That was utterly absurd. However, this voice clearly infuriated the man further, who shouted vehemently, "This is unacceptable. You must refund me. This is outright robbery. 10 gold soul coins is a significant amount. What you are doing is no different from bandits." TSK. The teacher responsible for registration at Shrek Academy grew somewhat exasperated, clicking his tongue in displeasure, and said in a low voice, "Mu Bai. Handle this." Roar. In the next moment, a thunderous roar echoed as a figure leapt down from the treetops like a fierce tiger descending the mountain. Dai Mu Bai summoned his evil eye white tiger martial soul, with 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, floating around him. His chilling, dual-colored eyes fixated coldly upon the man demanding his money, as he calmly proclaimed, "If you can defeat me, the registration fee will be returned in full." At that roar, the man immediately wilted, no longer daring to bring up the matter of money. Simultaneously, the teacher from Shrek Academy rose and proclaimed loudly, "Let me reiterate. Even among soul beasts, Shrek is an exceptionally unique entity. The meaning of Shrek Academy is, indeed, the Academy of Monsters. We accept only monsters. The entrance examination consists of 4 stages if you are over 13 years of age or have a soul power level below 21. Save yourself the trouble and refrain from wasting your money. Once these words were uttered, the crowd dispersed rapidly, with a significant portion of them retreating. Such stringent requirements would undoubtedly turn away countless applicants. Observing this scene, the teacher from Shrek Academy nodded in satisfaction. He was not like the miserly Flander, who would insist on scrutinizing each applicant individually. That would be akin to treating him as a mere beast of burden. Now, with one shout, he had chased away dozens of unqualified candidates, easing his burden considerably. Yet, he pondered whether Flander would be infuriated by this scene, as it had not only driven away the unworthy, but also cost the Academy hundreds of gold soul coins in potential income. This outburst only exacerbated the already precarious financial situation of Shrek Academy. Dai Bai observed the entire process, watching the departing figures. He felt compelled to say something but wisely chose to remain silent. Both parties were formidable. It was best to mind his own business and let things be to avoid unnecessary trouble. In the blink of an eye, the registration office of Shrek Academy transformed from a bustling hub to a desolate space. Nonetheless, there were still some individuals present. While it was rare for a genius to break through to a great soul master before the age of 13, they were not entirely absent from the vicinity. Along with Yunzheng and his companions, there were still a good number of hopefuls, accompanied by their parents, making the overall count reasonably substantial. Although most were merely on the cusp of acceptance, at levels 21 and 22, it spared Dai Bai from too much difficulty. Dai Bai recalled that last year, the teacher overseeing the first test was Xiao Xin, who, finding it troublesome, inadvertently revealed the contents of the subsequent 3 tests, causing nearly 90% of the applicants to withdraw, resulting in a meager collection of 30 gold soul coins. The most ridiculous part followed. After registration, Flander approached Dai Bai for the registration fee, and Dai Bai had to tearfully dig into his own pockets to cover the shortfall. Fortunately, this time the situation was much improved. Although the number of applicants still fell short of Flander's expectations, at least they could meet the bare minimum. Moreover, Dai Bai was aware that among these candidates, at least 2 could successfully pass the 4 tests, unlike the previous year where they had nothing to show for it. As Dai Bai pondered this, a clear and gentle voice echoed, "Grandpa, our registration fee totals 20 gold soul coins." At that moment, a pair of young figures emerged from the crowd, confidently producing 20 gold soul coins. This boy and girl were, of course, Tang Sect and Xiao Wu. Seeing Tang Sect, Dai Bai smiled knowingly and discreetly gave him a thumbs up, to which Tang Sect responded with a faint smile. Although their first encounter had been less than amicable, culminating in a physical altercation, they had nonetheless come to know one another, and Dai Bai held a certain admiration for Tang Sect, marking the beginning of a mutual appreciation. The teacher responsible for the first round of assessments at Shrek took note of this development, feeling a surge of joy. As Dai Bai's teacher, he understood him well. Although Dai Bai was somewhat flirtatious, he was fundamentally proud. He would not deign to acknowledge ordinary individuals. Only those who earned his respect would catch his attention. Given that the pair before him had received Dai Bai's approval, they were likely to pass the 4 assessments required for admission to Shrek Academy. With this thought in mind, the Shrek teacher could not help but beam with delight, his demeanor becoming increasingly warm as he smiled. "Excellent. Extend your hands." Hearing this, Yunzheng couldn't help but stretch his neck to peer ahead. He was equally curious about Tang Sect and Xiao Wu. Fortunately, with the crowd thinned, he could actually see. Otherwise, at his modest height, it would have been quite the challenge. Yunzheng was unable to behold her full visage, only catching glimpses of her profile. Indeed, Xiao Wu was breathtakingly beautiful. Her raven-black braids cascaded past her waist, and her delicate waist, accentuated by a pink garment, appeared even more slender. Her side profile radiated a charming allure. Imbued with a hint of rosy allure, although her lips had yet to part, one could still discern the faint promise of her extraordinary beauty. In stark contrast, Tang Sect appeared rather ordinary. Prior to the awakening of his blue-silver grass into the blue-silver emperor, Tang Sect possessed an appearance that could only be described as unremarkable, not unattractive by any means, yet certainly lacking in striking features. However, one cannot deny that perhaps due to his cultivation of the purple extreme demon eye, or perhaps due to the wisdom of his past life, Tang Sect's eyes sparkled with a captivating brilliance, imbued with a calm, profound depth. Yunzheng acknowledged that in this aspect, he could not rival Tang Sect. This is, after all, quite natural. One's gaze cannot be feigned. A depth and maturity like Tang Sect's gaze is cultivated through experience and cannot be acquired without it. In the span of 30 years, Yunzheng experiences a life of ease and tranquility in his past existence, devoid of any significant tribulations. In this current life, only the 6 years since his transmigration can be deemed a test of his character, while the remaining 6 years have also unfolded seamlessly. In comparison to Tang Sect, Yunzheng's history appears rather insipid. However, what strikes Yunzheng as most absurd is Tang Sect's height. At just 12 years old, he nearly stands at 1.70 meters. It is inconceivable that even with a diet of supplements, one could attain such stature. Lost in his thoughts, Yunzheng is suddenly roused by the voice of Yunzheng, who draws near. He offers a nervous chuckle, dismissively stating, "I was merely daydreaming." Yet, Yunzheng is evidently unconvinced by Yunzheng's feigned nonchalance. With a playful roll of her eyes, she retorts with mock annoyance, "Then what is this?" As she speaks, Yunzheng raises her hands, revealing the malevolent bone tail, which wobbles amusingly in her grasp. The moment the bone tail comes into Yunzheng's view, it stiffens abruptly, twitching unnaturally before diverting its attention elsewhere. Witnessing this spectacle, Yunzheng bursts into infectious laughter, her melodious giggles resonating through the crowd, drawing many curious gazes. Noticing the attention from those around them, Yunzheng's cheeks flush with embarrassment, and she quickly suppresses her laughter, casting a playful glare at Yunzheng, clearly attributing the situation to him. Upon witnessing the scene, Yunzheng could not help but offer a rather innocent smile tinged with irony. Concurrently, the laughter of Yunzheng captured the attention of Ning Rongrong and Zhu Shiqing amidst the crowd. Zhu Shiqing merely cast a fleeting glance before losing interest, while Ning Rongrong, filled with curiosity, furrowed her brow and fixed her gaze on Yunzheng, seemingly in search of confirmation, even forsaking her place in the queue. After a few breaths, still uncertain of her suspicions, Ning Rongrong, known for her boldness, decided to abandon her spot in line and approached Yunzheng and Yunzheng, tentatively calling out, "Qingyu?" Though her voice was soft and went unnoticed by Yunzheng, Yunzheng instinctively turned at the familiar yet foreign address. Grasping the evil spirit bone tail in her hand, Yunzheng spun around, causing Yunzheng to follow suit. At that moment, both Yunzheng and Yunzheng finally beheld Ning Rongrong. True to her status as the little princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Rongrong was adorned with accessories in her hair, at her chest, on her bracelets, and around her waist, all reflecting her noble lineage and the prominence of her family. The embellishments, though simple, were perfectly placed, and her flowing long hair coupled with the lace trim of her attire exuded an air of a pampered princess, yet retained a playful charm befitting her age. Nevertheless, at that moment, a mixture of long-awaited joy and slight anxiety graced Ning Rongrong's face. This anticipation and tension, however, were directed not towards Yunzheng, but rather towards Yunzheng. Upon noticing Ning Rongrong, Yunzheng initially appeared somewhat bewildered, but soon her expression mirrored that of Ning Rongrong as she tentatively called out, "Rongrong?" As the words fell, Ning Rongrong exhaled a relieved sigh, leaping forward to embrace Yunzheng, exclaiming, "Qingyu, it truly is you. I thought I had mistaken you." Yunzheng reciprocated the embrace, joyfully exclaiming, "It's me. Ever since I left that place, you hardly contacted me. I thought you had forgotten about me." "Not at all. It's Uncle Hu," Ning Rongrong interjected, her delicate nose scrunching in mild reproach. "Ever since you departed from the Blue Electric Tyrant School, Uncle has sealed all news regarding you and Aunt Lu for your protection. I barely managed to learn that you had gone to the ancient city, only to find that you had moved again by the time I arrived. What about you? Why didn't you write to me? You know I'm right here at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School." Ning Rongrong continued, her voice imbued with concern. "Each time, you only had Aunt bring back a couple of messages, but she seldom returns to the sect." At this remark, Yunzheng's cheerful demeanor faltered. In truth, she had not forgotten Ning Rongrong, and on several occasions had contemplated writing to her. However, the words she penned were difficult to articulate, and the sentiments she wished to convey were those of young girls' secrets, which she could not ask Yunzheng to assist with, leaving her to rely on Ning Fengqian to deliver a few words instead. Reflecting on this, Yunzheng felt a twinge of guilt, though the truth remained unspoken, and she found herself blushing slightly, exclaiming, "It's all my father's fault." Yunzheng, overhearing Yunzheng's attempt to shift blame, felt a pang of sympathy for his master. In all honesty, Yunzheng had never impeded Yunzheng from writing letters. However, Yunzheng was not naive. Revealing the truth at that moment would likely result in dire consequences from Yunzheng. Thus, out of self-preservation, he chose to let Yunzheng bear the burden of blame. Chapter 36. Is she really 12? At first glance, seeing Yunzheng and Ning Rongrong so intimately engaged, akin to the closest of friends, left Yunzheng somewhat bewildered, particularly as Yunzheng had never mentioned anything about Ningrong. Yet, upon reflection, he realized there was nothing particularly strange about their familiarity, considering that Yunzheng was the daughter of Yunzheng Bai, and Ningrong's aunt was Ning Fengqian, who was married to Yunzheng Bai. The familial ties between the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Blue Electric Tyrant School forged a natural connection. It was only logical for Ning Fengqian to maintain a good relationship with Yunzheng Bai, occasionally bringing her daughter to visit relatives. Thus, it was entirely reasonable for Ningrong to be acquainted with Yunzheng. Strictly speaking, even Yunzheng could be considered a peer to Ningrong. Reflecting further, it made sense that Yunzheng had not mentioned Ningrong to Yunzheng, given that he was unfamiliar with her. And which girl would casually discuss her best friend in front of her crush? Yunzheng, allow me to introduce you. This is my only and first friend from the Blue Electric Tyrant School, Ningrong. At that moment, Yunzheng eagerly pulled Ningrong before Yunzheng to introduce her. Yunzheng? Before Yunzheng could react, Ningrong frowned slightly. Initially, she had presumed Yunzheng to be Yunzheng's younger brother. But it now seemed she had misjudged, realizing that he did not share the Yu surname. Yunzheng remained oblivious to the subtle shift in Ningrong's expression, merely offering a polite greeting. Hello. Subsequently, Yunzheng began to introduce Yunzheng to Ningrong, saying, Rong, this is Yunzheng, he is. Just as Yunzheng was about to continue, she suddenly faltered. Ningrong glanced at her in confusion, while Yunzheng raised an eyebrow. In contrast, Yunzheng's cheeks flushed crimson, and after gathering her composure, she finally spoke again. He is my father's direct disciple, and also my boyfriend. Upon uttering these words, Yunzheng took the initiative to wrap her arms around Yunzheng's, as if to substantiate her claim. This marked the first time Yunzheng publicly acknowledged her relationship with Yunzheng, a revelation that was even more embarrassing than she had anticipated. Yunzheng, feeling awkward, scratched his face as he observed Yunzheng's blushing demeanor, which in turn made him feel somewhat bashful as well. However, Ningrong, witnessing this scene, was momentarily taken aback. After blinking in surprise, she scrutinized Yunzheng closely before breaking into a knowing smile. Without hesitation, she pulled Yunzheng aside, giggling, Chinger. So, you fancy this type, huh? A younger boy, you certainly know how to play. Ningrong, the little witch of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, possessed a breadth of knowledge that far surpassed Yunzheng's understanding. Yunzheng was momentarily taken aback, not immediately grasping Ningrong's teasing until she noticed the playful smirk on her lips. Her face turned beet red instantly. What are you saying? Yunzheng shot Ningrong an annoyed glance and retorted, Yunzheng is not some younger boy. He just develops at a slower pace. We are the same age. He is not what you think. Indeed, when close friends gather, the topics of their conversation can often be more scandalous than outsiders might imagine. Yunzheng's words effectively shattered Ningrong's initial impression of Yunzheng. Ningrong, with an enigmatic expression, gazed beyond Yunzheng's shoulder and examined Yunzheng once more, her lively eyes seemingly conveying a multitude of thoughts. Is he really 12 years old? After a prolonged pause, Ningrong finally inquired in a tone of disbelief. Same age? Yes. Yunzheng rolled her eyes at Ningrong, responding impatiently. 12 years old? Indeed. With Yunzheng's repeated affirmations, Ningrong reluctantly accepted this reality. Having been raised in the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ningrong had encountered a myriad of individuals, and those of shorter stature were not particularly rare. Although she found Yunzheng's height somewhat regrettable, in terms of appearance and demeanor, he was undeniably exceptional. Many noblewomen within the Tiando Empire were particularly fond of such traits. If Yunzheng were to be placed in Tiando City, countless affluent ladies would surely become enamored with him. Furthermore, the fact that Yunzheng was recognized as a direct disciple by Yunzheng Bai attested to his talent. In light of these factors, Ningrong begrudgingly acknowledged Yunzheng's suitability as Yunzheng's boyfriend. If Yunzheng were merely a faade, one could only imagine the trials Yunzheng would face. After all, Ningrong held Yunzheng in high regard. Yunzheng and Ningrong had known each other since before the age of 6. At that time, Yunzheng was still with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, facing exclusion, while Ningrong was the young lady of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. If Yunzheng was isolated due to her unaccepted status, Ningrong was left alone due to her elevated position and domineering personality. In essence, they were each other's first true friends in life. On the other hand, noticing Ningrong's change in expression, Yunzheng realized that Ningrong had misunderstood, yet she made no effort to clarify. In truth, Yunzheng's height had caught Yu Zhongbai's attention years ago, but despite his exhaustive efforts, he found nothing unusual about Yunzheng's physique. Everything was normal, just developing at a slower pace. Thus, Yu Qing'er understood that Yunzheng was simply growing slowly, not short, and she harbored no worries regarding his height. As for why she chose not to explain to Ning Rongrong, she had learned from a young age the wisdom of guarding against misunderstandings, particularly with close friends. After all, one could recall how Lu Yun had once considered Ning Fengqian a close confidant, only to face unexpected fallout. Anyway, enough about that. What brings you here? Shaking her head, Yu Qing'er shifted the conversation, directing her question to Ning Rongrong. Speaking of which, Ning Rongrong sighed. I found the sect rather dull, so I thought I'd come out to have some fun. What about you? How did you end up here with your little boyfriend? It's not that I brought him. It was he who brought me. Yu Qing'er earnestly shook her head, correcting Ning Rongrong's misconception, and sighed. We had nowhere to go, and Yunzheng seemed curious about Shrek Academy, so we came here. Yu Qing'er's statement was not entirely fabricated. Indeed, Yunzheng and she found themselves without a destination. Ordinary Soul Master Academies were beneath their consideration, and Yu Zhongbai and the others dismissed them outright. The two royal academies did not appeal to Yunzheng due to their haughty demeanor, and the Spirit Hall was even less desirable, given Yu Zhongbai's opposition to it. The four elemental academies were similarly unsuitable due to mismatched attributes. Yu Zhongbai had contemplated taking Yunzheng and Yu Qing'er back to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. But Yu Qing'er had no desire to return. Ultimately, the pair decided upon Shrek Academy. While Yu Zhongbai returned to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect with Lu Yun and Ning Fengqian. As Yu Qing'er was whisked away by Ning Rongrong, Yunzheng found himself with some leisure time. In truth, if Yunzheng had wished to, he could have overheard the conversation between Yu Qing'er and Ning Rongrong. But he had no habit of eavesdropping on girls' whispers. Instead, he idly surveyed his surroundings. Among the 7 from the original story, Yunzheng had now encountered 4. Oscar was likely selling sausages at the academy, while Ma Hongjun might be enjoying music at a tavern, making him hard to find for the moment. Only Zhu Zhiqing remained. Yunzheng recalled she had arrived relatively late during the enrollment process. With this thought in mind, Yunzheng instinctively turned to glance behind him. In that fleeting moment, he need not search or confirm further. He instantly located Zhu Zhiqing. At that instant, Yunzheng's mind was filled with incredulity. Is she truly 12 years old? It was no exaggeration to say her stature was larger than his own face. Yunzheng was utterly astonished. In this world, there truly exists such a fierce young girl. The most astonishing part is that she is merely 12 years old. Chapter 37. Ning Rongrong's envy. The appearance of Zhu Zhiqing opened Yunzheng's eyes wide, leaving him momentarily dazed. At that moment, Ning Rongrong, who had been chatting and reminiscing with Yu Qing'er, also noticed Yunzheng's unusual demeanor. Following his gaze, a flicker of barely visible coldness flashed in her eyes. A man who so blatantly covets beauty must be shown his true nature by Yu Qing'er. With this thought, Ning Rongrong immediately said to Yu Qing'er, "Qing'er, what is your little boyfriend so engrossed in?" Ning Rongrong felt it was imperative for Yu Qing'er to witness this scene. Upon hearing Ning Rongrong's voice, Yu Qing'er instinctively turned to look in Yunzheng's direction. The sight of him, completely entranced, fell into her view. Following his gaze, when she caught sight of Zhu Zhiqing, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, as if she found Yunzheng's behavior utterly shameful, causing her to stamp her delicate foot in annoyance. However, Ning Rongrong did not anticipate that Yu Qing'er harbored no jealousy or resentment whatsoever. Aren't you angry? Ning Rongrong stared at Yu Qing'er, incredulously inquiring. Every time Yunzheng was mentioned, the sweetness in Yu Qing'er's eyes seemed to overflow. Ning Rongrong could not believe that she did not harbor feelings for him. Yet why was Yu Qing'er not envious? Did she truly not care if Yunzheng developed affections for other girls? For a moment, Ning Rongrong felt utterly bewildered, experiencing a sense of being outdated for the first time in her life. Of course not. Seeing Ning Rongrong's confusion, Yu Qing'er, aware of the misunderstanding, blushed even more and hastily defended Yunzheng. He is probably just surprised, after all. Here, Yu Qing'er found herself at a loss for words. Such disgrace. It was too difficult to articulate. Really? After hearing Yu Qing'er's explanation, Ning Rongrong remained skeptical and glanced at Zhu Zhiqing once more. She had to admit that a normal person's first impression of Zhu Zhiqing would likely be one of awe and astonishment. Yet, Ning Rongrong still could not believe that Yunzheng was merely surprised and not captivated. Indeed, Yu Qing'er nodded earnestly. She did not wish for Yunzheng and Ning Rongrong to become too close. Correspondingly, she also hoped Ning Rongrong would not develop any prejudice against him. To be fair, Yunzheng did not entirely trust Yunzheng. Whenever he joked with other girls, she would feel a twinge of jealousy and sometimes regarded his words with skepticism. However, while she might doubt Yunzheng's words, she never questioned his intentions. At that moment, Yunzheng's demeanor reflected not the typical allure, but rather a bewildered astonishment. Internally, he was utterly stunned. Moreover, given his particular tastes, Yunzheng had long since disowned that Zhu Xing was evidently not Yunzheng's type. Yet, despite her assertions of indifference, Yunzheng did not allow Yunzheng to continue staring. In a huff, she marched to his side, unceremoniously grasped his tail, and gave it a sharp tug. Whispering with playful reproach, "Do you not know that staring at girls is exceedingly rude? How embarrassing!" A piercing pain surged through Yunzheng, and he barely caught what Yunzheng had said, his first reaction being one of surrender. Ouch, ouch, ouch. All right, Yunzheng, please let me go. Humph. Yunzheng let out a playful snort, yet her grip remained relentless, dragging Yunzheng away. Witnessing this scene, Ning Rongrong could not help but smile. Uncertain whether to commend their close bond or to remark on Yunzheng's remarkable strength. Once they returned to Ning Rongrong's side, Yunzheng was rubbing his sore backside while Yunzheng feigned annoyance, though inwardly she felt a twinge of sympathy. Ning Rongrong, seeing this, burst into laughter, yet simultaneously, a feeling of envy welled up within her. What girl does not yearn for such unabashed affection? However, upon reflection, as a member of a prominent family, where could one find the freedom to love? Even Ning Fengji's elder sister had to make sacrifices for the sake of her family's interests. When examined closely, how different was Ning Fengji back in the day? If the clan leader had to endure such constraints, Ning Rongrong would be no exception. With this realization, a shadow of melancholy flickered in her eyes, yet Ning Rongrong kept it concealed, instead shaking off the gloom and smiling at Yunzheng. All right, enough of this. We shall soon be up. I believe Miss Ning is correct. Yunzheng promptly chimed in. Yunzheng shot him a disapproving glare, but her heart softened, allowing him to escape her grasp. Yunzheng promptly stowed away the malevolent spirit's bone tail, recognizing it as a vulnerability before Yunzheng. It was indeed prudent to conceal it. As Ning Rongrong had aptly remarked, the candidate ahead of them was swiftly eliminated. This individual had only just celebrated his 12th birthday yesterday, tragically stalling at a cultivation level of 20, lacking even a spirit ring. Had his martial spirit exhibited greater potential, perhaps he might have been granted a chance. Alas, his martial spirit was rather mediocre, and the instructors from Shrek Academy evidently wished to spare him further time wastage. Following this, there remained 3 more assessments. Once this candidate departed, it was Yunzheng and his companion's turn. Ning Rongrong generously produced 30 gold soul coins, declaring, "This shall serve as our registration fee." Yunzheng and Yunzheng were not overly sentimental with Ning Rongrong. After all, as the young lady of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, there was truly no need for pettiness. Shrek's teacher accepted the golden soul coins with a warm smile and said, "Extend your hands." When addressing Yunzheng and the others, the teacher's demeanor was noticeably more amiable. It was not a matter of favoritism based on wealth. Rather, he was discerning their character. Yunzheng and his companions exuded confidence and composure, clearly having prepared themselves and possessing an evident understanding of Shrek Academy. It is highly probable that they will successfully enroll. For such prospective students, the instructors at Shrek exhibit a greater degree of patience. Yunzheng recalled that this teacher should be named Li Yusong. The martial spirit, the Pan Longstaff, is renowned, and 2 millennia later, it would stand atop the continent. Even in this era, the Pan Longstaff has its representatives, namely the title Douluo of the Spirit Hall, Qianjun Douluo, and Jiangma Douluo. However, Li Yusong has not achieved such heights. He is merely an ordinary soul emperor, with his first soul ring still white. While contemplating this, Yunzheng extended his arm. After Li Yusong assessed the bone structure of the 3, he nodded in satisfaction. Although Yunzheng appeared relatively short, bone age is an undeniable indicator. All right, let me see your cultivation levels, Li Yusong chuckled. The first to summon her martial spirit was Ning Rongrong, revealing the exquisite 7 Treasures Glazed Tower. 2 yellow soul rings emerged amidst a brilliant glow. Upon witnessing this, the composure on Li Yusong's face vanished, replaced by beads of cold sweat. Unable to contain himself, he inquired, "Does your family know you're here?" "Education knows no bounds. I have fulfilled the requirements, Haven Ti." Ning Rongrong replied sweetly. "Indeed." Li Yusong chuckled awkwardly, not denying her statement. After all, if calamity fell, Flinder and Zhao Wujie would be there to support him. He was merely an employee, and the 7 Treasures Glazed Sect could not hold him accountable. Next came Yunzheng and Yunzheng, Two resonant sounds echoed as the frost sky feather bow and the giant spirit golden dragon manifested. Li Yusong's heart, which had just calmed, raised once again. These were undoubtedly martial spirits of equal caliber to the Haotian hammer and the blue lightning tyrant dragon. What astonished Li Yusong further was that among Yunzheng's two soul rings, one was a purple 1,000-year soul ring, while the other was yellow with a hint of purple. Nearing the 1,000-year mark, Li Yusong had encountered many great soul masters with two soul rings of different colors, typically one white and one yellow. When he was a great soul master, that was the case. But how could it be one yellow and one purple? Truthfully, Li Yusong had never seen a 20th level great soul master possessing a 1,000-year soul ring. Chapter 38, The Fourth Gate. A 1,000-year soul ring. Not only Li Yusong but even Ning Rongrong beside him widened her eyes in astonishment. It is well known that the first and second soul rings of a soul master are usually of 100-year cultivation, a notion universally accepted by all soul masters. Yet, Yunzheng had quietly shattered this norm. While there may be those on the continent with even more exceptional soul ring combinations than Yunzheng, none present had ever witnessed such a display, hence their shock when Yunzheng unleashed the 1,000-year soul ring. As a soul emperor, Li Yusong remained composed and quickly regained his composure, gazing intently at Yunzheng, his brow furrowed in deep thought. This martial spirit, unlike anything I have ever seen, emanates a bone-chilling cold, even surpassing the bitter climates of the extreme north. The density of his soul power is astonishing, though he is only in his 20s. The quality of his soul power already surpasses that of Mu Bai. During the bone assessment, it was evident that this young man possessed an exceptional physique, rich in vitality, a being far from ordinary. Perhaps it is precisely because of his superior physique and soul power that he can absorb a 1,000-year soul ring? Li Yusong seemed to have found a somewhat reasonable explanation for himself, allowing his astonishment to diminish considerably. He could only convince himself in this manner, for the reality stood before him, and no matter how exaggerated the situation, he could only attempt to explain it using the theories he knew. As the subject of scrutiny, Yunzheng remained largely indifferent to the astonished gazes around him, simply asking Li Yusong, "Sir, may we proceed?" It was only when Yunzheng spoke that Li Yusong snapped back to reality, nodding earnestly. "Yes, of course." As he spoke, he spotted Dai Mubai returning and called out, "Mubai, come here for a moment, and take these three directly to the fourth gate." Dai Mubai, taken aback by Li Yusong's words, instinctively exclaimed, "There are more." "Enough chatter. Hurry," Li Yusong retorted sharply. At this moment, Yunzheng and Yuqing had already retracted their martial spirits, so Dai Mubai did not notice the purple 1,000-year soul ring. Coming. Dai Mubai sighed with a wry smile and moved to escort the three. After all, he was the only student in the entire Shrek Academy capable of maintaining order. Oscar, as a support soul master, clearly lacked the intimidating presence in Ma Hongjun. Despite being a powerful assault soul master with a top-tier phoenix martial spirit, was more likely to create chaos than provide stability. However, one must ponder, why were there only these three students in the entire Shrek Academy? Dai Mubai could only console himself with the notion that those who were capable must bear more responsibility. Once Dai Mubai departed, Li Yusong let out a long sigh, murmuring softly, "There truly are many little prodigies this year." Unlike Tang Sect, who was familiar with Dai Mubai and the three, they had not met prior and had little to discuss. Matters concerning the academy would wait until after Yunzheng and the others passed the fourth gate, which Dai Mubai preferred to introduce once everyone had gathered to avoid unnecessary verbosity. As they walked, Yunzheng and the others had crossed paths with Oscar. But Yunzheng was surprised that Oscar did not approach them to promote his sausages. Oscar did wish to, but after being reprimanded by Dai Mubai, he felt somewhat resentful. Seeing Yunzheng accompanied by Dai Mubai, he wisely chose to avoid conflict. Moreover, upon catching sight of Ning Rongrong, Oscar felt as if spring flowers had bloomed just for him. To avoid startling the beauty, he sensibly opted to retreat, for his appearance was indeed somewhat disheveled. With Oscar absent, Dai Mubai quickly led Yunzheng and the others to join Tang Sect and his group. Following this, Dai Mubai hurriedly returned. He had just spotted Zhu Zhuqing in the crowd and felt compelled to meet his fiancée, albeit nominally. Tang Sect and Xiao Wu were equally astonished to find three participants who could surpass the 25th level before the age of 12, a flicker of surprise crossing their faces. However, out of politeness, Tang Sect nodded to Yunzheng and the others alongside Xiao Wu. Yunzheng and his companions nodded in acknowledgement. After that, no further exchanges were made. Regardless of the nature of their future relationship, at present, they were merely strangers, and superficial intimacy often leads to awkwardness. Tang Sect and Xiao Wu stood together, while Yunzheng and his companions formed their own distinct group, maintaining a clear separation without intruding upon one another. Nevertheless, the atmosphere did not descend into an uncomfortable silence. Xiaowu always had an abundance of words to share with Tang San. While Ning Rongrong persistently inquired about Yunzheng's Millennium Soul Ring, her curiosity unyielding. Rongrong, it's not as exaggerated as you think. Yuqingo interjected with a smile, explaining. Actually, Yunzheng's first soul ring was initially only 400 years old. It gradually advanced to a Millennium Soul Ring. Can soul rings really advance? Ning Rongrong asked in astonishment. Indeed. According to my father's explanation, during the mutation of Yunzheng's martial spirit, not all of his talents were fully activated, and the excess potential manifested as an increase in the soul ring's age after he absorbed the first soul ring. As she spoke, Yuqingo beamed with pride, raising her head like a graceful swan, declaring, in simpler terms, Yunzheng's martial spirit cannot encompass all of his talents. To be fair, Yuqingo was indeed a genuine prodigy. However, standing beside Yunzheng, her brilliance often appeared overshadowed, causing others to inadvertently overlook her. Just like during the first trial, neither Ning Rongrong nor Li Yusong noticed that Yuqingo's soul power cultivation surpassed Yunzheng's. Yet, Yuqingo bore no resentment towards this. In fact, she found joy in any praise directed at Yunzheng, even more so than if it were aimed at her. Is that really the case? After Yuqingo's explanation, Ning Rongrong felt somewhat ignorant. Of course, Yuqingo affirmed with conviction. Meanwhile, in the office of Shrek Academy's principal, despite being dubbed an office, it was merely a small brick house, hardly befitting a soul saintess residence. However, that was the reality. After reading the letter in his hand, Flender chuckled heartily and addressed the towering figure before him. Old Zhao. This year, we have 6 little monsters who jumped directly from the first trial to the 4th. It seems we need your personal involvement. Upon hearing Flender's words, Zhao Wujing scoffed disdainfully. Do you think I'm foolish? I know full well that among these 6 little monsters is the sole daughter of the 7 treasures, Glazed Tile School. She is a precious gem cherished by both Bone Douluo and Sword Douluo. If something were to happen to her on my watch, wouldn't I be left hanging by those 2 titled Douluos? Flender clicked his tongue, exasperated. You are the vice principal of the academy. You are the principal. Zhao Wujing was unyielding, asserting, in terms of title, you outrank me. Why don't you take on the task yourself? Old Zhao, what are you afraid of? You are the unmoved king. Even the 16 soul emperors of the spirit hall couldn't do anything to you. Are you letting a few kids intimidate you? Flender feigned scornful laughter. Moreover, I'm asking you to be an examiner, not to act as an assassin. Are you truly going to engage in a serious fight with a few children? Flender's provocation was effective. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wujing's demeanor softened somewhat. Seizing the moment, Flender pressed further. Besides, didn't you say she is the young lady of the 7 treasures Glazed Tile School? Do you think I would dare to accept the future heir of the 7 treasures Glazed Tile School as a student without the consent of Master Ning? What do you mean? Zhao Wujing was taken aback, a mix of surprise and skepticism in his voice. Flender smiled confidently and produced a letter of exquisite material, reminiscent of silk and jade, adorned with golden edges and the emblem of the 7 treasures Glazed Tile School, signifying the esteemed identity of its owner. Zhao Wujing's eyes sparkled with interest, and he ceased to decline, although his attitude remained somewhat uncertain. I'll double this month's bonus for you, Flender said, narrowing his eyes. With a loud clap, Zhao Wujing smacked his thigh, laughing heartily. Oh, what do I care about money? Do you think I'm someone who likes money? It's merely to alleviate the principal's burdens and infuse fresh blood into the academy. With that, Zhao Wujing dashed out the door, eager to prevent Flender from retracting his words. Zhao Wujing truly did not care for money. Instead, he was keen on convincing Flender to part with his resources. Little did he know, once Zhao Wujing left, Flender revealed his cunning merchant side. Zhao Wujing evidently misunderstood the concept of immense wealth. The paltry bonus he mentioned was but a mere trifle compared to the substantial scholarship funds provided by the 7 treasures Glazed Tile School. Shortly thereafter, Dai Mubai brought Zhu Zhuqing over. Zhu Zhuqing's expression remained as frigid as ever, her icy demeanor contrasting sharply with her fiery physique, embodying the essence of a captivating ice queen. In contrast, Dai Mubai bore a subtle hint of displeasure on his face, as if he had just endured an unpleasant encounter. It was evident that their reunion was far from joyous. Fortunately, Dai Mubai managed to rein in his emotions, refraining from unleashing his frustrations. Upon seeing Yunzheng and the others, he approached with a smile, addressing the group. All right. Now that everyone is here, we can commence the assessment for the 4th trial. What about the others? Tang Sect furrowed his brow, instinctively inquiring. He recalled that many had been queuing for the second and third trials. All eliminated. Daimubai, in a rather dismal mood, offered a curt response without turning around. It was not favoritism on Daimubai's part. After spending so many years at Shrek Academy, it was evident who had the potential to pass and who did not. The signs had been apparent since the second trial. Daimubai had already discerned that only these 6 individuals before him had the opportunity to join Shrek Academy. Tang San, perceptive as ever, recognized Daimubai's foul mood and chose not to press further. However, Ning Rongrong, unencumbered by such considerations, directly asked, "May I inquire about the content of the 4th trial?" Simple. Daimubai chuckled, seemingly having recovered from his earlier displeasure. Deliberately avoiding Zhu Zhuqing's gaze, he turned to Ning Rongrong, stating solemnly, "The first trial tests talent. The second assesses potential, and the third examines temperament. Aside from the first trial, you have all implicitly passed the remaining 2. The 4th trial evaluates your combat strength as Soul Masters. As Soul Masters, you will inevitably face various battles. I believe you all understand this point. Yes?" Upon hearing this, Yunzheng and the others nodded in agreement. "Who will be our examiner for this trial?" Ning Rongrong posed a practical question. "Me," Daimubai replied, a mischievous smile spreading across his face, radiating confidence. "You." Ning Rongrong was taken aback, instinctively covering her mouth and uttering a gasp. "You are a teacher from Shrek Academy. So young. As the future vice master of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect." Ning Rongrong had long been prepared for the future. Since she decided to attend Shrek Academy, it was only natural that she would not plunge into it without preparation. Before departing from the 7 treasure glazed tile sect, she had conducted considerable research on Shrek Academy. Although she could not uncover every intricate detail, she was aware that the most alluring aspect of Shrek Academy, apart from its distinct motto, was its formidable faculty. Anyone capable of teaching at Shrek Academy was at least a Soul Emperor. Even the newest instructors would be of the Soul King caliber. Looking at Daimubai, although he possessed a striking demeanor, he appeared to be merely 15 or 16 years old. A 15 or 16-year-old Soul King left Ning Rongrong astonished. This far surpassed the prodigious talents of Yunzheng. However, before Ning Rongrong could marvel for too long, she heard Xiaowu disdainfully scoff, curling her pinky while sticking out her tongue and feigning contempt towards Daimubai, saying, "What a boast without preparation. You're only in your 30s. What are you pretending to be, a student?" Clearly, Xiaowu still harbored grievances from the conflict between them and Daimubai the previous day. Daimubai, amused by her reaction, retorted, "Who says a student cannot be an examiner? I refuse to believe that, unless you provide evidence." Xiaowu stood firm, hands on her hips, glaring defiantly at him. Meanwhile, Yunzheng found himself in an awkward position. He had been staring intently at Zhu Zhuqing, who, though silent, must have sensed his infatuated gaze. At that moment, Yuqing was unsure how to confront Zhu Zhuqing. Fortunately, they soon progressed past the first challenge. Initially, Yuqing had hoped never to see Zhu Zhuqing again, but now, with Zhu Zhuqing arriving at the 4th challenge, the thought of sharing classes with her while her boyfriend had been gazing at her like a fool made Yuqing's face flush with embarrassment. Wishing to dig a hole with her toes to hide Yunzheng in. Contemplating this, Yuqing shot Yunzheng an annoyed glance, though she remained silent. Her eyes seemed to convey a reproachful tone. "This is all your fault. How will they perceive us in the future, having spent years together?" Yunzheng understood the meaning behind her gaze and immediately displayed an innocent expression, silently responding, "I didn't intend to, but she was just so captivating." Yuqing's expression suggested she was ready to devour him, as she discreetly stepped on Yunzheng's foot, applying her full weight. Hiss! Yunzheng pretended to gasp dramatically, but Yuqing was not fooled. He had no choice but to admit his fault and plead for mercy. Finally, Yuqing relented, but not without giving him a warning. "If you dare to look at other girls again, I will administer the strongest medicine and tell my father that you deceived me, leaving you with no way to escape." Yuqing could comprehend Yunzheng's actions and knew they stemmed from admiration rather than affection. Yet, circumstances and emotions were what they were. She had to feel jealous. If every girl could maintain absolute rationality in front of her beloved, there would be far fewer lovesick souls driven mad by love. Although Yuqing had refrained from voicing her feelings previously, both to preserve Yunzheng's dignity and to avoid appearing unreasonable, she truly did not care how Zhu Zhuqing viewed their relationship. What Yuqing did not expect was that Yunzheng appeared utterly perplexed, his large eyes filled with confusion. To him, Yuqing seemed to convey a single message: "Your expression is too complicated. I cannot comprehend it. Humph. Yunzheng felt a mix of embarrassment and irritation. Huffing softly as she stomped on Yunzheng's foot again, her lovely face etched with displeasure. Yunzheng was utterly bewildered. He merely spoke the truth. Who could possibly express 3 or 4 emotions with just a glance? Yunzheng truly found it incomprehensible. One could only say, a woman's heart is as elusive as a needle in the ocean. Yet, he could not disregard Yunzheng's fleeting emotions and had no choice but to approach her. Just as he intended to offer her some comfort, a voice, as gruff as a thunderous drum, suddenly boomed. No need to argue. I shall join you for some fun. This should be fair enough, right? The crowd turned towards the source of the voice and beheld a figure as robust as a small mountain. With muscles reflecting a metallic sheen in the sunlight, each hair on his close-cropped head standing upright, exuding a sense of efficiency. Teacher Zhao? Upon seeing the newcomer, Daimubai gasped, his previous charm evaporating in an instant, as he nervously exclaimed, Teacher Zhao, weren't you supposed to be the examiner for the 4th challenge? Your personal presence here, is it not a bit too harsh? I'm willing. Zhao Wujis did not cast a glance at Daimubai, grunting dismissively. Hearing this, Daimubai's expression darkened. This was truly irrefutable. Sighing, Daimubai turned to Tang Sect and the others, saying gravely, we are in trouble now. What rank of Soulmaster is Teacher Zhao? At this, Tang Sect's heart sank, and he promptly inquired. Daimubai cast a deep look at Tang Sect and, after a moment of silence, finally spoke. To put it plainly, Teacher Zhao is a 76th level assault system soul sage, with the martial soul known as the Mighty Golden Bear. It is said that when the Spirit Hall's 16 soul emperors joined forces to besiege Teacher Zhao, he still managed to break free, thus gaining fame from that battle. At that time, he was merely a soul emperor. Now that he has ascended to soul sage, his true strength is beyond my comprehension. The mere mention of soul sage caused Tang Sect to tremble with awe. Having been raised in the Holy Spirit village, he had often listened to the village chief recount the might of soul sages, and now, witnessing Zhao Wujis in person, he could not help but draw comparisons to the chief's vivid descriptions. Zhao Wujis, the mighty golden bear. Ning Rongrong, the most knowledgeable among them, displayed no reaction to the notion of a soul sage. Yet the name Zhao Wujis stirred memories within her, causing her eyes to flicker as she whispered, Is he not the unmoving king? Daimubai glanced at Ning Rongrong and nodded affirmatively, confirming, Teacher Zhao indeed bears the title of the unmoving king. Chapter 40. Yunzheng's strength. Rongrong. What do you mean by that? Observing the exchange between Ning Rongrong and Daimubai, Yunzheng felt utterly perplexed, her brows knitting together as she could not resist inquiring. Not just Yunzheng, but Xiao Wu and the others also cast puzzled glances at Ning Rongrong and Daimubai. Under the gaze of the crowd, Ning Rongrong did not hold back. She fixed her gaze on the approaching Zhao Wujis, her expression grave. Speaking deliberately, if he truly is the unmoving king, then we are in for a serious predicament. My father once sought to recruit the unmoving king, although he was declined. My father still held him in high regard. According to my father, while the unmoving king is a soul sage, even an ordinary soul Douluo might not stand a chance against him. With the support of a sect's resources, he could even reach the rank of a titled Douluo. I can't believe he is teaching at Shrek Academy. Is it really that exaggerated? After hearing Ning Rongrong's words, Yunzheng found it hard to believe and involuntarily questioned. After all, in her eyes, Yunzhengbai's strength was unparalleled, and he was a titled Douluo. It was evident that she did not regard Zhao Wujis as his equal. However, in response to Yunzheng's skepticism, Ning Rongrong could only shake her head in helplessness. Honestly speaking, if Zhao Wujis lacked the potential for titled Douluo, he would not have garnered Ning Fengji's attention. Meanwhile, Tang Sect and the others felt the gravity of the situation intensifying. Indeed, from Ning Rongrong's words, Tang Sect discerned many underlying implications, such as her lineage and the formidable nature of her sect. Yet, for Tang Sect, the most valuable and immediate information was that Zhao Wujis possessed combat prowess on par with a soul Douluo. Being a soul sage was already exceedingly daunting. The prospect of facing a soul Douluo for an assessment was something he had never contemplated. If one could contend with a soul Douluo, why would they even come to Shrek Academy? At that moment, Zhao Wujis approached the group, noticing the somber expressions on their faces. He let out a hearty laugh. Do not be anxious. I will not bully you with my cultivation. You may all come at me together. As long as you can withstand me for the duration of an incense stick, you will pass. Rest assured, as long as one of you holds out until the end, all of you will be deemed victorious. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the group did not lighten. This was not merely a matter of numbers. In the face of absolute strength, quantity bore no significance. The situation was in their hands. Regardless, they had come this far and could not surrender without a fight. At this juncture, Yunzheng stepped forward, a light smile gracing his lips, his eyes aflame with fervent determination as he gazed at Zhao Wuji's and calmly stated, "Moreover, I refuse to believe that the illustrious unmoving king would truly engage in earnest combat with a group of mere students. An assessment is an assessment. There must be a way to pass." "Indeed," replied Tang Sect, nodding earnestly as he looked at Yunzheng and said, "This young man is correct. But even if we are to fight, we must not act recklessly. Before anything, let us first get to know each other." Upon hearing Tang Sect's words, Yunzheng's brow arched. He could ascertain that Tang Sect had likely adjusted his phrasing after noticing his height. After Tang Sect spoke, he immediately revealed his martial soul. A vibrant green-blue-silver grass extending from his palm and wrapping around his arm, while 2 yellow soul rings floated behind him. His resilient soul power uplifting the spirits of those present. At the same time, Tang Sect introduced himself. "I am Tang Sect. My martial soul is blue-silver grass. A 29th level control system, Great Soul Master." Following suit was Xiao Wu, her pink soul power manifesting as an adorable little rabbit leaping from her arms. 2 yellow soul rings swirling around her. Her fluffy rabbit ears made her appear even more playful and charming. "I am Xiao Wu. My martial soul is the soft bone rabbit, a 29th level agile attack system, Great Soul Master. Zhu Zhuqing. My martial soul is the nether cat. A 27th level agile attack system, Great Soul Master." With a flash of ghostly light, Zhu Zhuqing summoned her martial soul, her cold and exquisite visage becoming even more striking, adorned with 200-year soul rings. Originally, Yunzheng intended to summon his martial soul alongside Yuqinger, but she seemed to still be miffed with him. Letting out a huff and stepping forward first, a resounding dragon roar echoed, captivating the attention of all present. "Yuqinger, my martial soul is the giant spirit golden dragon. A 29th level assault system Great Soul Master." A golden dragon silhouette flashed past, and amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Yuqinger completed her introduction. The dragon-shaped martial soul and spirit beasts were synonymous with immense power. Anyone associated with dragons was rarely weak. That dragon's roar sent chills through the hearts of those with beast martial souls present, underscoring the formidable nature of Yuqinger's martial soul. Even Zhao Wuji's, standing not far away, narrowed his eyes and regarded Yuqinger with a deep gaze, silently pondering. The surname Yu, a dragon-shaped martial soul. Another branch of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect? It is often said that dragons possess an inherently lascivious nature, a notion that is vividly exemplified in the case of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. On the continent, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon exists as a singular entity. Yet the dragon-shaped martial spirits are numerous: fire dragons, water dragons, and even toad dragons, almost all of which are bloodline branches of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. The intricacies of these branches are not for outsiders to comprehend. However, the inherent arrogance of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect leads them to disdainfully deny the identities of those with non-Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon bloodlines. In simpler terms, it is akin to refusing to acknowledge kinship after having donned one's trousers, neglecting the very blood that flows through their veins. This attitude has resulted in a plethora of soul masters with jade surnamed dragon-shaped martial spirits emerging across the continent. Yet their actual ties to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect are tenuous, if not entirely negligible. Only upon breaking through to the Soul King realm can they earn a modicum of recognition from the sect. And only by reaching the Soul Sage realm will they be acknowledged as direct descendants of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. If we are to speak candidly, Flanders is acquainted with one such branch member who has achieved the Soul Sage level. This is hardly a peculiar occurrence, in Zhao Wuji's view. Yuqinger embodies such a branch of the Blue Lightning lineage. Shortly thereafter, Ning Rongrong unleashed her martial spirit, and a resplendent light of glass emerged, revealing a majestic blue-glazed tower radiating nobility. The moment the 7 treasures glazed pagoda appeared, it captivated the attention of all present. Ning Rongrong, a level 26 auxiliary soul master, playfully winked and cheerfully declared, "Please take good care of me." In that instant, even the usually stoic Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but cast a sidelong glance. While Zhao Wuji squinted, a mysterious glimmer flickering in his eyes. In Zhao Wuji's estimation, Yuqinger's identity is indeed remarkable, even suggesting a connection to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. Yet, as she is not officially recognized, she is akin to an illegitimate child, an external branch of the sect, which, while flattering in nomenclature, ultimately holds little significance, aside from Yuqinger's biological parents. It would be challenging to find anyone within the vast blue lightning tyrant dragon sect willing to support her. In stark contrast, Ning Rongrong is a bona fide lady of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, the esteemed daughter of the sect master, and a prized treasure held dear by two titled Douluos. Frankly, Zhao Wujie would think twice before crossing this esteemed young lady. Despite Ning Rongrong's casual remarks about Zhao Wujie's prowess, refusing even the overtures of Ning Fengji, such boldness is buoyed by the gentle demeanor of her father. A gentleman may be deceived by fair words, yet had Gu Rong or Qin Xian approached personally, Zhao Wujie might have capitulated without hesitation. The appearance of the Seven Treasures Glazed Pagoda indicates that this event is indeed noteworthy. Upon witnessing the pagoda, Tang San's lips curled into a faint smile. The renowned auxiliary effects of the Seven Treasures Glazed Pagoda are well known, and with Ning Rongrong's inclusion, Tang San felt an invigorating surge of confidence. Brother, her martial spirit is so beautiful, Xiao Wu whispered, drawing closer to Tang San, expressing her admiration. This martial spirit is not merely beautiful, it is of profound significance. Tang San replied with a light chuckle, leaving the matter open to interpretation. Following Ning Rongrong, only Yunzheng remained. Yunzheng, with an air of mystery, summoned the frost sky feather bow with an effortless grace. An intense chill emanated from it, and a shimmering ice-blue light illuminated the scene. In his hands, a bow, exquisitely crafted like a work of art, emerged. Its body, transparent like crystal, refracted colorful rays of light under the sun, while two soul rings, one yellow and one purple, floated behind him, captivating everyone's attention. Yunzheng, martial soul, frost sky feather bow, a level 27 dual system agility and attack soul master. He introduced himself with a faint smile as all eyes turned towards him. The onlookers divided into three groups. One group, comprising Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong, was entranced solely by the exquisite clarity of Yunzheng's martial soul, while the rest fixated on his millennial soul ring. The final group consisted solely of Yuqing'er, who, after 6 years, had grown accustomed to the beauty of the frost sky feather bow. She was well aware of the significance of Yunzheng's millennial soul ring, merely indulging in a moment of infatuation. Brother, I think I spoke too soon. Xiao Wu, mesmerized by the frost sky feather bow, tugged at Tang San's sleeve, her voice drifting in a daze. Her words, unconsciously loud, caught Ning Rongrong's attention, yet the proud Ning Rongrong refrained from retorting this time. Even she was struck with awe. Initially captivated by Yunzheng's millennial soul ring, she now realized how extraordinary his martial soul was. The frost sky feather bow, in stark contrast to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower, was a paragon of subtle elegance, while the latter exuded opulence and grandeur. The two distinct aesthetics managed to enchant Ning Rongrong, a lady of noble birth. Tang San, seemingly oblivious to Xiao Wu's utterance, stared intently at the purple soul ring behind Yunzheng, whispering in disbelief, a millennial soul ring. He has surpassed the limits of a soul master to such an extent. Not only Tang San, but Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing shared his astonishment. Fascinating, Zhao Wujie remarked, his gaze fixed on Yunzheng, his brow furrowed in contemplation. After a considerable pause, the crowd regained their composure. A dual system agility and attack soul master? Dai Mubai pondered aloud, his unusual eyes fixed on Yunzheng. What exactly is a dual system soul master? Upon Dai Mubai's question, the collective gaze of the group turned towards Yunzheng, clearly intrigued. Agility and attack are distinct categories, even among the most elite martial souls. Those with formidable offensive capabilities often possess commendable speed. For instance, the blue lightning tyrant dragon and the evil eye white tiger are classified as attack-type martial souls. This differentiation is common knowledge, even for those just beginning to learn about soul masters. Yet, Yunzheng claimed to be a dual system soul master, which suggested there was more to his assertion. Of course, it could merely be that Yunzheng was a showy individual, seeking attention by labeling himself as a dual system soul master to highlight the power of his martial soul. If that were the case, the others might feel a sense of disappointment. However, Tang San appeared contemplative, considering Yunzheng as a possessor of twin martial souls himself. After all, if one were to speak of it, Tang San was also a control and attack dual system soul master. Yet, Yunzheng offered no further explanation, deflecting with a casual laugh. It's rather complicated to explain. In short, just think of me as a soul master possessing both agility and attack capabilities. Seeing Yunzheng's reluctance to elaborate, the others acquiesced. As he suggested, it sufficed to regard him as an exceptional attack-type soul master. After everyone had introduced themselves, the next step was to devise a strategy. Among soul masters, there exists an unspoken rule. When meeting for the first time, The highest-ranked individual assumes command for cooperative efforts. If ranks are comparable, preference is given to support or control-type soul masters, as they can oversee the entire battlefield, making them the optimal choice for leadership. Thus, Tang Sect readily took on the role of commander. Upon witnessing this, Yunzheng refrained from further comment. In truth, he possessed the capability to serve as the brain of the team. Throughout these 6 years, Yunzheng had imparted considerable knowledge regarding team command to him. However, Yunzheng was reluctant to overshadow Tang Sect, and he was also curious to observe Tang Sect's capabilities. Thus, he chose to remain silent. There would be ample opportunities for command in the future, so there was no need to rush. Yunzheng, however, was eager to defend Yunzheng's honor, but recalled that she was still nursing jealousy over him, causing her to hesitate. It was evident that Tang Sect was indeed talented. His proposed tactics were clear and coherent, addressing both the beginning and the end. The ability to make such judgments under limited conditions was commendable. At least from Yunzheng's perspective, even if he were to take charge, the results would not differ significantly. "Ah, it seems you are all prepared," Zhao Wujie observed and stepped forward, crossing his arms and letting out a low, mocking laugh. Tang Sect, unfazed and unperturbed, offered a humble smile and replied, "Naturally." The next moment, the group dispersed. Except for Dai Mubai, the remaining 6 positioned themselves orderly. As a powerful assault-type soul master, Yunzheng stood at the forefront, with Xiaowu and Zhu Qing 2 steps behind her, splitting to the left and right. Tang Sect stood in the center, followed by Yunzheng and Ning Rongrong. Although Yunzheng was a dual-attack soul master, wielding an ice bow as his martial soul clearly marked him as a ranged fighter. It would be illogical for a marksman to charge into the fray. By placing Yunzheng at the back, not only could he maximize his strengths, but he could also shield the support soul master, Ning Rongrong. It was indeed a win-win situation. Seeing the formation, Zhao Wujie's eyes glimmered with appreciation. Subsequently, the 6 summoned their martial souls, and radiant, fantastical lights erupted. 12 soul rings ascended, among which a conspicuous purple 1,000-year soul ring shimmered. The overwhelming wave of soul power caused Dai Mubai, who was observing from the sidelines, to feel a surge of trepidation. Yet, a soul saint like Zhao Wujie would not be intimidated by a mere handful of great soul masters. He merely scoffed, showing no intention of summoning his own martial soul. "Let the assessment commence." Dai Mubai, witnessing the scene, discreetly swallowed hard and then bellowed, "Begin." Boom. Almost instantly after Dai Mubai's command, Zhao Wujie stomped his foot, unleashing a terrifying force that surged toward Ning Rongrong, causing the already soft ground to visibly crack. All soul masters were aware that if the opposing team included a soul master wielding the 7 treasure glaze tile, they must be targeted first. Zhao Wujie indeed feared Chen Xian and Gu Rong, but ultimately, this was an assessment, and since they were not present, Zhao Wujie remained serious. Tang Sect, seeing this, released his blue-silver grass, intending to pull Ning Rongrong to safety, when suddenly a delicate shout pierced the air. Ha! Boom! Another deafening sound erupted as Yunzheng, standing at the forefront, darted forward to the cracked ground. Her right arm, covered in golden dragon scales, struck down fiercely, and everyone felt the earth tremble violently, effectively diminishing much of the force Zhao Wujie had unleashed. "What the?" Dai Mubai's eyes widened in disbelief at this spectacle, his instinctive gasp escaping his lips. Certainly, Zhao Wujie had not used his full strength, but he was a soul saint after all. Known as the Unmoving King, his martial soul, the mighty Golden Bear, was renowned for its sheer strength. It was evident that even a casual display of power would not be something a mere great soul master could contend with. "This girl is rather reckless," Zhao Wujie thought, feeling a pang of embarrassment, and silently sighed. However, Yunzheng ultimately could not halt Zhao Wujie's assault. Sensing the overwhelming force that threatened to crush her, she did not push herself too hard. With a snort, she leaped back and called out, "Yunzheng." "Understood." Yunzheng responded with a sharp cry, and in an instant, before anyone else could react, he too stomped down. The ground cracked open beneath his feet. In the moment 2 fissures collided, a muffled sound resonated, enveloped in a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, both Yunzheng and Ning Rongrong remained unscathed, with only the 2 opposing cracks on the ground as evidence of the recent clash. "Yunzheng, well done." The first to respond was naturally Yunzheng, who had collaborated with him for 6 years. Seemingly forgetting their earlier discord, she smiled brightly, ready to praise him, only to see Ning Rongrong, Zhu Qing, and Xiaowu gazing at Yunzheng with admiration. Her expression fell immediately, replaced by a cold huff. Humph. The second to react was Tang Sect. At this moment, Zhao Wujie appeared to be still lost in his previous astonishment and had yet to unleash a second attack. Tang Sect seized this excellent opportunity and shouted sharply. Yunzheng, already simmering with frustration, would have charged forward even without Tang Sect's prompt. With Tang Sect's command, Ning Rongrong and the others snapped back to reality, and a streak of light shot toward Yunzheng, declaring, 7 treasures are renowned. The first, strength. In the blink of an eye, Yunzheng had reached Zhao Wujie's side, a faint dragon's roar resonating as she unleashed a punch, with a 30% enhancement from the 7 treasure glaze tile. Even Zhao Wujie could not help but glance sideways at this punch. Boom. A thunderous sound echoed as Yunzheng's fist collided with Zhao Wujie's palm. Yunzheng gritted her silver teeth, while Zhao Wujie remained unperturbed, his stance unchanged. He stood calmly before Yunzheng and teasingly remarked, your strength is commendable, but alas, you are just a hair's breadth away from forcing me to summon my martial soul. Foolish bear, you should be more concerned about yourself. Zhao Wujie had scarcely finished speaking when Xiao Wu appeared on his shoulder, triggering her first soul ring. Yet, Zhao Wujie did not lift off the ground as Xiao Wu had anticipated. He merely restrained her movements slightly. Zhao Wujie remained as immovable as a mountain, unyielding to Xiao Wu's efforts. Sensing her intent, he chuckled mockingly, little bunny, your strength is far from sufficient. First soul skill, bind. At this moment, the blue silver grass surged forth like ropes, ensnaring Zhao Wujie's legs. Zhao Wujie frowned and grunted coldly, preparing to exert force to break free. Only to see Tang Sect smirk, fingers curled like claws, murmuring, control the crane, seize the dragon. Use their strength against them. Rise. Immediately. Zhao Wujie's body jolted as he felt a sudden lift beneath his feet, and he was truly flung away. Witnessing this, Zhu Zhuqing, Yunzheng, and Yunzheng's eyes gleamed with excitement. First soul skill, giant spirit S breath. Second soul skill, air leap arrow. First soul skill, netherworld stab. 7 treasures are renowned. The first, strength. The second, speed. 4 powerful shouts resonated simultaneously, and 5 soul rings illuminated as 3 figures charged toward Zhao Wujie. Chapter 42, Zhao Wujie. I truly did not want this. 3 beams of glazed light shot forth, accurately landing upon Yunzheng, Yunzheng, and Zhu Zhuqing. Yunzheng and Yunzheng were granted enhancements in strength, while Zhu Zhuqing received an augmentation in speed. Zhu Zhuqing transformed into a shadowy specter, launching a sudden assault, while Yunzheng unleashed a golden ribbon of energy. Finally, Yunzheng made his move, drawing the frost sky feather bow to its full moon form. An ice arrow shot forth with a resounding crack, only to vanish mid-air, leaving Dai Mubai momentarily stunned. To speak candidly, even in a precarious position. Facing 6 opponents and 3 attacks directed at him, Zhao Wujing remained utterly unperturbed. The notion of being unfazed is no jest. After all, Zhao Wujing is a formidable figure. The unmoved king, renowned even among soul saints. The 13 soul emperors of the spirit hall could not best him, and today, facing 6 great soul masters. How could he possibly falter? Ultimately, this was merely a test, a deliberate show of restraint. Should he genuinely engage? Yunzheng and the others would scarcely have a fleeting opportunity to strike. This is not an exaggeration, but a veritable truth. In this moment, Zhao Wujing even found the leisure to critique his opponents. From his perspective, Zhu Zhuqing was merely competent, her speed commendable, yet as an agility-based soul master, she could only be deemed satisfactory. Xiao lacked any remarkable display, yet her mastery over her soul power and abilities was unparalleled among the group. Executed with precision and efficiency. Ning Rongrong, as a support-type soul master and the possessor of the 7 treasures glazed tower, was inherently exceptional, rendering further commentary unnecessary. The remaining trio, Tang Sect and Yunzheng, shared a similar standing. In all honesty, Tang Sect's martial spirit was rather unimpressive. The blue-silver grass is a common spirit, synonymous with weakness. Nevertheless, Tang Sect's cultivation was commendable, showcasing his remarkable talent, alongside a natural leadership aura, calm demeanor, and the impressive skill of controlling the crane to capture the dragon, which elevated Zhao Wujing's impression of him. Yunzheng, lacking Tang Sect's composure and leadership qualities, possessed a martial spirit that could rival Ning Rongrong's 7 treasures glazed tower. At level 29, she stood shoulder to shoulder with Tang Sect and Xiao Wu. And her previous display of halting the ground fishers and delivering a powerful punch deeply impressed Zhao Wujing. Lastly, Yunzheng occupied a unique tier altogether. While his cultivation might not be the most prominent among the group, the chilling aura he emanated and the substantial density of his soul power were undeniable. Moreover, Yunzheng possessed the steadiness of Tang San and the strength of Yuqing'er, complemented by his Millennium Soul Ring, which undoubtedly earned him the highest regard in Zhao Wujing's eyes. Upon this reflection, Zhao Wujing instinctively cast his gaze toward Yunzheng, noticing the glowing yellow soul ring and blinking in bewilderment, exclaiming internally, "This lad's Millennium Soul Ring is actually his first soul ring?" As for the attacks from Yunzheng and the others, Zhao Wujing did not even spare them a glance. What truly piqued Zhao Wujing's interest was Yunzheng's second soul skill, aptly named Air Jumping Arrow, the ability to vanish into thin air, evading even Zhao Wujing's keen perception, solidified Yunzheng's reputation as an agility-based soul master. Agility-based soul masters are not defined solely by their speed. They embody the essence of assassins within the soul master ranks, tasked with striking the back line and delivering decisive blows. It is not merely speed that defines their prowess. The capacity to act unnoticed is equally vital. Yunzheng's second soul skill was, in essence, a masterstroke of ambush. The suddenly disappearing ice arrow would catch anyone unfamiliar with Yunzheng completely off guard. However, it must be noted that Zhao Wujing, as a soul saint and unmoved king, possessed unwavering confidence, even if he stood still. Allowing Yunzheng and his companions to bombard him with their attacks, he would emerge unscathed. To put it bluntly, even the bathhouse scrubbers could scrape layers of mud off him, while Yunzheng and the others might struggle to breach his defenses, perhaps sensing Zhao Wujing's disdain. Yunzheng smirked silently, a hint of mischief dancing at the corners of his lips. Yunzheng now stood at the 27th level, with his first soul ring bestowing upon him an extraordinary enhancement of 27% in ice attribute damage and a corresponding 27% in armor-piercing effects. As he released his arrow, it was certain that both man and spirit would bleed. Not even Zhao Wujie could escape unscathed, and even if Qian Daolu were present, he too would feel the icy onslaught. While Yunzheng pondered this, the swift Zhu Zhiqing had already reached Zhao Wujie, her black ethereal light flashing by. Yet it felt as though her claws struck steel. Zhu Zhiqing, feeling the numbing sensation from her martial spirit's manifestation, found it impossible to press forward. Nevertheless, her determination propelled her to quietly unleash her second soul skill, the Phantom 100 Claws, relentlessly attacking Zhao Wujie. At that moment, Yuqing'er unleashed her giant spirit breath, a golden ribbon transforming into a majestic little dragon, only to be seized and crushed by Zhao Wujie with his bare hands. With a thunderous roar, the first century-old soul ring glimmered in the dust, activating his unmoving king body. Witnessing the spectacle, the crowd's pupils constricted in unison. Daimubai couldn't help but let out a bitter smile, feeling helpless as he muttered inwardly that teacher Zhao was truly serious now. In that instant, an icy arrow shot forth from above, mere arm's length away from Zhao Wujie. At such a short distance, the burly Zhao Wujie, who was not particularly known for his speed, could not evade it. However, Zhao Wujie had no intention of dodging. With a cold snort, he unleashed a massive bear paw in his martial spirit form, intending to crush Yunzheng's icy arrow just as he had done before. The outcome proved that Zhao Wujie succeeded. Yunzheng's arrow did not escape the clutches of Zhao Wujie's might and was shattered. Yet, in that very moment of breakage, Zhao Wujie let out a muffled grunt as cold energy surged into him. He furrowed his brow, glancing suspiciously in Yunzheng's direction, only to find him smiling lightly in return. What a clever boy! Zhao Wujie grinned, his fierce eyes reflecting a mix of anger and admiration. With another roar, the soul power of a soul sage erupted forth, sending Zhu Zhiqing, who stood closest, hurtling backward and forcing Yuqing'er and others to retreat several steps as well. Meanwhile, aware that he must not allow Zhao Wujie to capitalize on his advantage, Yunzheng's expression sharpened as he unleashed 3 more arrows. Having already calculated Zhao Wujie's movements once, he knew the latter would not be caught off guard again. With a furious glare directed at Yunzheng, Zhao Wujie was poised to act. But Tang San seized the moment, employing his crane control technique once more to bind Zhao Wujie, recognizing that only Yunzheng's attacks posed a real threat. They had to protect him. However, this time, Zhao Wujie would not allow Tang San to prevail. Previously, he had been unprepared, coupled with Tang San's unexpected finesse, which led to his initial success. Yet, now, Zhao Wujie was in his martial spirit form, simultaneously invoking his first soul skill, drastically enhancing his power. Not only did Tang San fail to restrain Zhao Wujie, but he was also forcibly propelled backward by the backlash of that immense power. As Zhao Wujie turned to face Tang San, he found himself at a loss for words, uncertain whether to applaud Tang San's bravery or chastise him for his audacity. However, Zhao Wujie's gaze inadvertently led to a misunderstanding on Xiao Wu's part. Concern clouded her judgment. She assumed Zhao Wujie was enraged and poised to strike at Tang San. In a moment of panic, she darted in front of Tang San, activating her second soul skill, her eyes glowing with a pink hue. Zhao Wujie stiffened momentarily, but soon broke free from the spell's influence. The charm technique was a double-edged sword. If wielded adeptly, it could achieve great feats, but if misused, it could result in dire consequences. In this instance, regardless of Xiao Wu's past strength, she was now merely a 29th level soul master, lacking the power to rival Zhao Wujie on both the soul and mental planes. The vast disparity in cultivation levels resulted in the charm's failure, and Xiao Wu naturally bore the brunt of its backlash. She coughed lightly, a seductive mist of blood escaping her lips, which fortuitously dripped into Tang San's palm. Upon noticing the blood in his hand, Tang San's eyes widened in shock, his expression gradually turning fierce. Zhao Wujie, however, remained oblivious to this development. He found himself at a loss for words, genuinely harboring no malice towards Tang San and Xiao Wu, yet they had foolishly thrust themselves into danger. The backlash they suffered due to their vast cultivation disparity was not his fault. Resolving to deal with Yunzheng first, Zhao Wujie shook his head and disregarded Tang San and Xiao Wu. Yunzheng's icy arrows had already been loosed, and Zhao Wujie was unaware of when they would descend upon him. To avoid further embarrassment, he decisively unleashed his fifth soul skill. The fifth soul skill, gravity compression, was Zhao Wujie's soul control technique. Indeed, it seemed somewhat unfair for a soul sage to employ such power against a mere soul master. Yet Zhao Wujie did not intend to target Yunzheng directly. He merely sought to shatter the hidden icy arrows in the air. As for the reasoning behind targeting Yunzheng's direction, Zhao Wujie surmised that even the most concealed arrow could not possibly change course. Yet, to his utter astonishment, just as his fifth soul skill activated and the gravitational waves began to ripple, a sharp cry rang out as Yuqing'er positioned herself before Yunzheng. Zhao Wujie's heart raced. He attempted to retract his soul skill, but it was too late. Zhao Wujie had always embraced a straightforward approach, and such nuanced maneuvers were foreign to him. Even more astonishingly, beneath the force of his fifth soul skill, Yuqing'er remained steadfast. The gravitational waves did not affect her, but were instead neutralized by a suddenly materializing small golden dragon. However, Yuqing'er, having expended her soul power to counter a soul sage's control technique, paled and fell to one knee. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Wujie found himself somewhat speechless. To his credit, he had done nothing wrong. Yet, inexplicably, Tang San and his companions had reduced themselves to a state of near incapacity. Zhu Zhiqing had been paralyzed while attacking Zhao Wujie. Tang San had suffered from the recoil while attempting to control him. Xiao Wu, out of misunderstanding, had employed her charm technique and faced a backlash, and Yuqing'er, in her desire to protect Yunzheng, had exhausted her soul power, losing her combat efficacy. Yet, the crux of the matter was that Zhao Wujie had initially aimed to counter the three elusive icy arrows. Chapter 43. Yunzheng's full power whoosh. 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 Just as Yuqing'er collapsed, three icy arrows shot forth from the air. Zhao Wujie, unable to evade, could only brace himself. His second soul ring ignited, and his golden, massive paw surged forth like a fortress, effortlessly shattering Yunzheng's arrows upon contact, reducing them to mere shards of ice that scattered in the air. Nevertheless, despite this, the armor-piercing effect of Yunzheng's first soul skill still plagued Zhao Wujie. Humph. Zhao Wujie let out a muffled grunt, a flicker of helplessness crossing his rugged face. Yunzheng's ice arrows were exceedingly cunning, primarily due to the elusive effect of the void leap-killing arrow, rendering them nearly impossible to evade. Coupled with their inherent armor-piercing properties and enhanced damage, even if one were fortunate enough to block them, they would still endure significant harm. Moreover, Yunzheng's ice arrows were forged from the purest essence of ice, emanating a chilling aura that, once it penetrated the body, left even Zhao Wujie momentarily powerless to counteract it, relying solely on his superior soul power to temporarily mitigate the effects. The damage inflicted was not particularly severe. Even that extreme cold could be subdued by Zhao Wujie's vast reservoir of soul power. However, it was a matter of pride for Zhao Wujie. Ultimately, Yunzheng was merely a great soul master. The tide of battle shifted dramatically. Zhao Wujie had indeed been significantly restrained by the four ice arrows unleashed by Yunzheng. Yet it was not detrimental enough to alter his overwhelming momentum. In contrast, on Yunzheng's side, Zhu Zhiqing's hands had gone numb. Reducing her combat prowess to a mere fraction, Xiao Wu had succumbed to backlash and had fallen unconscious, and Yuqing'er had exhausted her soul power, leaving her incapable of further combat. Strictly speaking, only 3 individuals remained capable of fighting on Yunzheng's side. The assessment required them to endure under Zhao Wuji's command for the duration of an incense stick, yet less than half that time had elapsed, placing Yunzheng and his companions in an exceedingly precarious position. Meanwhile, upon witnessing Yuqing's pale visage, Yunzheng was filled with urgency, swiftly rushing to her side to assist her. Upon confirming that she had merely depleted her soul power and bore no other injuries, Yunzheng let out a sigh of relief, expressing both concern and reproach. "You foolish girl, it was clearly stated that this is a test. How could Elder Zhao be unaware of the stakes? Why would you recklessly charge headfirst into danger?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Wuji felt a wave of relief wash over him from a distance. Finally, someone demonstrated understanding. Yuqing, initially pleased by Yunzheng's concern, felt a pang of grievance when he chose to reprimand her, shooting him an indignant glare and retorting, "Umph, mind your own business. Go find your buxom sister." Yunzheng was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. All right. I acknowledge my mistake. I won't let it happen again." In that moment, he knew that pleading for forgiveness was the only viable option, for reasoning would yield no results. "You only know how to appease me," Yuqing remarked, her mood visibly lifting, though she maintained a facade of arrogance. Zhao Wuji, having witnessed the entire exchange, rolled his eyes and bellowed, "Kid, have you forgotten that you are still undergoing an assessment? Or do you intend to waste time like this?" Upon hearing the words, Yunzheng offered a detached smile and promptly instructed Yuqing, "Go to Miss Ning's side." Perceiving the coldness in Yunzheng's eyes, Yuqing nodded innocently and obediently ran over to Ning Rongrong. Meanwhile, Yunzheng approached Zhao Wuji with measured steps, clasping his fists and solemnly declaring, "Senior Zhao, please enlighten me." Taken aback by this statement, Zhao Wuji incredulously pointed to himself and inquired, "You wish to practice alone with me?" Indeed, Yunzheng stood tall, neither affirming nor denying. "Huh." Zhao Wuji, recovering from his astonishment, cast a penetrating gaze at Yunzheng and boisterously questioned, "What? Do you have a temper?" Unfazed by Zhao Wuji's mockery, Yunzheng held his ground, his gaze unwavering and fervent as he pronounced each word with conviction. "In matters of consequence, one must discern the result without probing the cause. Regardless of whether you acted with intent or inadvertently, you have harmed Qing'er, and that is an undeniable truth. You have harmed her, thus I shall retaliate." At this proclamation, a collective shock rippled through those present, and Zhao Wuji's eyes narrowed, his voice gradually cooling as he inquired, "Can you truly do that? Let us see." Yunzheng assumed a combat stance, his two soul rings, one yellow, one purple, hovering in the air, suspended in uncertainty. Simultaneously, the sinister tail of the evil spirit bone emerged, dark as obsidian, causing the onlookers to furrow their brows in confusion. Yet they understood that this was not the time for inquiries and suppressed their questions, waiting for Yunzheng's next move. "Humph, seeking your own ruin," Zhao Wuji barked, disregarding Yunzheng's intentions, and unleashed a devastating punch, an unstoppable force. After all, Zhao Wuji, a soul sage, would surely overpower a mere great soul master like Yunzheng. Wouldn't he? However, in the next moment, the obsidian-like protrusion on Yunzheng's tail radiated a mesmerizing scarlet light, and the tail swept before Zhao Wuji, leading to an astonishing spectacle. Zhao Wuji appeared as though ensnared by a binding spell, frozen in place, his fist held aloft yet refusing to descend. This moment was fleeting, merely an instant, yet when Zhao Wuji's gaze returned to Yunzheng's position, he found him vanished, as if he had evaporated into thin air. First soul skill, arm transformation. Yunzheng's voice echoed from above Zhao Wuji's head, as the frost sky feather bow disassembled in midair, scattering delicate snowflakes that refracted resplendently in the sunlight. Following a resonant hum, an exquisitely crafted frost glaive gradually materialized, accompanied by Yunzheng's melodic incantation. True name release. Frost Whisper Glaive. When did he ascend? Zhao Wuji's pupils constricted sharply, involuntarily exclaiming in astonishment. Not only Zhao Wuji, but also Dai Mubai and others were equally intrigued, wondering when Yunzheng had taken to the skies. Even Yuqing shared the sentiment. The 7 treasures are renowned. The first, strength. The second, speed. Fortunately, at that moment, Ning Rongrong, hailing from a lineage of support-type soul masters, did not falter. Witnessing Yunzheng's initiative, she decisively unleashed her first and second soul skills, casting 2 beams of enhancement light upon Yunzheng, propelling his power to an entirely new echelon. TSK. Zhao Wuji clicked his tongue, neither dodging nor evading, and struck out with his palm. Though not a soul skill, it carried immense force. While Zhao Wuji was indeed an examiner, he was also a man of pride, and with a great soul master openly challenging him, A flicker of anger ignited in his heart. Zhao Wujie did not intend to harm Yunzheng. He merely sought to impart a lesson in respecting one's teachers. With a resounding crash, the glaive and palm collided, producing a thunderous noise that reverberated through the air, causing the ground beneath Zhao Wujie to buckle. A look of astonishment flickered in his eyes as the mockery and disdain that had previously occupied his mind vanished, replaced entirely by sheer astonishment. Yunzheng was inherently endowed with immense strength, to the extent that he once refrained from exerting his full power due to his physique not keeping pace with his might. However, having trained his body under the guidance of Yunzheng has made some progress in his vitality and blood flow, although he still cannot unleash his power recklessly. A swing of his single arm exerts a force akin to 1,000 pounds. When both arms are combined, it amounts to 2,000 or 3,000 pounds. Coupled with the amplification from the Seven Treasures glazed pagoda, this single thrust from Yunzheng could make many high-ranking soul masters rue their misfortune on the spot. Additionally, with the ice attribute enhancement and armor-piercing effect granted by his first soul ring, under the ultimate ice martial soul, even Zhao Wujie, despite being in the state of the immovable king, finds himself reeling, as if his 5 organs are quaking and his blood flow is obstructed. He even feels a sweetness rise in his throat, and had he not swallowed it back forcefully, his illustrious reputation as the immovable king might have been tarnished in this moment. It is worth noting that even many soul emperors would struggle to endure such injuries as Zhao Wujie has sustained. The power is commendable, yet it still lacks a touch of finesse. Although he is astonished within, Zhao Wujie maintains a facade of composure. With a deep, resonating shout, he seizes the moment while Yunzheng's previous strength has not yet dissipated and his new strength has yet to manifest, delivering another palm strike. Having witnessed Yunzheng's might, Zhao Wujie amplifies his power slightly, wary of overestimating his own capabilities. However, just as Zhao Wujie's palm is about to strike Yunzheng, the latter's tail emanates a peculiar shimmer once more. Zhao Wujie perceives a fleeting blur before his palm strikes nothing but air. Intriguing, as a glimmer ignites in Zhao Wujie's eyes. He quickly regains his focus and locates Yunzheng, casting an appreciative glance in his direction. The combination of illusion techniques with high-speed movement is a commendable soul skill synergy. At this moment, Yunzheng's left arm trembled slightly as he forced a smile and remarked, "Senior, you overestimate me. However, your timing could use a bit of improvement." Zhao Wujie's gaze fell upon Yunzheng's left arm, and with a hint of regret, he responded, "Your skills are still lacking, leading to my amusement." Hearing this, Yunzheng offered a wry smile, not denying his misstep. As Zhao Wujie pointed out, in that fleeting instant, Yunzheng had indeed faltered just a fraction, resulting in the energy wave unleashed by Zhao Wujie striking his left arm, which had now dislocated. Yet, this could hardly be blamed on Yunzheng. The illusionary soul skill was granted to him by an external soul bone, while the rapid movement technique, known as instant step, was bestowed upon him by Uncle Zhu when he was merely 12 years old. It had only been a few months since Yunzheng acquired this soul skill, and expecting him to seamlessly integrate it into his battle strategy within such a brief period was somewhat unreasonable. Notably, when Yunzheng was 12, Uncle Zhu had not only given him the instant step, but also an unnamed technique to accelerate his cultivation, although that shall remain unmentioned for now. What's there to laugh about? You are quite remarkable. At your age, Xiaobai was often chased and beaten by me. Yet he could confront a soul sage head-on at the great soul master level. You are truly one of a kind. Zhao Wujie dismissed Yunzheng's modesty with a wave of his hand, generously praising him. You are impressive, but have you considered that in your eagerness, your soul power is depleting too rapidly? How do you intend to endure for this incense stick's duration? Zhao Wujie scrutinized Yunzheng, narrowing his eyes as he inquired. Or do you genuinely intend to defeat me? That recent strike had piqued Zhao Wujie's admiration for Yunzheng, and he was eager to understand his intentions. Upon hearing Zhao Wujie's words, Yunzheng could only manage a resigned smile. He, too, wished to prolong the encounter. Alas, circumstances did not permit. The active duration of his first soul skill was a mere 54 seconds. If he did not seize the moment, it would not be long before he reverted to the state of the Frost Sky Feather Bow. To be candid, the Frost Sky Feather Bow was indeed capable of dealing damage. When combined with the effects of the Sky Leap Killing Arrow and Instant Step, Yunzheng could certainly vex Zhao Wujie. However, that would merely be a superficial annoyance, not the outcome Yunzheng desired. Naturally, under the present circumstances, he had no intention of exposing his vulnerabilities. In response to Zhao Wujie's question, Yunzheng merely shrugged and nonchalantly replied, "If you wish, senior, you could eliminate us all." This statement momentarily stunned Zhao Wujie, but Yunzheng quickly added with a playful tone, "Of course, that would depend on whether you can surpass Dean Flanders' scrutiny." Upon hearing this, Zhao Wujie's expression momentarily froze, and after several breaths, he shot Yunzheng a fierce glare and scolded, "You brat. Do you not realize that sometimes being overly clever can lead to a lack of friends?" Looking beyond the facade. When Zhao Wujie arrived to serve as the examiner for the 4th round, Yunzheng and his companions had already passed the entrance examination for Shrek Academy. Dean Flanders had summoned Zhao Wujie, partly to ensure a mere formality, fearing that Dai Mubai would struggle to manage this group of prodigies, potentially bringing embarrassment to Shrek Academy, and partly to showcase the Academy's strength, thus reassuring Yunzheng and his peers. Zhao Wujie was well aware of these 2 points. Yet being called out by Yunzheng left him feeling somewhat embarrassed. In response to Zhao Wujie's jest, Yunzheng simply smiled without comment, maintaining a leisurely demeanor. Seeing Yunzheng's relaxed attitude only fueled Zhao Wujie's irritation. With a huff, he teased, "Initially, considering your promising talents, I intended to allow you to pass the 4th round effortlessly. However, now that you dare to mock me, I am quite displeased, so I have reconsidered." As he spoke, Zhao Wujie's 7 rings shimmered into view, and he ominously declared, "You think you're quite the runner, don't you? You claim you wish to avenge that girl? I am eager to see how you plan to handle this." Following this, the 3rd, 4th, and 5th soul rings behind Zhao Wujie all illuminated. Gravity enhancement, tracking localization, and gravitational compression combined. Yunzheng felt an overwhelming weight enveloping him. His legs felt as though they were laden with lead. The ground, centered around Zhao Wujie, sank several meters deep, as an irresistible force shrouded Yunzheng, inexorably pulling him towards Zhao Wujie's direction. In a reflexive motion, Yunzheng utilized a sudden step to evade, only to discover that Zhao Wujie seemed to possess an uncanny foresight of his actions, instantly altering his trajectory. The oppressive force of gravity descended once more, leaving no avenue for escape. Witnessing this spectacle, Zhao Wujie let out a hearty laugh, proclaiming, "Ha! The fact that I can employ 5 soul techniques in succession against you is a testament to your merit." With that, he invoked his 2nd soul technique, the mighty diamond palm. No sooner had he uttered the words than an enormous bear paw was unleashed, crashing towards Yunzheng with the force of a mountain. Propelled by the dual enhancements of gravitational compression and tracking, there was simply no evading it. The mighty diamond bear is known for its unyielding strength. However, Zhao Wujie was mindful of his power. This strike was calibrated to the level of a soul king, not delivered with full force. Given Yunzheng's previous performance, it was evident he would be unable to withstand the blow, but he would likely sustain only minor injuries, perhaps merely spitting blood as a result. Upon witnessing the scene, Yunzheng's eyes narrowed with determination. Realizing evasion was futile, he resolved to confront the challenge head-on. With a silent oath, he expertly reconnected his dislocated left arm, grasped the frost whisper spear with both hands, and activated his 2nd soul ring, proclaiming, "2nd soul skill, a strike from above." With a resonating hum, the blade of the frost whisper spear expanded dramatically, swelling to tenfold its original size in the blink of an eye. The spear's glimmering blade, 3 meters away, sparkled with a chilling brilliance under the sun. Yunzheng soared into the air, propelled by the force of gravity, charging toward Zhao Wujie. Not only does the martial spirit possess dual forms, but the soul skills also exhibit transformative capabilities. Zhao Wujie marveled inwardly, astonished by the spectacle. At that moment of surprise, the frost whisper spear collided forcefully with the titan's palm. The impact was akin to thunder erupting, unleashing a terrifying explosion that sent shockwaves rippling through the air. Ning Rongrong and the others instinctively shielded their faces, retreating from the swirling dust, where azure and golden beams of energy intertwined and clashed, ultimately fading into oblivion. In the next instant, Yunzheng's battered figure was hurled from the dust. Observing this, Yu Qing'er promptly extricated herself from Ning Rongrong's support, disregarding her own frail condition. Drawing upon her vital energy, she valiantly caught Yunzheng midfall. Though blood trickled from the corner of Yunzheng's mouth, he did not appear overly tragic. After a couple of coughs to expel the blood, he managed to rise unsteadily from Yu Qing'er's embrace, exclaiming, "Thank you, esteemed elder, for your mercy." At that moment, Zhao Wujie's frustrated voice cut through the haze. "You scoundrel. Not only did you gain an advantage, but you also feign innocence." It was only then that the onlookers beheld the startling sight of Zhao Wujie, whose feet left 5 distinct footprints clearly etched in the ground. Yunzheng surprisingly forced Zhao Wujie to retreat several steps. Upon closer inspection, one could discern what appeared to be dried blood at the corner of Zhao Wujie's mouth. Dai Mubai and the others looked at Yunzheng with astonishment, Yet he remained unfazed, simply smiling enigmatically. Emerging from the dust, Zhao Wujie cast a sidelong glance at Yunzheng, scratching the back of his head in exasperation, muttering to himself, "How can one be so formidable? If only you were a bit softer in speech, I might have let you all pass unscathed." Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong understood immediately and eagerly pressed for clarification. "All right. Wait a moment." Zhao Wujie grumbled in irritation, intending to declare their passage, when suddenly Tang Sect called out to him. Frowning, Zhao Wujie looked at Tang Sect in confusion, who mirrored Yunzheng's earlier gesture, fixing a piercing gaze upon Zhao Wujie and solemnly stating, "Please bestow your guidance upon me." "What?" Zhao Wujie was taken aback, blinking in confusion. "But you have already passed, haven't you? This matter is unrelated to the assessment. It is merely a personal request. Please bestow your guidance upon me." Tang Sect insisted earnestly. Zhao Wujie was momentarily taken aback, then noticed Xiao Wu cradled in Zhu Zhuqing's arms, and it dawned on him. He slapped his forehead in realization and exasperately scolded Daimubai. "Damn it. Youngsters these days are so precocious. Teacher Zhao, you cannot speak so carelessly. How would I know about such matters?" Daimubai, usually self-assured, became unusually flustered under Zhao Wujie's scrutiny, his gaze wandering, his words stumbling, instinctively denying the implication. "Humph." Zhao Wujie, puzzled by Daimubai's antics, chose to disregard him and turned his attention back to Tang Sect. Observing the cold determination on Tang Sect's face, Zhao Wujie, in a fit of rage, bellowed, "Fine. I shall grant you your wish. If you lack true skill, you may leave Shrek on your own." That was precisely what Tang Sect awaited. A glimmer of purple light ignited in his eyes as countless hidden weapons soared forth from the depths of the night, resembling a dragon in flight towards Zhao Wujie. The confrontation between Tang Sect and Zhao Wujie was a stark contrast to Yunzheng's battle. Yunzheng relied solely on brute strength to challenge Zhao Wujie, exemplifying the essence of a fierce assault, while Tang Sect employed cunning tactics, unleashing a plethora of concealed weapons. Complemented by his mastery of ghostly movements and various formidable techniques, while not as visually striking as Yunzheng's display, it was equally thrilling. In truth, Tang Sect instilled even more fear than Yunzheng. After all, the thought of someone who wielded hidden weapons and toxins was enough to send shivers down one's spine. Ultimately, the skirmish between Tang Sect and Zhao Wujie concluded without significant alteration. Tang Sect produced the dragon whisker needle, catching Zhao Wujie off guard and leaving him with a head full of welts, a truly embarrassing spectacle. As Zhao Wujie departed, Yunzheng bowed deeply towards his retreating figure, which Tang Sect and the others interpreted as a sign of respect, mimicking his gesture, including Daimubai and the approaching Oscar, 8 individuals in total, bowing deeply to Zhao Wujie. However, only Yunzheng understood the true meaning behind his bow. Chapter 45, Two Elder Fathers. I implore you, I desire everything. As Yunzheng and his companions recently commenced their studies, Flander, the esteemed dean, abruptly rose from his seat within the office, his expression grave and alarmed behind his spectacles. Just moments ago, he had sensed an intense and terrifying aura of murderous intent, one that was deeply concealed and far beyond the capabilities of Zhao Wujie or Shaoxing. Flander understood that someone had infiltrated Shrek Academy, possessing not only formidable strength, but also sinister intentions. With this realization, he inhaled deeply, unfurling a pair of obsidian wings from his back, and in a fleeting motion, vanished from sight. As the dean of Shrek Academy, he felt compelled to ascertain the identity of this hidden presence, be it benevolent or malevolent, intentional or accidental, because Shrek Academy represented his dreams, and he could not afford any jeopardy. Simultaneously, on the mountainside behind Shrek Academy, Yu Zhangbai, concealed within the forest, also detected the fleeting wave of lethal energy. His brow furrowed deeply as he summoned his soul power, readying himself for action, and revealed his presence, intoning softly, "Are you not going to show yourself?" From the aura of murder, Yu Zhangbai discerned much more. Most importantly, he recognized that the individual was a titled Douluo as well. Remaining hidden had become futile. With his daughter and disciple set to attend Shrek Academy, Yu Zhangbai felt obliged to uncover who else was watching over the institution. This sudden surge of murderous intent could not belong to the likes of Chen Xian or Gu Rong from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, which indicated the presence of yet another titled Douluo in the vicinity. The concealed titled Douluo, upon hearing Yu Zhangbai's voice, was momentarily taken aback, seemingly unprepared for the existence of a second titled Douluo. However, aware of his exposure, he stepped forward without hesitation, draped in a gray robe that cloaked his imposing figure. Revealing a weathered face etched with the passage of time, he was none other than Tang Hao, the Haotian Douluo. Yu Zhangbai recognized Tang Hao instantly, and like him, was momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated Tang Hao's appearance in this location. After a few breaths, Yu Zhongbai inhaled deeply, regarding Tang Hao with keen interest, and remarked, "I never expected the Haotian Douluo, who vanished for 12 years, to reappear here. I did not foresee the illustrious Thunder Prison Douluo gracing a humble village either." Tang Hao replied, his gaze fixed intently on Yu Zhongbai, the veins in his arms bulging beneath his gray robe, his soul power swirling ominously, prepared for battle. Despite their seemingly cordial exchange, both men were acutely aware of the underlying tension, ready to erupt into conflict at any given provocation. In response to Tang Hao's inquiry, Yu Zhongbai spoke candidly, "There is no choice. I have a brazen individual who dares to bully my precious daughter and has even assaulted my disciple. Perhaps even my niece as well." This statement, while seemingly a confession that exposed his connection to Yunzheng and the others, also served as a warning to Tang Hao. Yu Zhongbai sought to convey that regardless of Tang Hao's intentions, he ought to maintain his distance from Shrek Academy. Otherwise, he, along with the Blue Electric Overlord Sect and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, would not hesitate to oppose him. Moreover, considering Tang Hao is currently a wanted man by the Spirit Hall, Yu Zhongbai possessed numerous cards up his sleeve capable of threatening him. Conversations among adults often hold profound implications. Tang Hao undoubtedly grasped Yu Zhongbai's message, yet to Yu Zhongbai's surprise, after hearing it, Tang Hao appeared momentarily stunned. Before seemingly understanding Yu Zhongbai's perspective, allowing the hostility within him to dissipate as he gravely stated, "Someone has harmed my son." "Your son?" Upon hearing this, Yu Zhongbai's immediate reaction was one of confusion. However, he quickly pieced it together, regarding Tang Hao with a knowing smile, exclaiming, "Tang-san." "Tang Hao. Blue Silvergrass. I see now. It appears we have arrived with a shared purpose." At this, Tang Hao neither confirmed nor denied the implication. He did not seek Yu Zhongbai's assistance in concealing his whereabouts. Such a request was unnecessary. Astute individuals understand their roles. From Yu Zhongbai's perspective, he would certainly not disclose Tang Hao's location to the Spirit Hall, as doing so held no advantage for him. The Blue Electric Overlord Sect was inherently antagonistic towards the Spirit Hall. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. This principle was not lost on Yu Zhongbai. Furthermore, with Tang San and Yunzheng set to be classmates for several years, Yu Zhongbai had no intention of instigating trouble with Tang Hao, if only for the sake of his disciple and daughter. Both Tang Hao and Yu Zhongbai were acutely aware of these unspoken understandings, rendering further elaboration unnecessary. Nevertheless, upon learning that Tang San was the son of Tang Hao, a peculiar smile crept onto Yu Zhongbai's lips as he teasingly inquired, "I am quite curious about how the illustrious Haotian Douluo feels about the little rabbit accompanying his legitimate son." With Yu Zhongbai's words, the Haotian hammer descended. Weighing over 1,000 pounds, the Haotian hammer struck the ground, causing the entire mountainside of Shrek Academy to tremble violently, creating a gaping chasm that seemed bottomless, altering Tang Hao's aura entirely. The crimson glimmer ignited in Tang Hao's eyes as the overwhelming aura of murderous intent surged forth like a howling specter, a tangible crimson mist enveloping the surroundings. In that moment, Tang Hao resembled a vengeful spirit returned from hell, poised to devour all in his path. It was said that Tang Hao had successfully undergone the trials of the City of Slaughter. It appeared to be true. Yu Zhongbai's pupils constricted, a silent lament echoing within him. "I can slay Qian Xuanji, and I can certainly slay you," Tang Hao warned, his eyes alight with ferocity as he articulated deliberately to Yu Zhongbai, "Do not test my limits." Yu Zhongbai's body crackled with arcs of electricity, his eyes transforming into a brilliant silver as he fixed his gaze upon Tang Hao, responding steadily, "Calm yourself. I harbor no prejudice against your family's choice of partners. But you must understand, she is a 100,000-year soul beast. Should her existence threaten my daughter or disciple, I assure you, I will not be so accommodating. Heroes do not dwell on past glories. You know well how you escaped the pursuit of the Spirit Hall. I shall not reopen your wounds. However, be aware that the Blue Electric Overlord Sect has earned its place among the top 3 sects through sheer force. Do not claim I did not forewarn you." With that proclamation, the two titled Douluos summoned their martial spirits. The magnificent Blue Electric Overlord Dragon surged forth from the tempest, roaring towards the heavens, while the Haotian hammer, imbued with boundless might, descended. The clash of these two forces erupted as silver lightning entwined with scarlet murderous intent, cleaving the sky asunder, causing the entire mountainside to shudder as if on the brink of collapse. In that instant, 18 soul rings hovered in the firmament. The scarlet 10,000-year soul ring shining like a constellation of stars surrounding the moon. Certainly, both individuals maintained remarkable restraint, merely competing within their respective realms without disturbing the tranquility of Shrek Academy. Tang Hao's figure concealed beneath a gray robe rendered his expression inscrutable. Yet Yu Zhongbai was acutely aware of the underlying tension. After all, Yu Zhongbai had only achieved the rank of title Douluo 3 years prior. Even with the nourishment provided by his spirit rings, he had merely reached level 93. In contrast, Tang Hao had ascended to the ranks of Super Douluo. Both were wielders of the continent's most formidable martial spirits, and were a conflict to ensue, it was evident that Yu Zhongbai would find himself at a disadvantage. However, he harbored little concern, for even if he were unable to defeat Tang Hao, he could easily retreat. Backed as he was by the entire Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect and a significant faction of the Seven Treasure Glaze Tile Sect, Tang Hao would not dare allow the Haotian sect to discover his whereabouts. Both Yu Zhongbai and Tang Hao were proud individuals, locked in a stalemate where one would need to concede or a great battle would ensue. Yet, reality offered neither the opportunity for victory nor defeat. Just as Tang Hao and Yu Zhongbai were poised to engage, an unexpected figure burst onto the scene. Upon witnessing the two, particularly the 18 spirit rings, the newcomer was instantly taken aback, hastily clasping his fists and cautiously saying, "Flander pays his respects to both your excellencies. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit to Shrek Academy? If within my capabilities, I shall offer my utmost assistance." Flander's sudden appearance disrupted the tension between Yu Zhongbai and Tang Hao, prompting them to share a glance before mutually retracting their dispersed energies and redirecting their attention towards Flander. In that fleeting moment, Flander felt as though he had been struck by a tempest of thunder and beset by numerous sharp blades. As a silver gaze and a crimson glare bore down upon him, causing cold sweat to cascade down his back, quickly soaking his shirt. In Flander's lifetime, he had encountered but a handful of titled Douluos, and never before had he faced them directly. Now, standing before him were two titled Douluos, one a Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon and the other a Haotian Hammer, with one possessing a spirit ring of 100,000 years. Flander dared not breathe a word. He had surmised the identities of Yu Zhongbai and Tang Hao, yet refrained from voicing his thoughts. Fortunately, neither Yu Zhongbai nor Tang Hao intended to intimidate Flander. Tang Hao spoke plainly. "The unmoved king has bullied the weak and struck down the young. I have come in pursuit of him. Do you have a problem with that?" Yu Zhongbai chimed in with a smile. "Zhao Wuji's actions against my daughter and harm to my disciple. What do you think brings me here?" Upon hearing this, Flander immediately grasped the situation. He had initially thought that the most prudent approach would be to be cautious around Ning Rongrong among this batch of students, only to realize that he was in the presence of a group of young nobles. Even Zhu Zhuqing was a member of a prominent aristocracy from the Star Luo Empire. "Your Excellencies," Flander began, "Old Zhao is merely fulfilling his duties, and I assure you there is no intention of bullying. Considering your esteemed statuses, is it not a bit presumptuous to engage in a two-on-one confrontation?" Zhao Wujia was, after all, a friend of Flander's, and it was Flander who had appointed him as an examiner. He was willing to take a risk to plead for Zhao Wujia's case before Yu Zhongbai and Tang Hao. "Two-on-one?" Tang Hao scoffed. "Isn't Zhao Wujia fond of facing multiple opponents? Today, I shall grant him an opportunity to make a name for himself." This statement left no room for doubt. Defeating both Tang Hao and Yu Zhongbai would undoubtedly elevate Zhao Wujia's reputation, yet the reality remained Zhao Wujia was no match for them. Nevertheless, being able to confront both Yu Zhongbai and Tang Hao simultaneously was indeed a unique achievement. With a heavy sigh, Flander turned his gaze to Yu Zhongbai, hoping he might show Zhao Wujia some leniency. However, Yu Zhongbai merely raised an eyebrow in amusement and teased, "Not fond of two-on-one? Old Zhao truly lacks the fortune to receive guidance from both your excellencies." Flander gave an awkward smile and nodded hurriedly. "Very well." Yu Zhongbai chuckled. "If you dislike two-on-one, then let it be 2 against 2. You shall join in as well, lest outsiders claim we are ganging up on him." As soon as Yu Zhongbai finished the first half of his sentence, Flander was already smiling, but upon the completion of the latter half, his expression turned ashen. Chapter 46. Breakthrough. The first matter to attend to after enrollment was, of course, the allocation of dormitories. Like in the original narrative, Tang San shared a room with Oscar, while Yunzheng was inevitably paired with Dai Mubai. Ma Hongjun was rather unconventional and typically did not spend the night in the academy dormitories. However, even if he did, he would dare to share a room with him. Who could predict when this fellow might lose control of his fiery temperament? Upon reflection, before Yunzheng and the others enrolled, there had only been 3 students in the entire academy. Dai Mubai was powerful, and if Ma Hongjun truly lost control, he would not stand a chance against Dai Mubai. In contrast, Oscar was utterly defenseless, clearly incapable of contending with Ma Hongjun, not to mention Oscar's strikingly handsome appearance. In summary, Oscar's decision to maintain a beard may have stemmed not merely from laziness and grooming. Of course, this was merely jest. Should Ma Hongjun truly go berserk within Shrek Academy, the first to be aware would not be Dai Mubai or Oscar, but Flander himself. Ma Hongjun was Flander's direct disciple. Akin to the relationship between Yunzheng and Yu Zhengbai, more than father and son, Flander had invested far more effort into Ma Hongjun than anyone else. Returning to the main topic, the girls faced a slight challenge with the addition of Yu Qinger, for individuals sharing a room proved somewhat cramped. Thus, they were compelled to follow Yunzheng's example of pairing off into separate rooms. Yu Qinger and Ning Rongrong were already acquainted and naturally shared a room, while Zhu Zhuqing resided with Xiao Wu. After a long day of assessments and the arduous fourth challenge, everyone was quite fatigued. Following a hasty dinner, they retired to their respective quarters for rest. The liveliest atmosphere was undoubtedly found in the room shared by Ning Rongrong and Yu Qinger, as the two friends, having reunited after a prolonged separation, were filled with an abundance of conversation, their voices resonating like the song of birds. In contrast, the other rooms felt quite desolate. Being new acquaintances, it was unlikely that even the most socially adept among them could forge connections instantly. As the saying goes, shallow friendships can lead to awkward exchanges. Yunzheng and Dai Mubai exchanged no more than a fleeting greeting before retreating to their respective beds. Yunzheng was certainly not indulging in slumber. In fact, he had not experienced sleep in nearly 6 years. Since the awakening of his martial soul, he had endeavored to replace rest with cultivation. Initially, this proved somewhat challenging. But as he adjusted, he found himself increasingly enamored with the practice. After all, endowed with an extraordinary martial soul, Yunzheng was not inherently blessed with abundant soul power, compelling him to rely on diligent effort to compensate for his shortcomings. It is noteworthy that upon celebrating his 12th birthday, Grandpa Zhu delivered the 4th installment of the external skill instant step along with a tome of an unnamed technique. Initially, the instant step bore no name. Grandpa Zhu merely provided him with a method for cultivating a self-created soul skill and a technique for harnessing soul power. The name instant step was one that Yunzheng himself coined. As the name suggests, this soul skill facilitates rapid movement, akin to teleportation. Regrettably, the time since he acquired it has been brief, leaving him still lacking mastery, with true transcendence appearing distant. However, in comparison, the unnamed technique has proven to be of greater assistance to Yunzheng. While the effects of instant step are undeniably potent, compensating for his greatest deficiency in mobility, the unnamed technique has significantly accelerated his cultivation pace. Prior to this, Yunzheng lacked little. His talent, strength, and resources were all top tier, with the sole exception being his cultivation speed. This discrepancy is evident when one observes his progress. While Yu Qinger has reached the 29th level, teetering on the brink of the 30th, Yunzheng remains at a mere 27. It is important to note that over the past 6 years, Yunzheng has exerted even greater diligence than Yu Qinger, coupled with the benefits of a bestowed soul ring and external soul bone, underscoring the sluggishness of his cultivation speed. This predicament is unavoidable, for when Grandpa Zhu granted Yunzheng his exceptional martial soul, he failed to provide him with the requisite innate talent, an innate soul power of merely 8.5, making the cultivation of such a supreme martial soul a formidable challenge. Yunzheng could only strive to maintain his cultivation level. Nevertheless, he was acutely aware that, over time, he would inevitably lag behind Yu Qinger. Perhaps in a few years, she would have ascended to the realm of the Soul Emperor while he would still be struggling within the confines of the Soul King's domain. Fortunately, Lord Zhu did not disappoint Yunzheng. When he turned 12, he bestowed upon him an unnamed cultivation technique. With this technique, coupled with the nurturing power of the bestowed soul ring, Yunzheng's progress in cultivation, though perhaps not comparable to that of innate soul power prodigies like Xiao Wu and Tang Sect, would at least be deserving of his innate soul power rating of 8.5. Yunzheng estimated that his cultivation speed was now comparable to that of Dai Mubai, a significant improvement compared to the past. Unfortunately, whether it was the instant step or the nameless technique, Yunzheng only grasped their practical application without understanding the underlying principles. In simpler terms, he could utilize them but could not instruct others. He had initially intended to teach Yu Qinger. Returning to the main topic, his battle with Zhao Wujie today yielded substantial insights. Coupled with Yunzheng's own cultivation nearing the 28th level, he resolved to make a final push and break through today. The process of breaking through was remarkably smooth, as Yunzheng's foundation was solid, making the leap a natural progression. After successfully surpassing the barrier, Yunzheng exhaled a breath of turbid air, circulating his energy, and slowly opened his eyes. To his surprise, he found Dai Mubai, with his golden hair, staring intently at him, almost as if he were about to lean in, which startled Yunzheng, prompting him to exclaim instinctively. The sudden exclamation from Yunzheng startled Dai Mubai, causing him to shudder and realize his own lapse in composure. He chuckled awkwardly a couple of times, stepped back a few paces, and finally spoke. "It's nothing. I was merely curious as it seemed you were on the verge of a breakthrough. Did you know that just now I nearly slapped you across the face?" Yunzheng rolled his eyes and replied dryly, "What's so impressive about a breakthrough? You've experienced one yourself." Upon hearing Yunzheng's words and recalling his earlier demeanor, Dai Mubai felt a wave of relief wash over him. After all, Yunzheng possessed strength that could rival Zhao Wuji. Although Dai Mubai held confidence in his abilities, taking a slap from Yunzheng would undoubtedly be painful. "Indeed. I've undergone breakthroughs, but witnessing one like yours is a first for me." Regaining his composure, Dai Mubai's expression turned serious as he fixed his gaze on Yunzheng and earnestly said, "Did you not perceive it? When you were cultivating just now, it felt as if you had been isolated from the world. Furthermore, the flow of your soul power was astonishingly rapid. Had it not been for your unchanged expression, I would have thought you had succumbed to a demonic deviation. The intensity of that feeling was particularly pronounced during your breakthrough." Seeing the sincerity in Dai Mubai's demeanor, Yunzheng furrowed his brow and inquired, "Is that truly the case? Would I deceive you?" Dai Mubai asserted confidently. Upon hearing this, Yunzheng squinted his eyes, pondering the situation described by Dai Mubai, of which he was quite unaware. After all, during his cultivation, he could not possibly observe himself. Perhaps it was due to the nature of my cultivation techniques? Yunzheng remained uncertain and could only respond ambiguously. "I see." Upon hearing the term cultivation techniques, Dai Mubai immediately fell silent. As a member of the Star Luo royal family, he understood many opportunities among soul masters. Although cultivation techniques are rare in the Douluo Continent, nearly all soul masters possessing such techniques regard them as treasures, even more secretive than their own martial souls and soul skills, given that rarity is valuable. Inquiring directly about the specifics of one's cultivation technique is not only exceedingly impolite in the Douluo Continent, but it can also lead to misunderstandings. Dai Mubai clearly did not wish for Yunzheng to misconstrue the situation, which is why he chose to remain silent. "By the way, what about the tail on your back during the day?" Dai Mubai, unable to suppress his curiosity, inquired about Yunzheng's tail. "Are you referring to this?" Yunzheng responded, generously revealing his evil spirit bone tail. Since it was already exposed, and considering that he and Dai Mubai would likely share the same quarters for a significant duration, it was inevitable that Dai Mubai would discover it eventually. Moreover, Yunzheng had no intention of concealing it. "Indeed. What exactly is this?" Upon seeing the evil spirit bone tail, Dai Mubai's unique eyes slightly narrowed as he pressed further. "It's an external spirit bone," Yunzheng shrugged and candidly admitted. Although Dai Mubai had already formed a suspicion in his mind, receiving confirmation from Yunzheng caused him to involuntarily gasp in astonishment. As the Prince of Star Luo, Dai Mubai was well aware of the significance of external spirit bones. "Aren't you afraid I might feel envious?" Dai Mubai inhaled deeply, asking Yunzheng with a meaningful expression. Dai Mubai was perplexed as to whether Yunzheng was genuinely naive or simply trusted him, despite Yunzheng appearing innocent and harmless. His demeanor during the day suggested he was far from foolish. Yet, considering they had only just met, why would he place such trust in Dai Mubai? In response to Dai Mubai's question, Yunzheng merely chuckled lightly and retorted, "If you were to feel envious, then why ask in the first place?" His confidence in Dai Mubai stemmed from two factors: his own self-assurance and the knowledge he gleaned from the original narrative. Naturally, Dai Mubai was unaware of Yunzheng's thoughts. Upon hearing Yunzheng's reply, Dai Mubai was momentarily taken aback, but after a few breaths, he regained his composure and let out a wry smile, sighing. "There is some truth to what Teacher Zhao said. Sometimes being too clever makes it difficult to find friends." To this, Yunzheng merely responded with an indifferent smile. Perhaps it was Yunzheng's trust in himself, or perhaps a sense of camaraderie, but Dai Mubai still cautioned him, "You should be careful. External spirit bones can invite misfortune. Let them come." Yunzheng did not take Dai Mubai's warning to heart, stretching leisurely and speaking with a nonchalant air. He understood the principle of holding a jade can attract calamity, yet he had the powerful Yunzheng Bai, the formidable thunder prison Douluo, at his back. Could he possibly be afraid? As for those of insufficient strength, Yunzheng considered them mere opportunities to gain experience. Those significantly stronger than him would need to weigh their chances carefully before incurring the wrath of the thunder prison Douluo. Chapter 47. Yunzheng's Quirks S1. Seek everything. PS2. Given that a substantial portion of the next chapter consists of descriptions from the original narrative, an additional chapter is being released today. Yunzheng answered with remarkable ease. Yet it stirred tumultuous waves within Dai Mubai's heart. Dai Mubai perceived in Yunzheng a resolute confidence and composure that seemed to declare, "Who else but me?" Uncertain of the source of Yunzheng's self-assurance, Dai Mubai recognized that it embodied all he had once lost. Forced to retreat to the Heaven Do Empire by Davis, he had euphemistically turned to a strategic withdrawal to bide his time for the future. However, deep down, Dai Mubai understood that he was merely afraid. He had been utterly demoralized by Davis, unable to hold his head high in his presence, too intimidated to confront Davis directly, hence his departure from the Douluo Empire. Though the circumstances were not directly comparable, Dai Mubai found himself genuinely awed by Yunzheng's spirited demeanor at that moment. Dai Mubai parted his lips, intending to voice a thought, yet was interrupted by the exuberant call of Yunzheng from outside. "Yunzheng, it's time to rise. The sun is blazing." Upon hearing her voice, Yunzheng paused, glancing out the window. The radiant sunlight prompted him to murmur, "Is it already this late?" Realizing Yunzheng was waiting for him outside, he promptly called out, "Coming." After a brief tidying up, he hurriedly dashed out. Yunzheng and Ning Rongrong awaited him outside, while Dai Mubai, observing Yunzheng's departing figure, pondered what choices Yunzheng might have made had he occupied his former position. A perceptive individual seemingly capable of discerning the depths of human nature. A person who appeared indifferent, yet harbored a fierce inner strength. For a moment, Dai Mubai became lost in thought. After a considerable pause, as though struck by a sudden realization, he exclaimed, "Damn it, that fatso." With that, Dai Mubai sprinted toward the dining hall. As he passed by Yunzheng, he couldn't help but advise, "If you don't want to go hungry this morning, you'd best hurry to the dining hall." Ning Rongrong and Yunzheng exchanged bewildered glances, clearly perplexed by Dai Mubai's cryptic remark, while Yunzheng remained unfazed, leisurely continuing his morning routine. A quarter of an hour later, the trio finally arrived at the dining hall, having taken more time than necessary, primarily due to Yunzheng's prolonged washing up. How many times must it be said? You're not allowed to enter the dining hall before everyone has eaten. Why did you arrive so late? Before Yunzheng and his companions could approach the dining hall, they were met with the furious roar of Dai Mubai, accompanied by an unfamiliar yet audacious voice. At that moment, Tang San, Xiaowu, and Zhu Zhuqing joined them, and the six of them, bewildered, exchanged glances as they all heard the commotion from within the dining hall. It was only upon entering that they understood the situation. Prior to their arrival, the breakfast prepared by the academy had been entirely consumed by one individual, Ma Hongjun. As Tang San and the others surveyed the chaotic scene, they couldn't help but marvel at the mess left behind. Those in the know recognized it as the aftermath of a voracious appetite, while others might have mistaken it for an invasion by spirit beasts. Such an insatiable hunger. This behavior could be understood, however, as Ma Hongjun, due to the side effects of his martial spirit, experienced a constant surge of fiery energy during his training, leading to significant physical exertion. Without adequate nourishment, even the robust essence of his phoenix martial spirit would not suffice to sustain him. Yet, it must be said, despite his prodigious appetite, Ma Hongjun was remarkably tidy. Each delicate porcelain bowl was licked clean to a shine, rendering them practically unnecessary for washing. In that moment, Tang San and his companions couldn't help but reflect on the veracity of Shrek Academy's reputation. Indeed, there was not a single ordinary person among the students. Here stood a flamboyant 15-year-old, a 14-year-old with an unkempt beard, and a bottomless pit of a stomach. Initially, Tang San believed Dai Mubai to be the most eccentric of the lot, but now it seemed that, prior to their enrollment, he might have been the most sensible of them all. Yunzheng, having read the original work, was not at all surprised by Ma Hongjun's ability to consume copiously. Rather, his gaze was predominantly fixed upon Ma Hongjun himself. Yunzheng was deeply intrigued by this extraordinary individual, who had undergone a remarkable transformation from boyhood to manhood at the tender age of 6. It must be said, while the name might be mischosen, the nickname certainly was not. Ma Hongjun was indeed quite portly. What was even more admirable was the fact that Ma Hongjun's corpulence possessed an exceptionally smooth and rounded quality, devoid of any signs of sagging. Had he been in Yunzheng's previous school, a throng of boys would undoubtedly have gathered around Ma Hongjun, not for any other reason than to affectionately pat that rare and delightful belly. It was said that the sensation was absolutely delightful, and one need not fear accusations of impropriety. Yet, Yunzheng found this notion utterly incomprehensible. To put it plainly, Yunzheng had a preference for legs. For him, black stockings and white tights were far more alluring. And then there were fishnets and pantyhose. And Yunzheng? Yunzheng? While he was lost in these thoughts, Dai Mubai had already introduced Ma Hongjun to the group and was preparing to lead them to assemble, only to discover Yunzheng still standing there in a daze. Frowning slightly, he approached Yunzheng and waved his hand in front of him. When he received no response, he audibly patted Yunzheng's shoulder. Huh. Oh, what's wrong? At the gentle touch from Dai Mubai, Yunzheng finally snapped back to reality, instinctively wiping the corner of his mouth. Relieved to find no drool had escaped, Dai Mubai, suspecting nothing amiss, continued. The class is about to begin. The first lesson is taught by the dean himself. So it would be wise for us to hurry. Oh right, let us go. Yunzheng nodded, somewhat dazed, and turned to stride towards the dining hall. Dai Mubai followed behind, observing Yunzheng's somewhat stiff gait and recalling the earlier gesture of wiping his mouth. He assumed Yunzheng was simply hungry and added, "Don't worry, the first class usually has little content. Knowing the dean, it's likely just a matter of collecting tuition fees. If you're really hungry, we can head to Suatua City for a meal afterward, and the fat guy will be cooking." Huh? Yunzheng clearly did not grasp why Dai Mubai suddenly mentioned this. But seeing the genuine concern on his face, he nodded in acknowledgement, saying, "I understand. Thank you." Dai Mubai nodded back, choosing not to dwell on Yunzheng any longer, and dashed over to Zhu Zhiqing to curry favor. Although Zhu Zhiqing currently regarded Dai Mubai with indifference, he firmly believed that a persistent suitor could eventually win her heart, adhering to the principles of perseverance, shamelessness, and the audacity to be shameless. At the same time, Yu Qing'er beside Ning Rongrong let out a soft huff of annoyance. While Dai Mubai remained oblivious to Yunzheng's thoughts, Yu Qing'er saw through him completely. The ethereal, soft appearance of the evil spirit bone tail behind Yunzheng was a clear indication of the inappropriate thoughts occupying his mind. Just then, Yunzheng approached Yu Qing'er, who playfully scolded, "You big pervert. Put that tail away." Upon hearing her reprimand, Yunzheng was taken aback, quickly turning to see the state of the evil spirit bone tail, his face flushing with embarrassment. He feigned a cough and nonchalantly retracted the tail, acting as though nothing had transpired. Yu Qing'er, seeing this, decided to grant Yunzheng a measure of dignity before others, shooting him a mock-threatening glare as she warned, "You'll pay for this later." Yu Qing'er did not mind Yunzheng's childish thoughts, for she herself was not entirely innocent either. The matter she wished to confront him about was why he would entertain such peculiar notions in the dining hall. Clearing his throat at her words, Yunzheng coughed again, refraining from offering any defense. The dialogue between Yunzheng and Yu Qing'er left Ning Rongrong bewildered. She found herself utterly perplexed by the antics of this couple, especially when she glanced over at Tang Sect and Xiaowu, who, despite their mutual affection, continued to refer to each other as siblings. Ning Rongrong felt decidedly out of touch. In Chapter 48, The True Nature of the Witch, as Dai Mubai had remarked, the first class of the new term indeed lacked substantial content. Flanders simply instructed Yunzheng and the others to pay their tuition fees, uttered a reminder to gather in the afternoon, and then promptly dismissed them. The casualness of the class schedule was such that even Tang Sect felt compelled to voice his discontent. However, prior to the dismissal, Flanders did send Oscar to take Ning Rongrong for a jog. It was only at this moment that Yunzheng noticed Oscar had shaved off his beard. One must admit, Oscar truly deserved the title of the most handsome man in Douluo. His features were so exquisitely refined that they evoked no feelings of envy, even from Yunzheng. Particularly striking were his enchanting peach blossom eyes. One glance from him could rival even the effects of a charmed soul skill when meeting the gaze of a forlorn beauty. Of course, Oscar's good looks had no bearing on Yunzheng. As a man, one's attention ought to be directed towards women, not fixating on another man's appearance. Not to mention, Yunzheng had a penchant for legs. He paid little heed to facial attractiveness, and in fact, was somewhat face-blind. Returning to the matter at hand, after Yunzheng and Yu Qing'er settled their tuition fees, they planned to venture into Soto City in search of food. Although Ma Hongjun offered to prepare breakfast for everyone anew, Yunzheng and Yu Qing'er declined. Their refusal was not rooted in distrust, after all, with Dai Mubai vouching for him. Ma Hongjun's culinary skills were assured. Rather, they simply wished to spare Ma Hongjun the trouble. To put it plainly, if Ma Hongjun were to ensure that Yunzheng and Yu Qing'er were well fed, he would have no time left for anything else that morning. Yunzheng and Yu Qing'er, being cultivators of the body, possessed an immense appetite. Even without engaging in their training, one could consume a meal equivalent to that of 4 individuals. Thus the two of them together required sustenance for 8. Excluding Ma Hongjun, their combined intake surpassed that of the remaining companions. After bidding farewell to the others, Yunzheng and Yuqing set forth toward Suodo City. However, before they could exit the village, an unexpected figure caught their attention. Oh, Qingqing, Yunzheng, what brings you here? Ning Rongrong, who had just stealthily slipped away, exclaimed with delight as she spotted Yunzheng and Yuqing, her face radiating joy as she waved and rushed towards them. Upon witnessing this, Yunzheng's gaze darkened, clearly aware of Ning Rongrong's intentions. However, he chose to remain silent. To speak candidly, Yunzheng did not perceive Ning Rongrong's princess-like demeanor as objectionable, for she genuinely embodied the essence of a princess. As the direct descendant of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School's leader, cherished by two supreme Douluo, she held the esteemed title of the sect's young master. Endowed with exceptional talent, in the vast landscape of Douluo Continent, few could rival her status and position. Nevertheless, coexisting within the same team, Ning Rongrong's arrogance and capriciousness were indeed undesirable. In a team, the paramount virtue is not merely unity, but equality. Only under the premise of equality can true unity be achieved. Should one person assume a position of superiority and disdain others in the group, harmony would be an impossibility. While this might be acceptable in other teams, the situation for Yunzheng and his companions was different. As they were soul masters, occupations esteemed as the noblest yet most perilous on the Douluo Continent, where the phrase treading on the edge of a blade is not an exaggeration. With Ning Rongrong's current mindset, it was evident that she could not integrate into the team. Dai Mubai and the others could not pander to her every whim. Rather, it was imperative for her to undergo transformation. Contemplating this, Yunzheng could not help but sigh. What was to transpire next was a confrontation Ning Rongrong must face. Regardless of how embarrassing it might be, to integrate into Shrek Academy, she would need to make changes, an expectation her father, Ning Fingji, held as well. Yet, as the old adage states, sometimes a short pain is preferable to prolonged suffering. It would be better for her to be chastised by Flander now, rather than face conflict with her teammates in the future. Yuqing and Ning Rongrong, oblivious to Yunzheng's thoughts, were caught in their own moment. Upon seeing Ning Rongrong, Yuqing initially paused in surprise, then smiled lightly, saying, "Shouldn't that question come from us? Did the dean not instruct you to run laps? What brings you here?" "Humph, don't mention it." Ning Rongrong clearly wished to avoid that topic, scrunching her nose and eagerly taking Yuqing's hand, exclaiming, "Are you all headed to Soto City? Perfect. I want to go too. Let us go together." That might not be appropriate. Yuqing hesitated, contemplating whether to decline. "Qing, even you are going to refuse me?" Upon seeing Yuqing's indecision, Ning Rongrong instantly adopted a pitiful expression, evoking empathy that made it difficult to turn her down. Yuqing, feeling helpless, sighed, "All right then. However, upon your return, you must complete the remaining laps. I can accompany you." "Understood, understood." Ning Rongrong seemingly paid no heed to her words, instead linking arms with Yuqing and joyfully racing towards the academy's exit. As she ran, she turned back to Yunzheng, sticking out her tongue with a playful smile. "Sorry, Yunzheng, you must cope with me being a third wheel today." Upon hearing the words, Yunzheng simply offered a faint smile without uttering a reply. By the time Yunzheng and his companions returned to the village, it was already afternoon. At that moment, Ning Rongrong gazed at Yunzheng and Yuqing with a hint of bewilderment. She could not fathom how these two individuals managed to stuff so much into their bodies. Were their stomachs soul-guided devices? And how could they consume without gaining weight? Under Ning Rongrong's watchful eyes, Yuqing, feeling somewhat embarrassed, playfully nudged her and said, "Oh dear. Rongrong, you've been staring the whole way. If you keep this up, I might just get angry. I'm merely curious." Ning Rongrong replied with a coy smile. "What is there to be curious about?" Yuqing rolled her eyes at Ning Rongrong and continued, "Let us not forget, you still owe the dean several laps." At the mention of this, Ning Rongrong's cheerful demeanor faded. Her fair, rosy face was etched with reluctance. "I'm afraid there isn't enough time." Just then, Yunzheng's nonchalant voice rang out ahead. Both Yuqing and Ning Rongrong instinctively turned to look at him. Yunzheng chuckled lightly and stepped aside, revealing that Dai Mubai and the others had already gathered. Feeling slightly awkward, Yuqing and Ning Rongrong exchanged glances before bracing themselves and walking towards the group. Dai Mubai and the others nodded in acknowledgement, while Flender merely cast them a sidelong glance. At that moment, Oscar came running from outside the village, appearing utterly exhausted and drenched in sweat, presenting a stark contrast to the relaxed demeanor of Ning Rongrong beside Yuqing. "Oscar, have you finished your run?" Flender inquired, his tone devoid of emotion. Oscar, having just returned, momentarily froze upon hearing the question, instinctively glancing at Ning Rongrong. Gritting his teeth, he lowered his head slightly and replied, "Yes, I've completed it. I was asking about your group, not just you." Flinder, seemingly having anticipated Oscar's response, placed a hand on Oscar's shoulder and sealed his soul power, reiterating, "Let me ask you once more, did your group finish the run?" This time, Flinder's tone was markedly different, causing even Dai Mubai and the others to straighten up and instinctively hold their breath. Oscar, not lacking in intelligence, clearly sensed Flinder's intent, yet he stubbornly replied, "Yes, we completed it." Such team spirit. Flinder remarked with an ambiguous smile, patting Oscar's shoulder before stating coldly, "Regardless, a lie is a lie, especially such a clumsy one. I've sealed your soul power. Now run another 20 laps, and you shall not rest until they are complete." Oscar was not surprised by Flinder's punishment. He simply shot a glance at Ning Rongrong and silently dashed away. Flinder ignored Oscar's departure and turned his gaze towards Ning Rongrong, asking coolly, "Tell me, did you complete today's lesson?" Faced with Flinder's inquiry, Ning Rongrong adeptly donned a timid expression, murmuring, "The distance was too great. And I hadn't eaten breakfast, so I couldn't keep up. So you chose to follow Yunzheng and Yuchinger to Soto City for a grand feast, returning only just now, correct?" Flinder was not deceived by Ning Rongrong's excuse. His expression hardened as he glared at her, questioning loudly, "Are you spying on me?" Ning Rongrong's brows furrowed, her anger flaring as she retorted without pretense, "I'm merely fulfilling my duty as a teacher, ensuring my students complete their tasks." Flinder narrowed his eyes, an invisible pressure emanating from him, rendering Ma Hongjun beside him utterly silent, too afraid to breathe. To Ma Hongjun, Flinder was akin to a father, and when he was angry, the son dared not interject. "Dean, Rongrong didn't mean it. She told me she would make up the remaining laps." At that moment, Yuchinger, unable to bear it any longer, interjected nervously, "If the dean intends to punish her, I am willing to take her place." Silence. The moment Yuchinger finished speaking, Flinder barked, unleashing a fraction of his soul saint-level pressure. Yuchinger felt her body stiffen, sensing a pair of piercing eyes scrutinizing her, sending chills down her spine. Flinder was about to address Yuchinger when he suddenly noticed Yunzheng's gaze behind her. From the look in Yunzheng's eyes, Flinder could tell that the young man understood the underlying purpose of his actions and seemed to approve. However, Yunzheng was known for his obstinate nature. Flinder vividly recalled the phrase he had used yesterday regarding Zhao Wujin, seeing the fruit without inquiring about the cause. Flinder was not afraid of Yunzheng, but the thought of Zhao Wujin still being in bed made him wary. With that in mind, Flinder merely shot Yuchinger a glance, refraining from further comments. Witnessing this exchange, Yunzheng comprehended Flinder's intentions and subtly nodded in acknowledgement, pulling Yuchinger back towards him. Chapter 49. A Heart Like a Clear Mirror. After Yunzheng pulled Yuchinger back, Flinder turned his gaze towards Ning Rongrong, snorted coldly, and said, "Oscar's mistake in trying to absolve you is understandable. But your unilateral departure from the academy and disregard for its arrangements is inexcusable." "Exaggeration," Ning Rongrong shouted defiantly, showing no fear towards Flinder's soul sage aura. "It is merely an academy. Indeed, this is Shrek Academy. If you dislike it, you may leave." Prior to this, Flinder might have been somewhat deliberate in his demeanor. But upon hearing Ning Rongrong's disdainful remarks about Shrek Academy, he was genuinely enraged. His voice became suffused with restraint, and an unmistakable fire flickered in his eyes, as if it were on the verge of eruption. "Do you dare to expel me?" Ning Rongrong exclaimed in disbelief, glaring at Flinder. "Humph." Flinder narrowed his eyes, disregarding her question, and turned to Dai Mubai, commanding, "Mubai, go pack Miss Ning's belongings." Flinder's command left Dai Mubai momentarily stunned, uncertain how to proceed. On one hand, he felt compelled to obey his teacher's orders. On the other, he sensed that Flinder would not be so ruthless. Yet, the fury etched on Flinder's face appeared genuine, leaving Dai Mubai in a dilemma, caught in indecision. If he were to actually pack her belongings, it would be akin to completely denying Ning Rongrong any opportunity. Fortunately, just as Dai Mubai grappled with his thoughts, Yunzheng suddenly tugged at his sleeve. Out of the corner of his eye, Dai Mubai saw Yunzheng shake his head. In an instant, Dai Mubai understood, responding respectfully to Flinder's command, yet not moving an inch. "Flinder, you are merely a soul sage." Ning Rongrong bit her lip fiercely, letting out a fierce cry. "Do you believe I can't have someone dismantle your academy? I am indeed a soul sage." Flinder looked down at Ning Rongrong, then spoke with a hint of derision, "But in my eyes, every student in this academy is far more exceptional than you. I am the sole direct descendant of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, the future heir to the sect." A genius who broke through level 20 before the age of 12. A rare talent in 100 years. Do you dare to look down on me? Ning Rongrong's expression twisted in defiance as she shouted. Humph. Flander scoffed, pointing at Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai? A 37-level powerful assault soul master at the age of 15, who broke through to the soul master realm at 13, the youngest student in the history of this academy to surpass level 30. As he spoke, Flander went on to enumerate the other students. Xiaowu and Tang Sect were already at level 29, fully capable of breaking Mubai's record. Yuqinger was also a level 29 Great Soul Master, adept in body secret techniques. Although Ma Hongjun had a flaw in his martial soul, he possessed an unparalleled top-tier beast martial soul. In terms of martial souls, there were but a handful across the continent that could surpass him. Yunzheng, as a great soul master, confronted Zhao Wujin, his soul power solidified, and with a higher cultivation level, even possessed a millennium-level first soul ring, capable of unleashing immense strength with a single palm. After pointing out these individuals, Flander turned to Zhu Zhuqing and inquired, Zhu Zhuqing, what is your purpose for coming to the academy? To become stronger. Zhu Zhuqing replied succinctly, her gaze sharpening. Upon hearing this answer, Flander nodded in satisfaction. Then turned to Ning Rongrong and said without mercy, Zhu Zhuqing is of similar cultivation to you, yet she possesses a steadfast and resolute heart, while you do not. As for Oscar, at the mention of Oscar, a distinct pride surfaced on Flander's face, with a hint of mockery in his eyes as he gazed at Ning Rongrong and retorted, have you ever seen a food-type support soul master with innate full soul power? Impossible. Ning Rongrong instinctively countered. How could a support soul master possibly possess innate full soul power? Not only Ning Rongrong, but Tang Sect and the others also displayed expressions of astonishment, seemingly incredulous. Oscar is unprecedented. His achievements are limitless. If you are to be the strongest of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, then he shall surpass it, becoming the continent's mightiest support soul master. Flander, aware of the pitfalls of excess, moderated his tone slightly, gazing upwards at the drifting clouds as he mused. After a few breaths, as Ning Rongrong began to accept this reality, Flander looked back at her, this time without anger or reprimand, but rather with a serious and earnest tone he admonished. A support soul master without the protection of companions is mere cannon fodder on the battlefield. Even your father would not dare to claim supremacy over the world, let alone you, a young girl barely out of her infancy. With Flander's words, Ning Rongrong's emotional defenses crumbled entirely. Tears streamed down her face as she cried out and fled without a backward glance. Seeing this, Yuqinger felt compelled to chase after her to offer comfort. Yet the stark contrast between Ning Rongrong's earlier demeanor and her own memories left her at a loss for how to approach. Flander, witnessing this, felt a sense of relief, his dark wings unfurling as he took flight, intending to inform Oscar not to pursue and instead to console Ning Rongrong. Before departing, Flander cast a deep glance at Yunzheng. Had it not been for Yunzheng's cooperation, Flander feared the situation might have spiraled out of control today. Once Flander and Ning Rongrong had left, the others finally exhaled a collective sigh of relief. Xiaowu muttered in disappointment, I didn't expect Rongrong to be so fierce. Yunzheng, why did you stop me just now? Dai Mubai finally turned to Yunzheng, voicing his confusion. Yunzheng cast an irritated glance at Dai Mubai and remarked, you were such a simpleton. If the dean truly intended to expel Miss Ning, there would be no need for such lengthy discourse. He could simply dismiss her, couldn't he? Are you suggesting that the dean does not actually wish to drive Ning Rongrong away? Dai Mubai inquired, raising an eyebrow, his expression a mix of skepticism and curiosity. Is there any other possibility? Yunzheng shrugged nonchalantly, asserting his stance. At that moment, Ma Hongjun, who had been eavesdropping on their conversation, displayed a disgruntled expression on his chubby face and couldn't help but exclaim, then what shall we do? If that scoundrel stirs up trouble again, won't the dean flay me alive? Upon hearing Ma Hongjun's lament, the others were at a loss for words and could only force a couple of awkward chuckles. Fear not. What do you think the dean was just doing? He was merely correcting Miss Ning. Yunzheng continued. First, he deliberately enticed her, then he exaggerated the situation, ultimately shattering her pride, only to reconstruct a sense of camaraderie within her after breaking down her defenses. It's a skillful maneuver, one that suggests the dean is no stranger to such tactics. So, will Rongrong change? Xiaowu asked, momentarily stunned, her voice filled with uncertainty. Most likely. If I were to wager, at the very least, Miss Ning would certainly be unwilling to leave the academy so easily. Yunzheng spoke confidently, exuding an air of assuredness. Yuqinger, observing Yunzheng's earnest demeanor, felt a wave of emotion swell within her. She understood him well. Yunzheng was not one to chatter excessively. Yet here he was, tirelessly elucidating matters for Dai Mubai and the others, evidently striving to salvage Ning Rongrong's reputation among them. After all, if there were a rift between Ning Rongrong and the group, it would inevitably complicate Yunzheng Heir's role as a friend. Rongrong was not always like this. Contemplating this, Yunzheng Heir stepped forward to defend Ning Rongrong. People do change, don't they? Ma Hongjun, unaware of the bond between Yunzheng Heir and Ning Rongrong, blurted out without much thought. This left Yunzheng Heir somewhat flustered. Although she wished to clarify Ning Rongrong's situation, her words failed her in her nervousness. In her moment of distress, she turned to Yunzheng for assistance, seeking his support. Sighing under the weight of Yunzheng Heir's pleading gaze, Yunzheng replied, "One must not be so harsh. Miss Ning merely possesses a touch of the temperament typical of a young lady." Yunzheng's statement clearly failed to convince the audience, even causing Tang Sect's gaze to take on an odd expression. After all, the image of Ning Rongrong vehemently shouting while pointing at Flinder's nose had left a profound impression on everyone. Yunzheng was undoubtedly aware of this and continued. A privileged family background, the boundless tolerance and indulgence of elders, coupled with innate talent, creates a confluence that renders what may seem unattainable to others within reach for Miss Ning. In this context, it is understandable that a sense of arrogance may arise. Furthermore, Miss Ning is also a pitiable individual. Upon hearing Yunzheng's words, those around him immediately widened their eyes in disbelief, staring at him as if astonished that he could utter such nonsense. If Ning Rongrong were indeed a pitiable soul, would that not imply that this world is left solely with the crippled and the beggars? Yunzheng chuckled softly, elucidating with a leisurely demeanor. When it comes to status, position, and wealth, Miss Ning is undoubtedly rare in this world. Yet, it is precisely because of this that she bears numerous burdens from the moment of her birth. The interests of her sect, the expectations of her elders, the fierce competition for power, and so forth. To put it plainly, given Miss Ning's lineage, it is highly likely that her future spouse will not be a choice of her own. Just imagine ending up with someone who is not the one you love. Upon hearing these words, everyone present, except for Ma Hongjun, stood frozen in place. Yunzheng then delivered his concluding remarks. To speak candidly, if I were Miss Ning, I would be even more extreme. At this moment, Xiao Wu and the others could no longer restrain themselves and began to nod in agreement, seemingly coming to an understanding of Ning Rongrong. Yunzheng also smiled brightly, affectionately planting a kiss on Yunzheng's forehead. Yunzheng, why do I feel as if you possess an all-knowing wisdom? Dai Mubai, recalling Yunzheng's previous demeanor coupled with his current words, could not help but express his thoughts. Indeed, it's as if he can read minds. Ma Hongjun concurred, nodding in agreement. Upon hearing this, Yunzheng's lips curled slightly as he remarked, "What is this so-called telepathy? It is merely an observation from an objective standpoint." This assertion was not mere folly on Yunzheng's part. His ability to maintain a clear mind and calmly assess the unfolding events stemmed from two primary factors. First, he had perused the original text and possessed a thorough understanding of the characters' personalities. Second, his lifelong cultivation of perceptive skills had indeed served him well. That was rather terrifying. Yet, despite this, Ma Hongjun still felt a shiver of trepidation and retreated behind Dai Mubai, muttering softly, "It feels as though you even know the color of my underwear today. Even if I truly had such telepathic abilities, I would hold no interest in your undergarments." Yunzheng quipped, his eyes twitching slightly, accompanied by a playful rebuke. Chapter 50, The Great Soul Arena. Today, upon reviewing the comments, what kind of people are you all? How is it that each of you is a towering 167 centimeters at merely 11 or 12 years of age? After all, I am a formidable assault system soul saint. Flinders soon returned. Upon his arrival, he noticed that Dai Mubai and the others had shed their earlier reserve. A glance at Yunzheng, who was now surrounded by admirers, brought a knowing smile to Flinders' lips as he recalled Zhao Wujia's remark about Yunzheng. This lad is too clever to find friends. Since Yunzheng had already provided an explanation, Flinder chose not to elaborate further and stated directly, "Today's lesson will not take place at the academy. We will convene in Soto City in 1 hour." Upon hearing the mention of Soto City, both Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun exchanged glances, their eyes widening with recognition. They intended to voice their thoughts, but Flinder had already taken flight. Sighing, Dai Mubai glanced back at Yunzheng and the others, his eyes betraying a hint of sympathy. "What is the matter?" Tang Sect inquired, intrigued by Dai Mubai's sigh. "The dean is ruthless." Dai Mubai was about to elucidate, but was abruptly interrupted by Ma Hongjun. "Wait a moment. He covered Dai Mubai's mouth with one hand, squinting his already small eyes as he pretended to ponder deeply, addressing Yunzheng. I refuse to believe you truly know everything, unless you tell me now the reason the dean has summoned us to Soto City. Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai and Xiao Wu looked on with keen interest, and even the usually aloof Zhu Zhuqing cast a curious glance toward Yunzheng. Only Tang San wore a wry smile, offering Yunzheng an apologetic expression for Xiao Wu's lack of decorum. Yunzheng, initially reluctant to elaborate, found himself compelled to speak when he noticed Yuqing gazing at him with eager anticipation. With a gentle sigh, he remarked, "The simplest logical inference dictates that since this is a class, it cannot possibly involve mere revelry. Our destination must be Soto City, which implies the presence of something not available at the academy, and it must pertain to the cultivation of soul masters. If I am not mistaken, it should indeed be the Soto City Great Soul Arena. Good gracious, Yunzheng, it would be a pity if you did not pursue a career as a detective." As Yunzheng finished speaking, he heard Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai exclaim in unison, their expressions filled with astonishment as they gazed at him. From their reaction, the others gleaned the answer, their disbelief evident as they regarded Yunzheng. Tang San composed himself and inquired of Dai Mubai, "So, the dean truly intends for us to go to the Soul Arena in Soto City?" "It seems so." Dai Mubai nodded affirmatively, explaining, "The dean has always adhered to the principle of better to have fewer than to have many, and our academy implements an elite education system. Thus, our educational methods vastly differ from those of other institutions. Attending the Soul Arena for soul battles is merely a fundamental component of our academy's curriculum. However, I never anticipated that the dean would arrange such a practical course for you in the very first lesson. Is there any difference?" Tang San, unfamiliar with the Soul Arena, couldn't help but ask further. Dai Mubai patiently elaborated, detailing everything from the regulations of the Soul Arena to the requirements of the academy, the challenges of advancing in soul badges, and the lessons he had learned from his own past mistakes, covering every detail meticulously. Observing this, Yunzheng discerned that Dai Mubai was not merely explaining to Tang San. He was, in fact, cautioning Zhu Zhuqing to be wary. The others were merely incidental to the conversation. "Yunzheng, are you truly very clever?" At that moment, Yuqing, seemingly oblivious to Dai Mubai's discourse, clung to Yunzheng's side, playfully poking his cheek and asking with a hint of skepticism. Yunzheng initially failed to grasp her meaning, but after a moment, he shot her an exasperated glance and replied, "Do you think I am foolish?" "A bit." To his surprise, Yuqing nodded earnestly, stating, "You can't even manage your own tail." Yunzheng had prepared to feign anger, but her remark extinguished his resolve. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he scratched his head and insisted, "That was an accident. Alas, you were never this clever before. Why is it that upon arriving at Shrek, you seem to know everything?" Yuqing did not pursue Yunzheng's response further. Instead, she leaned closer, murmuring dreamily, "Because I've read the original work." Yunzheng thought to himself, stifling a bitter smile and silently lamenting. Yunzheng remained silent, while Yuqing merely mentioned it casually, not requiring a response from him. Inhaling the scent emanating from Yunzheng, Yuqing appeared to be lost in its allure, remaining quiet for an extended period. "May I bring Rong Rong along to Suatua City?" After a considerable pause, Yuqing finally murmured softly in Yunzheng's ear, her voice tinged with a hint of nervousness and anticipation, as if she feared a refusal from him. Upon hearing this, Yunzheng was momentarily taken aback. After casting a surprised glance at Yuqing, he swiftly comprehended her intention. Yuqing wished for Ning Rongrong to swiftly integrate into the group, allowing everyone to better accept her. After all, Dai Mubai and the others had recently developed a sense of empathy towards Ning Rongrong due to Yunzheng's words. Now was indeed the opportune moment. Yunzheng, of course, would not decline, for humans are inherently social beings, and he hoped that Ning Rongrong could integrate into the group as soon as possible. Although the group took some time to find Ning Rongrong and Oscar, they still had a generous hour to spare. With Oscar providing his sausages and Ning Rongrong lending her amplification support, they progressed even more swiftly than Flinder had anticipated. Initially, Ning Rongrong was somewhat hesitant to lower her pride, but upon observing Yuqing's clumsy yet earnest attempts to defend her, coupled with Yunzheng's subtle encouragement, she decided to take action. With Yunzheng advocating for her, while the others could not entirely dismiss the previous events, they nonetheless refrained from ostracizing Ning Rongrong. When they finally stood before Flinder, he raised an eyebrow in surprise. He had initially thought that Oscar and Ning Rongrong would surely not show up, yet to his astonishment, they not only arrived but appeared quite harmonious. However, Flinder discerned that Ning Rongrong had only managed to join through Yuqing's insistence. Without her, Ning Rongrong would still feel quite awkward. Yet, this was already a significant improvement. As a mentor, Flinder possessed the patience necessary to guide his students. Dean, it's the first day of class. Is it really necessary to be so serious? Upon learning that Flinder intended for Yunzheng and the others to battle in the Grand Soul Arena, Dai Mubai chuckled nervously and weakly protested. In response, Flinder merely glanced at Dai Mubai and remarked, "Monsters must have their own methods of training." Moreover, Flinder surveyed the room with a serious demeanor, stating, as I mentioned before, "You are the most exceptional class in the history of Shrek Academy. Surely, you do not wish to confine yourselves to the dullness of textbooks?" No sooner had Flinder finished speaking than Xiaowu and Yuqing's eyes sparkled with excitement. They were not merely dissatisfied. They had no desire to engage with so-called textbooks. Flinder's words resonated deeply with them. Yuqing, a princess of academia, would have failed her written exams for 6 years had it not been for Yunzheng's tutoring and the favoritism of her mentors. Xiaowu's situation was even more absurd. While Yuqing was merely academically challenged, Xiaowu had no intention of studying at all. For her, devouring books was less appealing than gnawing on carrots. With Tang San, the living encyclopedia of soul masters, by her side, Xiaowu felt no need to learn anything. Seeing the enthusiasm in Xiaowu and Yuqing, Tang San and Yunzheng exchanged knowing sighs, resting their hands on their foreheads with wry smiles. However, Dai Mubai still felt a twinge of concern. Before he could voice his worries, Flinder interrupted, "Enough. Xiaobai, you might want to focus on your own issues instead. Yunzheng and the others are all high-ranking soul masters above level 25. Securing victory in the Grand Soul Arena should not pose a challenge for them. As for you, after 2 or 3 years of mingling in the Grand Soul Arena, you've only managed to win 3 matches. Do you even want to graduate?" At this, Dai Mubai wilted, nodding listlessly. "Understood, teacher." This was hardly Dai Mubai's fault. The burden left from 2 years ago was indeed quite substantial. Having broken through to the Soul Master rank at 13, he had previously been invincible, dominating the Grand Soul Arena. However, that breakthrough left him stunned, as Flinder forbade cowardice, forcing the newly promoted Dai Mubai into the Grand Soul Arena. At that time, he had just reached level 30. Facing opponents who were seasoned Soul Masters at levels 37 and 38, leading to a string of defeats that nearly shattered his confidence. Having persuaded Dai Mubai, Flinder promptly departed, not willing to miss such a lucrative opportunity. In the Soto City Grand Soul Arena, Yunzheng and Tang San were fresh faces. No one was aware of their true combat prowess, but Flinder knew. He decided to place all his stakes on them, firmly believing that no opponent in the Grand Soul Arena could rival Tang San and Yunzheng. This was a golden opportunity that seemed impossible to lose. As Flinder hurried away, Tang San appeared to have more questions, yet Flinder had already vanished. Tang San wore a puzzled expression, while Dai Mubai and the other seasoned students understood Flinder's character all too well. Ma Hongjun, with a glint of mischief in his eyes, contemplated whether he should seize this chance to profit as well. After all, money was a constant struggle. Though not greedy, Ma Hongjun was indeed in need. The Spirit Hall allocated 10 gold soul coins to each high-ranking soul master monthly, which should have sufficed for Ma Hongjun's expenses. Unfortunately, he had other extravagant expenditures that could not be mentioned. As a principal benefactor, Ma Hongjun also had his limits. Free meals were acceptable, however, soliciting favors was not. With this thought, he nodded in agreement, discreetly slipping away from the group. Meanwhile, Xiaowu had already dragged Tang San to register for the doubles competition. Dai Mubai seemed inclined to team up with Yunzheng, but since Dai Mubai was a soul master and Yunzheng was a high-ranking soul master, he had to settle for entering the individual competition. Yuqing, wishing to support Ning Rongrong, reluctantly teamed up with her, casting an apologetic glance towards Yunzheng. Yunzheng held no objections to the matter. After all, since the individual was already present, it would be rather impolite to allow them to sit idly. However, Ning Rongrong, being a support soul master, was ill-suited for solo combat, thus she could only participate in a doubles match. Given the current circumstances, the only ones capable of partnering with Ning Rongrong were either Yuqing or Yunzheng, and it was prudent to ensure that Ning Rongrong was well taken care of. Once Yuqing and Ning Rongrong departed, only Oscar, Yunzheng, and Yunzheng remained in the vicinity. Yunzheng, as ever, exuded an air of chilliness, promptly distancing herself from the group. "Damn it, where's that fat guy?" Oscar muttered, somewhat awkwardly, as he searched for Ma Hongjun's presence, feeling a touch embarrassed. For him, compared to Yunzheng, he felt more at ease with Ma Hongjun. The pressure he experienced in front of Yunzheng was overwhelming. How about we form a team if we can't find Ma Hongjun? Yunzheng suggested, stepping forward with an invitation. Oscar's body tensed noticeably upon hearing Yunzheng's voice, and he stiffly turned around, replying, perhaps not. You go ahead and enjoy the individual matches. I will wait for that fat guy. Rather than deliberately distancing himself from Yunzheng, it was more a matter of trepidation. Oscar was indeed a prodigy. Yet he recognized the disparity between himself and Yunzheng. After all, Yunzheng was a 12-year-old powerhouse who could match Zhao Wujia's might, possessing talents that perhaps even surpassed his own. Although Oscar was unaware of Yunzheng Bai, he could sense that Yunzheng's status was anything but ordinary. After all, how could someone so at ease with Ning Rongrong possess a mere ordinary background? In the presence of Yunzheng, Oscar felt that the only attribute he could proudly present was his appearance. This sense of distance rendered him overly restrained, and he preferred to seek out Ma Hongjun, with whom he shared a mutual understanding, as both were familiar with each other's backgrounds and did not have to contend with feelings of inferiority. Very well, then. Upon hearing this, Yunzheng did not insist further. He simply nodded and proceeded towards the individual arena. Oscar's reaction was precisely what Yunzheng had anticipated. After all, they had only known each other for a day, and their unfamiliarity made it unlikely for them to bond immediately. Moreover, the timidity evident in Oscar was almost palpable. So why should Yunzheng press the issue? The registration process was quite straightforward. One merely needed to provide their name and submit a gold soul coin to obtain an iron soul badge at the Grand Soul Arena. Due to the considerable number of participants vying for the individual arena, Yunzheng found himself waiting for a while. Out of sheer boredom, he sought out Dai Mubai, who was also idly passing the time. Dai Mubai had just come down from the Soul Sovereign Arena, where the battles were far more exhilarating than those in the Grand Master Arena, and the number of registrants was notably fewer after all. It was rare for Soul Sovereigns to flaunt themselves in the arena. Dai Mubai was accompanied by Oscar, and after a brief exchange of greetings, they settled down together. While the others busied themselves with preparations for combat, aside from the conspicuously absent Ma Hongjun, the trio remained unhurried. What do three men do when they gather? Watch battles? How mundane. Of course, they discussed women. With Zhu Zhiqin absent, Dai Mubai showed no hesitation in abandoning his pretense of innocence, and he and Oscar engaged in a rather crude commentary on the young ladies in the arena. While such behavior might be seen as vulgar, it was, nonetheless, one of life's simple pleasures, much like how groups of girls might gossip about which young man was most attractive. As long as no fingers were pointed and voices were kept low, friends could tease one another and pass the time amusingly. In contrast, Yunzheng found it challenging to join the conversation, as their familiarity with one another was still in its infancy. Dai Mubai and Oscar were unaware of Yunzheng's personality, and his demeanor, calm and mature beyond his years, often led them to unconsciously steer clear of him during their discussions. Look over there. That girl is outrageously stunning. I swear her head is bigger than mine, Dai Mubai exclaimed, nudging Oscar excitedly. However, Oscar paid him no mind, casting a disdainful glance in his direction and retorting, Dai, how many years has it been? You're still like this. Aside from body, do you truly not care about looks? Just look at that girl across from us. Now that's a beauty. Though, she pales in comparison to Ning. Are you really seeing her from over there? Sharp eyes. Dai Mubai, taken aback, could only scoff in disbelief. What good is a pretty face if the figure is lacking? It's all for naught. Get lost. You're such a body snob. Get lost. You're such a face snob. At that moment, Yunzheng could no longer hold back. He clicked his tongue softly and remarked, Do you even understand? She looks like a toilet. Yunzheng's voice was not loud. Yet Dai Mubai and Oscar still heard him. Both of them immediately stiffened, fearing they had offended the serious Yunzheng, and they awkwardly chuckled, intending to clarify. Just then, Yunzheng spoke again. The true beauty lies before us. To fail to appreciate it while gazing upon those superficial charms is sheer squandering. Beauty? Dai Mubai and Oscar were momentarily taken aback, clearly perplexed by what Yunzheng meant by beauty. Yunzheng let out a cold chuckle, his gaze drifting to the arena above, landing upon the host's slender legs. Delicate, straight, smooth, and exquisite, as refined as jade, as pure as silver. As he spoke, Yunzheng abruptly turned to Dai Mubai and Oscar, extending his thumb and squinting his eyes, declaring with righteous fervor, This is the profound wisdom of our generation. Initially, Dai Mubai and Oscar did not comprehend, but upon following Yunzheng's previous gaze, they finally understood. Goodness! Kindred spirits! Oscar exclaimed, seemingly astonished that the seemingly innocent Yunzheng possessed his own aesthetic sensibilities. Pa. Hearing Oscar's remark, Yunzheng spat dismissively and retorted with an air of disdain. I am not akin to you. I have transcended your base preferences. What obsession with ferocity or looks is mere heresy? Yunzheng, akin might not be a compliment. Oscar awkwardly chuckled, feeling a bit embarrassed. I am aware. Yunzheng nodded assertively, adding, I never claimed we were virtuous. Oscar was momentarily at a loss for words. To speak candidly, among the three present, each was a serious individual, and none could truly be deemed virtuous. At least, no girl had ever told them, you are a good person. At this moment, Dai Mubai burst into hearty laughter, his arm draping over Yunzheng's shoulder as he chuckled. Yunzheng, I thought you were as dull as a wooden block. Who knew there was some cleverness within? Desire is innate. What man is not drawn to beauty? Yunzheng shot Dai Mubai a glance, responding matter-of-factly. Well said. However, I still believe that an obsession with ferocity is the ultimate truth. Nonsense. The majority of people are captivated by appearances. You are the anomaly. Yunzheng calmly brushed his bangs aside and flamboyantly declared, leg control, the eternal deity. What eternal deity? As the three continued their spirited debate, Yu Qing'er and Ning Rongrong suddenly appeared behind them. Noticing the lively discussion, Yu Qing'er curiously inquired, what eternal deity? It was only when Yu Qing'er spoke that the trio was jolted from their engrossed conversation, with Yunzheng nearly letting out a startled shriek. The topics they had been discussing were strictly meant for the camaraderie of brothers. They were utterly inappropriate for young ladies. Absolutely forbidden. Not only Yunzheng, but Oscar also instinctively tensed upon seeing Ning Rongrong approach. Yet, he quickly realized he had no right to feel anxious. His enthusiasm waned, and he forced a hollow laugh, appearing quite despondent. In contrast, Dai Mubai felt no qualms, with Zhu Zhuqing absent, and knowing that Ning Rongrong and Yu Qing'er were not Zhu Zhuqing's roommates, he felt unfettered. Dai Mubai teasingly glanced at Yunzheng and feigned nonchalance, saying, Oh, it's nothing, just that Yunzheng just said. Before Dai Mubai could finish, Yunzheng swiftly covered his mouth. In a moment concealed from Yu Qing'er and Ning Rongrong, Yunzheng shot a threatening glare at Dai Mubai, whispering urgently in his ear. We are in this together. If we go down, we go down together. At most, I'll take a beating, but you can forget about ever approaching Miss Zhu again. Choose wisely. Gulping, Dai Mubai nodded vigorously. What are you two doing? Yu Qing'er and Ning Rongrong, now perplexed, hurriedly moved closer to investigate. Nothing. Dai Mubai and Yunzheng exclaimed in unison, as if they had rehearsed it. However, observing their conspicuous demeanor, Ning Rongrong's brows furrowed slightly, a hint of an unnatural blush coloring her cheeks as she asked, if it's nothing, then why were you hugging? At this, everyone fell silent. Dai Mubai and Yunzheng exchanged looks, a wave of revulsion washing over them as they instinctively pushed each other away, muttering, get lost. After a bout of playful banter, Zhu Zhuqing returned, perhaps due to the butterfly effect caused by Yunzheng. This time Zhu Zhuqing did not face Tang Sect but successfully secured her first victory at the Soto City Great Spirit Arena. Tang Sect and Xiao Wu had yet to return, seemingly intending to complete their duo battle before engaging in individual matches. Upon Zhu Zhuqing's arrival, Dai Mubai straightened up, adopting an earnest demeanor, prompting Yunzheng and Oscar to exchange scornful glances at his behavior. So, Yunzheng, what were you all discussing? Yunzheng had hoped the previous matter would be brushed aside, but Yu Qing'er showed no signs of letting him off the hook. She leaned in closer, her fair face nearly touching his, and Yunzheng could even feel the warmth of her breath. Yet, in that moment, his heart was devoid of any romantic notions. Yu Qing'er's gaze was anything but gentle. The Yu Qing'er was unaware of their previous conversation. She could tell from their expressions that it was certainly not a matter of integrity. Under Yu Qing'er's relentless scrutiny, Yunzheng began to falter, his gaze drifting as he desperately contemplated how to evade the situation. Just then, he felt a chill behind him as Yu Qing'er playfully tugged at his anxious tail, grinning mischievously as she said in an overly sweet tone, You know you can't deceive me. One day, I shall wrap around you. Yunzheng fumed inwardly at his own betraying tale, vowing furiously within himself. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai and the others erupted into uproarious laughter at the interaction between Yunzheng and Yu Qing'er. To them, it seemed as though Yunzheng possessed an uncanny foresight, predicting events before they unfolded, while Yu Qing'er appeared somewhat clumsy among her peers. Yet, in front of Yunzheng, she was as perceptive as could be, while he appeared as naive as a blank canvas before her. This blatant contrast and favoritism delighted the youthful onlookers. Now, We invite contestants Yunzheng and Long Tao to the stage. Fortunately, at that moment when Yunzheng felt cornered, the host's melodious voice resonated. Both contestants are newcomers. We wonder what kind of thrilling spirit battle they will present to us. Let us wait and see. Yunzheng felt as if he had been granted a reprieve, promptly leaping down from the viewing platform and hastily making his way to the arena. Humph. Yunzheng let out a soft, resentful hum, seemingly contemplating how to settle the score with Yunzheng later. Once Yunzheng had departed, Ning Rongrong finally seized the opportunity to return to Yuqing'er's side. Linking her arm with hers and curiously inquiring, "Qing'er, how is it that Yunzheng cannot deceive you?" "Because of his tail." Upon mentioning this, an arrogant expression involuntarily crossed Yuqing'er's face as she replied, "His evil spirit bone tail can speak, and it does not tell lies. It's just that you all are unaware." Tail language. Oscar, perhaps sensing a chance to approach Ning Rongrong or merely speaking out of instinct, exclaimed in surprise, "What is tail language?" Just as Oscar finished, another voice chimed in. Without much thought, Oscar instinctively responded, "It's the language of the tail." Tail language? "Oh, you are referring to my brother Zheng." Upon the mention of the tail, the newcomer quickly grasped the situation and exclaimed in realization. It was not until then that Oscar turned to see the plump figure of Ma Hongjun. "Good grief. Where have you been, you fatso? I've been looking for you." Upon seeing Ma Hongjun, Oscar rushed over, berating him while playfully slapping his belly. "I was just earning some extra cash." Ma Hongjun brushed Oscar's hand away with annoyance, his excitement palpable as he declared, "Let me tell you, my brother Zhang's odds are 1 to 5, and he's facing a seasoned soul master of level 29. I've wagered all my belongings on him. If he wins, we feast and revel. If he loses, we are left with nothing." He added, "By the way, has my brother Zheng taken the stage yet?" After Ma Hongjun's outburst, everyone fell silent, staring at him in a daze, momentarily at a loss for words. Oscar and Dai Mubai exchanged glances and simultaneously gave him a thumbs up, remarking, "You truly are something. You never miss a chance to get involved." "What is wrong with that?" Ma Hongjun protested innocently, "Why would I pass up free money?" The remaining 3 girls rolled their eyes in exasperation, rising to find new seats, adopting an air of unfamiliarity. Unable to bear the embarrassment, Ning Rongrong turned to Yuqing'er after they sat down, still curious about Yunzheng's so-called tail language, and asked sweetly, "Qing'er, what did you mean when you said Yunzheng's tail can speak?" Yuqing'er hummed contentedly, reveling in the attention. Yet she shook her head and replied, "I won't tell you. This was a secret between her and Yunzheng. There was no way she would divulge it to anyone else." How stingy. Seeing Yuqing'er's unwillingness to share, Ning Rongrong scrunched her nose in playful reproach. Meanwhile, Yunzheng and his opponent had already arrived at the arena. The battle did not commence immediately. A period was intentionally set aside before the contest for the competitors to engage in verbal sparring, both to intensify the rivalries among the contestants for an even more thrilling showdown and to generate an electric atmosphere, allowing the host to enliven the crowd. After all, who would enjoy a bland competition? The audience craved the entangled grudges and cunning rivalries among the contestants. Some rise to prominence, while others fade into obscurity. Some achieve fame overnight, while others toil for a decade in vain. Only through such dynamics can the arena be imbued with a legendary flair. Long Tao. His name suggests a short-lived existence. Gazing at his unremarkable opponent, Yunzheng silently scoffed in his mind. Just as he mused, Long Tao cast a glance at Yunzheng, smirking maliciously as he taunted, "Yunzheng, I know you. You are that little beggar. I never expected you to have made it big." Upon hearing this, Yunzheng instinctively felt a wave of unease wash over him. The only people who knew about his past as a beggar were from the city of Ogu. He could hardly believe he had encountered someone from Ogu at the Grand Arena of Su'a. As the arena's system matured, very few soul masters dared to engage in brazen taunts during such exchanges. Most soul masters were no fools. Provoking others without reason not only risked defenses, but also left them vulnerable to being exploited by the arena, serving as mere pawns in the quest for soul coins. Yet, circumstances were not absolute, and there were moments when soul masters willingly engaged in verbal sparring. Especially for the seasoned competitors, taunting newcomers was a favored tactic. They relished the opportunity to provoke the inexperienced, hoping to rattle their confidence and increase their own chances of victory. In the realm of soul battles, success often hinges not solely on strength but also on a myriad of factors, such as the interplay of soul master abilities, the constraints imposed by the arena, and, significantly, the psychological state of the competitors. A calm demeanor amidst turmoil renders all verbal jabs meaningless. Others may dismiss them as mere noise. However, Newcomers to the arena were typically brimming with youthful exuberance, often oblivious to the harsh realities of life, and their pride made them susceptible to provocation. The seasoned competitors exploited this vulnerability. In the grand arena of Sotoa, Long Tao was a newcomer, but in the arena of Ogu, he was an experienced player, well acquainted with these unspoken rules. Initially, Long Tao had disdain for such underhanded tactics. After all, Yunzheng appeared to be merely a child, and he did not believe Yunzheng could pose a threat to him. Yet, once Long Tao recognized Yunzheng, his attitude shifted. 12 years ago, in Ogu, he was already a soul master, aware of Yunzheng's past as a beggar, and this knowledge fueled his resentment. How was it fair that a beggar raised by an old man could possess unparalleled talent, breaking through to level 28 at the tender age of 12, while he, now in his 30s, remained stagnant at 29? Why should a filthy wretch, whom he had once deemed beneath notice, now stand on equal footing with him, and soon he might have to look up to him? Consumed by this twisted mindset, Long Tao glared at Yunzheng, mockingly taunting, "You must be that little beggar from back then. Haven't you shrunk into a dwarf? Aha, I see now. You didn't eat well under that old beggar, did you? That old man was foolish to take you in when he could hardly support himself. What became of that old beggar? Let me think. Ah, yes. He must have died. I saw him before he passed. He looked just like a walking corpse, utterly disgusting. But that means you're now an orphan, aren't you? How pitiful. Oh, wait, I forgot. You're an abandoned child. Your parents cast you aside the moment you were born." Long Tao spared no effort in uttering unpleasant remarks, driven both by a desire to provoke a crack in Yunzheng's composure and to vent the raw jealousy that festered within him. He would rather contend against the heir of a prominent clan than face Yunzheng, who he once deemed a mere insect. How revolting! Oscar exclaimed indignantly from the audience. Ma Hongjun, equally incensed, shouted, "Zheng Gu, this kind of person deserves a lesson. Show him the prowess you used against Teacher Zhao, so he can grasp the treachery of the human heart." Dai Mubai rose, succinctly declaring, "Let us deal with him." Though Dai Mubai and the others were unaware of Yunzheng's past, they could discern from Long Tao's demeanor that he was deliberately hurling derogatory remarks at Yunzheng, simply for the sake of irritation. If it were someone else, they might have merely observed for amusement, but on the battlefield stood Yunzheng, whose dignity they could not allow to be tarnished. The earlier dispute among Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Yunzheng had subtly bridged the gap between them. While they may not yet be brothers, they were at least kindred spirits. How could they remain passive when one of their own was being shamed? As for Ma Hongjun, his very fortune was intertwined with Yunzheng's, leaving him no room for indifference. Yet, Yunzheng appeared impervious to their voices, remaining steadfastly silent, not even attempting to counter Long Tao's taunts. This left Oscar and the others perplexed, with Ma Hongjun directly inquiring, "Why isn't Zheng Gu speaking? Is he pretending to be aloof?" Oscar speculated uncertainly. "Yunzheng is angry." At that moment, Yuqing's worried voice pierced through the tension. Her keen eyes were fixed on Yunzheng's silhouette, brimming with concern and tenderness. As the battle commenced, the announcer declared the start of the duel. Long Tao scoffed, dismissing Yunzheng as a useless wretch too humiliated to speak. What genuine skill could he possibly possess? After all, a 12-year-old at the 28th level of soul mastery. How much time could he truly devote to honing his mentality and combat prowess? Merely a flickering candle in the wind. But just as Long Tao mused this, Yunzheng had already summoned his martial spirit, the resplendent and exquisite frost sky feather bow, mesmerizing all who beheld it. The sight of the violet thousand-year soul ring rendered the entire arena silent, as if a pin drop could be heard. A thousand-year soul ring. Long Tao's eyes widened in disbelief, his jealousy intensifying. Second soul skill, aerial leap arrow. Yunzheng remained unperturbed by the surrounding environment. As his second soul ring illuminated, he raised his hand, drew his bow, and released an arrow in one fluid motion. A shimmering ice-blue radiance flashed through the air, vanishing in an instant. Long Tao was momentarily taken aback, instinctively murmuring, "Did I miss?" Whoosh. In the next moment, an ice arrow hurtled through the air, leaving no time for Long Tao to react. The arrow pierced through his abdomen, a searing pain engulfing him, yet no blood flowed. The frigid air rampaged within Long Tao's body. The blood had not even begun to escape before it was frozen solid. Long Tao's eyes were bloodshot, a chill rising in his chest. The excruciating frostbite and suffocating numbness instilled profound terror in him, rendering him incapable of uttering a coherent word. At that moment, he felt a blur before his eyes as Yunzheng appeared before him, softly stating, "If you desire death, it is as easy as turning over your hand." Without delay, Yunzheng seized Long Tao's legs, now encased in ice, and with a tremendous force, hurled him towards the arena floor. Boom! A resounding crash echoed, causing a significant portion of the arena to collapse. Everything transpired so swiftly that Long Tao had not even summoned his martial soul before the battle concluded. Many spectators, merely turning around, found themselves gazing at the ruins where Yunzheng stood proudly, clutching a half-frozen leg amidst the rubble, scattered shards of ice barely visible among the debris. By heavens! Oscar, witnessing the entire scene, could not help but exclaim, rooted in place, his eyes wide with astonishment. The act of killing did not frighten Oscar and his companions. They were all soul masters, aware that death was an inevitable fate that could not escape, even if they had never taken a life themselves. However, they had not anticipated Yunzheng's decisive and ruthless demeanor. Gulp. Ma Hongjun anxiously swallowed hard, murmuring, "If Brother Jing knew I had placed a bet on him, would he come after me?" Oscar glanced at Ma Hongjun, nodding seriously, "That is highly probable." "What?" Ma Hongjun panicked further, hastily inquiring, "Then tell me, if I were to face Brother Jing, what are my chances of winning?" 70-30, perhaps, Oscar replied, attempting to comfort Ma Hongjun, though his conscience was heavy. "You scoundrel. Although we are brothers, there is no need to deceive me like this. A 70% chance is too far-fetched." Ma Hongjun lamented, his face a picture of dismay. Upon hearing Ma Hongjun's lament, Oscar's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, 70%? That belongs to him. The 30% is merely my way of showing brotherly affection. That's not so exaggerated. I would say it's 50-50. Came the voice of Daimubai, who had remained silent until now. He shook his head, gazing solemnly at Ma Hongjun, speaking with utmost seriousness. Daimubai's words ignited a glimmer of hope in Ma Hongjun, who looked up at him with anticipation. "Really? Can I truly have such a high chance of winning?" "Oh, no." Daimubai shook his head again, his expression grave as he clarified, "Not a chance of winning, but a chance of survival. When I say 50-50, it means there's a 50% possibility that Yunzheng might grant you mercy and spare your life. The other 50%, we may never see you again." "How is that a 50-50 chance?" Chapter 54. The dream of home in both past and present. It was Yunzheng's first experience with taking a life. To claim that he felt no peculiar emotions would be a lie. However, it was not overly dramatic. Overall, Yunzheng remained remarkably composed. Perhaps it was due to Long Tao's body being encased in ice, resulting in no gruesome spectacle. Only a few splintered, bloodied fragments remained, the impact less severe than anticipated. Surprisingly, he felt no guilt. Instead, a profound sense of exhilaration washed over him, as if a burden had been lifted. Yunzheng believed he had always lived with clarity. While he often disregarded others' opinions, he maintained a perspective akin to an observer, enabling him to comprehend actions that might seem irrational to many. By empathizing with others' emotions and contemplating their thoughts, he understood that nothing in this world was truly bizarre. Today was no exception, regarding Long Tao's thoughts and feelings. Yunzheng discerned the underlying jealousy and insecurity. However, understanding did not equate to absolution. These are distinct matters. If he were to dismiss his emotions simply because he comprehended another's perspective, would that make Yunzheng? Even when Long Tao referred to him as a dwarf, Yunzheng was not particularly angered. He often jested about himself in a similar manner. After all, he knew he would continue to grow. Merely possessing a youthful appearance at the moment, making it unnecessary to become agitated. But Long Tao made a grievous error in uttering the words old beggar and more unforgivably. In mentioning Yunzheng's parents, the old beggar had saved Yunzheng's life, and his parents were the deepest source of his longing. Anyone who dared to speak of them would face dire consequences. Yunzheng did not traverse through time willingly. Prior to his journey, he was not an orphan. He possessed a family on the Douluo Continent, yet he felt no sense of belonging there. Deep within Yunzheng's heart lay a dream of returning home. He envisioned a day when he could once again set foot on Earth, introducing Yunzheng to his parents, revealing to them that their son had achieved success, and bringing joy to their lives. Yunzheng understood that this dream was rather distant, and it was even possible that after he attained unparalleled strength and became a deity who gazes upon eternal life, he might still not be able to realize it. Yet, one must always harbor dreams. Furthermore, since Master Zhu could bring him here, there must surely be a way for him to return. At the very least, Master Zhu had already demonstrated that a passage existed between Earth and the Douluo Continent. Even if Master Zhu could only traverse in one direction, Yunzheng was determined to forge a route back to Earth from the Douluo Continent. Should he return earlier, Yunzheng would wait. Should he return later, he would reverse the flow of time. The power of human endeavor is boundless. Yunzheng had yet to reach such a nonchalant state where crossing into another realm would render his previous life irrelevant. Yunzheng is not a soul that has transmigrated after death. Rather, he traversed realms while still alive. He harbors many unresolved matters and lingering affections from his previous life. Of course, Yunzheng understands that these are concerns for the future. At present, he is merely a nameless figure, not even a soul master. The concept of time travel feels far too distant and lofty, a pursuit that would only lead to unnecessary troubles. Had it not been for Long Tao's insults towards the old beggar and Yunzheng as parents, he would not have unearthed the buried dreams within his heart. With a disdainful scoff, Yunzheng dismissed his ethereal thoughts as he gazed at the severed limb in his hand. He carelessly discarded it and turned to leave the soul arena. The outcome of the battle was evident, after a brief silence. The arena erupted into the most fervent cheers of the day. The death of Long Tao hardly constituted a spectacle in the soul arena. It is not uncommon for soul masters to perish every few days. Other cities have even established arenas specifically for life and death battles. Thus, in the Grand Arena, death is merely a commonplace occurrence. The demise of Long Tao will only add another name to the monument in front of the Soto City Soul Arena. However, the audience had never witnessed someone as ruthless and decisive as Yunzheng, who could obliterate a significant portion of the arena with a single strike. After all, what could be more exhilarating than the sheer brutality of such domination? Yunzheng paid no heed to the jubilant cheers that surged towards him, instead making his way towards Yuqing'er and her companions. At that moment, Yuqing'er leapt down from the audience seats and rushed to Yunzheng. Her brow furrowed with concern as she inquired, "Yunzheng, are you all right?" In contrast to her worries regarding the act of killing, her primary concern lay with Yunzheng's well-being. Yuqing'er was no longer the innocent and unblemished girl she once was. The only person who still believed in her untainted nature was her father, Yu Zhongbai. In Yuqing'er's eyes, Long Tao deserved his fate and was worthy of death. However, she did not wish for Yunzheng to bear any psychological burden stemming from Long Tao's demise. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai and the others hurried over. Yunzheng first took the delicate hand of Yuqing'er, then surveyed the surroundings with a faint smile, saying, "Rest assured, I am not so fragile." Upon hearing this, the crowd finally relaxed. What puzzled Yunzheng was that Ma Hongjun seemed quite fearful of his own appearance, hiding at the back and appearing reluctant to approach. Noticing the expression on Yunzheng's face, the others exchanged knowing smiles, while Oscar playfully nudged Yunzheng with his elbow, teasingly remarking, "Yunzheng, aren't you supposed to be in sync with his thoughts? Just look at what the chubby one is thinking now." "Stop," Ma Hongjun quickly interjected, revealing a grin that was more pitiful than a cry, pushing himself in front of Yunzheng and obsequiously saying, "No need to look. What is there to see? If it offends Brother Jing's eyes, it would be quite inappropriate. How about this? I invite you to dinner, Brother Jing. You are magnanimous, so please overlook my transgressions." Cough, cough. As soon as Ma Hongjun finished speaking, Oscar pretended to cough a couple of times, meaningfully adding, "Chubby. Inviting Yunzheng without including us would also be rather improper, don't you think?" "You." Ma Hongjun glared at Oscar, who was taking advantage of the situation, and, after muttering a curse under his breath, begrudgingly forced out through clenched teeth, "Fine. I'll invite you." Seeing this, the others were amused by the antics of the two. In truth, everyone understood that even if Yunzheng was aware of Ma Hongjun placing bets on him, he wouldn't genuinely be angry, at most. He would seize the opportunity to have a bit of fun at his expense. What had transpired was merely a jest between friends. Yunzheng was oblivious to the actions of Ma Hongjun and felt no compulsion to pry into the matter. It was likely nothing of significant consequence. If it were something that truly crossed Yunzheng's boundaries, Yuqing'er would have informed him long ago. However, it must be acknowledged that after the playful banter between Ma Hongjun and Oscar, the atmosphere indeed became considerably more relaxed. Subsequently, Tang Sect and Xiao Wu returned. The accomplishments of the group that day were commendable. Yunzheng and Zhu Zhiqing both secured their individual victories, while Xiao Wu and Tang Sect triumphed in both their duos and solo matches. Dai Mubai also emerged victorious in his battle against the Soul Master, and the pair of Yuqing'er and Ning Rongrong won their contest as well. Typically, including a support Soul Master in a duo match is not considered particularly wise. With only 2 participants, the distribution of combat power is limited. It often proves more advantageous to include an additional battle Soul Master rather than a support one, as illustrated by Ma Hongjun and Oscar, who, despite their efforts, lost their duo match rather decisively. In team battles, support Soul Masters undoubtedly play a crucial role. Yet in duo matches, one cannot expect them to double their partner's combat effectiveness. Fortunately for Yunzheng and Ningrongrong, they encountered two control-type soul masters. The limited offensive capabilities of these control soul masters posed little threat to Ningrongrong, and upon realizing that Yunzheng was an assault-type soul master, they unwittingly lowered their guard, intending to subdue her, as it is widely known that control-type soul masters counter assault-type ones. Yet, who could have anticipated that Yunzheng was immune to control? The two control soul masters initially believed they had struck gold, only to discover they had stumbled upon a ghost. An assault-type soul master impervious to control renders the efforts of control soul masters futile. Yunzheng unleashed her second soul skill, enveloped in the golden dragon, and charged forward, swiftly dispatching the two control soul masters with a couple of decisive punches, ending the battle in a matter of moments. It was a striking display of unreasonableness. Chapter 55. Yunbanzi and the first day of Yunzheng and his companions at Shrek Academy has swiftly passed. Overall, it was quite fulfilling. Aside from the unfortunate Ma Hongjun and Oscar, the rest emerged victorious. Yunzheng, in particular, gained fame overnight. As supervisor AO of the Soto City Grand Soul Arena personally approached him, hoping for a collaboration for exhibition matches. These exhibition matches, in essence, are merely stage contests. Supervisor AO, seasoned in the arena for over a decade, recognized the potential for wealth in Yunzheng. With his youthful stature, striking appearance, magnificent martial soul, exceptional talent, and fierce combat style, Yunzheng was destined to captivate an audience at any soul battle he participated in. With a mere nod from Yunzheng, Supervisor AO could leverage his influence to promote him openly and covertly, allowing Yunzheng to achieve victory in several thrilling matches, ultimately establishing him as a star player at the Soto City Grand Soul Arena. This is what one might call the creation of a legend. Subsequently, Supervisor AO could arrange for Yunzheng to intentionally lose a few matches, ensuring profits from both audience attendance and underground betting, filling his coffers abundantly. To Supervisor AO, the means of making money held no distinction of nobility or baseness. Profit was the ultimate goal. However, Yunzheng found himself indifferent to this scheme. Not only was he not in need of money, thanks to the soul coins Ningfeng Qian had previously gifted him, but his purpose for joining the Grand Soul Arena was not for monetary gain. Even if he were in need, he would not stoop to earn it. Yunzheng was all too familiar with the process Supervisor AO described, leading him to directly decline the offer, leaving AO disheartened for quite some time. Yet, what AO thought was of no concern to Yunzheng. Moreover, should AO find someone willing to degrade themselves for profit in the future, Yunzheng would remain silent, as disrupting another's financial path is akin to murdering one's parents. In the culturally stagnant Douluo Continent, exhibition matches indeed have their necessity. By the time Yunzheng and his companions returned to the academy, dusk had settled. After a brief chat, they retired for the night. Ma Hongjun and Flander did not accompany the others back to the academy, and their purpose was all too clear. Notably, among the 8 returning students, only Xiaowu genuinely went to sleep, while the others seized the opportunity of the night to diligently cultivate. Before Yunzheng and Tang Sect's arrival, Daimu Bai and Oscar had not been so industrious, but with their roommates striving for improvement, they found it difficult to rest and joined in the training. Ningrongrong was similarly inspired by Oscar's talent and Yunzheng's influence to engage in cultivation. As for Zhu Zhiqing, her self-discipline was unmatched among them. Only Xiaowu remained blissfully unaware, lost in deep slumber, while the others were enhancing their powers. Xiaowu was merely recovering hers. What is cultivation? Xiaowu had been cultivating for tens of thousands of years. Why shouldn't she indulge in some rest? For her, as long as she remained alive, achieving the title of Tidal Douluo was merely a matter of time. The night passed without incident. The following day, the group gathered as usual. As Yunzheng had anticipated, their second class of enrollment was related to Oscar's sausages. However, Oscar arrived late, not by intention, but because he had broken through to level 30 during the night, which caused his delay. Flander, unaware of the reason, scolded him and commanded him to produce sausages for everyone to consume in his presence. It must be noted that although Oscar's soul abilities were somewhat inappropriate, the taste and effects of his sausages were commendable. Once he had overcome his mental barriers, they were no longer difficult to swallow. Yet, upon hearing Oscar's soul abilities, which boasted of possessing both a large and a small sausage, Yunzheng could not help but reminisce about his lost innocence. In those days, he had naively thought that the reason Oscar's soul abilities were deemed inappropriate was due to the phrase old man. At that time, those words had seemed almost like unforgivable vulgarities to him. Contemplating this, Yunzheng could not suppress a sigh of resignation. What unfolded thereafter was rather mundane. Flander sampled one of Oscar's sausages and, Upon realizing Oscar had indeed broken through to level 30, his astonishment morphed into a triumphant smile. A 14-year-old food system support soul master possessed greater merit than a 13-year-old attack system soul master like Daimubai. The others congratulated Oscar, greatly satisfying his vanity. With Oscar's breakthrough, it was only natural for him to procure his third soul ring. Shrek Academy, priding itself on its monstrous students, could not adhere to conventional norms. Here, students were required to acquire their soul rings through cooperation, with instructors merely ensuring their safety without assisting in the soul hunting process. Yet, despite this philosophy, when the moment arose, assistance would still be rendered. Flander had other pressing matters to attend to and thus appointed Zhao Wujie to lead the team. It was evident that, with only 3 soul saints at Shrek Academy, Flander was unable to step away, and Xiao Xin, being a support soul saint, left only Zhao Wujie to take charge. This soul-hunting expedition was destined for the Douluo Forest, and entrusting Li Yuzheng and his group with leadership seemed a bit precarious. Should they encounter a formidable 10,000-year soul beast, they might not withstand the encounter. Flander instructed them to head directly to the hunting town outside the Douluo Forest, where the supervising teacher would await their arrival. Given the considerable distance between Shrek Academy and the Douluo Forest, even with relentless haste, they would only reach their destination by evening. Brother Zheng, are you absolutely certain the supervising teacher this time will be old Zhao? Ma Hongjun could not contain his curiosity upon their arrival at the hunting forest. Upon hearing this, Yunzheng shrugged and remarked, "Let us wait and see." After Yunzheng finished speaking, Ma Hongjun remained somewhat skeptical. Although everyone had been joking about Yunzheng possessing an extraordinary intuition, it was merely jest. Could it be that someone truly had the ability to foresee everything? However, the leading teacher was indeed rather unreliable. At that moment, Oscar glanced at the bustling soul-hunting town and suddenly chuckled, addressing Daimubai. "The Douluo Forest is vast. You wouldn't have taken a wrong turn, would you? Do you think I'm a glutton?" Daimubai shot Oscar an irritated glare and retorted, "Use your brain. Can I really make such a foolish mistake?" Daimubai, "I suspect your words are directed at the unworthy, and I have irrefutable evidence." Ma Hongjun exclaimed indignantly upon hearing this. Daimubai, uninterested, kept stealing glances toward the girls, seemingly curious about what Zhu Zhiqing liked. Poor Daimubai. Ever since Zhu Zhiqing arrived at Shrek Academy, he had transformed from a once flamboyant young master into a devoted admirer overnight. If Yunzheng were to comment, he would say that Daimubai deserved it. The debts of his former flirtations were now due for repayment. "Stop dawdling. We're already 5 minutes late, yet here you're wasting time." At that moment, a gruff voice echoed from behind, causing everyone to freeze. They didn't even need to turn around to know who it was. Zhao Wujie's voice was unmistakable. However, to Zhao Wujie's surprise, none of the little rascals turned to look at him. Instead, they all focused their attention on Yunzheng. "Brother Zheng. No, wait. Yun the Immortal. Why are you hiding such abilities? Do you consider us outsiders?" Ma Hongjun was the most animated, rushing toward Yunzheng and ingratiatingly asking, "Yun the Immortal, let's negotiate. I'll treat you to a meal if you could help me divine where my fate lies." What the? Zhao Wujie's face darkened at this scene. Was his authority as a teacher so easily disregarded? Fortunately, Zhao Wujie found some solace in the fact that at least one person had glanced his way, Yunzheng. Zhao Wujie nodded with a sense of satisfaction, thinking to himself, this kid, despite his dark dealings, at least knows how to respect his teacher. In truth, Zhao Wujie was mistaken. Yunzheng merely wanted to see how harshly Tang had dealt with him. After a single glance, Yunzheng was astonished to discover burn marks from electric arcs on Zhao Wujie's body, in addition to some bruises. Goodness, even my master has been here. At this realization, Yunzheng's mind raced, wondering if he had done anything inappropriate with Yuqing'er during this time. If caught, wouldn't Yunzheng be furious with him? "Yunzheng, why are you still dawdling? Teacher Zhao has already arranged our accommodations. Let us hurry." While Yunzheng was lost in thought, Yuqing'er tugged at him, playfully chiding him. Only then did Yunzheng snap back to reality, nodding blankly as he followed Yuqing'er to rejoin the group. After a day of travel and having eaten only sausages, everyone was famished. Although night had fallen, they unanimously decided to satisfy their hunger before discussing anything else. Oscar's sausages, while not unpleasant, would become monotonous if consumed too often. Daimubai, ISNT teacher Zhao joining us? Upon arriving at the dining area of the inn, Tang Sect noticed Zhao Wujie heading upstairs and inquired of Daimubai. Daimubai, unperturbed, replied, "No need. It's our Academy's rule. Travel expenses are borne by the students and teachers individually. That's one good thing about our academy. Everything is straightforward, Unlike those aristocratic academies where today you treat me, tomorrow I treat you, exchanging favors endlessly, filled with nothing but the stench of copper coins. Tang San was initially taken aback, but soon smiled in understanding, indeed. As everyone settled in, a waitress adeptly approached to present the menu to Dai Mubai. It was clear that Dai Mubai was the leader among them. And since Tang San had just referred to him as boss, it made sense for the menu to be handed to him. However, Dai Mubai didn't even glance at it. Instead, he pointed to Ma Hongjun and said, "No need for me to see it. Just give it to him." When it came to dining, Ma Hongjun was undoubtedly the strongest in Shrek. The waitress paused in surprise, but before she could react, Ma Hongjun eagerly snatched the menu. Dai Mubai had previously mentioned that travel expenses were to be shared, and since they were eating together, it would naturally be split. At this moment, it was clear who would be eating the most. Without exaggeration, Ma Hongjun had never yielded to anyone in this regard. Previously, Ma Hongjun had scrimped on soul coins, dining within the academy every meal. Today, however, he was eager to indulge, especially with several wealthy individuals at the table. He simply couldn't resist the temptation to feast lavishly. With this thought, a gleam ignited in Ma Hongjun's eyes. He disregarded the menu, staring intensely at the waitress, and grandly declared, "No need to look. Bring me 2 of everything you have." At his words, the waitress was momentarily stunned. 2 of everything? How much would that cost? Go on, Ma Hongjun. Fearing Dai Mubai and the others would catch on, urged her anxiously. Only after the waitress disappeared from sight did Ma Hongjun let out a sigh of relief. Feeling as though he had secured his victory, he thought to himself, so what if Yunzheng isn't immortal? So what if he is a diviner? Today, I, Ma Hongjun, shall defy the heavens. Noticing Ma Hongjun's gaze, Yunzheng smirked playfully and remarked, "Don't look at me like that. You're the one paying. So order however you wish." What? Ma Hongjun was taken aback, his chubby face displaying shock and confusion. Dai Mubai chimed in, "Indeed. Didn't you say yesterday during the Grand Soul Arena that you would treat us? What is this? Are you going back on your word?" "Exactly. Fatty. You should know that your reputation is at stake. You wouldn't want to be seen as untrustworthy, would you?" Oscar teased with a grin. Damn it. With Yunzheng, Dai Mubai, and Oscar all chiming in, Ma Hongjun's face darkened. Yet, under the weight of their teasing and threats, he realized he had lost this battle. Had he known not to try and overreach, perhaps he wouldn't have found himself in this predicament. Now, he had only managed to shoot himself in the foot. The jester was indeed himself. Sighing resignedly, Ma Hongjun slumped back in his seat, accepting the harsh reality. Fortunately, Yunzheng and the others didn't push him too far. After eating a fair amount, they ceased to pressure him, for if Yunzheng and Yuqingyo had truly decided to feast, even 2 servings might not suffice. Nonetheless, Ma Hongjun wasted no time, channeling his frustrations into his appetite, devouring the food with a ferocity that left him no time to engage in conversation. In less than half an hour, Yunzheng and his companions had finished their meal, spending the remaining time either chatting or playfully teasing Ma Hongjun, which was quite leisurely. Bang! Waiter, quickly bring us delicious food and drinks. If you take too long, I'll have your establishment torn down. As the group jested, the tavern's door was suddenly kicked open, and a haughty young man strode in, shouting arrogantly. Behind him followed 7 or 8 similarly arrogant youths, and at the back trailed a middle-aged man who regarded everyone with contempt. The manager and staff hurried to greet them, anxious not to offend. The reason was simple. All these individuals were clad in silk robes adorned with the words Tsanghui Academy. Though not the most prestigious institution, it was still a Soul Master Academy. And anyone wearing its uniform was undoubtedly a Soul Master. The manager and staff were merely ordinary people and would never dare provoke such lofty figures. What kind of people are these? So arrogant, Xiao Wu remarked quietly, sticking out her tongue as she observed the newcomers. Humph. Upon hearing her, Dai Mubai scoffed, propping his feet on a stool, ready to speak, but was interrupted by Yunzheng. The scene did not escape the notice of the Tsanghui Academy group, who narrowed their eyes, mistaking Dai Mubai's actions for an impending confrontation and displaying hostile expressions. At the same time, Yunzheng's voice whispered in Dai Mubai's ear. There is no need. The innocent will suffer if a fire breaks out at the city gate. If a fight breaks out, only the tavern's manager and staff, as well as the kitchen workers, will bear the brunt of it. We are not afraid of trouble, but there is no reason to instigate it. Besides, if a dog barks at you, you can't just bark back, especially when it's not barking at us. Dai Mubai glanced at Yunzheng. Noticing that Yunzheng seemed unfazed by the commotion from Tsanghui Academy, after contemplating, he returned to his seat, realizing Yunzheng's point was valid. if trouble arose. The manager would be the one to pay the price. Even if they disciplined the Tsanghui Academy members, the tavern would still suffer their wrath once they departed. Since Dai Mubai remained silent, Oscar and Ma Hongjun naturally would not act rashly, while Tang San, calm and composed, stayed firmly in his seat. Only Xiao Wu appeared indignant. But she was restrained by Tang San. However, perhaps due to Yunzheng's group's silence being misconstrued as cowardice. And with the captivating beauty of Yuqinger and the other women, the leading arrogant youth from Tsanghui Academy smirked sinisterly and approached them. Some individuals have a way of believing that the world revolves around them. The reasons for this Tsanghui Academy student seeking trouble with Yunzheng's group were simple. First, the alluring beauty of Yuqinger and the others incited a desire for mischief. Second, Yunzheng and his companions remained seated, seemingly dismissive of their presence. Third, the youth had noticed them whispering and assumed they were discussing Tsanghui Academy. Ignoring Dai Mubai and Yunzheng, the arrogant youth headed straight for Yuqinger, his eyes gleaming with malice as he leered, "Little girl, do you want to play with me?" As he spoke, he reached beneath the table, attempting to touch Yuqinger's thigh. In that instant, Yuqinger's gaze sharpened, ready to retaliate, but someone moved even faster. Bang! The arrogant youth felt a blur before his eyes as Yunzheng swiftly seized a porcelain bowl and hurled it at his face. The youth cried out in pain. Propelled backward by the force, his facial bones shattered as the bowl, protected by Yunzheng's soul power, embedded itself into his cheek, blood gushing forth. "Did I give you permission to act so brazenly?" Yunzheng stood, an aura of coldness radiating from him, his eyes glinting with icy fury. The chilling energy spreading around him, lowering the temperature dramatically. Chapter 57, 9 against 1. Dai Mubai and his companions merely witnessed the arrogant youth approach, wondering how Yunzheng would handle the situation. Yet before they could comprehend what had transpired, the youth had already been sent flying. In that moment, not only were the members of Tsanghui Academy stunned, but so were Dai Mubai and his friends. Dai Mubai stared blankly at Yunzheng, bewildered. "Didn't you say? If a dog doesn't bark at me, I can ignore it, but if it dares to bark, I certainly won't argue. I will simply break its legs." Hearing Dai Mubai's words, Yunzheng did not turn around, his gaze fixed on the members of Tsanghui Academy as he articulated, "Moreover, this dog not only barks at me, but also seeks to bite. I can only stew it for soup." Dai Mubai was taken aback by Yunzheng's ruthless logic, recalling the incident with Long Tao from the previous day. At that time, Long Tao had ranted at Yunzheng, who had remained silent. But in the instant the duel began, Yunzheng had swiftly dispatched him. If one believed Yunzheng's youthful appearance signified harmlessness, they would be gravely mistaken. He was a person of few words but deadly resolve. What about the tavern owner? Dai Mubai quickly remembered Yunzheng's earlier assertion and asked with confusion. Simple. Yunzheng beckoned with his right hand, and the frost sky feather bow materialized, emanating an intense chill. As he drew the bowstring to its full extent, he declared, "First, let us obliterate them." Meanwhile, the previously struck arrogant youth seemed to regain his senses, writhing in agony on the ground, emitting piercing screams as blood continued to pour from his face, staining the floor. His companions rushed to assist him, gingerly removing the porcelain bowl embedded in his cheek, only to be met with horror. His face was utterly disfigured, a perfect imprint of the bowl's bottom etched into the center of his visage. His bones shattered beyond recognition, his jaw dislocated, and his mouth, unable to close, revealed only a few teeth scattered on the ground, which the Tsanghui Academy members hurried to collect. Witnessing this, the middle-aged man from Tsanghui Academy glared at Yunzheng and his group, his eyes blazing with fury. At that moment, Ma Hongjun recognized the gravity of the situation, hastily swallowing his food, then brandishing a chicken leg, laughing uproariously. "Isn't this just being left to pick up the pieces? Bastard!" At these words, Yunzhiqiu could no longer hold back, shouting in anger at Yunzheng and his companions. "Which sect do you belong to? Do you wish to oppose Tsanghui Academy?" "Opposed Tsanghui Academy?" Yunzheng scoffed disdainfully. "Tsanghui is not worthy." Yunzheng's words caused Yunzhiqiu's pupils to contract sharply, a mixture of astonishment and fury coursing through him. The anger stemmed from Yunzheng's audacious mockery of the Tsanghui Academy, while the astonishment arose from the calm demeanor of Yunzheng, suggesting a formidable backing. Caught in this conflict, Yunzhiqiu hesitated to take action. Is he too cowardly to even reveal his name? Uncertain of Yunzheng and his companions' true identities, Yunzhiqiu narrowed his eyes and provoked, "I am Dai Mubai of Shrek Academy." Dai Mubai rose to stand beside Yunzheng, proclaiming proudly, "Shrek Academy?" Upon hearing this name, Yunzhiqiu squinted, pondering deeply. After several moments of contemplation, he realized he had never heard of such an institution, which instantly relieved him. A little-known third-rate academy dares to challenge Tsanghui. It seems I must teach you a lesson on behalf of your mentors. With a cold snort, Yi Zhiqiu waved his hand and commanded, "Seize them." At his directive, the remaining students of Tsanghui Academy sprang into action. 8 individuals, all great soul masters, aligned themselves, their soul rings rising in a synchronized display of 8 white and 8 yellow. Their martial spirits manifested, whether as deer or hyenas, all wearing menacing expressions directed at Yunzheng and his companions. The Tsanghui students regarded Yunzheng's group with disdain, considering that the eldest among them appeared no older than 15 or 16, with the youngest seemingly under 10. They had never heard of this academy, assuming it to be devoid of talent, perhaps at most 3 or 4 great soul masters. What was there to fear? If only Yunzheng had revealed his soul rings. Even a single purple millennium soul ring would have been enough to intimidate them. At this moment, Yi Zhiqiu maintained his composure, unwilling to engage personally. Yet the unfolding events soon widened his eyes in disbelief. Before the 8 Tsanghui students could close the distance, Xiaowu could no longer contain herself. She leaped from the crowd, her soft bone rabbit spirit taking form, 2 yellow soul rings sparkling around her. With the enhancement of Ning Rongrong's 2 amplifying lights, she dashed forward, a pink blur weaving through them, and after a few muffled thuds, the 8 Tsanghui students were sent flying from the inn. From Xiao Wu's leap to the ejection of the 8, barely a moment had passed. A fight? How delightful! Upon landing, she struck a cute pose, giggling playfully. 100-year soul ring. Yi Zhiqiu, ignoring the already airborne students, fixated intently on the 2 yellow soul rings beside Xiao Wu, astonished. However, given the circumstances, Yi Zhiqiu had no choice but to act. Regardless of the students, the reputation of Tsanghui Academy could not be tarnished. So what if they had talent? Tsanghui Academy had its own share of geniuses. With this thought, Yi Zhiqiu let out a cold laugh, 5 soul rings materializing. White, yellow, yellow, purple, purple. His Xin Gui martial spirit enveloped him, the Xian Shui creating ripples in the air, an overwhelming pressure emanating from him. With a sinister grin, Yi Zhiqiu declared, "Today, I shall educate you on behalf of your mentors, Soul King." The moment Yi Zhiqiu's 5 soul rings appeared, Tang Sect and his companions, who initially had no intention of intervening, stood up. If Yi Zhiqiu were merely a soul master, it would be an easy victory for either Yunzheng or Dai Mubai. If he were a soul elder, Yunzheng, Dai Mubai, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong's combined strength would suffice. However, if he were a soul king, he would demand the respect he deserved. "You're the one I will strike down, you turtle." Yuqinga was the first to shout, her giant spirit golden dragon spirit manifesting. With golden scaled armors enveloping her, she unleashed a powerful punch toward Yi Zhiqiu, bolstered by the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda's enhancement. Yi Zhiqiu was taken aback by Yuqinga's 200-year soul rings, yet he remained calm, radiating a sense of disdain. He casually activated his first soul skill, summoning turtle shells around him to form an impenetrable barrier, awaiting Yuqinga's attack with contempt. A grand defensive soul king could not possibly be breached by a powerful attack soul master, could he? Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, provide support. At this moment, quick-witted Tang Sect had summoned his martial spirit, blue silver grass, ensnaring Yi Zhiqiu's legs. As he activated his first and second soul skills, he shouted to Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu. Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu instantly understood, following in Yuqinga's wake. The 3 girls, one a powerful attacker. The other 2 agile attackers launched a series of strikes in the blink of an eye, even causing cracks to appear in Yi Zhiqiu's turtle shell barrier. Yi Zhiqiu's pupils dilated in shock, clearly unprepared for the ferocity of the girls' assault. He hurriedly unleashed his second soul skill, Xian Shui Eye Seal. Crack. Crack, crack. The moment Yi Zhiqiu's second soul ring glowed, the moisture in the air rapidly crystallized into solid ice, adhering to the turtle shell barrier, enhancing its defense while bestowing it with ice-cold reflective damage. What a tough shell. Under the icy onslaught, the 3 girls had no choice but to retreat, with Xiao Wu frowning in exasperation. Whoosh! Just as the 3 girls stepped back, an ice arrow shot forth from the shadows. Yunzheng released this arrow without resorting to his second soul skill, shooting it forth with unblemished clarity. As a soul king, Yi Zhiqiu could not possibly overlook it, however. He was hindered by the constraints of the blue silver grass and regarded Yunzheng's attack with disdain. It is a well-known fact that the power of arrows is inherently feeble. Even Yunzheng's punch, infused with the might of the giant spirit's golden light, failed to breach Yunzheng's defenses. What remarkable effect could Yunzheng's arrow possibly possess? The truth, however, proved otherwise. Although Yunzheng's arrow did not pierce through Yunzheng's defenses, the chilling aura of the ice arrow, enhanced by a 28% armor penetration and damage boost, successfully infiltrated Yunzheng's tortoise-shell shield, striking deep into his veins. Yunzheng, a soul master of the Xian turtle martial spirit, specializes in defense, yet his soul power is imbued with moisture and frost, which are perfectly countered by Yunzheng's ultimate ice. Furthermore, Yunzheng's first soul skill effectively counters all defensive soul masters, rendering Yunzheng's encounter with him a stroke of misfortune. To be candid, even in a one-on-one confrontation, Yunzheng could effortlessly wear him down. However, Yunzheng preferred not to act as a lone wolf with his teammates nearby. Under the weight of that arrow, Yunzheng experienced cold for the first time. A creeping numbness began to pervade his entire body, dulling his thoughts and senses. Yunzheng seemed to have anticipated the outcome, releasing another arrow while commanding, "Attack." Among the crowd, the first to react was Yunzheng, who without a moment's hesitation turned back and charged forward, unleashing a breath akin to that of a giant spirit, leaving no escape route for herself. For Yunzheng, as long as Yunzheng was by her side, there was no need to overthink during battle. She would follow his instructions without question, confident that he would find a way to compensate for any mistakes. Following her lead, Daimu Bai, Tang Sect, and Xiaowu also sprang into action, their eyes shining brightly as they unleashed a barrage of attacks without regard for cost. In this chaotic clash, ice arrows, dragon roars, and tiger howls intertwined with the swift crimson and black shadows, overwhelming Yunzheng, who struggled to respond amidst the relentless onslaught. Under the dual constraints of frost and blue-silver grass, Yunzheng's reactions and mobility diminished drastically, forcing him to endure the assaults from Yunzheng and the others without the ability to mount an effective counterattack. Fortunately for him, as a defensive spirit king, he was better equipped to withstand this onslaught than many others from different spirit systems might have been. If one were to truly assess the situation, it was only Yunzheng, and Daimu Bai who dealt significant damage, while Ning Rongrong's amplifying light only enhanced their efforts. Tang Sect, Yunzheng, and Xiaowu primarily served to restrain Yunzheng's movements. Xiaowu had somewhat concealed her capabilities, and Tang Sect refrained from utilizing hidden weapons. Otherwise, even Yunzheng's impressive defenses would not have held up for so long. On another front, Oscar watched with fervor, though as a food system spirit master, he found himself powerless, merely a bystander in the fray. As Yunzheng and the others had yet to exhaust their spirit power, they did not require Oscar's sausage replenishments, leaving him to observe helplessly. "Hey, give me some sausages." At that moment, the slowest to react, Ma Hongjun, also felt a surge of excitement. He discarded the chicken leg in his hand and rushed to Oscar's side, shouting, "Huh." Hearing Ma Hongjun's voice, Oscar shot him an annoyed glance and retorted, "You haven't even used a spirit ability yet. What? Did you eat your spirit power away? Let's talk. Hurry up." Ma Hongjun dismissed Oscar's words, glancing at the besieged Yunzheng with urgency. "If we don't move quickly, Yunzheng might be finished." TSK. Oscar clicked his tongue, grasping Ma Hongjun's intention. With a mix of envy and resignation, he produced a dozen sausages and tossed them to Ma Hongjun. Seizing the sausages with his chubby hands, Ma Hongjun stuffed them into his mouth, chewing hastily before activating his evil fire phoenix martial soul, causing 2 yellow spirit rings to shine brightly. With the enhancement from the sausages, Ma Hongjun's spirit power surged to its peak, and the flames of the phoenix erupted around him, engulfing him in a wave of heat. Phoenix fire line. In the next moment, Ma Hongjun let out a fierce roar, unleashing a fire column as thick as a man towards the battlefield. The heat from the flames caught the attention of Daimu Bai and the others, and as Ma Hongjun's voice rang out, both Tang Sect and Daimu Bai were startled. "Don't." Tang Sect shouted in alarm, but Ma Hongjun's flames had already taken their course. He had no choice but to use the blue-silver grass to pull Yunzheng and the others to safety. "Idiot." Daimu Bai cursed loudly, wishing he could strike Ma Hongjun. Ma Hongjun, however, was oblivious to their shouts, his ears filled only with the roar of flames. At this moment, Yunzheng's gaze sharpened, and the purple, ancient spirit ring behind him glowed silently. Boom. The flames poured down like a pillar towards Yunzheng, whose protective turtle shell shield had already been battered to the brink of destruction. The fire acted as the final straw for his defenses. In an instant, the shield shattered, forcing Yunzheng to rely on the turtle shell of his martial soul for protection against the flames. Yet, the phoenix fire was not to be underestimated. Even with Yunzheng's status as a spirit king, he found himself in a dire predicament. The shell behind him blackened visibly. A faint scent of burned flesh wafting through the air as Yunzheng's spirit power rapidly depleted. Simultaneously, the extreme ice that had been affecting him began to melt away under the flames, and the blue-silver grass that had entangled him turned to ash. At this point, Tang Sect's blue-silver grass could not provide fire immunity. Yunzheng remained composed, recognizing that the amount of extreme ice within him was minimal. And with the flames aiding him, he quickly suppressed the numbing cold that had invaded his body. Mystic water surge. In a moment of recovery, Yunzheng unleashed a piercing shriek as the fifth spirit ring behind him illuminated, sending forth a wave of frosted water towards Ma Hongjun. The collision between the water wave and the fire column generated a thick steam that enveloped the first floor of the inn. "Youthful," Dai Mu Bai shouted angrily, rushing towards Yunzheng. Yet before he could approach, the water wave forced him back. From the very beginning, Yunzheng had underestimated Yunzheng and his companions, viewing them merely as a handful of spirit masters, with Dai Mu Bai being the only notable threat as a spirit elder. How could a dignified spirit king possibly falter? However, after facing setbacks, Yunzheng realized that Yunzheng and his team posed a genuine threat to him. Fueled by a mix of humiliation and fury, Yunzheng was now fully committed to the fight. A serious spirit king, even when injured, was not someone a mere spirit elder like Dai Mu Bai could approach. Realizing he had made a grave mistake, Ma Hongjun felt a surge of panic, but he found himself trapped with no clear path forward. Yunzheng was a spirit king, and to compare spirit power with him was sheer folly. Yet, retreating would only result in being overwhelmed by Yunzheng's water wave, leaving him at risk of being frozen into an ice sculpture. "Rong, amplify my power." Just then, Yunzheng, who had been standing at the back of the group, let out a sharp cry, wielding the Frost Whisper spear, moving like a dragon as he executed a sudden step to reach Yunzheng in an instant. Ning Rong reacted swiftly, sending forth two beams of amplifying light that enveloped Yunzheng. Caught off guard, Yunzheng was startled, having not anticipated Yunzheng's instant movement ability. The spear radiated a chilling aura, but faced with the urgency of the situation, Yunzheng had no time for further contemplation. With a cold snort, he thrust his palm forward, intending to push Yunzheng back with a torrent of water. However, before Yunzheng could summon the water wave, a shadowy, obsidian-like tail emerged from behind Yunzheng, its arrowhead glowing with a sinister crimson light. An ethereal whisper echoed in Yunzheng's ears as he found himself entranced by a pair of deep, captivating eyes that seemed to draw him in. Realizing he was ensnared in an illusion, Yunzheng quickly bit down on his tongue, using the pain to jolt himself back to reality. As the headmaster of Tsanghui Academy and a master of illusion, he was no stranger to such tricks. With a powerful strike looming, Yunzheng's awareness returned to the present, only to find Yunzheng standing before him, the massive spear blade descending within 3 meters, while the flames surged back toward him. In that fleeting moment, Yunzheng had no choice but to instinctively retreat into his turtle shell for protection. With a thunderous crash, the spear blade and flames descended simultaneously, causing the entire inn to tremble under the immense force of Yunzheng. Yunzheng was not entirely unjustified. Previously, Zhao Wuji had also suffered under Yunzheng's relentless combination of attacks, so it was hardly surprising that a Soul King would fall victim as well. In truth, Yunzheng himself was uncertain whether this strike would vanquish Yunzheng, yet it undoubtedly represented the pinnacle of his abilities. Regardless, even if Yunzheng could not penetrate Yunzheng's defenses, the dual purging of Phoenix Fire and Absolute Ice would certainly take a toll on him. Gradually, the steam dissipated, and Dai Mu Bai and the others swallowed hard, anxiously awaiting the outcome. What on earth was happening at this late hour? Just then, Zhao Wuji unexpectedly descended from the staircase, his gruff voice capturing the attention of Dai Mu Bai and the others. Zhao Wuji grunted as he made his way down, discontentedly exclaiming, "Eating is for eating, sleeping is for sleeping. What kind of nonsense is it for 8 or 9 people to bully an old turtle like this?" However, mid-sentence, Zhao Wuji suddenly froze. At the edge of his vision, he beheld Yunzheng standing triumphantly with one foot planted on Yunzheng's shell, the moonlit frost sky feather in hand, an ice arrow poised at Yunzheng's brow. The chilling glint caused beads of sweat to form on Yunzheng, revealing that Yunzheng and his companions had indeed triumphed over a Soul King. To be candid, Zhao Wuji had noticed their actions from the very beginning. Yet he refrained from intervening immediately, partly to test Yunzheng and his team, and partly to step in later as a mentor, relishing the admiration in their eyes when they faltered. However, it now appeared that his involvement was no longer necessary. At this moment, Yunzheng also spotted Zhao Wuji and let out a long sigh of relief. He retrieved a soul-guiding device from Yuzhiqiu and unceremoniously kicked him in front of Zhao Wuji, stating, "Teacher Zhao, I leave the rest to you." Having said that, Yunzheng approached the shopkeeper and the waitress, extracted the soul coins from Yuzhiqiu's device, divided them into 3 portions, and handed them to the 2 individuals. Consider these as compensation. You too may share them with the kitchen staff, if you fear that Songhui Academy might trouble you. This amount is more than sufficient for you to relocate to another city and live comfortably for the rest of your lives. This was the best course of action Yunzheng could conceive. You are their teacher. On the other side, Yuzhiqiu, having been unceremoniously kicked to Zhao Wuji's feet, looked at him as if he were a savior, speaking in a state of panic, hoping Zhao Wuji would deliver justice. However, Zhao Wuji merely cast him a dry glance and effortlessly swatted him away. Just before his body lost balance, Yuzhiqiu faintly heard Zhao Wuji's disdainful voice. "If my students cannot defeat you, how does it reflect on my skills to practice on you?" Chapter 59. The Phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. The following day, the incident at Songhui Academy was merely an interlude for Yunzheng and his companions. Fortunately, no lives were lost, for Yunzheng was not one to revel in bloodshed. After administering a lesson, he merely expelled the individuals from Songhui Academy. The one who suffered the most was undoubtedly the arrogant young man who had attempted to harass Yunzheng, as he would likely never show his face in public again. At the break of dawn, the group ventured into the Stardow Forest. The Stardow Forest was immense, spanning the empires of Tiandou and Xingluo, and it stood as one of the 3 major habitats for soul beasts on the Douluo Continent. Moreover, in comparison to other soul beast territories such as the Sunset Forest and the extreme north, the Stardow Forest boasted a superior quantity and overall strength of soul beasts. It is said that as long as one does not provoke the legendary Ice Empress of the extreme north, the Stardow Forest is undeniably a forbidden zone for humanity. In summary, it is wise to avoid recklessness in the Stardow Forest, for even a titled Douluo may face perilous consequences. Of course, this is relative. The danger levels in the outer regions and mixed zones of the Stardow Forest are considerably lower. Yunzheng and his companions aimed to find a 3rd soul ring for Oscar, specifically a soul beast with a cultivation age of 1,000 years. This task does not necessitate delving too deeply. The periphery of the Stardow Forest is more than sufficient for their needs. Within this outer region, the most formidable soul beasts possess only 3,000 to 4,000 years of experience. And even a conglomerate of 5 or 6 seasoned soul masters would likely face no mortal danger, especially with Zhao Wuji accompanying Yunzheng and his team. As their journey progressed, Tang Sect gradually emerged as the leader of the group, with everyone looking to him for guidance. This garnered their respect, for Tang Sect's breadth of knowledge is truly vast. He articulates with ease about the habitats of various soul beasts, the distribution of flora, and delves into the intricacies of soul beast behaviors, the toxicity of plants, and their interactions. He is akin to a living encyclopedia of the soul master community, adeptly addressing even the topics that leave Zhao Wuji perplexed. It is undeniable that having such an individual by their side significantly enhances their sense of security. Tang Sect's knowledge, of course, is imparted by the master. Given the relationship between Yu Zhongbai and the master, it is evident that if Yu Qing'er and Yunzheng were willing, the master would readily share his insights. However, the challenge lies in genuine comprehension. As for Yu Qing'er, it is unnecessary to elaborate. Compelling her to study is akin to imposing an arduous task upon her, as the vast array of eclectic knowledge is incomprehensible to her. Regarding Yunzheng, Yunzheng genuinely aspires to learn, yet, upon reflection, he truly lacks the time. After a long day filled with necessary studies, training, accompanying Yu Qing'er, practicing archery and spear techniques, as well as physical conditioning, Yunzheng found little time left for the pursuit of miscellaneous knowledge. Indeed, if he were to force it, he could carve out some spare moments. However, Yunzheng was not a machine and could not operate continuously for 12 hours. To return to the main topic, as the season transitioned from summer to autumn, the soul beast remained particularly active in anticipation of the impending hibernation period. Upon entering the Stardow Forest, the group encountered a soul beast that was just over 1,000 years old. Unfortunately, its attributes and abilities did not align with Oscar, leading them to abandon the pursuit. Subsequently, they encountered several additional soul beasts, all ranging from 10 to 100 years of age. Adhering to the principle of sustainable development and avoiding unnecessary slaughter, Yunzheng and his companions refrained from attacking these creatures. By midday, Ning Rongrong began to feel fatigued and leaned against Yuqing'er, softly expressing, "Qing'er, I never realized hunting soul beasts could be so exhausting. The act of a soul master hunting for soul beasts was inherently a gamble. Just bear with it." Yuqing'er comforted her with a gentle smile. Being from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Rongrong had always been provided with soul rings by her sect and had never needed to hunt for them herself. This expedition into the Star Doe Forest was indeed a novel experience for her. "Oh," Ning Rongrong exclaimed, sticking out her tongue, and decided not to complain further. In truth, she understood that her grievances were merely shared in conversation with Yuqing'er. After receiving a stern reprimand from Flander, she realized that at Shrek Academy, she could not maintain an air of a spoiled young lady. Certain challenges must be overcome. However, the sight of Ning Rongrong and Yuqing'er whispering to each other did not escape Yunzheng's notice. After a brief contemplation, he deduced the nature of their conversation. Turning to Oscar and Ma Hongjun, he noticed their fatigue as well and suggested to Tang San, "Brother San, shall we take a moment to rest here?" It is worth noting that among the 9 Shrek students, the top 3 in terms of age remained Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Tang San, while the 4th position was taken by Yuqing'er, followed by Ma Hongjun. Yunzheng held the 6th spot, followed by Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing in succession. Of course, this reflected their apparent ages. In reality, Xiao Wu was like a senior ancestor among them all. Thus, it seemed somewhat inappropriate for Ma Hongjun to call Yunzheng brother. But as Ma Hongjun would say, the skilled are the teachers. And based on Yunzheng's performance in the battle arena, he dared not request Yunzheng to address him as such. Something is approaching. Yunzheng had barely finished speaking when Zhao Wujin's sudden shout startled everyone. The group perked up, and Tang Sect called out, "Zhuqing, see what it is." "Understood." Zhu Zhuqing responded, her spirit possession activated. With a few flashes, she ascended to the treetops for a clearer view, exclaiming, "It's a soul beast. Red, elongated. Approximately 6 to 8 meters long, flying 3 to 4 meters off the ground at a high speed. Can it fly? A bird-like soul beast?" Ning Rongrong speculated upon hearing Zhu Zhuqing's report. Tang Sect frowned, already forming a hypothesis, and asked, "Zhuqing, look again. This soul beast should not just have a red head, but also a red comb and pink wings. It's here." Upon hearing the exchange between Tang Sect and Zhu Zhuqing, Yunzheng identified the approaching soul beast. Fixing his gaze, he readied his frost sky feather bow, knocking an ice arrow, poised for the foul-tailed coiling snake. Indeed, it has a red comb, Zhu Zhuqing confirmed. Zhao Wujin and Tang San's eyes brightened as they exclaimed in unison, "Foul-tailed coiling snake." Based on Zhuqing's description, this soul beast was approximately 1,800 years old, making it perfectly suited for Oscar in terms of attributes and age. Tang Sect smiled confidently and stated, "Oscar, since you are well-versed in the soul beast, you shall lead the charge." Zhao Wujin regarded Tang Sect thoughtfully before nodding. Tang Sect then turned to Ma Hongjun, instructing, "Fatty, your martial spirit has a restraining effect on the foul-tailed coiling snake. Summon your martial spirit when it approaches." He then glanced at Yunzheng, Yuqing'er, and Daimubai, only to find they were already prepared. He could only manage a dry chuckle and said, "Firepower suppression." "Understood." Daimubai grinned, affirming with determination. Just as Daimubai spoke, the foul-tailed coiling snake burst forth from the jungle. Tang Sect's gaze sharpened, and he shouted, "Fatty, now's the time. Roar." The moment Tang Sect's command fell, Ma Hongjun activated his martial spirit. With a resounding cry of a phoenix, the overwhelming might of the phoenix enveloped the foul-tailed coiling snake, causing it to momentarily freeze in place. Seizing the opportunity, Tang Sect unleashed his blue silver grass, which accurately ensnared the tail of the foul-tailed coiling snake. Simultaneously, Yunzheng, Yuqing'er, and Dai Mubai unleashed their attacks. The icy arrows, imbued with the might of the giant spirit and the radiance of the white tiger, shot forth. However, the ice arrows vanished midway. The foul-tailed coiling snake, not lacking in intelligence, instinctively sensed the danger and disregarded its fear of the phoenix. It coiled its body and broke free from Tang Sect's blue-silver grass, which bore thorns and parasites. The combined forces of the giant spirit and white tiger's light wave surged forward, but the foul-tailed coiling snake twisted its body at an improbable angle, narrowly evading the two blasts. At that moment, Tang Sect seemed to catch a glimpse of mockery in the depths of the foul-tailed coiling snake's eyes. Just then, an ice arrow shot forth from below the snake's abdomen, piercing through it. Howl! The foul-tailed coiling snake emitted a painful roar. its wings flapping wildly as its primal instinct for survival kicked in. It desperately attempted to flee, yet misfortune struck. Having just escaped one danger, it fell into another. Don't let it escape. Seeing the foul-tailed coiling snake attempting to flee, Tang Sect shouted urgently, and Zhu Zhuqing, understanding the gravity of the situation, dashed forward. The foul-tailed coiling snake, already weakened by the extreme cold, found its speed greatly diminished, and Zhu Zhuqing quickly closed the gap. In a panic, the snake expelled a seven-colored mist from its mouth. Engulfed in the mist, Zhu Zhuqing felt a wave of paralysis wash over her, losing control of her body and plummeting from the sky. Damn it! Distraught, Dai Mubai witnessed this, and, mistaking it for snake venom, was filled with rage. He activated both his first and third soul rings, stomped the ground, and leaped in front of the foul-tailed coiling snake, seizing Zhu Zhuqing in his arms. In his fury, he swung a powerful punch. Wait, Mubai. Tang Sect shouted in alarm upon seeing Dai Mubai's reckless act. That mist isn't poisonous. At this moment, Dai Mubai was evidently oblivious to Tang Sect's voice. Solely focused on avenging Zhu Zhuqing, he unleashed a powerful punch, resulting in a resounding thud as the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake crashed to the ground. Upon witnessing this, Tang Sect hurriedly approached to inspect the creature. Fortunately, Dai Mubai's blow had not claimed the serpent's life. It had merely rendered it unconscious. Had Dai Mubai's strike been fatal, Oscar would have been inconsolable. Thankfully, the scales of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake were sufficiently hard and slick, absorbing nearly 30% of the force of Dai Mubai's punch. Moreover, at that moment, Ning Rongrong was preoccupied and had already distributed all her enhancement light, offering no boost to Dai Mubai's strength. Otherwise, the fate of the serpent would have been uncertain. Relieved that the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake was still alive, Tang Sect breathed a sigh of relief and quickly summoned Oscar. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai had already landed, cradling Zhu Zhuqing in his arms. It was at this juncture that Dai Mubai had come to his senses. The paralysis effect on Zhu Zhuqing had worn off. Yet, both Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing seemed to have forgotten their surroundings as he continued to hold her in a daze while she stared at him, lost in her thoughts. Cough. Just as the two were locked in a profound gaze, Yunzheng's untimely cough broke the silence. The moment Yunzheng's voice resonated, Dai Mubai visibly stiffened, and Zhu Zhuqing hastily leaped from his embrace, fleeing towards the direction of Yuqing'er and the other women. As the soft jade slipped from his grasp, Dai Mubai regained his composure, awkwardly clearing his throat and feigning nonchalance as he approached Yunzheng's side. Yunzheng distinctly perceived the subtle resentment in Dai Mubai's gaze as he approached. In response, Yunzheng merely shrugged with a sense of justification. Even if he remained silent, Zhu Zhuqing would not permit Dai Mubai to hold him indefinitely, especially with everyone else watching. The implications were unfavorable. Haha, consider yourself fortunate, my friend, to have encountered such an exquisite soul ring. Meanwhile, Zhao Wujie excitedly rubbed Oscar's head, his face alight with enthusiasm. For Zhao Wujie, nothing brought him more joy than witnessing the gradual growth of his students. Seeing Oscar obtain a superb soul ring delighted him even more than acquiring a soul bone for himself. However, Oscar struggled to bear Zhao Wujie's affection. His handsome face bore a strained smile, while Tang Sect and Ma Hongjun looked on ungratefully, with Ma Hongjun reveling in Oscar's misfortune and Tang Sect awakening his inner cunning, both relishing Oscar's plight. After a while, once Zhao Wujie's exuberance had subsided, he finally relented, allowing Oscar a moment to breathe. Yet, before Oscar could catch his breath, Zhao Wujie presented him with a dagger, saying, "Pierce it through its comb, and this soul ring shall be yours." Oscar hesitated but ultimately nodded. As a soul master, hunting soul beasts was a necessity. Despite his reluctance, he understood that this was an obligation he must fulfill, having already faced this situation thrice before without much compassion left to spare. Simultaneously, Xiaowu noticeably turned her head away. "Stop." Oscar inhaled deeply, preparing to strike down the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake when a sharp reprimand suddenly echoed, accompanied by a pink snake tongue darting toward him like lightning. Startled, Oscar, lacking the strength to evade such a swift attack, was helpless. However, Zhao Wujie would not remain idle. His expression turning cold, he swiftly struck out, severing the snake tongue. The figure concealed in the foliage emitted a muffled groan, evidently injured by Zhao Wujie's hidden force. "What is this? How dare you launch a sneak attack before me?" Zhao Wujie snorted disdainfully, unleashing his soul sage-level power like a crashing wave toward the direction of the snake tongue. The figure, taken aback by Zhao Wujie's brazen response, retreated 2 steps in alarm, though another force stepped in to bolster a barrier, countering Zhao Wujia's imposing presence. "Calm down." A stooped figure emerged from the shadows, first offering words of comfort to her granddaughter before casting a meaningful glance at Zhao Wujia, nodding knowingly. "I never expected to encounter the renowned immovable king here. It is a pleasure to meet you." Simultaneously, the figure remained expressionless as she revealed her 6 soul rings, the radiance of her soul power illuminating her vicinity, allowing Zhao Wujia to clearly discern her appearance. "Ah, just a soul emperor. What a show-off," Zhao Wujia remarked dismissively, eliciting a derisive snort from Ma Hongjun. However, before Ma Hongjun could finish his thought, Zhao Wujia playfully interrupted him, delivering a light smack to his head while cheerfully addressing the elderly woman. "So it is Senior Xiang. A pleasure indeed." To be frank, Zhao Wujia was not particularly intimidated by the prowess of a soul Douluo like Long Gongluan. While he recognized he could not match the renowned Long Gong, he was confident in his own formidable background, feeling assuredly superior. This confidence stemmed from Yunzheng and his companions. Just consider the illustrious backgrounds of this cohort of Shrek Academy students. The sole son of the Haotian Douluo, the daughter and disciple of the Thunder Prison Douluo, and the little princess of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Sect. Even the oft-ignored Xingluo prince was not someone Long Gong could easily contend with. Moreover, after being schooled by Yunzheng Bai and Tang Hao that fateful night, Zhao Wujia felt confident he could break through the soul Douluo realm within 3 years. Why should he fear Long Gong? Nevertheless, it was better to avoid unnecessary conflict. Although the visitor clearly bore ill intentions, Zhao Wujia was still inclined to engage in pleasantries with Xiang before any tensions escalated. "May I ask what brings you here?" "Senior Xiang?" Zhao Wujia inquired cheerfully, feigning ignorance. Xiang, observing Zhao Wujia's shameless demeanor, cursed internally yet forced a smile, replying, "My granddaughter has reached the 30th level. And we were the first to discover this phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake, but it proved cunning and managed to escape. If the immovable king does not believe me, you may examine the wounds on the creature's abdomen." Zhao Wujia's expression darkened momentarily upon hearing this, exchanging a glance with Dai Mubai, who understood the unspoken message and approached the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake for inspection. Xiang waited calmly for the outcome, her confident demeanor making Zhao Wujia suspect her claims might hold truth. If Xiang's assertions were indeed valid, the situation could become complicated, as they were not forcibly claiming it but rather asserting their rightful ownership. "Zhao Lao, sure, there are none." Just as Zhao Wujia pondered how to protect Oscar's claim to the soul ring, Dai Mubai's hesitant voice reached his ears. "This complicates matters." Zhao Wujia clicked his tongue, initially dismissing Dai Mubai's words as mere coincidence, but soon his expression shifted in disbelief as he queried, "None?" "Yes," Dai Mubai replied earnestly. Nodding, "The only marks on the phoenix-tailed chicken-crown snake's abdomen are those left by Yunzheng's arrow and ice. There are no other traces." "None? How could this be?" Zhao Wujia was still processing Dai Mubai's response when Xiang let out an incredulous shriek, disregarding Dai Mubai's attempts to stop her, and rushed toward the phoenix-tailed chicken-crown snake to examine it herself. To her astonishment, the creature's abdomen bore only the arrow wound and frostbite, devoid of any marks she had claimed to have left. If anything, her previous wounds had been obscured. Yet, such details were inconsequential. The crux of the matter was that Xiang could no longer prove that the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake was the one she had encountered first. Zhao Wujia, momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter, feigning regret as he said, "What a pity, Senior Xiang. It appears that this phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake is not the one you encountered previously. You claimed that the one you faced bore your marks. Yet this one does not. It is evident that this is not the same creature." His logic was clear and sound. Zhao Wujia's words caused Xiang to tremble with fury, glaring at him, but upon meeting his defiant gaze, she regained her composure. In truth, she had ventured out to hunt souls with her granddaughter without the company of Long Gong. If matters escalated into a confrontation with Zhao Wujia, she would be the one to suffer. With the evidence now lost, attempting to reclaim the soul beast from Zhao Wujia was merely a futile dream. After considerable thought, Xiang forced a smile, gritting her teeth as she addressed Zhao Wujia. "It does indeed seem that way, since this is the case. We shall not impose on the immovable king any longer." "Grandma," Meng Yiran protested, but this time Xiang would not indulge her, firmly pulling her away. Zhao Wujia watched Xiang's retreating figure, feeling a pang of uncertainty. If she had stood her ground, it would have indicated that the matter still held potential for negotiation. but her decisive departure suggested that she was genuinely angered. It is estimated that the next time they meet, it will be the esteemed Long Gong personally visiting the Shrek Academy. However, Zhao Wujie remains unperturbed, as he often states, "If one possesses the ability to offend each of these little ancestors surrounding him, let us see who ultimately bears the brunt of the consequences." Chapter 61. Human calculations cannot match heavenly ones. How could the illustrious soul Emperor Xianxiang possibly lose track of a millennium-old soul beast? In truth, Zhao Wujie is well aware that the phoenix-tailed coxcomb serpent they are pursuing is the very one Xianxiang encountered previously. Xianxiang herself is equally cognizant of this fact. Yet without proof, one could easily turn black to white. The root of all this lies in Yunzheng's arrow. Had it not been for Yunzheng's shot, which fortuitously concealed the marks left by Xianxiang, Zhao Wujie might have found himself entangled with her over the spoils they had acquired. It would have been inconceivable for Zhao Wujie to present them again, yet without Yunzheng's serendipitous intervention, resolving this matter would not have been so straightforward. Leaving Zhao Wujie unable to justifiably ask Xianxiang to depart. Contemplating this, Zhao Wujie cast a glance at Yunzheng. Noticing Zhao Wujie's gaze, Yunzheng merely shrugged innocently. Zhao Wujie did not dwell on it. He did not believe Yunzheng acted with intent. To him, it seemed merely a coincidence. After all, in Zhao Wujie's view, no matter how clever Yunzheng might be, he could not possibly possess foresight. It could only be deemed unfortunate for Xianxiang and her granddaughter. Yet, in reality, Yunzheng's actions were indeed deliberate. Yunzheng does not intentionally target Chao Tianxiang and Meng Yiran. He simply wishes to prevent Tang Sect from competing against Meng Yiran. Yunzheng was undoubtedly aware that such actions might offend the Dragon Lord and the Serpent Matron. However, when confronted with the straightforward dilemma of the level 80 Dragon Lord versus the nearly 100,000-year-old Titan Ape, Yunzheng would invariably make his choice. In comparison, he would rather incur the wrath of the former than confront the latter. Yunzheng will not forget that in the original narrative, Tang Sect achieved his breakthrough to the 30th level during his sparring with Meng Yiran. Subsequently, the group endeavored to find a third spirit ring for Tang Sect, which extended their quest until nightfall, leading to their encounter with the Titan Great Ape. The fundamental reason for Shrek's encounter with the Titan Great Ape indeed lies with Xiao Wu, yet the direct cause is Tang Sect's ascension to the 30th level. Had it not been for the pursuit of a third spirit ring for Tang Sect, it is quite possible that they would not have crossed paths with the Titan Great Ape. Yunzheng had to admit that he was selfish. Through his actions, Tang Sect not only lost the opportunity to break through level 30, but also forfeited the formidable 8 spider lances. However, that was the Titan Giant Ape. Yunzheng dared not gamble. Although the original narrative did not depict any casualties, what if the Titan Giant Ape, as a soul beast, could easily uproot mountains with a mere gesture? Who could withstand such might? As for Tang Sect, he could always compensate him later. In 5 years, when Yunzheng assisted Xiao Wu in escaping from the Soul Hall's soul-hunting operation, he would surely repay this moment of selfishness. Impudent wretch, if you do not act soon, this phoenix-tailed cockerel snake will soon perish from the cold. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai patted Oscar, urging him onward. The encroachment of extreme ice was not to be taken lightly. Oh. Oscar, as if awakening from a dream, nodded and, without further hesitation, swiftly dispatched the phoenix-tailed cockerel snake. Earlier, he had feared for his third spirit ring, but unexpectedly, the situation had turned, and within a few exchanges, Zhao Tianxiang had departed with her granddaughter. Now, Oscar was apprehensive that Zhao Tianxiang might change her mind. Leaving no room for doubt, a purple spirit ring rose from the head of the phoenix-tailed cockerel snake. Oscar took a deep breath, seated himself on the ground, summoned his sausage spirit, and began absorbing the spirit ring. Zhao Wujing stood guard for Oscar, while Dai Mubai and Yunzheng remained vigilant in all directions. The 4 young women accompanied by Ma Hongjun prepared food. Not to mention, Ma Hongjun indeed possessed a talent for food. Not only could he eat, but he could also cook. Dai Mubai and Oscar often teased him, suggesting that if he were not a soul master, he could easily thrive as a chef. Similarly, Ma Hongjun mused that if Yunzheng were not a soul master, he would likely succeed as a fortune teller. Returning to the matter at hand, everyone was aware that absorbing a spirit ring was a gradual process, particularly for an auxiliary soul master like Oscar. Absorbing a millennium spirit ring would take at least 1 or 2 hours, and during that time, the others could not merely wait idly. They had to fill their stomachs. To speak frankly, even in the face of death, one ought not to be hungry when venturing outside. As for Tang Sect, he had been tense all along. and after expending considerable soul power in dealing with the phoenix-tailed cockerel snake, he chose to rest. After an hour and a half, Oscar finally succeeded in absorbing the spirit ring, opening his eyes to find everyone surrounding him, eagerly questioning, "How do you feel? What ability did you acquire this time? What type of sausage was it? Was it delicious?" Undoubtedly, the last question came from Ma Hongjun. In response to the crowd's inquiries, Oscar did not provide an answer but instead chuckled to himself, clearly elated. "TSK, has this wretch's condition worsened?" Daimubai remarked, observing Oscar's mischievous demeanor, bemused. "I am merely curious if this fellow's third soul skill is delectable." Ma Hongjun licked his lips and turned to Yunzheng, earnestly asking, half-sage, "Could you lend your expertise to divine it?" Yunzheng, upon hearing this, rolled his eyes in annoyance and exclaimed, "Do you truly regard me as a fortune-teller?" Daimubai and the others exchanged banter, seemingly oblivious to Oscar, the very subject of their discussion. "You fool, all you know is how to eat." "My third soul skill is flight," Oscar huffed, clearly miffed, yet proud of his revelation. "Flight." Upon hearing these words, Daimubai's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at Oscar, as if seeking confirmation that he had not misheard. As a terrestrial creature, who wouldn't yearn to soar through the skies like a bird? After all, it is said that wings add strength to a tiger. It was evident that if he could fly, Daimubai's mobility in battle would undergo a remarkable transformation. Perhaps we should first savor its flavor. Ma Hongjun expressed a lack of enthusiasm for flight, instead fixating on the taste of Oscar's third soul skill. As a phoenix martial spirit, although currently restricted by his soul power from flying, he was aware that he would eventually soar through the skies like Flander. Oscar shot Ma Hongjun an irritated glare, dismissing him, and turned back to Daimubai, saying, "Indeed, it is flight for 1 minute." 1 minute? Upon hearing this, Daimubai's expression visibly soured as he chuckled awkwardly. 1 minute. If we encounter a wider canyon, I doubt we could even cross it. Anticipating Daimubai's skepticism, Oscar smirked knowingly and asked mysteriously, "What if it were for 1 minute at the speed of the phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake?" The mention of the phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake's speed caught everyone off guard. The instant Oscar's words fell, all present, including Yunzheng and the others, were taken aback. Even Ma Hongjun, who had initially dismissed the idea, gaped in astonishment at Oscar. To fly for 1 minute at that speed would surely cover at least 2,000 meters. Even Zhu Zhuqing, the fastest among them, would struggle to match that. This trip was not in vain. Zhao Wujia, the most exhilarated, clapped Oscar on the back, his face alight with joy. For this soul skill alone, offending the Dragon King is worth it. Once the excitement subsided, Yunzheng aptly suggested, since Oscar has found his third spirit ring and achieved her goal, we should depart swiftly from this place. Yes. Zhao Wujia nodded in contemplation, adding, "Let us return to the academy. This is the Stardow Forest, and even the outskirts are fraught with danger. Moreover, we have just offended the Dragon King and Snake Lady. If they were to come back for revenge, it would be quite troublesome. Teacher Zhao, I fear we may not be able to return just yet." Before Zhao Wujia could finish, Tang Sect suddenly interjected. With a shy smile, Tang Sect scratched his head and continued, "I just broke through the 30th level during my meditation." What the heck? The moment Tang Sect finished speaking, Yunzheng was left utterly stunned. A 12-year-old soul master was an exceedingly rare phenomenon across the continent. Indeed, among them, Yunzheng and Xiao might also break through at this age and potentially surpass Tang Sect's record. But for now, Tang Sect was the first among them to achieve this milestone. "Third brother, you are incredible. Rest assured, we will handle all matters regarding soul beasts." The group showered Tang Sect with blessings and praises, and he beamed with genuine joy. Yunzheng managed to smile as well. After all, Tang Sect's breakthrough was a cause for celebration, and he certainly didn't want to wear a frown. After the jovial commotion settled, Zhao Wujia spoke up. "All right, everyone, let us travel 10 miles south, set up camp, and tomorrow we shall find the best soul ring for Little San." Yes. When Oscar began absorbing the phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake soul ring, it was already noon. After spending an hour and a half absorbing the soul ring, it was now late afternoon. Though the sun still hung in the sky, darkness would soon follow. Once the golden crow dipped below the horizon, countless malevolent spirits would emerge in the Stardow Forest, rendering even the outer regions perilous for humans. For soul masters, the best strategy when facing the forest's encroaching night was to seek a relatively safe spot and remain there, refraining from competing with those soul beasts possessing night vision and their knowledge of the forest. After a short while, Zhao Wujia led the group to a relatively safe hillside, where they would likely spend the night. "You lot, Prepare dinner with the girls. The rest of you, set up the tents. As the eldest, Daimubai naturally took on the role of leader, efficiently assigning tasks. However, Oscar was clearly unwilling to accept Daimubai's orders. Indignant, he rushed over and protested. Why must I cook with the girls? Daimubai shot Oscar a disdainful glance. If not for his pride, he would have loved to prepare dinner alongside Zhu Zhuqing. Yet, this fellow seemed to look down on that opportunity. As the elder brother, Daimubai had deliberately created chances for Oscar to get closer to Ningrongrong. Yet this ungrateful brat was turning the tables on him. Utilize your strengths. Ma Hongjun threw an arm around Oscar's shoulders and boldly declared, cooking dinner? Isn't that your forte? This is merely a matter of specialization. By the way, what is your third soul skill? Can we have a taste? Upon hearing this, both Daimubai and Oscar fell silent. Ma Hongjun refrained from discussing the effects of Oscar's third soul skill, but remained fixated on its flavor. This guy was merely craving a meal. Fine. Daimubai sighed in resignation and turned to Oscar. Even if we won't eat it, we must see it. Come on, what does your third soul skill look like? Once it gets dark, we won't be able to see. Since you all have earnestly inquired, I shall generously share. Under Daimubai and Ma Hongjun's relentless questioning, Oscar smugly puffed out his chest and declared, let me show you my magnificent third soul skill that allows one to soar. Then, with a flourish, Oscar proclaimed, I possess a mushroom sausage. I knew it. This fellow's soul skill was becoming increasingly absurd. The moment Oscar's words left his mouth, Daimubai facepalmed, cursing under his breath, while Ma Hongjun could only shake his head. Although Oscar's sausage tasted delightful, his soul skill's name was indeed quite nauseating. Nevertheless, one must commend Oscar for his courage in boldly declaring his soul skill. At the same time, a long sausage topped with a mushroom cap appeared at Oscar's fingertip. The sight was so grotesque that it could only be described as repulsive. While Oscar's first and second soul skills were indeed sausages, at least they did not sport a mushroom cap. The moment the sausage appeared, the faces of Zhu Zhuqing and the other girls flushed crimson, while Ma Hongjun let out a dry laugh, remarking, I suddenly realized that I am not so curious about the taste of this sausage after all. Humph, if you want to eat it, I shall consume it myself. Oscar, too, blushed, albeit rarely, yet being the master of his soul skill, he feigned indifference and coldly snorted, tilting his head back to swallow his uniquely shaped third soul skill. At that instant, as Oscar ingested the mushroom sausage, a fierce wind howled, and the once dimly lit sky plunged into darkness. Ma Hongjun, with a cold expression, looked up at the heavens and murmured foolishly, didn't they say we could fly? Why has it turned off the lights? Gulp. Oscar swallowed hard and spoke with difficulty, it was Teamy. Boom. In the next moment, a massive boulder hurtled towards him, leaving Oscar frozen in place, utterly unresponsive. Just then, Yunzheng, whose nerves had been taut, swiftly appeared beside Oscar, seizing him and shouting, What are you standing there for? Run. Roar. As Yunzheng's words echoed, a thunderous roar reverberated through the air, stirring up dust and debris, while the sky was dominated by two enormous beastly eyes radiating a chilling aura. The Titan Great Ape, Tang Sect and Zhao Wujin, seizing the opportunity, recognized the colossal creature that blotted out the sun, their pupils simultaneously contracting, hearts racing. The king of the forest, the Titan Great Ape, an apex existence among soul beasts, possessed nearly impeccable strength, speed, and defense, its century of cultivation equating to a millennium of soul beasts. The Titan Great Ape before them boasted at least 50,000 years of cultivation, akin to a tidal Douluo among soul masters. Zhao Wujin swiftly comprehended that escaping unscathed today was nearly impossible. Mubai. Zhao Wujin barked decisively, you are to lead everyone away. Do not concern yourself with me. While I am gone, you must protect everyone. Without waiting for a response from Daimubai, Zhao Wujin stepped forward, inhaled deeply, and feigned nonchalance, saying, Esteemed king of the forest, we mean no offense. If we have inadvertently trespassed upon your territory, we shall leave immediately. Boom. Before Zhao Wujin could finish his words, the Titan Great Ape displayed a mocking expression, delivering a punch that created a deep crater mere inches from him. Zhao Wujin first froze, then an overwhelming rage surged within him. He roared, summoning the Great Bear Spirit, leaping high as his first, third, and fifth soul rings illuminated simultaneously, charging towards the Titan Great Ape while shouting at Daimubai, get them out of here. The Titan Great Ape comprehended Zhao Wujin's words. It heard not a single one. Its sole intention was to see Xiao Wu. Had it not been for her presence with Zhao Wujin and the others, the Titan Great Ape would have effortlessly annihilated them as soul beasts, harboring no affection for human soul masters. However, since Zhao Wujing dared to strike. The Titan Great Ape had no qualms about teaching this reckless soul master a lesson. With merely a finger extended, it sent the advancing Zhao Wujing tumbling back. Subsequently, the Titan Great Ape casually hurled a boulder, startling Zhao Wujing, who instinctively prepared to defend, but Daimu Bai unexpectedly surged forward to intercept the massive stone. Daimu Bai, have you lost your mind? Did I not instruct you to lead them away? Seeing Daimu Bai, Zhao Wujing felt a mix of emotion and anger, shouting to conceal his turmoil. You are the one who is crazy. Daimu Bai grit his teeth, bracing against the boulder, and managed to utter through clenched jaws, such a disgusting task, I let Tang San and Yunzheng handle it. With that, Daimu Bai's third soul ring illuminated, his strength and soul power doubling as he unleashed a fierce shout, shattering the boulder. You! Zhao Wujing choked, tears glistening in his fierce eyes. Swish! Just as Zhao Wujing was about to say something, an ice arrow suddenly flew between him and Daimu Bai, followed closely by a flaming tree ignited by phoenix fire. Simultaneously, Tang Sen's clear voice rang out, Dai boss. Apologies. Such a repugnant deed. Neither Yunzheng nor I could undertake it. Chapter 63. Consider it a favor owed to me. With the aid of Ma Hongjun, Yu Qing'er, and Zhu Zhuqing, Tang Sen hurled a ferocious fire tree towards the Titan Great Ape. However, while the ferocity was ample, the force was lacking. The Titan Great Ape merely roared, and the resulting shockwave extinguished the flames, the fire tree never getting close before being obliterated by the raging winds. Although Yunjing's ice arrows possess the ability to penetrate armor, he remains merely a great soul master. Even the most exquisite ice, upon striking the Titan giant ape's mountainous frame, dissipates as if it had vanished into the vast sea. Damn it! Zhao Wujia exclaimed vehemently. Once we return to the academy, just wait and see how I deal with you. Let us discuss that upon our return. Daimu Bai replied with a hearty laugh, undeterred. The Titan giant ape, witnessing these two humans audaciously bantering in its presence, felt a surge of irritation. Although it would refrain from inflicting severe harm due to its fondness for Xiaowu, administering a minor lesson was certainly permissible. With this thought in mind, the Titan giant ape extended a finger towards Daimu Bai. Zhao Wujia was a soul sage, which somewhat justified his presence, but Daimu Bai, a mere soul sovereign, was nothing more than an insignificant insect that could be crushed with a mere sneeze. Such disrespect could not be tolerated. You dare, beast! Zhao Wujia would not allow the Titan giant ape to have its way. In a fit of anger, he summoned his seventh spirit ring, which shone brightly with a blend of golden and murky light against the night sky. In an instant, the formidable form of the great strength diamond bear emerged, blocking the Titan giant ape's finger with a powerful push. This manifestation of martial spirit, a life or death soul skill of a high-level soul master above level 70, allowed Zhao Wujia to use his first 6 soul skills without restriction, amplifying their power by 150%. Ning Rongrong, having exhausted her own soul power, bestowed upon Zhao Wujia an enhancement of strength and speed, endowing him with attributes rivaling those of a soul Douluo. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School rightfully earned its reputation as the continent's premier auxiliary martial spirit, not only due to its powerful support effects, but also because of its absolute amplifications that disregard differences in realm, making it a coveted skill among countless soul masters. Yet, despite all this, the Titan giant ape remained dismissive. To put it bluntly, it had never taken the encounter seriously. What of the martial spirit manifestation? What of the soul Douluo's attribute enhancements? Even with the title Douluo at full strength, the battle would merely end in a stalemate with the Titan giant ape. On the other side, everyone exerted their utmost efforts to assist Zhao Wujia in resisting the Titan giant ape, except for Shiwu, who deliberately avoided the front line, her expression a blend of turmoil and conflict. Behind her stood only 4 individuals. Oscar was supporting the exhausted Ning Rongrong when Yunjing's gaze flickered, and he swiftly appeared beside Xiaowu, whispering, "If I were you, I would leave with it." At these words, Xiaowu trembled, shock evident in her eyes as she turned to Yunzheng, her gaze filled with unspoken questions, yet uncertain of how to articulate them. Yunzheng casually released an arrow, aiding Yu Qing'er in knocking down a fragment of stone ahead. His tone turned somewhat rigid as he continued, "If you wish to avoid endangering everyone, you must leave with this behemoth. Trust me, should anything happen, you cannot bear the weight of that responsibility." After speaking, Yunzheng disregarded Xiaowu's reaction and swiftly departed, joining Yu Qing'er in battle. Meanwhile, Zhao Wujia's martial spirit had been shattered by the Titan Great Ape, causing him to spit blood and plummet from the sky. This scene provoked Xiaowu, who, no longer hesitating, leaped towards the Titan Great Ape. using the airborne rubble as leverage, but was pulled back by Tang Sect's control technique. Yet, much like one cannot awaken a person feigning sleep, no one could deter someone intent on self-sacrifice. Xiaowu ensnared Tang Sect with her scorpion braid, flinging him back, while she herself was captured by the Titan Great Ape. With its target secured, the Titan Great Ape paid no heed to the remaining individuals, unleashing a furious roar that sent them reeling before it departed. What followed was rather uneventful. Ma Hongjun and the others found themselves relieved to have survived, and rightfully so. Encountering the Titan Great Ape in the Douluo Forest and emerging with only one casualty was indeed a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. While this sentiment might seem inconsiderate towards Xiaowu, it was the harsh reality. Typically, an encounter with such a spirit beast in the Douluo Forest would result in total annihilation. Everyone understood that being taken by the Titan Great Ape drastically reduced the chances of survival, yet Tang Sect could not accept this. He demanded to see Xiaowu, alive or dead. Logically, the prudent course of action would have been to rest briefly and then vacate this perilous location, returning later to search for Xiaowu. However, Tang Sect ignored this rationality. He had long evaded confronting his feelings for Xiaowu, but now he recognized his love for her. Without her, his existence would be devoid of meaning. Even in death, he wished to share that fate with her. Driven by this almost twisted obsession, Tang Sect fixed his crimson gaze upon Oscar, imploring him for a flying mushroom sausage. If Oscar had experienced enough, he would have known better than to assist Tang Sect. Allowing someone whose mindset was askew, even seeking death, to recklessly venture into the treacherous Douluo Forest in pursuit of the Titan Great Ape. It was akin to sending him to his demise. Yet, the youthful heart is often ruled by emotion, and Tang Sect's fervent passion deeply moved Oscar, compelling him to hand over the flying mushroom sausage. Family, love, and friendship, these sentiments often outweigh reason in the hearts of the young. Coincidentally, apart from Zhao Wujie, everyone present was indeed youthful. By the time Zhao Wujie realized this, Tang Sect had already consumed the flying mushroom sausage. Zhao Wujie sought to intervene, but to his surprise, not only Oscar was swayed, others were equally moved. As Zhao Wujie reached for Tang Sect, Ning Rongrong cast an amplification light upon him, propelling Tang Sect into the air. The others beseeched Zhao Wujie to grant Tang Sect a chance. Zhao Wujie was already suffering from a splitting headache due to the backlash from his martial spirit, and now he was further incensed to the point of speechlessness. Nevertheless, he could not allow Tang Sect to pursue death. He had to be retrieved. When they finally located Tang Sect, he was in the midst of absorbing the soul ring of the faceless spider. Witnessing this, Yunzheng could not help but marvel at the powerful inertia of history. Tang Sect's attempt to absorb this soul ring was already beyond its recommended time frame. And coupled with the toxic nature of the faceless spider's soul ring, the group dared not disturb him, opting to wait in silence, hoping for his success. Fortunately, Tang Sect's absorption process was progressing smoothly, requiring only patience. However, that patience stretched into several hours, and even as dawn broke, Tang Sect remained unconscious despite Xiaowu's return. While the group rejoiced at her presence, confusion lingered. Xiaowu explained that she, too, was uncertain. After being captured by the Titan Great Ape, she had lost consciousness, only to awaken later to find it gone. Strangely, she had fortuitously broken through to the 30th level and, taking advantage of the soul beasts around her that had also been stunned by the Titan Great Ape, she hunted a suitable spirit beast and acquired a 1,000-year level third soul ring. Xiaowu's narrative, however, failed to convince the others, but since she had returned, it was a positive outcome, and they chose not to dwell on it. Of course, Xiaowu would not forget the earlier words exchanged with Yunzheng. In the stillness of the night, she deliberately kept vigil alongside him, a task that should have fallen to Zhao Wujie. Yet, burdened by the backlash from his martial spirit, he was the one in greatest need of recuperation. "Do you know my identity?" Xiaowu asked Yunzheng, her tone filled with conflict. Yunzheng shrugged noncommittally and remarked, "I merely happen to be aware. In truth, it is not solely me. Third brother's father is likely already aware of your identity as well." Yunzheng did not mention that Yu Zhongbai might also be aware of Xiao Wu's true identity, so as not to alarm her. After all, the fathers of Tang Sect and Yu Qing'er represent two distinct familial ties for Xiao Wu, although she had long been aware of this. Hearing Yunzheng's definitive assertion caused her to momentarily lose her composure, especially upon learning that Tang Sect's father was also privy to her true identity. Her delicate complexion paled, as Xiao understood all too well the implications of a 10,000-year soul beast transformation and recultivation. If only Yunzheng knew, it would be one thing. But with Tang Sect's father also in the know, her ability to remain by Tang Sect's side would be jeopardized. observing the shift in Xiao Wu's expression. Yunzheng let out a light chuckle and said, "Do not fret unnecessarily. For now, no one is aware of your true identity. The fact that third brother's father has not impeded your relationship with him already speaks volumes about our stance. The reason I revealed your identity today is solely to prevent those two from the core area from seeking you out unnecessarily, both now and in the future. And my brother and I are not in a romantic relationship." Xiao Wu retorted instinctively, her cheeks flushing crimson at his words. Yunzheng chuckled lightly. "Say whatever you wish." Yunzheng, disinterested in engaging in a debate with Xiao Wu, understood that justice resides within the hearts of the people. And it was merely Tang Sect and Xiao Wu themselves who were reluctant to acknowledge the truth. As for the Titan Great Ape and the Sky Blue Bull Python, Xiao Wu had already taught them a lesson. Without her permission, they would no longer disturb her life. Xiao Wu shot Yunzheng an irritated glare before falling into silence. After a considerable pause, she finally spoke up. "Regardless, thank you. But could you please continue to keep this a secret, especially from my brother? I do not wish for him to know." "Very well, but this will count as a favor owed to me." Yunzheng pondered for a moment, raising an eyebrow as he replied casually, "Wow, you're quite stingy." Upon hearing Yunzheng's teasing tone, Xiao Wu felt a sense of relief and playfully retorted, "I am not like Sangu. I cannot work for you for free. My gentleness belongs to Qing Er. How dare you say that about me and my brother? You and Qing Er are no different. Apologies, but Qing Er and I are not siblings." Chapter 64. A young person's evening. Once Tang Sect regained consciousness, Yunzheng and the others departed from the Star-Do forest. It is worth noting that previously, Oscar's phoenix-tail coxcomb snake had stolen Meng Yiran's soul beast, and this time, Tang Sect's faceless spider once again pilfered Meng Yiran's soul beast, both instances being witnessed by her. On this occasion, Meng Yiran had come accompanied by her grandfather, Long Gong. After 2 consecutive thefts, both Meng Yiran and her grandfather were incensed, clearly ready to seek retribution. However, when Ning Rongrong presented the command token of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, the old man relented, which left Zhao Wujie somewhat disappointed. After bidding farewell to Long Gong and the Snake Lady, Yunzheng and the others prepared to return to the academy. Upon their return, the moon was bright, but the stars were few. Zhao Wujie instructed everyone, "Go rest. We have a holiday tomorrow and the day after. Classes will resume in 3 days." "Understood." "Yes." Seeing Yunzheng and the others nod, Zhao Wujie, fatigued, waved his hand dismissively and retreated to his room. After enduring the backlash of his martial soul for 7 days, Zhao Wujie was still in a state of weakness, feeling dizzy and drained. Now that they were back at the academy, he need not worry about Yunzheng's safety. He simply wished to collapse into bed, indifferent to the potential chaos that might ensue, leaving that headache for Flinder. Once Zhao Wujie departed, Ma Hongjun immediately revealed his true nature and exclaimed, "The feeling of going home is wonderful. Is there anyone who wishes to join me for a late-night snack? What time is it? All you think about is food." Oscar scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Ma Hongjun. "You know nothing. To eat is a blessing." Ma Hongjun, undeterred by Oscar's mockery, believed that it was Oscar who had the problem for not being enthusiastic about food. With that, Ma Hongjun turned his attention away from Oscar and the others, looking instead at Zhu Zhuqing and her companions. Zhu Zhuqing didn't even spare Ma Hongjun a glance, departing on her own, while Xiao Wu and Yu Qing Er stuck out their tongues, saying, "Sorry, eating something so greasy at night will cause breakouts." Ning Rongrong appeared preoccupied, entirely oblivious to Ma Hongjun. After being rejected by the girls, Ma Hongjun shrugged it off, stating, "If you want to eat, I will go alone." He had merely asked out of courtesy, never intending to dine with the girls in the first place. Despite his seemingly foolish demeanor, Ma Hongjun was quite astute. His brothers had clear objectives, and he dared not undermine their pursuits. With that thought, Ma Hongjun dashed toward the kitchen, leaving Dai Mubai speechless as he watched him go. "Everyone is exhausted from the day. Let us return to rest," he suggested. As soon as he finished speaking, Dai Mubai hurriedly followed Zhu Zhuqing out. Though the night was deep, none of them felt inclined to sleep, including Yunzheng. After escorting Yu Qing Er and Ning Rongrong back to their dormitory, he sought out the quietest tree, leaping gracefully into its branches. Leaning back against a sturdy limb, he gazed wistfully at the luminous moon hanging in the sky, his eyes shimmering with an indescribable glint. It must be acknowledged that while the Douluo Continent may lack in technological advancements and cultural richness, it remains free from the pollution wrought by industrial reform, offering an enchanting environment. The crisp air invigorates the spirit, the gentle night breeze caresses the face. Ethereal fireflies dance among the underbrush, and the soft sound of flowing water composes an ethereal melody. After the fresh rain in the mountains, the weather turns to autumn. The bright moon shines between the pines, and clear springs flow over the stones. The ancient verses captivate the heart, yet lamentably, I did not memorize more in my youth, leaving me with only this line to recite. Yunzheng rested his arms behind his head, murmuring reflectively. According to the calendar from Yunzheng's previous life, today should be the Mid-Autumn Festival, a delightful occasion for a holiday and mooncakes. Regrettably, here, he could only celebrate alone. Indeed, while the seasonal markers of Douluo Continent do not directly correlate with those of Earth, the round moon in the sky undeniably stirred within Yunzheng a yearning for days gone by. Humans are inherently paradoxical, often blind to that which is within reach while longing for what lies beyond grasp. Similarly, Yunzheng, during his time on Earth, once indulged in youthful fantasies of transcending to a new realm, ascending to the pinnacle of the world. Douluo Continent had been a splendid world within his imagination. Yet, upon truly traversing to this realm, Yunzheng found himself longing for home. In his hometown, there were no extraordinary powers. Individual strength could not surpass that of the collective, nor could one attain the status of an eternal deity. However, at least there existed a sense of harmony and stability. Ordinary individuals need not strive desperately for ascension. They could enjoy equal treatment, an aspect in which Douluo Continent could never rival Earth. Just as Yunzheng's thoughts drifted into the ether, a melodious voice playfully called him back to reality. Yunzheng gazed down and was momentarily taken aback. "Qingyu, what brings you here?" Hearing this, Qingyu huffed in annoyance, lightly tapping her toes before leaping to stand before Yunzheng, and confidently proclaimed, "Of course, I have come to seek you. Every late autumn and year-end, do you not relish coming out to admire the moon? You could gaze at it for an entire night." Yunzheng was momentarily taken aback, as if a warm current had flowed through his heart. Immediately after, Qingyu, not waiting for Yunzheng's response, opened her delicate arms and sweetly exclaimed, "Hug me." Yunzheng's heart fluttered, yet upon recalling the lightning scars on Zhao Wuji, he could only chuckle awkwardly and wave his hand, saying, "I am not that fragile yet." Yunzheng's refusal left Qingyu somewhat displeased, her delicate brows furrowed as she pouted, grasping Yunzheng's arm with a playful reprimand. "Come here." With that, she pulled him into her embrace, holding him tightly, her graceful head resting on his shoulder. After affectionately nuzzling his cheek, she beamed with satisfaction. Enveloped by the softness of the girl, Yunzheng felt his face flush, and after a token struggle, he acquiesced. That night, it seemed no one intended to sleep. Yunzheng and Qingyu gazed at the moon from the branches, while Ma Hongjun busied himself in the kitchen. Others were equally occupied. At the other end of the village, Zhu Zhuqing stood atop an abandoned temple, quietly playing her ceramic sun. The tranquil melody spread through the night, and under the full moon, the maiden's exquisite visage melded with the surroundings, creating a hauntingly beautiful tableau. Daimubai sat obediently on a stump beneath the temple, lost in thought as he gazed at the girl who was playing the starry melody. Tang Sect and Oscar were engrossed in conversation about events from the previous day, with Oscar still feeling a lingering sense of dread. In truth, when Oscar handed the flying mushroom sausage to Tang Sect, regret had already taken root in his heart. The role of an auxiliary soul master is to assist others, not to lead them to their demise. Had Tang Sect truly perished in the Stardow forest, Oscar would have carried guilt for a lifetime. However, Tang Sect remained unfazed, even feeling unworthy of forgiving Oscar, as he genuinely appreciated the support Oscar had provided. With Tang Sect's words, Oscar found solace, and consequently, the bond of friendship between them deepened. Among the youth, there exists no deceit nor intrigue, only genuine sincerity, which is what renders youthful friendships so precious. Before maturity, 3 months of camaraderie can be etched in memory for a lifetime, while after maturity, 3 years of friendship can be forgotten in an instant. This illustrates the distinction between heartfelt connections and those based on utility. This was also the reason for the mutual restraint exhibited by Yu Zhongbai and Tang Hao. Typically, 12-year-old boys who study together for a year or two are likely to become friends. If Yunzheng and Tang Sect were to forge a friendship, their elders could hardly allow the children to be at odds. Were Yunzheng and Tang Sect both 20, perhaps Yu Zhongbai and Tang Hao would not be so accommodating. Returning to the matter at hand, while Tang Sect and Oscar engaged in casual conversation, Ning Rongrong suddenly approached, calling Tang Sect away. This scene was witnessed by Xiaowu from the dormitory. Predictably, Tang Sect would soon owe Xiaowu an explanation. Meanwhile, in their room, Zhao Wujing heard the commotion outside. Grunting with a mix of envy and frustration, muttering to himself, young people have such abundant energy. They will pay for these late nights eventually. In the dean's office, Flinders smiled faintly, remarking, the academy is about to become lively once more. 2 days later, on a day designated for classes, everyone rose early, except for Tang Sect and Xiaowu, who had yet to arrive. The previous days had been tumultuous for Tang Sect. Despite having explained to Xiaowu that he was merely discussing the trade of hidden weapons with Ning Rongrong that night, his preoccupation with pricing discussions had inadvertently caused him to neglect Xiaowu, which had inevitably incited her jealousy. It was likely that Tang Sect was busy soothing her feelings at that very moment. Once a girl feels discontent, reason holds little sway. The first course of action is to utter the necessary sweet words. Even someone as reserved and sincere as Tang Sect understood this well. However, the one truly suffering was Oscar. While Xiaowu had Tang Sect to console her, he found that Ning Rongrong remained oblivious to his own feelings of jealousy. With only a few friends around to offer him comfort, at times, Oscar would confide in Yunzheng, lamenting that Yuqing'er and Ning Rongrong were inseparable, making it difficult for him to approach Ning Rongrong. But what could Yunzheng do? They were close friends, naturally spending time together. It was evident that Oscar's pursuit of his goddess would be a long and arduous journey. By the way, have you noticed that today's breakfast was exceptionally lavish and filling? Ma Hongjun, devouring his food, mumbled, has the dean struck it rich? Oscar, however, paid no mind to Ma Hongjun's words, lost in his own thoughts as he gazed longingly at Ning Rongrong chatting with Zhu Zhuqing, his face a canvas of unspoken melancholy. Yunzheng and Yuqing'er sat intimately together, their sweet gestures evoking envy in others. Only Dai Mubai rolled his eyes and retorted, why are you making such a fuss when there's still plenty to eat? Ma Hongjun pondered for a moment and agreed. Whether it was Flinders' sudden pang of conscience or a stroke of good fortune, it had no bearing on them. The greatest happiness was simply to indulge in meat until satiated. At that moment, a piercing, oppressive scream suddenly echoed from the back mountain of the academy, as if someone were enduring great panic or suffering. Is that Xiao San's voice? Upon hearing it, Dai Mubai furrowed his brow and murmured in confusion. Indeed, it is Xiao San's voice. Oscar, emerging from his reverie, affirmed decisively. Let us go take a look. Yunzheng promptly declared, leading Yuqing'er as they rushed toward the back mountain. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong did not hesitate to follow suit. Wait until I finish this bowl. As Dai Mubai and Oscar prepared to dash out, Ma Hongjun hastily called out to them, stuffing his mouth with a bowl of braised meat. Dai Mubai clicked his tongue in irritation, dragging Ma Hongjun along as he scolded, will missing a bite really kill you? A few minutes later, the group of 8 arrived at the back mountain, standing in a line as they beheld the blushing Xiaowu and Tang Sect, who was bare-chested and adorned with 8 spider-like limbs protruding from his back. The expressions on their faces ranged from teasing to bemusement and even embarrassment, painting a rather amusing tableau. Moments ago, Xiaowu and Tang Sect were on the verge of a kiss, and clearly, Yunzheng and the others had arrived at an inopportune moment. What is this? Ma Hongjun exclaimed, bewildered. Role-playing? It was unclear why Ma Hongjun would think of role-playing. Perhaps his imagination was particularly unconventional. Ignoring Ma Hongjun's foolishness, Dai Mubai, with a furrowed brow, scrutinized the peculiar spider spear on Tang Sect's back and remarked, such a unique fluctuation of soul power. It resembles Yunzheng's external soul bone. Oscar promptly chimed in, confirming Dai Mubai's observation. The expressions of Yuqing'er and the other girls turned serious. Having come from distinguished backgrounds, they were no strangers to external soul bones. Ma Hongjun's heart raced at the revelation. 8 external soul bones. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent, and Yunzheng patted Ma Hongjun on the shoulder, gravely advising, read more, think more, don't let that big head of yours become merely a decorative ornament. Otherwise, everything you see will seem like an unsolved mystery. What is the matter? Can I ask if I don't understand? Ma Hongjun, sensing the teasing undertone in Yunzheng's words, protested indignantly. This is an external soul bone. Just then, before Yunzheng could respond, a steady and solemn voice rang out from behind them. Teacher. Tang Sect and Xiaowu immediately recognized the newcomer, and Tang Sect, filled with joy, rushed forward and respectfully bowed. Simultaneously, Yunzheng and the others also caught sight of the master. The first impression he left on everyone was one of cleanliness and simplicity. From his attire to his hairstyle, there was not a hint of excess. Dressed in understated shades of black and gray, he appeared remarkably modest, with a hint of stubble at the corners of his mouth and a weathered expression that bore traces of hardship. Even upon seeing his beloved disciple, he could only muster a stiff smile, clearly a man with a story to tell. Upon seeing the master, Dai Mubai and the others began to whisper among themselves. Yunzheng, who is this uncle? Yu Qing'er inquired softly at Yunzheng's ear. Yunzheng felt a twinge of embarrassment as he awkwardly smiled and replied. He is your third uncle. Indeed, although the master had been expelled from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan's genealogy, he had not been removed from the family tree of Yu Zhongbai's household, making Yu Qing'er's address of him as third uncle entirely appropriate. Is he really? At Yunzheng's answer, Yu Qing'er instinctively covered her mouth, her eyes wide with astonishment. Yunzheng nodded, providing Yu Qing'er with an affirmative response. He is indeed the master of Shaosan? Oscar murmured hesitantly while gazing at the master. The expressions of Dai Mubai and the others nearby reflected their disappointment. Everyone held high expectations for Tang Sect's master, believing that anyone capable of nurturing such an exceptional disciple must be an erudite, powerful, and formidable individual. However, the reality of the master starkly contrasted with their imaginations. Perceiving the disillusionment of Dai Mubai and the others, the master chuckled and introduced himself. Greetings. I am Shaosan's master and will be your instructor moving forward. While Tang Sect and Xiao were undoubtedly pleased by his words, Dai Mubai and his companions were less enthusiastic. They believed that qualifications mattered, since they were unfamiliar with the master. They were naturally inclined to question why he should be their teacher. A master ought to possess either strength or a noteworthy skill, without any evidence to substantiate his claim. It was evident that he would struggle to earn their respect. Though Dai Mubai and the others contemplated confronting the master, they refrained, acknowledging that his presence here must have been sanctioned by Flinder. Moreover, out of consideration for Tang Sect's reputation, they ultimately chose not to voice their doubts. Nevertheless, the master astutely sensed the defiance simmering within this group of prodigies. He recognized the necessity to demonstrate his capabilities in order to gain their acceptance. While he lacked the strength to rival even Ma Hongjun, he did possess a skill that was extensive and profound. I understand your skepticism. It is entirely normal. However, Flinder has entrusted you to me, and regardless of your beliefs, I am now your teacher. The master spoke gently. While it is natural for you to doubt me, I have confidence in my abilities. How about this? Let us make a wager. Grant me 1 week. During this week, you shall strictly adhere to the tasks I assign. If, after 1 week, you see no results, I will depart immediately. Yet, should you witness improvement, you must acknowledge my authority. This way, even if I leave, you need not fear Flinder's reproach, and we can all maintain our dignity. What do you say? Initially, the master had not intended to be so candid. His original plan was to undermine their pride and exploit the vulnerabilities of these talented individuals, much like how Flinder had dealt with Ning Rongrong. However, Flinder had advised the master that among this group of geniuses was a perceptive figure, Yun Banxian. If the master proceeded with his initial strategy, Yunzheng would surely see through it. Should Yunzheng choose not to cooperate, the master would face total defeat and perhaps even counterproductive consequences. Thus, the master opted for transparency. It can be said that the master's approach was directly aimed at Yunzheng. He intended to convey to Yunzheng that he recognized his intelligence and would not resort to trickery. He wished to display his genuine capabilities, hoping for a sincere relationship in return. Chapter 66. The Master's Training Teacher. Tang Sect found it difficult to bear the master's self-deprecation. He could not help but ponder that just as the master had faith in him, he too held unwavering confidence in the master. Tang Sect believed that the master need not establish such a wager. Time would naturally reveal the truth. Before Tang Sect could articulate his thoughts, the master raised a hand to interrupt him. After giving Tang Sect a silencing glance, he turned his attention to Dai Mubai and Yunzheng. It was evident to the master that Tang Sect and Xiao needed no further persuasion, being his former students who already trusted him. The remaining 8 individuals primarily reflected the sentiments of Yunzheng and Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai's stance was aligned with Zhu Zhuqing, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun, while Ning Rongrong and Yu Qing'er looked to Yunzheng for guidance. Dai Mubai appeared somewhat swayed. A week was neither too short nor too long, sufficient to discern whether this weathered man possessed genuine abilities. Seizing the moment, the master pressed on. Moreover, during my tenure as your instructor, I will have full authority over all matters within the academy, including finances. I will provide you with the finest nutritional support for your training, and necessary medicinal baths will accompany it. Today's breakfast is merely the beginning. Even better will follow. Dailada, I believe this uncle is truly destined to be our teacher. As soon as the master finished speaking, a spark ignited in Ma Hongjuan's eyes, and without a second thought, he sided with the master. exclaiming excitedly in front of Dai Mubai. Previously, Ma Hongjun had wondered how Flinder, known for his frugality, could arrange such an extravagant breakfast. Now, realizing it was prepared by this uncle before him, he instantly switched allegiances. You glutton, all you think about is food. Dai Mubai, recognizing Ma Hongjun's intentions, raised a hand to smack him lightly, chiding him for his eagerness. However, it was undeniable that with the master having made such declarations, Dai Mubai found no grounds to refuse. Taking a deep breath, he looked seriously at the master and said, "Very well. Within 1 week, we will fully cooperate with you, but please ensure our efforts yield results." Naturally, the master nodded confidently. After receiving Dai Mubai's consent, he turned his gaze toward Yunzheng. Yunzheng did not overshadow Dai Mubai. He merely nodded subtly in acknowledgement of the master. Yunzheng undoubtedly believed in the master's abilities. In truth, even without having read the original texts, Yunzheng possessed a certain understanding of the master's prowess. Over the past 6 years, although he had never met the master, he had, to some extent, gleaned insights from Yunzheng Bai. Occasionally, Yunzheng Bai would seek the master's counsel on various matters, which was sufficient to attest to the master's genuine expertise. Yet, since the master sought to demonstrate his capabilities, Yunzheng was more than willing to assist in this endeavor. With the approval of both Yunzheng and Dai Mubai, the master felt a sense of relief wash over him. Very well, everyone, gather at the village entrance. Taking a deep breath, the master's demeanor shifted from gentle to austere, his voice ringing out sharply. The sudden transformation in the master's presence sent a shiver through the crowd. Dai Mubai furrowed his brow slightly, seemingly harboring reservations. However, recalling his earlier agreement with the master, he decided to take a stand, nodding resolutely as he declared, "Understood." With that, Dai Mubai sprinted towards the village entrance. The others exchanged glances, their hearts resonating with apprehension as they followed suit. Ma Hongjun suddenly realized that his earlier defection had been rather impulsive. The master did not appear as benevolent as he had initially presumed. Upon their arrival at the village entrance, they were met with an unexpected sight. A series of wicker baskets had been prepared, each containing what appeared to be hefty stones. Each labeled with the names of the participants, 1 basket per person, with none overlooked. Witnessing this scene, an ominous feeling enveloped the group. "This marks your first lesson." The master's voice echoed behind them. "You are to carry these stones and run 10 laps around the village without utilizing your soul power. Should you fail to return before nightfall, none shall partake in dinner." At that moment, Ma Hongjun and Ning Rongrong's faces drained of color, while the others exhibited varying degrees of unease. Oscar, in particular, turned pale. Though none had experienced this challenge before, Oscar had first-hand knowledge of its severity. Shrek Village was not exceedingly large, yet it was not small either. Previously, when Flander had instructed Oscar to run 10 laps around the village, even while permitted to use his soul power, he had taken 2 to 3 hours to complete the task. Now, with the master demanding they carry weight and refrain from using their soul power, it felt as though their very lives were at stake. Yunzheng and Yuqing'er also exhibited peculiar expressions, yet their thoughts diverged entirely from those of Oscar and his companions. While Oscar and the others perceived the task as exceedingly arduous, Yunzheng and Yuqing'er found it to be remarkably straightforward. Yunzheng and Yuqing'er, having honed their bodies since childhood, possessed remarkable physical prowess, one endowed with innate strength, the other with an extraordinary constitution. The stones before them weighed no more than 30 to 40 kilograms. To put it mildly, they posed no challenge for the duo. "What is this?" Observing the crowd's hesitance, the master squinted his eyes and provocatively remarked, "Has the agreement you made suddenly lost its value?" Spurred by the master's taunt, Dai Mubai scoffed and promptly slung the basket over his shoulder. Tang San, setting an example, joined Dai Mubai, and seeing this, the others had no choice but to follow suit. Yunzheng and Yuqing'er exchanged a glance. Although they both discerned the peculiarities reflected in each other's eyes, they nevertheless hoisted their baskets onto their backs. Just as the two were about to dash outside, the master suddenly called out to them. Yunzheng and Yuqing'er turned back in confusion, noticing the master gesturing for them to approach. Once they reached his side, the master produced 2 sets of bracelets from the soul guide device, each comprising 4 pieces. These bracelets, though modest in size, were exquisitely crafted and could easily serve as decorative items. Yet, the moment they struck the ground, they created a noticeable indentation in the surface. "These are prepared for both of you by your second brother," the master explained. "The one on the left is for Yunzheng, and the one on the right is for Qing'er. Your second brother wishes for you to wear these bracelets at all times from this day forward." Casting a glance at the two, the master smiled faintly and continued, "The training of your second brother and mine is conducted in tandem, and I hope you will persevere." Upon hearing this, Yunzheng blinked and picked up the 8 bracelets from the ground. In that fleeting moment, his expression shifted dramatically. The bracelets given by Yu Zhongbai to Yu Qing'er weighed at least 300 pounds, while Yunzheng's bracelets were a staggering 1,000 pounds. "Master, you truly care for me." Yunzheng inwardly lamented with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Uncle San, is there anything else?" Yu Qing'er inquired, a hint of shyness in her voice. Yunzheng observed that when Yu Qing'er called out to her third uncle, the master visibly trembled, and the rigidity of his expression began to soften. After all, they were family. It was impossible for the master to harbor no affection for his niece, Yu Qing'er. However, he had refrained from acknowledging her all this time. Over the past 6 years, Yu Zhongbai had repeatedly suggested bringing Yu Qing'er and Yunzheng to meet him, but the master had consistently declined. In his heart, the master bore a morbid pride, a self-esteem bordering on inferiority. He did not wish for Yu Qing'er and Yunzheng to witness his inadequacies. He yearned to present himself before them only after achieving notable success. Consequently, Yu Qing'er was familiar only with the name Yu Shaojiang, having never met the master in person. Had it not been for this, the master could have easily introduced himself in his capacity as Tang Sect's mentor and Yu Qing'er's third uncle, thus avoiding this convoluted situation. Yet now, with Yu Qing'er spontaneously addressing him as third uncle, the master felt both anxious and touched. Flustered, he turned away, appearing somewhat at a loss. Yu Qing'er, puzzled by this unfamiliar uncle's demeanor, asked, "Shall we go now?" Upon seeing the master nod, she eagerly took Yunzheng's hand and dashed out. It must be said that Yu Zhongbai had indeed kept a tight grip on the circumstances surrounding Yunzheng and Yu Qing'er, weighing them down with burdens of 300 and 1,000 pounds, effectively rendering them mere mortals. Thus, even a slight increase in weight by the master felt significantly burdensome. At this pace, it was likely that Yunzheng and Yu Qing'er would not perform any better than their peers. Such good children. After they had exited, the master sighed, only to quickly follow with a dejected exhalation, lamenting, "Yet here I am, a disappointing third uncle." After a brief moment of despondency, he steeled himself. Previously lacking the opportunity, he was now entrusted with the role of mentor to this group of prodigies. As the foremost theoretical expert, he resolved to showcase his full capabilities in the days to come, ensuring that these talents would regard him with newfound respect. Xiaogang. Just as the master was envisioning the future, Flinder stormed over, brandishing a bill, and indignantly demanded, "Is this what you consider a day's worth of meals?" When addressing Yu Qing'er and the other children, the master had exerted great effort and even exhibited a degree of restraint, but he had far less patience with Flinder. He merely glanced at Flinder and replied defiantly, "Yes, what of it?" Flinder, infuriated by the master's attitude, retorted, "You truly don't understand the value of household expenses. Do you realize that if you continue this way, the academy will soon go bankrupt?" 2 months. The master interjected, without even looking at the bill in Flinder's hand. Offering a precise time frame, the academy's funds can sustain us for 2 months. Then why are you so extravagant? Flinder cried, "In 2 months, we'll be eating dirt. The herbal baths you prepared for the children have drained my coffers. Leave that to me. I have it all arranged." The master confidently declared before turning his attention to preparing the herbal baths for Yunzheng and the others. Chapter 67. The codename of the group. The master's wager with the group was set for a week, yet by the 3rd day, Dai Mubai and the others were already thoroughly convinced of his capabilities. The master was a strict teacher, yet his unique approach to education and training was undeniable. Renowned as a theoretical expert, Ning Rongrong even acknowledged that within the 7 treasure glazed tile school, none could rival him in theoretical knowledge, though lacking in innate talent and strength. The master's decades-long dedication to the study of spirit masters and spirit beasts had bestowed upon him a wisdom and talent beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Regardless of his past or experiences, the fact that he had devoted himself to continuous learning and research for decades was commendable, surpassing 99% of spirit masters on the continent. Even more remarkable was the master's ability to convey complex concepts in an accessible manner, guiding Yunzheng and the others to comprehend profound principles through the simplest of explanations, perhaps understanding that he might never have the opportunity to showcase his life's work. He had long contemplated the importance of imparting knowledge to his disciples. With prior experience teaching Tang Sect, he now found it even easier to instruct Yunzheng and the others. As for training, the master was truly formidable. He could accurately gauge each individual's limits and by considering their unique characteristics, devised tailored training regimens. Occasionally, his methods were quite amusing, requiring Tang Sect to build a house with his 8 spider lances, or asking Ma Hongjun to cook using his phoenix flame, or even having Yunzheng and Yuqing'er engage in dodgeball. However, those who diligently adhered to the Master's instructions reaped substantial benefits, albeit sometimes feeling utterly exhausted. Of course, the Master did not neglect practical combat training. His approach to practical exercises was equally unconventional, sometimes pairing individuals for free-for-alls or orchestrating scenarios of 5 against 4, 6 against 3, or even 1 against 8. At times, he would prohibit Yunzheng and the others from utilizing certain abilities, forcing them into duels without their usual advantages. Initially, the group struggled to comprehend these methods, but gradually they began to grasp the underlying rationale. Combat for spirit masters could not adhere to the rigid formats found in textbooks. Various types of battles, group skirmishes, chaotic melees, and team confrontations could all arise, with opponents of unpredictable types. Take Dai Mubai for instance. Before meeting Tang Sect, he had no knowledge of hidden weapons. Prior to encountering Yunzheng, he had never heard of dual-element spirit masters, and before knowing Yuqing'er, he could not conceive that a powerful assault-type spirit master could disregard control abilities. The vast continent was home to myriad foes, and the master endeavored to prepare them for every conceivable scenario and adversary. The master's teaching and training methods were diverse and innovative, with some approaches that Dai Mubai and the others had never encountered before. These unique training techniques yielded impressive results while also remaining enjoyable. By the time the week concluded, Dai Mubai and the others had long forgotten their initial wager. It was no wonder that Tang Hao felt secure allowing his only son to study under the master. However, after 2 months, the master's training would inevitably reach a conclusion, one that was unavoidable. Under the master's guidance, Yunzheng and the others had indeed experienced comprehensive growth. From tangible increases in strength to abstract insights into their martial spirits, the integration of soul skills, and the development of combat awareness. Their progress was undeniably visible. Yet behind these advancements lay a mountain of gold soul coins. For 2 months, Flinder had nearly wept nightly. Each bill that arrived in his hands felt like a death warrant, tormenting his body and spirit, reducing him to tears. When the master spent money, he did so without restraint. Thousands of gold soul coins worth of medicinal herbs were purchased without a moment's hesitation, as long as they benefited Yunzheng and the others' training. 2 months prior, Flinder had experienced one of his wealthiest periods, as Yunzheng and the others had just enrolled, receiving not only the 7 Treasure Glaze Tile School scholarship but also supplementary aid from 2 titled Douluos. In his lifetime, Flinder had never been so financially extravagant, resulting in his bonuses to Zhao Wujin doubling. Yet, it has only been a mere 2 months, 60 days, and he is now unable to procure even 1,000 gold soul coins. Flinder can no longer endure the extravagant training that the master previously conducted for even a single day. Consequently, the master's training must inevitably transition into its second phase. On this day, the master summoned everyone into a room and solemnly addressed them. After 2 months of training, the academy has run out of funds. Upon hearing this, the crowd was taken aback, yet not overly surprised, as the expenses the academy had incurred on their behalf were evident, making the financial depletion quite understandable. Therefore, to repay the academy's financial deficit and to facilitate the upcoming training, I require you to participate in the soul fighting competition beneath Soto City. The master disregarded the crowd's reactions, his eyes half closed, and continued. There are 2 objectives for participating. The first, as I have already stated, is to repay the academy's financial deficit. The second is for each of you to obtain the Silver Soul Badge from the Soto City Great Soul Arena. At this point, the master abruptly opened his eyes wide, fixing an intense gaze upon everyone, and asked deliberately, "Do you understand what this signifies?" Under the master's scrutiny, the crowd felt a weight in their hearts, each sensing the pressure. "Does it mean we could graduate?" At that moment, Ma Hongjun swallowed hard and hesitantly spoke. The master had previously mentioned that one of the conditions for graduating from Shrek Academy was to obtain the Silver Soul Badge from the Great Soul Arena. However, Ma Hongjun's sudden mention of this shifted the atmosphere in the room towards an unexpected direction, dissipating the previously serious ambience. The master's eye twitched slightly as he looked at Ma Hongjun with a half-smile, saying, "Student Ma, you are quite humorous. Tonight, you shall be the first to engage in individual soul fighting. Should you lose, you shall forfeit your sleep and run 10 laps around the village." "No, master." I was mistaken. Ma Hongjun immediately cried out in despair, hastily seeking mercy. The master, however, paid him no mind and turned his attention to Tang San, stating, "Little San, you are not permitted to use hidden weapons without my consent." Upon hearing this, Tang San's heart tightened, yet out of trust in the master, he nodded. "Understood. Good." The master nodded in satisfaction and then directed his gaze towards Yunzheng and Yuqing, saying, "You must also keep your bracelets on." "Very well." Yunzheng and Yuqing had anticipated this and did not resist. Observing their lack of objection, the master looked at everyone and produced 9 masks from his robe, saying, "Lastly, while participating in the soul fighting, no one is allowed to reveal their appearance or names. All must wear masks and use code names." After the master spoke, Dai Mubai, with a bewildered expression, questioned, "Master, is this truly necessary? During the soul fighting, our martial souls are visible. For instance, Fatty, Yunzheng, and Qing each possess unique martial souls known throughout the continent. Moreover, I have mingled in the Soto City Great Soul Arena for several years. Any discerning individual could uncover our true identities with minimal investigation." Upon Dai Mubai's remark, Yunzheng and the others blinked in agreement, clearly following his line of thought. No, the use of code names and masks is indeed essential. The master shook his head. Speaking with gravity, the arena is a battleground of life and death, where power and wealth are at play, filled with unpredictable turmoil. Soul fighting, soul coins, popularity, and power are all indispensable elements of the Great Soul Arena. However, you are here to hone yourselves, not to engage in their games or to become celebrity competitors. How could you show your faces? These masks and code names serve to shield you from the gaze of the ordinary. I have faith in you. Your entrance into the Great Soul Arena will undoubtedly attract attention. At that time, these masks and code names will spare you from many unnecessary troubles. As for those with ulterior motives, here, the master paused deliberately, a rare smirk playing at his lips. Flander will handle it. Even if the master were to announce to everyone that Yunzheng and the others are from Shrek Academy, what would it matter? Would those so-called individuals with ulterior motives dare to come to Shrek Academy to seek someone? Among the 3 great soul saints of Shrek Academy, there truly is no one in Soto City who could easily provoke Shrek Academy. Do they truly believe that everyone is as formidable as Yuzhong Bai or Tang Hao? As the master spoke, Dai Mubai appeared enlightened, nodding in agreement. Then, what are our code names? The master had articulated much, leaving Yunzheng and the others in contemplative silence, while Yuqing remained perplexed, as she only understood that the master was correct. However, she was now more curious about what code names they would use. Hearing Yuqing's voice, the master smiled gently, saying, "You may choose your pair names as you wish, but I have already decided on each of your individual code names. Dai Mubai, Wicked Eye White Tiger; Oscar, Sausage Vendor; Tang San, Thousand Hands Azura; Yuqing Giant Spirit Dragon Maiden; Ma Hongjun, Wicked Fire Phoenix; Yunzheng, Frost Sky Divine Archer; Xiao Wu, Soft Bone Charm Rabbit; Ning Rongrong, Seven Treasure, Glazed Tile; Zhu Zhuqing, Ghostly Spirit Cat. Chapter 68. The Tricks of the Frenzied Battle Team at the Soto City Great Soul Arena. This was not Yunzheng and his companion's first visit. Yet, as the master had stated, after 2 months of specialized training, they were now capable of effortlessly defeating other soul masters of the same rank. Individuals like Yunzheng, Yuqing and Zhu Zhuqing, whether in individual or paired battles, consistently achieved victory with overwhelming dominance. Their cultivation levels were already among the highest within their rank. And even 2 months prior, they could secure victories with ease. After the master's 2 months of guidance, it would indeed be a miracle if they suffered any setbacks. The only ones facing challenges were Tang San, Xiao Wu, Dai Mubai, and Oscar. Tang San and Xiao Wu had just broken through to the Soul Sovereign rank, with their cultivation at merely level 32, while the Soul Sovereigns in the Great Soul Arena generally ranged from level 35 and above, presenting a significant gap in cultivation that posed some trouble for the two. However, Tang San and Xiao Wu possessed a myriad of techniques, and their strength far surpassed their peers. Even with the Master's restrictions on Tang San's hidden weapons, they still achieved remarkable success in both individual and paired battles. As for Dai Mubai and Oscar, Dai Mubai's performance in individual matches was relatively unproblematic. His level 37 cultivation was sufficient for him to dominate in the Soul Sovereign individual matches. The issue arose in paired battles. Among the 9 members of Shrek, only 4 were Soul Sovereigns. Tang San and Xiao Wu formed one team, leaving Oscar, as a support-type Soul Master, to cling to Dai Mubai for support. Yet, The dilemma was that Oscar was only at level 31 and, being a support-type soul master, could not provide direct combat power. Most of the time, Daimubai had to face two opponents alone. Fortunately, under the guidance of their master, the two of them learned to utilize Oscar's third soul skill to fly kites, and their performance began to improve significantly. Eventually, the time for team battles arrived. Organizing a team battle in the Grand Spirit Arena is no simple task. The intricate web of interests involved is vast, entangling numerous spirit masters. Most of the spirit masters frequenting the Grand Spirit Arena are lone wolves. And coupled with the confidentiality protocols of the arena, the order of the teams is thoroughly randomized, resulting in Shrek's team not participating in any team battles for an entire week. Nevertheless, they were finally scheduled to compete, with Yunzheng and his companions set to engage in their first 7-person team battle in 3 days. It is worth noting that the team battles in the Grand Spirit Arena are not limited to just 7 participants. There are also formats for 8 and 9 players. Though a 10-person team is not feasible, as managing such a large number during the battle would prove exceedingly challenging for the arena. In their inaugural team battle, Yunzheng and his companions faced a 7-player format, necessitating that the master make a choice between Yunzheng and Tang Sect. Both of them possessed commendable leadership abilities, prompting the master to establish a rotation system within the Shrek team. During the 7-player battles, Tang Sect and Xiao would alternate with Yunzheng and Yuqing, naturally allowing the command authority to fall to both Yunzheng and Tang Sect. In the 8-player format, the rotation would involve Tang Sect and Yunzheng maintaining shared command. Ultimately, in the 9-player battle, there would be no need for rotation, as Yunzheng graciously relinquished command to Tang Sect, finding the prospect of directing 6 individuals taxing, let alone 8. Naturally, the specifics would require careful consideration, and the master would not rigidly adhere to a predetermined plan. With 3 days remaining, the master was not in a hurry to finalize who would lead the Shrek team into its first confrontation. Neither Yunzheng nor Tang Sect felt urgency. They trained diligently during the day at the academy and honed their practical skills in the battle arena at night. However, this lack of urgency did not extend to their opponents. It was essential to recognize that nearly all teams participating in the battle arena were either funded by wealthy sponsors or relied on this endeavor for their livelihoods. In either case, any unexpected defeat in a team battle carried significant consequences for them. That evening, in the backstage area of the Soto City battle arena, a man and a woman entered, their presence commanding attention. The man was tall and robust, his skin a deep bronze, muscles resembling cast iron, merely standing there. He resembled a towering colossus. The woman, in stark contrast, exuded an enchanting allure, her skin flawless, and her long, snow-white hair cascading down her back. Together, they formed a striking juxtaposition. Disregarding the gazes of those around them, the muscular man approached the backstage manager, placing a hefty bag on the table and in a low, rumbling voice asked, "Hello, could you assist us in finding out who our opponents are in 3 days?" As soon as he finished speaking, the attention of the surrounding staff dissipated as they resumed their tasks, seemingly oblivious to the pair. The battle arena had strict regulations forbidding the disclosure of participant information. Yet everyone was acutely aware of the underlying realities. The arena also prohibited its staff from engaging in gambling. However, it was none other than Supervisor Ao who spearheaded such activities. Corruption in exchange for insider information was commonplace in the backstage environment, and the staff had long since grown accustomed to it. Moreover, the bag of gold soul coins presented by the man would surely yield a substantial portion to the staff for their silence, an opportunity too lucrative to ignore. The backstage manager, upon glancing at the man and the enchanting woman, recognized their identities without uttering a word. He opened the bag, and the gleam of gold illuminated his face, instantly transforming his demeanor to one of eager compliance as he said, "Please wait a moment. I'll check that for you right away." Before long, he handed over 2 forms, stating, "Your opponents in 3 days will be the Shrek team. Here are their details." The man, noticing only 2 sheets, frowned slightly but accepted them nonetheless. The Shrek team, a new squad with scan information. After reviewing the forms, the man's eyes narrowed in dissatisfaction as he passed the documents to the alluring woman beside him. Noticing the man's discontent, the backstage manager remained unfazed. What could he do about it? The information had been provided, and it was unlikely they would dare to act against him. After examining the forms, the woman mused aloud. "This new team has 9 members. It appears we will require additional information." The man shot a glare at the backstage manager, seemingly suspecting him of withholding further details. But before he could express his frustration, the woman pulled him away. Simultaneously, in the central area of the battle arena, a young lady, seemingly from a modest background, soared into the air with the aid of her martial spirit, joyfully announcing, "Welcome to the Soto City Battle Arena. The first 2-on-2 battle of the night is about to commence. Please welcome the Blazing Flame Duo and the Frost Dragon Duo." The Frost Dragon Duo referred to Yunzheng and Yunzheng, indicating that fortune favored them tonight, as their match was set to begin, allowing them to rest afterward. "Yay! Watch me obliterate them!" Yunzheng exclaimed excitedly, bouncing in her spot with her fist clenched. Yunzheng chuckled in response. Just as they were about to take the stage, the master suddenly called out to them, "Yunzheng, Qing'e, I want you both to deliberately conceal your abilities during today and tomorrow's battles, ensuring you do not lose while attempting to mask your true strength. Can you manage that?" The master gazed earnestly at the two, his words laden with meaning. Yunzheng, momentarily taken aback, clearly grasped the master's underlying message. Yunzheng smiled knowingly, refraining from providing a definitive answer to the master. Instead, he countered with a question. "Have you already decided to let us take the stage in 3 days?" "Indeed, you are astute." The master's lips tightened into a stiff smile as he replied. 3 days from now will mark the Shrek Squad's first team battle. You must not only win, but do so with flair. Do you comprehend what I mean?" "Understood." Yunzheng confidently gestured before leading Yunzheng onto the stage. Even as they prepared for battle, Yunzheng remained puzzled, raising her delicate brows and playfully chiding. "What kind of riddle are you and third uncle playing at? The master has instructed us to feign weakness and act like underdogs." Yunzheng patiently clarified. "But we still don't know who our opponents are, do we?" Yunzheng questioned, still confused. "This is rather difficult for me to explain," Yunzheng shrugged helplessly, indicating his own bewilderment. Soon, the soul battle commenced, with Yunzheng at level 28 and Yunzheng at 29, both wielding top-tier martial souls, facing two white-ring soul masters. It was, to be frank, somewhat unfair. However, as they engaged in combat, a captivating woman in the audience watched them intently, her focus surpassing that of the host. Meanwhile, in the competitor's preparation area, Dai Mubai and his team were not observing Yunzheng and Yunzheng's match, but rather strategizing to secure their own victory. At that moment, a burly man with dark skin suddenly approached Yunzheng, grinning as he remarked, "Hey girl, nice figure, why cover your face? Let me have a look." He reached out, intending to remove the mask from her face. Dai Mubai could not tolerate this affront. He dashed forward, seizing the man's wrist, and coldly commanded, "Get lost. You're courting death, pretty boy." The man sneered, unleashing a powerful punch fueled by his soul power. Dai Mubai, undeterred, retaliated with a punch of his own. Their strikes collided, neither yielding ground as the force reverberated in waves through the air. The burly man took a step back, snorting, "So, there's a flower protector here. How dull." With that, he turned to leave. Anger flickered in Dai Mubai's eyes as he prepared to pursue, but was halted by the staff of the Great Soul Arena. Clearly, the man was well aware of the arena's rules and adept at exploiting them to his advantage. Chapter 69. A swift arrow strikes. What more is there to say? The 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and soon it was time for the Shrek Squad's inaugural team battle. Team battles are traditionally the most popular events at the Great Soul Arena, and today, the audience was exceptionally numerous, with cheers echoing as they awaited the grand finale of the evening. Welcome to the Great Soul Arena of Soto City. At the same time, the impoverished yet spirited host reappeared, cheerfully declaring, "It seems everyone's enthusiasm is soaring. I know what you are all eagerly anticipating. Surely the Great Soul Arena of Soto City will not disappoint. Next up is the highly anticipated 7-player team battle. All right, I shall not waste your time any further. Let us welcome the competing teams. The new champions of Soto City's Great Soul Arena, the Shrek Squad. The seasoned warriors of Soto City's Great Soul Arena, the Frenzy Squad." With the host's intentional build-up, the atmosphere soared to a climax, with fervent cheers erupting, calling out the names of both the Shrek Squad and the Frenzy Squad. Although it was their first team battle, Yunzheng and his companions had already made a name for themselves at the Great Soul Arena, boasting an almost flawless record that justified their title as newcomers. The Frenzy Squad, having battled here for years, naturally enjoyed a loyal following. In the preparation area, Tang Sect and Xiaowu rallied the team with encouragement. Dai Mubai cast them a reassuring glance before leading the team onto the stage. On the other side, the 7 members of the Frenzy Squad also took to the arena. Upon spotting the imposing figure at the forefront, Dai Mubai's distinctive eyes ignited with fierce intensity, and he muttered through gritted teeth, "It's him. What's wrong?" Yunzheng instinctively inquired, noticing Dai Mubai's agitation. The towering brute at the front, He made me feel nauseous 3 days ago, Dai Mubai replied coldly. Oh? Yunzheng squinted at the man, then chuckled softly. Perhaps he wasn't nauseating you, but rather assessing your capabilities. Dai Mubai, not one to be easily fooled, grasped Yunzheng's implication instantly, his gaze turning icy as he glared at the burly man, scornfully retorting, and yet he speaks of fairness and justice, with a little money. There are no secrets in the great soul arena. Simply a tactic employed by the weak to enhance their own odds. Yunzheng shrugged nonchalantly, appearing unperturbed. Regardless, I will leave him to you, Dai Mubai affirmed with earnest resolve, casting a meaningful glance at Yunzheng. Yunzheng had long anticipated that Dai Mubai would respond in such a manner. With a chuckle, he remarked, as you wish. The match had not commenced immediately. It was still the banter phase. The formidable, dark-skinned giant from the crazy battle team relentlessly provoked both Dai Mubai and Yunzheng. Initially, Dai Mubai felt a tinge of irritation, but upon observing Yunzheng's nonchalant demeanor, he quickly regained his composure. Yunzheng was not one to engage in idle chatter. Rather, his silence conveyed a sense of disdain. Influenced by Yunzheng, Dai Mubai began to share this sentiment, preferring to let their prowess speak for itself before the battle commenced. The competition was about to begin. The voice of the hostess echoed, and in a swift motion, before the crazy battle team could react, Yunzheng had already executed a sudden dash. With ice splendor shimmering, the frost sky feather bow was drawn to its fullest, and the radiant yellow soul rings behind Yunzheng glimmered. Second soul skill, Void Leap Arrow. The match concluded. The ice arrow was released and vanished into the air. Yunzheng did not even glance back, as he instantaneously returned to the Shrek team, striding towards Oscar and Ning Rongrong. As he passed Dai Mubai, Yunzheng unilaterally declared the outcome of the skirmish. Show off while you can. Dai Mubai chuckled in response. Where's the arrow? At the moment Yunzheng made his move, the dark giant and the alluring woman from the crazy battle team were taken aback. Believing Yunzheng was about to unleash a formidable attack, they hastily gathered their soul power, bracing themselves for his onslaught. Yet Yunzheng had already retreated, leaving them with naught but the absence of the arrow. Could it be that Yunzheng had not even knocked an arrow? What was this? A lonely shot? Just as the members of the crazy battle team were engulfed in confusion, a piercing scream suddenly erupted from the rear of their formation. Rui Pan. Upon hearing the scream, all members of the crazy battle team reacted instantly. The enchanting woman let out a shriek and turned around, only to discover that their soul support soul master had been struck by an ice arrow and propelled out of the battle arena without even releasing a single soul skill. The positioning of the crazy battle team was meticulously arranged, with 6 members spread out, safeguarding the support soul master at the rear. To reach the Rui Pan support soul master, one would have to breach the defenses of the entire crazy battle team. However, this also meant that their support soul master was perilously close to the edge of the arena, allowing Yunzheng to expel the Rui Pan support soul master with a single arrow. Yunzheng had spared a trace of mercy. The ice arrow had not been sharpened, rendering it a dull projectile. Were it otherwise, that single shot would have sufficed to claim the life of Rui Pan. This was the quintessence of ice. Once Rui Pan was expelled from the battle arena, the members of the crazy battle team grew somewhat frantic. The team bore the name Crazy precisely because Rui Pan's third soul skill, the mysterious light, possessed an astonishing enhancement effect that induced a state of frenzy. Now, without Rui Pan, the overall combat power of the crazy battle team had been diminished by nearly 1/3. In a team battle, a support soul master wielding group assistance skills holds a pivotal position. While the crazy battle team was in disarray, Yunzheng remained unperturbed. Affiliated with Shrek, he smirked and declared, "Crush them. Charge." As soon as Yunzheng uttered these words, Dai Mubai and the others immediately understood, charging towards the 6 members of the crazy battle team without hesitation. A soul master of the rank of soul sovereign leading 3 great soul masters against 6 soul sovereigns may sound absurd, yet in reality, Dai Mubai and his comrades were even at an advantage. The crazy battle team lacked a support soul master, but Ning Rongrong's amplification light was always available, and Yunzheng's frost sky bow was poised to provide ranged support at any moment. Furthermore, aside from Dai Mubai, Yu Qing, Ma Hongjun, and Zhu Xing were not reckless enough to engage in a head-on clash. They would strike and retreat, adhering strictly to the strategy Yunzheng had devised prior to the match. What of Rui Pan's absence? Merely a group of great soul masters. Seeing Dai Mubai and the others so audacious, the enchanting woman of the crazy battle team revealed a menacing expression. Her snow-white hair splayed out like spider legs as she shouted, "Kill them! Charge!" The burly, dark-skinned man surged forward, resembling a frenzied rhinoceros as he charged towards Daimubai. Daimubai snorted coldly, standing firm as his first and third soul rings illuminated. The white tiger's protective barrier and the white tiger's diamond transformation activated simultaneously, enhancing Daimubai's strength, defense, and soul power by 150%, resulting in a fierce collision with the dark-skinned man. "Ah, we meet again, you pretty boy." The dark-skinned man sneered, teeth gritted in mockery. Daimubai grinned back, retorting, "Just don't cry when you lose." On the other side, the enchanting woman attempted to ensnare Yunzheng with her web-like hair, only to have it deftly countered by Yunzheng's second soul skill, the Dragoness Descent. A golden little dragon swam around Yunzheng, tearing apart the strands of webbing before they could reach her. Yunzheng laughed joyfully as her first soul skill activated, sending several beams of golden light, resembling young dragons, towards a monkey soul master adjacent to the enchanting woman. The monkey soul master had no choice but to dodge. Meanwhile, another monkey soul master, under the enchanting woman's signal, had 3 soul rings light up, rapidly charging towards Ning Rongrong and Oscar. With the crazy battle team lacking a support soul master, Shrek's team needed to dispatch their own support to level the playing field. Yunzheng cast a glance at the monkey soul master but chose to disregard him. Ma Hongjun and Zhu Qing, entangled with 2 goat soul masters, merely glanced at him without any intention of countering. Their dismissive demeanor caused the enchanting woman's heart to skip a beat, her expression one of disbelief. Could this Frost Sky Archer truly shield 2 support soul masters simultaneously? Yet at that moment, the monkey soul master had already reached the rear of Shrek's team. Even knowing Yunzheng stood guard, he had no choice but to proceed. With the arrow drawn, it must be released. 7 treasures, renowned for their strength. First, power. Second, speed. True name unleashed. Frost Speech S. Halberd. In that instant, the amplification light from the 7 treasures glazed tower enveloped Yunzheng. The exquisite frost sky bow in his hands transformed into a formidable frost halberd in the blink of an eye. Yunzheng's second soul ring glowed once more, activating his second soul skill, the strike from above. With a resounding thud, under the dual amplification of Ning Rongrong, Yunzheng's speed and power soared to their zenith. Even the monkey soul master, no matter how swift, was precisely captured by Yunzheng. The 3-meter-wide blade of the halberd struck out, and the monkey soul master felt his consciousness fade as he was sent flying, crashing out of the arena and coughing blood incessantly. To speak candidly, Yunzheng's passive defense was nearly non-existent, yet he could take the initiative by sending all who dared to attack Ning Rongrong and Oscar flying. Wasn't that a logical means of protection? Alas, the limitations of these bracelets are rather constricting. After sending the monkey soul master flying from the arena, Yunzheng gazed at the exquisite bracelet on his wrist, sighing in reproach. Were it not for these bracelets, a casual strike from him would have knocked out that ordinary soul master with agile attack capabilities. Yet now, even at full strength, he could barely send the monkey soul master flying a few meters, and the latter could still retain consciousness. Chapter 70. The Surrender of the Crazy Battle Team. The Frost Sky Archer triumphs. As the chill of the Frost Speech halberd dissipated, Yunzheng ignored the enchanting woman and the monkey soul master before her, bursting into jubilant cheers. Though the enchanting woman was appalled by Yunzheng's explosive power, she knew this was not the time to be distracted. Noticing Yunzheng expose a flaw, her snow-white hair spread out like a web, attempting to ensnare Yunzheng. Yet, even though Yunzheng did not face her, the golden dragon circling her deftly intercepted the enchanting woman's web, forcefully tearing it apart. Such a troublesome little girl. The enchanting woman huffed in frustration. Observing the enchanting woman's subtle movements, Yunzheng cheekily stuck out her tongue, her playful demeanor appearing particularly irksome in the enchanting woman's eyes. With the departure of the monkey soul master, the scales of victory once again tilted. Now, only 12 individuals remained in the arena, with the crazy battle team reduced to 5. Even when accounting for the disparity in cultivation levels, the situation was exceedingly dire for the crazy battle team. In the brief skirmish, the enchanting woman had already discerned that although the 7 members of the Shrek team were not highly cultivated, their martial spirits were exceptional. The Golden Dragon, White Tiger, and Phoenix made the crazy battle team's goat, monkey, rhinoceros, and spider martial spirits appear laughably inferior. The overwhelming advantage in martial spirits somewhat compensated for the gap in cultivation levels, and with the amplification from the 7 treasures glazed tower, the crazy battle team found it nearly impossible to glimpse the light of victory. aside from the dark-skinned man still locked in a stalemate with Dai Mubai. The two goat soul masters and the remaining monkey soul master had retreated to the enchanting woman's side. Sensing the dire situation, they could not help but ask, "Spider, what should we do now?" The enchanting woman pressed her lips tightly together, noticing Yunzheng in the distance slightly panting, a glimmer of inspiration illuminating her eyes. She signaled her teammates to fall back and advanced alone, her third purple soul ring brightening. Her snow-white hair, fueled by soul power, grew wildly, and the web formed from her hair descended like a blanket, nearly covering the entire battle arena. This was the enchanting woman's third soul skill, the heavenly net, known to be the largest control soul skill within the soul sovereign level in the Soto City battle arena. Phoenix Fireline, Giant Spirit's Golden Light. There was no evading this assault. Yuqinger and Ma Hongjun made a split-second decision, unleashing brilliant golden light and searing flames that shot skyward, shattering the enchanting woman's third soul skill in an instant. The heavenly net was dispelled, and the enchanting woman, rather pleased, chuckled as her third soul ring flickered. A multitude of heavenly nets descended upon Yunzheng and his team, raining down relentlessly, even as they were swiftly torn apart. She intends to consume our soul power. Zhu Zhiqing quickly discerned the intentions of the alluring woman, her slender brows knitting together as she spoke in a hushed tone to Yunzheng. "Humph." Yunzheng merely scoffed disdainfully and replied, "Expend. Let us train her." Immediately afterward, he announced, "Oscar, it's your turn to shine." Upon hearing this, Oscar nodded eagerly, murmuring, "I have a big sausage." In the next moment, Oscar unleashed several recovery sausages, distributing one to each person, and they consumed them swiftly. Soon, the soul power they had expended was rapidly replenished. Witnessing this scene, the enchanting woman's pupils dilated in shock, cold sweat trickling down her brow. She realized that continuing the fight was futile. Simultaneously, Yunzheng called out to Dai Mubai, who was still grappling with the burly dark-skinned man. "Still playing around?" "TSK. Understood. I'll finish this up." Dai Mubai responded reluctantly upon hearing Yunzheng's voice. Seeing Dai Mubai still had the energy to converse with Yunzheng while engaged in battle bewildered the dark-skinned giant, who stared in disbelief. The alluring woman and her companions attempted to assist the dark-skinned man but were deterred by the vigilant gazes of Yuqing, and the others. Dai Mubai was intent on a one-on-one contest with the dark-skinned man, and Yunzheng's group provided no assistance to him. Not even Ning Rongrong's enhancement light graced him. Conversely, the frenzied battle team could not provide aid to the dark-skinned giant. With a fierce shout, Dai Mubai unleashed his full soul power and strength. The dark-skinned man felt an overwhelming force wrenching his wrist backward, rendering him powerless to resist despite his attempts to unleash his own soul power. When a man and a woman entwine their fingers, it may appear intimate. Yet when two robust men engage in a contest of strength, no one senses any romantic atmosphere. Crack, crack. Dai Mubai gradually forced the dark-skinned man's hands down, the sound of bones protesting under pressure echoing painfully. Under the excruciating agony as his joints twisted, the dark-skinned man lost all will to resist, his towering physique collapsing helplessly before Dai Mubai. Nevertheless, he clenched his teeth, refusing to utter the words surrender or concede, even with his eyes bloodshot and gums bleeding. Dai Mubai had no intention of forcing the dark-skinned man to yield. His heterochromatic eyes glinted with coldness. Just as the dark-skinned man's fingers reached a critical point of distortion, a series of heart-stopping cracks resounded, and all 10 of the dark-skinned man's fingers shattered. The agony coursing through him elicited a heart-wrenching scream, his body curling inward, unable to rise even after Dai Mubai spared him. "I'll break your fingers to teach you a lesson." Dai Mubai coldly huffed before turning away. Throughout the encounter, the dark-skinned man had underestimated Dai Mubai's strength. He believed that the punch he received was Dai Mubai's full force, unaware that Dai Mubai had deliberately restrained his power due to the rules of the Grand Soul Arena, leading him to mistakenly think Dai Mubai was merely average. In truth, considering the disparity in cultivation levels, the dark-skinned man wielded a formidable evil eye white tiger martial soul, with 3 soul rings that had been meticulously crafted by the Star Luo royal family over centuries to suit his martial soul. In contrast, the rhinoceros martial soul he possessed was merely mediocre, with an unremarkable configuration of soul rings. The difference in strength was evident at a glance. Only after Dai Mubai walked away did the rest of the frenzied battle team dare to approach. The alluring woman gasped in alarm but sighed with relief upon seeing that the dark-skinned man had merely suffered broken fingers without any irreversible internal injuries. Broken bones could heal. It was the insidious underhand that would have posed true trouble. At least the Shrek team had acted honorably. Even the initial arrow fired by Yunzheng which could be deemed a sneak attack, did not injure the soul master of the Rui Pan. With this in mind, the last flicker of fighting spirit within the alluring woman extinguished, with 3 of their 7 combatants incapacitated and the remaining 4 in poor condition. The alluring woman herself had expended much of her soul power by continuously unleashing her 3rd soul skill. In contrast, Shrek's team was intact, their condition revitalized by the replenishing sausages, making it abundantly clear to all that victory was assured. Sighing softly, the alluring woman raised her hand, declaring, "We, the frenzied battle team, concede." A triumphant smile graced Yunzheng's lips at her words. Well, as the alluring woman finished speaking, the poverty-stricken host rushed forward, exclaiming in astonishment, "Incredible! The Shrek team has overwhelmingly defeated the frenzied battle team, compelling the once mighty team to surrender." The Shrek team had once again demonstrated their prowess. They had risen to prominence. Shrek, Shrek, Shrek. The name of Shrek echoed throughout the Grand Soul Arena in Soto City, amplified by the host's enthusiasm. If all went according to plan, that night, Yunzheng and his companions would gain their first fervent fans. Seated in the audience, Flander felt tears welling in his eyes. The Shrek Academy was his lifelong aspiration, and to see it renowned across the continent was his ultimate dream. Once, this dream had wavered, nearly fading away, but today, he saw hope reflected in Yunzheng and the others. "Are you serious?" Zhao Wujie teased Flander, who was overwhelmed with emotion. "What do you know? I'm making money. Isn't that a reason to rejoice?" Flander retorted sharply, and Zhao Wujie could only manage an awkward smile. Chapter 71, The Celebration of Victory. Well done. Backstage in the contestants' lounge, the cheers of the audience still echoed as Tang Sect excitedly patted Yunzheng and Dai Mubai on the shoulders, appearing even more elated than if he had secured victory himself. Reflecting inwardly, Tang Sect was confident he could have led Shrek to triumph over the frenzied battle team. But he could never match the exhilarating display of a soul master leading 3 great soul masters against 6 soul masters, ultimately forcing the opponent to concede for the sake of dignity, an unprecedented feat. Xiao Wu joyfully bounced around with Ning Rongrong and the other girls, celebrating Shrek's first team battle victory. Yet, Tang Sect couldn't help but ask Yunzheng, "Why did you so decisively choose to attack the support soul master of the frenzied battle team at the start of the match?" "Common sense. Take out the support." Yunzheng shrugged nonchalantly, responding as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Upon Yunzheng's utterance, both Ning Rongrong and Oscar, serving as support soul masters, froze momentarily. Observing their reaction, Yunzheng hastily apologized, assuring them, "Fear not, for I shall protect you from any adversary. Regardless, we have triumphed. I propose a celebration for Shrek team's inaugural victory, a festivity filled with merriment and ale. We shall not return until intoxicated." Oscar, not overly troubled, quickly dismissed the matter, exclaiming with enthusiasm. Upon hearing Oscar's declaration, everyone brightened, for the youthful spirit is boundless. At that moment, however, Ma Hongjin interjected with a mocking tone, "Scoundrel. While I do not oppose the party, I must correct you. This victory is ours, not yours. You merely spectated from the VIP section, indulging in an immersive viewing experience. With your mere presence, what claim do you hold to this victory?" "How dare you?" Oscar retorted, glaring furiously at Ma Hongjin. "Your sausages were fed to the dogs. Even without your sausages, we would have prevailed. You are but an ornament." Ma Hongjin, whimsically picking his nose, bore an insufferable smirk. "Fat fool. You seem to be asking for a beating. Come forth. Am I afraid of you?" Soon, the two engaged in a brawl, each seemingly coordinated in their disregard for soul power, trading punches and kicks like street ruffians, until they tumbled to the ground. Witnessing this spectacle, Yunzheng and the others instinctively stepped back, pretending not to recognize the duo, even in the absence of others, for it was undeniably embarrassing. Just then, the master's cough resounded, causing Ma Hongjin and Oscar to spring up as if jolted by electricity, standing erect before the master. Under the teasing gazes of Yunzheng and the others, their expressions turned awkward. The master regarded these 2 lively souls with a resigned glance, then surveyed the surroundings before speaking sternly. "Regarding today's match, I have several points to address. Firstly, to Yunzheng." The master's tone shifted to one of gravity as he fixed his gaze upon Yunzheng, stating, "Your assassination tactics were impressive, yet fraught with flaws. Once exposed today, they will be difficult to employ again. Do not become arrogant. You must continually refine your skills until the day comes when, even with your ability to ambush known, your opponents cannot defend against it." Next, he turned his attention to Dai Mubai. Just as he was about to speak, Flinder's voice, half resigned and half reproachful, interrupted from behind. "Enough, Xiaojang." The children have just tasted victory and are in high spirits. They will hardly absorb your words at this moment. Taken aback by Flinder's interjection, the master glanced at Yunzheng and the others, noting their distracted expressions. He couldn't help but chuckle. Perhaps I have been too stern. Indeed. Flinder shot the master a look, stepping forward and, astonishingly, declared, "Today, I am elated. The academy will cover your expenses." This proclamation left even the master momentarily speechless. The sunny and cheerful Yunzheng, the gentle and kind-hearted Lu Erlong, the generous Flinder. Could it be true? Ma Hongjun stared incredulously at their esteemed headmaster, articulating each word slowly. While I still have not rescinded my offer, Flinder, feeling a pang of regret, nonetheless persevered upon hearing the jubilant cheers from the audience. Gritting his teeth to maintain his stance. The headmaster treats a rare opportunity. I shall take my leave, Flinder declared, and upon finishing his statement, Dai Mubai dashed forward, leaving only a fleeting shadow. I demand 10 servings of braised pork. We shall not return until intoxicated. Wait for me. In the ensuing chaos, moments later, only Tang Sect remained in place, as even Xiao Wu abandoned him to join Ning Rongrong and the others. Master, headmaster. Tang Sect chuckled awkwardly, unsure of what to say. The master shot a glare at his disciple, commanding, "Why do you not hasten?" The act of extorting Flinder was one of the few pleasures the master relished. Yes, Tang Sect promptly replied, rushing after them. When Tang Sect finally located Yunzheng and the others, they were already engaged in drinking, though the atmosphere was peculiar. Dai Mubai was encircled by Yunzheng, persistently pursuing her attention, while Oscar, yearning to drink with Ning Rongrong, found her engrossed in whispered conversation with Yunzheng, leaving him no choice but to drink with Ma Hongjun instead. Yunzheng was busily fetching drinks, an uncommon sight of diligence, and upon seeing Tang Sect approach, Xiao's eyes lit up as she leaped over. Without hesitation, Tang Sect joined the revelry. After several rounds of drinks, the gathering grew increasingly strange. Ma Hongjun and Oscar were the first to lose consciousness. Ma Hongjun simply could not handle his liquor, quickly becoming dazed, while Oscar sought solace in drink, lamenting his troubles. Unfortunately, in his stupor, he mistook Ma Hongjun for Ning Rongrong, pouring forth affectionate words unbidden, leaving Ning Rongrong blushing fiercely. Ultimately, she, overwhelmed by embarrassment, silenced Oscar with a chicken leg. Next to succumb were Dai Mubai and Zhu Shiqing. Dai Mubai, possessing a thick skin, seized the chance to confess his feelings to Zhu Zhuqing while intoxicated. Initially, Zhu Zhuqing appeared moved, but alas, he blundered and inadvertently divulged his own unsavory romantic history, resulting in Zhu Zhuqing knocking him unconscious with a slap before she herself collapsed. Tang Sect and Xiao Wu formed a duo of drunken antics, with Xiao Wu inebriated, surrounding Tang Sect with raucous chatter, uttering incomprehensible phrases. Tang Sect sat in a daze, mindlessly pouring drinks for himself, continuing even when his cup had long been empty. This contrasting stillness and movement was indeed amusing. And who observed all this unfold? Naturally, it was Yunzheng. Yunzheng harbored no desire to present himself in an inebriated state, fully aware of his own limits when it came to alcohol. Initially, he cleverly evaded a predicament under the pretense of fetching more drinks, but soon found himself feigning his way into an inebriated stupor, having downed 6 cups. Presently, he felt only a gentle buzz. However, what troubled Yunzheng was the undeniable prowess of Yunqing and Ning Rongrong when it came to drinking. They seemed to be engaged in some clandestine discussion, casting glances in his direction. Yunqing, who was on the verge of drunkenness, intermittently broke into a silly grin. Her cheeks flushed, instilling in Yunzheng an unsettling premonition. Before long, Yunqing took action, approaching him with 2 glasses of alcohol in hand. Perhaps due to her intoxication, she staggered as she walked, nearly losing her balance and requiring Yunzheng's support. Yet, oblivious to her unsteadiness, upon catching sight of Yunzheng, she beamed sweetly and said, "Yunzheng, drink with me." All right. Yunzheng responded with a mix of exasperation and affection, reaching out to take one of the glasses from Yunqing. However, she swiftly blocked his attempt. "No, this glass is mine, and this one is yours." Yunqing playfully cradled her own glass protectively in her arms, while extending the one meant for Yunzheng. Yunzheng furrowed his brow in confusion, yet he still accepted the wine cup. Yunzheng and Yunqing clinked their cups, just about to drink, when Yunqing called out to Yunzheng once more, "Let us exchange cups. I yield to you." Yunzheng and Yunqing pressed their foreheads together, their arms intertwining in midair. The young girl flashed a sweet smile, her eyes betraying a hint of mischievous allure. In the next moment, just as Yunzheng was about to sip the beer in his cup, his expression suddenly changed, and his face contorted in disbelief. This concoction is overpowering. Qing'e, what have you added to it? He looked at Yunzheng, urgently inquiring. An aphrodisiac. Yunzheng, half awake and half dreaming, giggled and replied candidly. Upon hearing this, Yunzheng's expression darkened. How much must have been added for it to be so pungent? Noticing Yunzheng's reluctance, Yunzheng playfully huffed and pretended to snatch the drink from his hands, exclaiming, "If you won't drink it, I shall." "No, no, no. I will drink it." Yunzheng quickly intervened, an icy aura emanating from him, instantly freezing the beer. He then tilted his head back in front of Yunzheng, feigning a hearty gulp. After a brief moment, he dramatically overturned the cup, not a drop spilled, to signify he had finished. Yunzheng, witnessing this, felt a rush of shyness and excitement dance across her enchanting face. She leaned in and pressed her soft lips against Yunzheng's cheek, leaving a lingering trace of warmth mixed with the scent of alcohol, stirring something within Yunzheng's heart. Subsequently, Yunzheng, content, drifted off to sleep in his embrace, her long legs coiling around him like a serpent. At that moment, Yunzheng cast a disgruntled glance at Ningrongrong, who was still conscious not far away. These two have truly never encountered such beasts. Seeing that Yunzheng remained awake, Ningrongrong was first taken aback, then disappointed, and finally relieved. In truth, the drink contained not only the aphrodisiac but also an antidote, which explained the overwhelming flavor. Even if Yunzheng drank it, he would merely experience a fleeting warmth and would not encounter any unforeseen events. He had not anticipated Yunzheng's superior skill, which prevented Yunzheng from experiencing the kiss she longed for and spared Ningrongrong from witnessing his moment of indiscretion. After all, Yunzheng had previously treated support soul masters as easily dispatchable weaklings, and indeed, this was the case. Chapter 72. A collective outing to the entertainment district? 3 weeks had elapsed since the Shrek team's victory over the Mad Warriors. During this near month, Yunzheng and the others had nearly acclimated to their current schedule, freely allocating their time during the day and gathering at the Grand Soul Arena at night. Each day, they were required to complete individual and pair battles, occasionally engaging in a team fight, which were not numerous. Over the course of a month, they had participated in only a handful of matches, including 7-man, 8-man, and 9-man formats. To be honest, the frequency of team battles every 2 to 3 days demonstrated the Grand Soul Arena's favor towards the Shrek team. After all, the Shrek team had risen dramatically, capturing the attention of many, allowing the Grand Soul Arena to profit significantly. However, the Shrek team did not emerge victorious in every team battle. They lost around 5 or 6 out of a total of 10 or so. After all, the Shrek team consisted of only 4 Soul Kings, 3 of whom were newly ascended, while only Dai Mubai surpassed level 35. The weakest among them, Ningrongrong, was merely at level 26. Additionally, the team had a glaring deficiency: no defensive Soul Master. Moreover, having participated in numerous team battles, the professional teams had already discerned the Shrek team's strategies, particularly targeting Tang Sect and Yunzheng, the leaders of the group, whose thought processes were scrutinized by many teams. No one is foolish. The Grand Soul Arena capitalizes on the Shrek team's popularity to generate ticket sales, while the Shrek team hones their skills by utilizing the arena. A mutually beneficial relationship that inevitably increases the frequency of their team battles. For those professional teams, thoroughly analyzing the Shrek team not only enhances their chances of victory in encounters, but also reveals numerous hidden advantages. With the Shrek team's high appearance rate, immense popularity, and evident shortcomings, who else would they study if not the Shrek team? However, if the Shrek team were truly invincible, the Grand Soul Arena would not schedule so many team battles for them. A team must experience both victories and defeats for the arena to profit. If a team were to win continuously, the underground betting houses would drain the arena dry. In contrast, individual and pair battles were devoid of such convoluted dynamics. After all, few wager on these matches, and the arena operates transparently. With a large pool of participants, daily traffic is substantial, leaving little incentive for anyone to meticulously study their opponents. The only exception to this was Master. Master was the kind of individual who meticulously recorded every detail of both individual and pair battles, even noting the number of participants in each competition for future research. Given his unwavering dedication and persistence, one could only surmise that if his martial soul had not undergone mutation, even with innate soul power of merely 4 or 5 levels, his current achievements would be extraordinary. However, upon reflection, Master S. Luo San Pao is, in fact, the most extreme positive mutation on the continent. It represents the formidable embryonic form of the golden sacred dragon martial soul. Unfortunately, due to Master S' insufficient innate potential, he could not fully gestate the golden sacred dragon, resulting in the pig-like Luo Sanpao. One could only wonder whether to consider Master fortunate or unfortunate. Returning to the main point. Due to the minimal external factors influencing individual and pair battles, the Shrek team's performance in these categories was commendably outstanding over the span of 27 days. Encompassing 27 individual battles, aside from Ning Rongrong and Oscar, who did not participate in individual matches, the remaining 7 members each achieved over 20 victories. Tang San and Yunzheng even boasted an impressive record of perfect wins. The pair battles mirrored this success, with the exception of Ma Hongjun, who did not partake in pair battles. The other 4 pairs emerged victorious more often than not, with Yunzheng and Yunzheng, as well as Tang San and Xiaowu's pairs achieving flawless records that astounded the entire Grand Soul Arena. In fact, Yunzheng's individual battles should have been perfect as well. However, one day, his match coincided with Yunzheng's, forcing him to concede. On this particular day, 3 weeks later, Master unexpectedly granted Yunzheng and the others a day off. Although they found it peculiar, only a fool would inquire further. A day off was a celebration. No one wanted to risk losing the chance for a break. That morning, Yunzheng and her companions eagerly ventured into the city to shop, seemingly having made prior arrangements, leaving only the 5 boys at the academy. Originally, Dai Mubai had intended to invite Yunzheng to explore Soto City together, but Yunzheng declined. If it were to accompany Yunzheng, he might have considered it. But accompanying Dai Mubai was another matter entirely. To Yunzheng, Soto City lacked excitement. Aside from the Grand Soul Arena, there was little to captivate him, as the entertainment facilities were rather rudimentary. Having finally been granted a day off, he certainly would not squander it at the Grand Soul Arena again. Of course, the inhabitants of Douluo Continent were not entirely ignorant of enjoyment. With sufficient soul coins, they could indulge themselves as well. However, Yunzheng felt no inclination towards such entertainment facilities. Yunzheng exhibited no interest, while Ma Hongjun, on the other hand, was eager to venture forth. Unfortunately, Dai Mubai had already reformed his ways, leaving only Ma Hongjun to journey to Soto City alone. Tang San seemed intent on utilizing this holiday to forge some refined iron for future use. After sharing breakfast with Xiaowu, he vanished without a trace. Oscar, feeling the weight of his own inadequacies, had taken it upon himself to engage in extra training, displaying a remarkable determination. Dai Mubai had initially planned to accompany Yunzheng to Soto City for a day of leisure, but with Yunzheng's reluctance, his enthusiasm waned, and thus half the splendid holiday drifted away in a languid manner. In truth, such idleness is a form of blissful rest. However, just after they had finished lunch, Ma Hongjun unexpectedly returned, looking utterly disheveled. His hands and face bore bruises, and a swollen lump adorned his head. Upon seeing Yunzheng and the others, he burst into tears, exclaiming, "Dai Lauda, half-saint, third brother, scoundrel, you must stand by me." "Fatty, what has transpired?" Dai Mubai inquired, furrowing his brow at the sight of Ma Hongjun's dismal state, his voice laced with concern. I, Ma Hongjun stammered, unable to articulate his predicament, his expression revealing his embarrassment. Sighing, Yunzheng remarked, "Could it be that you got into a scuffle with other patrons at the brothel?" Although Yunzheng's statement was framed as a question, its tone exuded an unwavering certainty, akin to the declaration of an undeniable truth. Upon hearing these words, Dai Mubai and the others were momentarily taken aback, before casting bewildered glances at Ma Hongjun, their faces a canvas of inquiry. "Hey, half-saint, you remain as astute as ever." Ma Hongjun chuckled awkwardly, attempting to cloak his embarrassment with what he believed to be humor. Once he received confirmation, Dai Mubai was instantly amused, pointing an accusatory finger at Ma Hongjun, embodying a sense of exasperation akin to "I wish you would do better." Tang San could only chuckle in silence, rendered momentarily speechless, while Oscar rolled his eyes in exasperation, his handsome face displaying a mere 4 words. "You truly excel. Well then, one must not strike without reason. Those who engage in brawls at such establishments are hardly virtuous. We will first seek retribution for the chubby one." Yunzheng sighed softly, shaking his head before determining the course of action. Upon hearing Yunzheng's pronouncement, Ma Hongjun managed a couple of dry laughs. Although it was the other party who initiated the conflict, he too had acted, and Yunzheng's words offered him no praise. Under Ma Hongjun's guidance, the group swiftly arrived at the entrance of the establishment, where they beheld women in tattered clothing, giggling as they enticed patrons. The innocent Tang San felt a flush creeping to his cheeks, stammering, "Are we really going in?" Dai Mubai hesitated as well. having resolved to bid farewell to his former self. Yet Yunzheng, standing tall and unperturbed, asserted, "What other choice do we have? We cannot simply wait idly." With that, Yunzheng boldly led the way, pulling Ma Hongjun into the establishment. Although Yunzheng's stature did not seem fitting for such a venue, this was the Douluo Continent, and he clearly resembled a lofty soul master. Based on experience, soul masters tended to be far more lavish than ordinary folks, and such patrons were precisely what the establishment favored. With Yunzheng at the helm, Tang Sect and the others found their courage bolstered, and one by one, they followed suit. What Yunzheng and his companions were unaware of was that across the street, Yuqing'er and her friends had just entered a flower shop on the opposite side. Why would there be a flower shop across from the brothel? After all, the proprietress was a woman too, and women have an affinity for beautiful flowers. Seasoned patrons understood that sometimes presenting a flower that cost only a few soul coins could not only add a touch of charm, but might also lead to a significant additional expense. Of course, the flower shop was a legitimate establishment. However, whether the customers who frequented it were entirely respectable remained uncertain. Yuqing'er and her friends were not purchasing flowers to send to the brothel's proprietress. It was purely a manifestation of youthful exuberance. "Xiaowu, come quickly. There is a flower made of blue silver grass here." Upon entering the shop, Ning Rongrong immediately spotted a unique blossom and eagerly called for Xiaowu. At her prompting, Xiaowu swiftly leaped to Ning Rongrong's side, exclaiming, "It's true." Ning Rongrong, linking her arm with Xiaowu's, teased, "Xiaowu, don't you think this flower would be perfect for Sangge?" Xiaowu, fully aware of the playful insinuation in Ning Rongrong's words, felt her cheeks flush. Yet she feigned nonchalance and nodded in agreement, declaring, "Indeed, I shall buy it and present it to my brother. He will surely love it." With that, Xiaowu reached for the blue-silver flower. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed from across the street, as a middle-aged man clad only in shorts plummeted from the third floor. His body ensnared by blue-silver grass, his face marred by bruises, and singed hair creating an alarming scene. The commotion drew the four girls' attention. Xiaowu glanced at the colorful establishment across the way and curiously inquired of Ning Rongrong, "What is that place over there?" "That is the brothel," Ning Rongrong replied, her cheeks reddening as she met Xiaowu's gaze. After a brief silence, she finally uttered those two words. "Brothel?" Xiaowu asked, perplexed. What does a brothel do? Even Ning Rongrong, famed for her formidable prowess, found it difficult to articulate a response, stuttering, "Oh, it's just not a good place." Just then, as Ning Rongrong and Xiaowu were engaged in their hushed conversation, Yuqing'er suddenly gasped softly, while Zhu Shiqing emitted an icy scoff. At the sound, Ning Rongrong and Xiaowu instinctively turned to look across the street, just in time to see Yunzheng, Tang Sect, Daimobai, and Oscar emerging from the brothel's entrance. Ma Hongjun lagged half a step behind, brazenly producing several golden soul coins and tossing them into the hands of a heavily made-up older woman. Witnessing the scene left Ning Rongrong momentarily stunned. Chapter 73. The predicament of Supervisor Ao. The soul master who had been flirting with Ma Hongjun was named Douluo, a regular at the brothel. Although Douluo held the rank of soul master, he hardly embodied the demeanor expected of one. His strength was inferior to many soul venerates, and his soul power quality was rather mediocre. He walked unsteadily, his eyes puffy, and his belly protruding, clearly a victim of indulgence in wine and vice. It appeared he had never even learned to battle with his soul, casting doubt upon his sobriety. It was no wonder that, despite being a soul master, Douluo could only manage a tenuous balance against Ma Hongjun. It could be said that had Douluo encountered any of the others, Daimobai, Tang Sect, or Yunzheng, he would have stood no chance at all. When Yunzheng and his companions discovered Douluo in a disheartening situation, this gentleman was still engaged in sowing seeds, albeit in a rather unsightly manner. None of them wished to linger in such an environment, so they collectively decided to take action and gave Douluo a thorough beating. Douluo, possessing barely the strength of a soul master, stood no chance against the united front of the Shrek Five. Even though Oscar was a support soul master and unable to contribute directly to the combat, Douluo found himself with no means of resistance. With a bundle of blue-silver grass, he was left with naught but the fate of receiving blows. What surprised Yunzheng was that, after they had dealt with the ruffian, the brothel's courtesans actually applauded. It was only later that they learned of Douluo's vile nature. His brutish actions were reprehensible enough, especially considering the substantial sums he had spent, but what was truly appalling was the revelation that he had once forced a courtesan, who had become pregnant with his child, to ingest mercury for an abortion, ultimately leading to her demise. though the other courtesans harbored deep resentment towards him. They dared not voice their anger, as he was a soul master, and were left to bury their fury within. Had the situation ended there, Yunzheng and his companions might have merely sighed at the tragedy, for in this underdeveloped land, human misfortunes are a constant reality. Natural disasters can lead to unspeakable horrors, and they could not save everyone. However, the courtesans, perhaps fearing that Douluo would turn his wrath upon them once he regained his strength, or perhaps genuinely loathing him, incessantly recounted his transgressions to Yunzheng and his group. Tales of the violation of young girls, the abduction of women, and the coercion of decent folk into prostitution. While not every claim may have held truth, the existence of even a single fact among them was sufficient to ignite Yunzheng's fury. Unlike Yunzheng, Daimubai and his companions have lived here for quite some time. From a young age, they have been immersed in this environment, becoming accustomed to it, though not without a sense of familiarity that comes from having witnessed it numerous times. Yunzheng is unlike any other. His homeland is a place of beauty. He has never grown accustomed to the cruel and dark aspects of this continent. Having never witnessed it firsthand, he is now confronted with it, leaving him unable to remain indifferent. Observing the expressions of the surrounding women, some filled with terror, others with anxiety, and yet others with hope, he then glanced at the wretched figure of Douluo before him. Yunzheng's demeanor turned frigid, a chilling aura coalescing beneath his feet. With a resounding thud, he delivered a powerful kick that sent Douluo flying, shattering the wall of the third floor of the brothel. The frigid force surged into Douluo's dantian, instantly obliterating his soul realm cultivation. Yunzheng's soul power quality is several times that of Douluo, rendering the Douluo soul sect's cultivation before Yunzheng as feeble and insubstantial as a mere bundle of cotton. Yunzheng did not kill Douluo. For such scum, a powerless existence is far more punishing than a swift death. After concluding this affair, Yunzheng turned to Ma Hongjun and instructed, "Fatty, compensate them some money." In Yunzheng's view, having frightened away their patrons and damaged their establishment warranted some form of restitution. With that said, he turned to leave. Yunzheng, Daimubai, noticing Yunzheng's displeased demeanor, hurried after him. Ma Hongjun and the others also followed suit. The madam, observing their intent to depart, mustered her courage to approach them. Ma Hongjun, aware of her intentions, felt somewhat reluctant. However, upon receiving a stern glare from Tang Sect and Oscar, he begrudgingly produced several gold soul coins and tossed them to the madam. Meanwhile, the others had already exited the establishment. Daimubai, observing Yunzheng's unusual expression, was about to inquire further when, suddenly, a jubilant voice rang out from across the street. "Brother!" At the instant they heard that voice, Tang Sect, Yunzheng, Oscar, and Daimubai were all taken aback. Daimubai, Oscar, and Yunzheng quickly turned toward the source of the voice. Their hearts sank when they saw Zhu Qing, Ning Rongrong, and Yu Qingger standing alongside Xiao Wu. Huh, old habits die hard. Zhu Qing exchanged a glance with Daimubai, disappointment and heartache flickering in their eyes. With a cold scoff, she turned away, leaving without a trace of longing. Yu Qingger bit her lower lip, wanting to hear Yunzheng's explanation. However, seeing Zhu Qing's resolute demeanor, she hesitated for a moment before following her. Yu Qingger believed that Yunzheng's visit to the establishment must have had some deeper reason. The earlier loud crash and the man who fell from above served as evidence. Yet, as the saying goes, circumstances are one thing and emotions are another. If Yu Qingger were to remain indifferent while watching her beloved emerge from the establishment, it would only imply that her feelings for Yunzheng had waned. On the other hand, Xiao Wu was not burdened by such thoughts. Cheerfully, she intended to present the blue-silver flower she had just purchased to Tang Sect. However, before she could take a step forward, Ning Rongrong pulled her away, scolding, "Don't pay attention to those filthy men." "Du Qin, allow me to explain." Daimubai hurried after them, with Tang Sect following closely behind. Oscar trailed after Tang Sect, fully aware that there had yet to be any substantial development between himself and Ning Rongrong. Nevertheless, if this matter remained unresolved, it could jeopardize any chance of future progress. Yunzheng let out a soft sigh, turning back to glare at Ma Hongjun with irritation before hastening towards Yu Qingger. The moment Yunzheng shot him that look, Ma Hongjun was immediately flustered. While Daimubai occasionally called him a foolish glutton, and though it was true that he was indeed portly, he was far from foolish. He was acutely aware of the dynamics among the other 8 members in the academy. Today's incident was indeed a stroke of misfortune, yet fortunately, Yunzheng and his companions had done nothing wrong, and with witnesses and evidence at hand, it seemed that no significant trouble would arise. However, attempting to explain the situation would likely prove difficult, When a girl gets angry, a few days of sulking is an inevitability. It was clear that during those few days, Yunzheng and his friends would hardly be inclined to treat him, the instigator, kindly. Moreover, since Yunzheng had brought them along, once Yuqing'er and her companions learned of the events, things could become even more complicated. The mere thought of this sent a chill down Ma Hongjuan's spine. Being marked by 8 of his 9 academy peers left him questioning his place within the institution. Ultimately, the specifics of what transpired remained shrouded in mystery. Save for a certain anonymous informant's revelation that night, 3 figures, 1 short and 2 tall, stood guard at the academy's entrance, and as a result, Ma Hongjun did not return home that night. While the chaos unfolded within Shrek Academy, Flanders and the Master were summoned by the overseer of the Soto City Grand Soul Arena via a letter. The Master stood before the overseer, his demeanor indifferent, and directly inquired, "What is the reason for your late-night summons?" Several days ago, the city's noble families procured a Soul Ancestor-level team to participate in a competition, hoping to secure substantial wagers, and this team holds a silver-level Soul Arena badge. The overseer, unable to feign composure in front of Flanders, stated plainly, "A team with a silver Soul Arena badge signifies their invincibility beneath the Soul Sect. To be candid, under the pressure from the noble families, the Soto City Grand Soul Arena is on the brink of bankruptcy. We can no longer find a team capable of rivaling the Royal Combat Team. Perhaps the Shrek team may be our last hope." With that, the overseer fixed an earnest gaze on Flanders and the Master, his unspoken plea evident in his eyes. "Humph." The overseer's words had scarcely left his lips when Flanders scoffed coldly. "Do you intend to use us as pawns?" Under the precise scrutiny of a soul sage, the overseer felt a constriction in his breath, the chill palpable. Thankfully, the Master placed a reassuring hand on Flanders' shoulder, signaling him to remain calm, and then inquired, "What team possesses such formidable strength that it renders the Soto City Grand Soul Arena helpless?" "The Royal Combat Team," the overseer replied promptly. The Master pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "I'm afraid the Shrek team cannot compete against such a team of dubious origin." With those words, the Master turned to leave, unwilling to engage in an arrangement that bore no benefits or guarantees of victory. From the outset, he had no intention of acquiescing to the overseer. Yet while the Soto City Grand Soul Arena was not the only option for the Shrek team, it was indeed the most convenient choice. Thus, such a statement wouldn't be deemed offensive. "Please wait." Seeing the Master and Flanders about to depart, the overseer grew anxious and hastily retrieved the stack of documents from his drawer, urging, "Here are the details of the Royal Combat Team. Perhaps you might consider them before making a decision." Oh, the sincerity of the overseer, who was even willing to provide detailed information, piqued the interest of both the Master and Flanders. They were eager to discover what kind of team could compel the overseer of a grand arena to this extent. Seeing that the Master and Flanders had indeed paused, the overseer felt a wave of relief and seized the opportunity. "Moreover, regardless of whether the Shrek team prevails in the competition, I can guarantee a financial support fund. Should the Shrek team emerge victorious, I could even make an exception to elevate their badge to silver level." Realizing that coercion would yield no results, the overseer opted for persuasion. He was well aware that the Shrek team was likely in need of funds, as indicated by their members participating in competitions daily. "We'll review the documents first." Unmoved by the overseer's temptations, the Master merely responded vaguely. However, upon perusing the first page of the documents, his expression shifted dramatically. "Yunzheng, Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon." The name struck the Master with astonishment. "What's wrong?" Flanders asked, concerned. The Master remained silent, suppressing his emotions as he continued reading. The overseer, recognizing that the situation had tilted in his favor, waited patiently until the Master had finished reviewing the documents before continuing. "The Royal Combat Team specifically requested to compete against the Shrek team, and they have expressed a desire to meet with you, regardless of your agreement. They are currently waiting for you in the VIP lounge." Exchanging glances, the Master and Flanders decided to proceed to the VIP lounge. At last, "We are honored by your esteemed presence." As soon as the Master and Flanders entered the lounge, a refined and gentle voice resonated. The Master remained indifferent, perceiving it as mere pleasantries, but Flanders could hardly contain his excitement, a visible thrill evident on his face as he exclaimed, "Qin Ming, it's you, Dean Flanders. It has been a long time." Qin Ming replied with a respectful bow, a smile gracing his lips. "Haha." Flanders chuckled heartily. Stepping forward to pat Qin Ming on the shoulder, "Qin Ming, you've achieved great success, becoming the leader of the Royal Combat Team. All thanks to Dean Flanders' guidance." Qin Ming responded, equally thrilled to see his former mentor. Qin Ming's flattering words left Flanders feeling elated, and with a sense of pride, he introduced the master, Xiao Gang. Allow me to introduce you. This is our academy's most outstanding graduate, the youngest Soul Emperor in the continent, Qin Ming, now the leader of the Royal Combat Team. Your opponent. Upon hearing Flanders' introduction, the master cast a surprised glance at Qin Ming. Of course, his astonishment did not stem from the fact that Qin Ming was the youngest Soul Emperor on the continent. After all, the master had not been secluded in the wilderness for the past decade. He was well aware of Qin Ming, the once-renowned prodigy who had gained significant publicity courtesy of the Tiando Royal Academy. However, whether Qin Ming truly held the title of the youngest Soul Emperor during his ascension remained uncertain. What was certain was that he was definitely not the youngest. A 35-year-old Soul Emperor could indeed be deemed a genius, yet the title of number one on the continent carried a weight that was perhaps too burdensome. Not to mention, the master's idol, Tang Hao, had already achieved the rank of Soul Sage at the age of 35. Immediately thereafter, Flanders introduced the master to Qin Ming, who was astonished to glance at the esteemed figure. The master's reputation was formidable, and Qin Ming did not anticipate that this illustrious individual would be an old friend of Flanders. The master refrained from participating in the reunion between the two, quietly seated to the side, displaying no hint of impatience even as they recounted trivial matters from the past, savoring his tea in silence. Until a whispered message reached the master's ear, causing him to furrow his brow. He rose slowly and addressed Flanders. Flanders, I must step outside for a moment. I shall return shortly. Very well. Flanders thought little of it, not questioning the master's intentions. After all, he was not a child. The master nodded and departed from the Soto City arena. He walked into a secluded grove outside the arena, his keen gaze swiftly locating a tall and vigorous figure among the shadows of the trees. He softly called out, "Second brother." Xiao Gang. Yunzheng had already spotted the master, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared before him. "Second brother, what brings you here?" The master and Yunzheng had not been apart for long, so their reunion lacked any significant surprise, only a hint of curiosity. "Xiao Gang, I hear you have become the leader of the Shrek team?" Yunzheng did not answer the master's question but instead posed one of his own. "Indeed." The master furrowed his brow, instinctively sensing something amiss with his brother today, yet he answered truthfully. "Isn't the Shrek team set to face the royal fighting team? You must have reviewed their data by now." Yunzheng continued. "I am aware of the Shrek team's situation. Let us get to the point. Xiao Gang, I hope you will agree to allow the Shrek team to battle the royal fighting team, and let Qing'er and Zheng'er face them. What? Is this your arrangement?" The master's expression changed, disbelief washing over him as he looked at Yunzheng, his tone turning irate as he questioned deliberately. The master was unaware of Yunzheng's intentions. But one thing was clear. Sending 6 great spirit masters and 1 spirit ancestor to confront 7 spirit ancestors of level 35 and above was nothing short of absurd. To be fair, no matter how confident the master was in his 9 Shrek members, he could not fathom them overcoming the royal fighting team. Whether led by Tang Sect or Yunzheng, their chances of victory approached zero. The only difference lay in the fact that Tang Sect possessed a glimmer of miraculous potential, whereas Yunzheng had none. After all, both Yunzheng and Yu Qing'er were merely second-ring great spirit masters, while Tang Sect and Xiao Wu were spirit ancestors. Moreover, compared to Yunzheng, Tang Sect's leadership style was more conducive to overcoming stronger opponents. Tang Sect favored maneuvering, creating various small-scale skirmishes, employing tactics like feints and ambushes. In contrast, Yunzheng preferred a more aggressive, all-out assault, while his strikes were thunderous should they encounter a formidable team like the royal fighting team. A complete collapse was more likely. This was not to say that Tang Sect was inherently superior as a leader, but rather that their tactics differed. If they were indeed to compete against the royal fighting team, rationally speaking, Tang Sect would indeed be the more suitable choice. After all, Tang Sect's blue-silver grass provided control and maneuverability, while Yunzheng's frostwing bow offered tangible long-range damage. Observing the agitated master, Yunzheng gently shook his head, saying, "Whether you believe it or not, this situation is merely a coincidence. I have played no part in it. The royal fighting team has simply arrived in Soto City, and I happened to learn of this and seized the opportunity to meet with you." The master gazed deeply at Yunzheng, ultimately shaking his head resolutely, declaring, "I cannot acquiesce to your request. While both Yunzheng and Qing'er are remarkable, they are still 10 levels below the members of the royal fighting team. A disparity that cannot be compensated for by sheer spirit power or brute strength. Xiao Gang, your self-righteousness has always been your flaw. After being rebuffed, Yunzheng inhaled deeply, his tone sharpening. Why do you presume to understand my daughter and my disciple better than I, as their father and mentor? Who told you that the aim of a spirit duel must be victory? Upon finishing this statement, Yunzheng calmed himself, sighing lightly, and added with a touch of resignation. Xiaogang, do you not feel that Qing'er has been overly sheltered? Throughout her life, her greatest hardship has been the discrimination she faced within the Blue Lightning Overlord clan. Yet even during that time, Feng Qian and I were there to protect her. Those people could only gossip behind her back. After I took Yunzheng as my disciple, I had hoped his experiences would subtly alter some aspects, but to my surprise, he has spoiled her too much, preventing her growth and turning her into a naive child. At this, Yunzheng smiled bitterly, meaningfully addressing the master. Xiaogang, you should understand that for a mature spirit master, naivety is not a desirable trait. Neither Yunzheng nor I can constantly shield her. She must learn to grow on her own. Upon hearing this, the master comprehended Yunzheng's intentions. In essence, Yu Qing'er required a definitive failure. The previous minor setbacks did not constitute thorough defeat. It needed to be an experience that would leave a lasting impression on her. Yu Tianheng would undoubtedly be an excellent candidate. Yu Qing'er had always despised and looked down upon the Blue Lightning Overlord clan. If she were to be defeated by Yu Tianheng, it would undoubtedly catalyze her growth. Yet the master remained hesitant, struggling with the thought. Are you not afraid the children will be discouraged from then on? Huh. Upon hearing the master's words, Yunzheng chuckled lightly. Who told you that Qing'er's failure would equate to defeat in the competition? The master, perplexed, made a sound of inquiry, awaiting Yunzheng's explanation. Without any cryptic remarks, Yunzheng clarified, Qing'er needs growth, while Yunzheng does not. However, he has his own shortcomings. He is a tad too indifferent, seeing the world as transient. The heavens vast and empty, and suffering all around. At such a young age, he has grasped too much. Because of this, he has never given his all. His benevolence is incomplete, and his aversion to evil is insufficient. I wish to seize this opportunity to show him that there are indeed things in this world worth his utmost effort. Furthermore, I also wish to discover just how extraordinary that child truly is. Indifference? The master was taken aback. He did not perceive Yunzheng as an indifferent person. After all, Tang Sect, at a young age, had also comprehended many truths, yet he was not as detached as Yunzheng suggested. Thus, I say you fundamentally misunderstand. Laughing heartily at the master's bewildered expression, Yunzheng jovially draped an arm around his shoulder, unabashedly mocking him. As if he had not been the one with the cold demeanor moments before. The master rolled his eyes in exasperation, shaking off Yunzheng's arm, saying, Since you have brought it up, I have no reason to refuse. I shall comply with your wishes. But I hope you do not end up shooting yourself in the foot. Rest assured. Yunzheng smiled and cast an affirming glance at the master. After receiving Yunzheng's assurance, the master returned to the Grand Soul Arena in Soto City. Unbeknownst to the master, just a few minutes after his departure, a young man bearing a lightning mark on his forehead entered the dense forest. Had the master been present, he would have recognized this individual as one of the twin stars of the current generation from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, Yu Tianheng. He is also the captain of the Royal Fighting Team, designated as a tool by both Yunzheng and the master. The specifics of the conversation between Yunzheng and Yu Tianheng remain a mystery to outsiders. However, it is evident that Yu Tianheng subsequently adopted a serious demeanor, diligently studying a team known as Shrek. Upon learning that Shrek was merely composed of 4 soul ancestors and 5 great soul masters, Du Yin and others remarked that Yu Tianheng was overreacting. Yet, Yu Tianheng insisted that this matter was pivotal to his future. Regardless, it is certain that under Yu Tianheng's persistent insistence, the Royal Fighting Team would approach their confrontation with Shrek with utmost caution and humility. In such a mindset, the Royal Fighting Team had never tasted defeat. Chapter 75, The Royal Fighting Team. Yunzheng, Tang Sect, and Dai Mubai had been waiting at the academy gate to confront Ma Hongjun throughout the night. To their surprise, this fellow had outsmarted them, choosing not to return at all, which left the trio both irritated and amused. In reality, the situation with Yu Qing'er and the others was not dire. Just as Ma Hongjun had anticipated, it mostly involved a bit of sulking and minor temper tantrums. After Yunzheng explained the situation, Yu Qing'er decided to let him off the hook. Xiao Wu, throughout the ordeal, had no idea what the brothel was, only knowing that everyone was upset, which led her to feel aggrieved as well, prompting Tang Sect to console her. The most troublesome case was Dai Mubai, who had a history of such escapades. However, it seemed the worst had passed. Zhu Zhuqing would likely ignore Dai Mubai for a few days, but once her anger subsided, she would no longer hold it against him. As for how Dai Mubai would spend those days, he could only hope for the best. Meanwhile, on the side of Oscar and Ning Rongrong, to summarize succinctly, Oscar was persistently trying to explain himself while Ning Rongrong listened with a lackadaisical attitude. When Yunzheng and the others finally encountered Ma Hongjun, it was already dawn of the following day. Ma Hongjun had taken great care, anticipating that Yunzheng and the others would not let him off easily. Hence he had hidden outside the whole night, only daring to sneak back when the sun began to rise. However, what he did not foresee was that Yunzheng and his companions had also been resolute, waiting the entire night at the academy's main thoroughfare for his return. Upon spotting Yunzheng and the others, Ma Hongjuan's heart raced, and without a second thought, he turned to flee. Hey, where do you think you're going? Unfortunately for him, although Yunzheng and his companions were resting their eyes, they were not asleep. With their keen senses, they detected Ma Hongjuan's attempt to escape the very moment he made a move. Yunzheng shouted, startling Ma Hongjun into stumbling, while Tang Sect summoned his blue silver grass, which erupted like a dense web, ensnaring Ma Hongjun in an instant. Simultaneously, Yunzheng and Dai Mubai charged forward, their expressions betraying no sense of reassurance for Ma Hongjun. Behind them, Tang Sect wore a sly smile. What do you intend to do? Ma Hongjun gulped nervously, his voice tinged with panic. What do you think? Yunzheng replied with a slight smile, a chilling aura coalescing into a stick in his hands, which he began to tap rhythmically as he approached Ma Hongjun. Dai Mubai squinted, a cold smirk on his face. You fat fool. I helped you out, and now I'm misunderstood by Zhu Qing. Yet, you had the audacity to run away? I had to speak so fervently to convince her. And it was only thanks to Rongrong and Xiaowu that she reluctantly believed me. What punishment do you think you deserve? Dai Xiao. Brother Jing. Please, let me explain. Distance creates beauty. Don't come any closer. Ma Hongjun, bound by the blue-silver grass, rolled backward like a helpless worm, desperately pleading for mercy. Explain? I have no interest in your explanations. At that moment, Dai Mubai was most vexed by the very word explain. Having spent half the previous day trying to clarify matters to Zhu Zhuqing, only to receive the same response he was currently hearing from Ma Hongjun. With that, Dai Mubai extended his hand, his sharp claws glinting ominously in the morning light. Ma Hongjuan's heart quaked, and he braced himself, closing his eyes in a display of resigned bravery, accepting his fate. Hooray! I've broken through to level 30. Just as Yunzheng and Dai Mubai were about to take decisive action, a delighted exclamation suddenly rang out from the academy dormitory, catching both of their attentions and momentarily forgetting about Ma Hongjun. At that moment, Yuqing joyfully dashed out from the dormitory, followed closely by Ning Rongrong, both adorned with radiant smiles. Yuqing had been stuck at level 29 for several months, making her breakthrough a genuinely joyous occasion. Yunzheng, I've reached level 30. Praise me. The moment she spotted Yunzheng at the academy gate, her face lit up with excitement, and she rushed into his arms, playfully demanding his admiration. All right. Our Qing'er is the best, huh? Yunzheng initially smiled indulgently, preparing to employ his usual flattery to praise Yuqing. However, before he could proceed, Yuqing swiftly covered his mouth, prompting a confused sound of protest from him. Observing her furrowed brows, Yunzheng noted the fading joy on her face as she shot him an exasperated glare. With a determined effort, she extricated herself from his embrace and playfully admonished, Wait, I just remembered that I am still upset with you. Rongrong said that I shouldn't indulge you too much. So I shall ignore you now and go find Rongrong. With that, Yuqing playfully stuck her tongue out at Yunzheng before joyfully rejoining Ning Rongrong, where she shared laughter with Zhu Zhuqing and Xiaowu, who had just emerged. Seeing this, Yunzheng could only smile helplessly, feeling utterly powerless against Yuqing. Meanwhile, Oscar, who had been awakened by the commotion, approached Tang Sect and teased, Little Sect, your record has been shattered again. Tang Sect, however, merely chuckled lightly, his gaze shifting to Xiaowu as he replied, Wasn't it already broken long ago? Oscar let out a soft click of his tongue, feeling somewhat disgruntled by the unsolicited display of affection. Yet, he could not deny Xiaowu's extraordinary talent. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, she would likely be the youngest among their group to break through to Soul Sage. In Oscar's estimation, she might even become the youngest Soul Sage on the continent. Currently, at Shrek Academy, the only ones theoretically capable of surpassing Xiaowu and breaking through to Soul Sage before her were Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing. However, it would require them to achieve 3 consecutive breakthroughs within 2 to 3 months, an utterly implausible feat. Brother Zheng, let's discuss this. Now that Sister Zheng has already broken through to level 30, why not let me off the hook? I promise to help Sister Zheng find the most suitable soul ring for her. What do you think? Ma Hongjun, who was bound tightly, looked at Yu Qing'er's achievement with a glimmer of hope and shamelessly proposed to Yunzheng. To his surprise, Yunzheng simply chuckled and resumed enjoying his popsicle, saying, "Don't try that with me. We all need to engage in soul battles. When the time comes, let Teacher Zhao take me and Qing'er along. There's no need to trouble yourself." Haha. Damubai also scoffed, saying, "Fatty, give it up. Today, unless we scrape off a few pounds from you, you won't be going anywhere." What followed was a series of heart-wrenching cries that would bring tears to the eyes of any listener. Later, as was customary, the group arrived at the Soto City Great Soul Arena, and both Yunzheng and Yu Qing'er were present. Given that Yu Qing'er had surpassed level 30 and needed to hunt for a soul ring, they initially planned to head directly to the Star Dough Forest with Zhao Wujie. However, since Flinder and the Master were in Soto City, they thought it best to check in with them first. To their surprise, upon their first encounter with the Master, he informed them that the next day, they would face the strongest opponent in Shrek's history, the Royal Fighting Team. When the Master revealed that the captain of the Royal Fighting Team was Yu Qianheng, who possessed the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Martial Soul, both Yunzheng and Yu Qing'er were taken aback. For Yu Qing'er, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon held profound significance. Her feelings toward it were quite complex. On one hand, it represented the injustices she faced in her childhood. On the other, it was a martial soul of great pride for Yu Zhongbai, regardless of how complicated her emotions were. Yu Qing'er understood that her foremost desire was to represent Shrek Academy in battle against the Royal Fighting Team. She yearned to confront Yu Tianheng directly, to fight against one of the most outstanding prodigies of the younger generation of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon lineage to win the match, and to unequivocally demonstrate to those who once looked down upon her that, regardless of her lineage, she was not the mongrel they believed her to be. The girl harbored no thoughts of a dramatic rise against the odds. She merely wished to prove herself and silence those ugly voices. As for concerns about cultivation disparity, age differences, or power gaps, Yu Qing'er pushed those thoughts aside. Noticing the unusual expression on Yu Qing'er's face, the Master sighed inwardly. While the others continued to discuss the formidable lineup of the Royal Fighting Team and how to counter it, the Master suddenly declared, "I have decided that Yunzheng will lead the team in tomorrow's match." On what grounds? Xiao immediately retorted, dissatisfied. It was evident to anyone that Tang San was more suited for the upcoming battle. Xiao did not feel that the Master was undermining Tang San's opportunities. Rather, she believed it was unfair to have Yunzheng, a great soul master, and Yu Qing'er, who had yet to attain her third ring, face off against a team with an average level exceeding 35. It seemed akin to sending them into a slaughter. Xiao felt indignant on their behalf. However, Xiao did not anticipate being pulled back by Tang San just as she was about to speak. She was unaware of the implications of the Yu family's dragon martial soul, but Tang San, Dai Mubai, and Zhu Zhuqing had, to some extent, pieced together the situation. Considering Yu Qing'er's current demeanor, they likely understood the underlying tension. Such personal grievances could not be judged by mere suitability. What they could do was to support Yu Qing'er to the best of their abilities. Xiao was not oblivious to the atmosphere. Upon seeing Yu Qing'er's expression, she realized she had misspoken and awkwardly retreated behind Tang San. The Master, ignoring Xiao, fixed his gaze on Yunzheng and asked, with deliberate emphasis, "Do you have confidence?" Yunzheng first cast his gaze towards Yu Qing'er, and in that fleeting moment, the Master perceived an unprecedented seriousness in Yunzheng's eyes. As if dawn had pierced through the night, the momentum that emanated at that instant caused the Master to tremble. At that moment, he suddenly comprehended why Yu Zhongbai had remarked that Yunzheng had become indifferent in the past. This battle, it must be won. Shortly thereafter, the Master heard Yunzheng's unwavering declaration resonate in his ears. In the resting quarters of the Royal Fighting Team, the atmosphere was tense. "Boss, is it truly necessary to be this serious?" The handsome Yufeng impatiently discarded the documents in his hand, lamenting to Yu Tianheng. Beside him, the black-clad Osro nodded in agreement, voicing his discontent. "Boss, I genuinely feel it's unwarranted. There are merely 3 newly ascended Soul Masters and 5 Great Soul Masters. The highest among them barely reaches level 37, while the lowest in our team is level 35. How could we possibly lose? Even if they possess the Evil Eye White Tiger and the Nethercat fusion skills. That second prince has likely never had the chance to utilize his martial soul fusion. What degree of fusion can he achieve? Even if, hypothetically, the Nethercat were present, 1 Soul Master and 1 Great Soul Master could only yield a temporary Soul King combat capacity. We could easily fend them off with 4 of our members. Yunzheng nodded vigorously at these words. Even the most taciturn among the royal fighting team, Shimo and Shimo, exhibited a hint of concern. To them, the only members of the Shrek team worthy of their apprehension were Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing's martial soul fusion skills. The others posed little threat, while Ma Hongjuan's evil fire phoenix martial soul and Ning Rongrong's 7 treasure glazed tile martial soul were indeed noteworthy. Perhaps Yunzheng's frost sky featherbow and Yu Qing'er's giant spirit golden dragon, which had never been seen before, held unique merits. Ultimately, their cultivation levels were far too low, nearly 10 levels behind the royal fighting team. What does a 10-level difference signify? Years of arduous training. In the eyes of Yunzheng and his companions, this match resembled an 18-year-old beating a 12-year-old. For a contest that seemed devoid of suspense, Yunzheng and the others had spent the day meticulously analyzing Shrek team's strategies, reviewing all their group, individual, and duo combat data, even uncovering Dai Mubai's background. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, they anticipated spending the following day in this tedious review. It was not just Yunzheng, even Shimo and Shimo were beginning to feel the strain. If they were facing formidable opponents, it would be understandable. No one wished to lose. However, in a match they deemed a guaranteed victory, why squander time? Previously, the royal fighting team had not even wished to learn the names of their opponents in Soto City. Upon entering the arena, Yunzheng had resolved everything single-handedly. Thus, the sudden caution and seriousness from Yunzheng left them somewhat bewildered. Osro. Amid Osro's complaints, Duguyin chided him, signaling him to silence. Duguyin was unwaveringly supportive of Yunzheng, for he was her beloved. Regardless of what Yunzheng sought to accomplish, Duguyin would unconditionally support him, even if it meant laboriously sifting through documents, which she found quite enjoyable. Upon hearing her reprimand, Osro reluctantly fell silent, and Yunzheng's shoulders drooped, refraining from speaking. Observing this, Yunzheng raised his hand to halt Duguyin. He recognized that he might be demanding too much, but this was a matter of his future, and he could not afford to be careless. With that thought, Yunzheng's mind drifted back to the previous day in the dense forest outside the Soto City Great Soul Arena. Clan Uncle. Upon encountering Yu Zhongbai again, Yunzheng was visibly excited, for Yu Zhongbai was the remarkable prodigy of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, the youngest titled Douluo in its history. The younger generation in the sect viewed Yu Zhongbai as an idol, and Yunzheng was no exception. In contrast, Yu Zhongbai remained calm, waving his hand to signal Yunzheng not to make a fuss. Tianheng, is it true that your royal fighting team is set to compete against a team called Shrek? Yu Zhongbai inquired quietly. Indeed. How did Clan Uncle know? Yunzheng was thrilled, assuming Yu Zhongbai had been observing him secretly. How would I know? Yu Zhongbai replied, a knowing smile playing on his lips. The Shrek team comprises my daughter and my disciple. How could I not know? Boom. Upon hearing this, Yunzheng felt as if a thunderclap had reverberated in his mind. He hurriedly knelt, fearfully uttering, Clan Uncle, forgive me. When Tianheng was young and ignorant, I committed some offenses against my clan sister. If Clan Uncle seeks retribution, I am willing to accept punishment. Yu Zhongbai rolled his eyes in exasperation, saying, what do I have to settle with you youngsters? You and your peers were merely used as pawns. The true masterminds are those elders now seated in the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. So, does Clan Uncle wish for Tianheng to lose the match? Yu Tianheng, feeling relieved that Yu Zhongbai appeared unperturbed, couldn't help but speculate. No, quite the contrary. To Yu Tianheng's astonishment, Yu Zhongbai directly refuted him, continuing, not only am I not here to have you intentionally lose, but I also wish to impress upon you that when facing the Shrek team, you must present your strongest self. Victory is imperative, defeat is not an option. Yu Tianheng was momentarily dumbfounded, questioning, why is that? Do not question why. Have you not always been dissatisfied with my disciple? Have you not longed to surpass him? Defeat him honorably in the arena, vanquish the Shrek team, and I shall take you as my disciple. Yu Zhongbai did not answer Yu Tianheng's question, but fixed his gaze on him, igniting the fire of competition within him with an irresistible proposition. Upon hearing this, nothing else mattered to Yu Tianheng. He believed wholeheartedly that Yu Zhongbai would keep his word. Now, all that remained for him was to conquer the Shrek team. It could be said that half of the younger generation within the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect harbored resentment towards Yunzheng, while the other half aspired to eclipse him. Were it not for Yu Zhongbai's steadfast protection, Yunzheng would have long been beleaguered by the younger generation of the sect. Yu Tianheng, as a member of this younger generation, now found the opportunity laid before him, and his course of action was evident. Returning to the present, to ensure a definitive victory against the Shrek team, Yu Tianheng devoted considerable time to studying their tactics, delving into their foundational cultivation, martial souls, and roles. Meticulously analyzing their combat habits, styles, and methods, leaving no detail unexamined. However, others struggle to comprehend Yunzheng's fervent dedication. Understanding their grievances, he simply stated, "If you are unwilling, feel free to rest. I can manage on my own." Upon the conclusion of Yunzheng's statement, Yufeng and Oscar fell into a profound silence, diligently studying the Shrek team. Although it was apparent to all that Yunzheng's words were merely an invitation to rest, exiting the chamber at that moment felt akin to betraying him. Unperturbed by the reactions of others, Yunzheng focused intently on the two documents before him. The left sheet belonged to Yunzheng, titled Frost Sky Marksman. The right, to Tang Sect, named Thousand Hands Azura. Gazing at these documents, Yunzheng murmured, "Who could it be?" Yu Zhongbai had previously disclosed that his external disciple was male, thereby excluding all females. Among the remaining 5 males, it was inconceivable for Yu Zhongbai to take on a support soul master as a pupil, thus eliminating Oscar. Though Ma Hongjun possessed formidable martial spirit talent, his glaring shortcomings rendered him an unlikely choice for the proud Yu Zhongbai, who would never allow Ma Hongjun to reside alongside his daughter. Despite Yunzheng and the others wearing masks, the might of the royal fighting team would easily uncover such information. From the remaining 3, Daimubai's background and age did not align, leading to his exclusion as well. This left only Tang Sect and Yunzheng, both equally illustrious and exceptionally gifted. Although Tang Sect's martial spirit was relatively weak, his ability to cultivate blue-silver grass to the soul master level was a testament to his innate talent. Conversely, Yunzheng, while slightly lacking in cultivation, exhibited an extraordinary combat prowess, marking him as an exceptional prodigy. In this brief span, Yu Tianheng could not ascertain which of the two was Yu Zhongbai's disciple, yet he understood that whoever took the stage the next day would be that disciple. Yu Tianheng's objective was clear: to defeat him. Perhaps the distinction of being Yu Zhongbai's disciple held little significance for Yu Tianheng. It was merely a title. What he truly sought was to demonstrate to Yu Zhongbai that the younger generation of the Blue Lightning Overlord sect was not to be underestimated. The fact that Yu Zhongbai had taken on a disciple from the outside should be a source of shame for the internal youth of the Blue Lightning Overlord sect. Yu Tianheng would not approach this battle with the slightest carelessness. Meanwhile, in the Shrek lounge, Yu Qing'er buried her delicate face in Yunzheng's chest, whispering, "Yunzheng, I wish to confront Yu Tianheng alone." Indeed, Yunzheng seemed to have anticipated her request, responding without hesitation. "But I am no match for him. We will lose." Yu Qing'er initially